Chapter 1, A Spacious Place. Sometimes, you know that you are asleep even though you can hear and understand everything that is going on around you. You know what someone is saying, you even are able to process and understand, but you are asleep and until you wake up you are unable to do anything. I understood this on an entirely new level as I woke up to the sound of nothing but the echo of metal on metal. Finally able to convince my aching and sore body to rouse from its lethargy. I groaned and looked around. Where in the world was I? I didn't recognize anything and strangely I was floating in some sort of room with a strange-looking laptop and wrapped in a hammock that appeared to be anchored to a metal wall. There was a door that looked similar to the pressure doors on an aircraft carrier or some other sort of ship, but it had a couple of extra locking mechanisms that I didn't recognize. I still didn't know why I was floating, but I knew that I had to figure out where I was. Unfortunately, the first thing I knew about figuring things out was to sit down. And I was not able to do that at this moment. Taking my time, I slowly wiggled myself free from the strange hammock and let myself drift towards the weird computer that was floating and bouncing around the room. Taking care to not move too quickly in the seemingly zero-gravity environment I found myself in. Grabbing the laptop I opened it. What the heck? I muttered to myself as I gazed upon a strange user interface that lacked any sort of mouse. Thank God for QWERTY. I said as I began to fiddle with this strange-looking computer. Where is the power symbol? I asked myself as I began to push any of the unfamiliar keys. The keyboard layout was mostly the same as the ones I had seen over my lifetime with the exception of a few keys that had symbols I didn't recognize. There it is. I said as I found it on the left side of the computer built into the lower left-hand corner of the screen. While the unfamiliar style compute began to boot up, I took stock of myself. Running my left arm up and down my torso and legs checking for any injuries. The last thing I remembered was being at work with my sidearm and all of the gear I normally have with me. Legs good, no injuries there. I muttered my check out loud. Med bag and extra magazines are there. I thought to myself. No handgun though? That's odd, who takes a weapon but leave the extra magazines? I felt my torso. The holster is there but no weapon. A loud slap resounded as I facepalmed while watching my canic float out of the hammock. Hurriedly, not wanting to be unarmed in a strange place, I grabbed my sidearm and holstered it. Crap! I said as I flipped around before stopping against a wall. Slow down, Mark. I said to myself as I braced myself in the corner. I finished my inventory and realized that I had everything I normally have with my while at work barring my backpack and laptop. Upon thinking about my laptop, I realized that I had ignored the one that was floating in the middle of the room for long enough that it had booted up and was seemingly waiting on some sort of BIOS screen. IT experience don't fail me now. I sat as I crossed my fingers and began to work a little bit of computer magic to get the 80s looking machine to boot into whatever native operating system it had. After a couple of seconds, an IBM logo appeared in the middle along with a loading screen. Then there was a starting prompt that appeared. Thankfully there were no passwords to enter seeing as I had nothing to guess at anyway aside from the standard password that some idiots used. Upon startup, the computer opened a program that showed the current battery life and the programs that had been active before shutdown. Slowly acclimating myself to the different options and figuring out the different commands and prompts, I slowly delved into the knowledge on this strange device. Frack! I exclaimed when I discovered what was on what I now knew to be a noteputer. I had seemingly discovered both what universe I had landed myself in somehow and a ballpark estimate of when I was. At least relatively speaking. The date on the noteputer said that it was January 1st, 3000 and listed several things that ensured that I knew I was truly and totally screwed. Okay, nothing on this matters if I don't know where I am and if I don't manage to do anything in the first place. I said to myself as I closed the noteputer. Looking at the hammock and the noteputer in my hand, I pulled out my pocket knife and fashioned a sort of carry satchel/backpack to put the treasure trove I had just found in. I then pushed off of the corner in order to get myself close to the only doorway in the room. Reaching the door, I opened the pressure seal with bated breath, hoping that the other side was pressurized so that I wouldn't die 15 minutes into my newfound adventure. Thankfully, it opened into a corridor that was pressurized. Drawing my canic, I eased myself in the 0G out into the corridor and nearly opened fire with my weapon when I saw what looked like a person in a modernized spacesuit around 15 feet away. After holding it at gunpoint for a moment, I maneuvered myself to inspect it. Having no clue if there was anyone in the suit or not. When had finally reached it, I spun it around to face me and gagged and nearly threw up when I saw what appeared to be a mostly decomposed corpse. The faceplate was missing from the helmet and some dog tags were hanging out in front of the corpse's face. Grabbing the dog tags, I ripped them off and took a good look at them. SLDF Robert Kingsley Lieutenant Junior Grade, I read out loud as I put the dog tags into my pocket. Surveying the rest of the corridor, I saw that there were arrows on the floor that gave directions to the various shipboard areas. Seeing the direction that the bridge was, I made my way towards it. After an hour of navigating my way around the ship I had found myself on, I reached the bridge. It was several ladders up and was almost at the very top of the ship. Luckily, All but one of the pressure doors between the room I had woken up in and the bridge were open. The bridge was just as deserted as the rest of the ship, and also like the rest of it was only lit by emergency lighting aside from the weapon-mounted light I had aside from the one workstation that was lit. Closing the door to the bridge behind me, I made my way over to the workstation and with my recently gained experience with this style of OS I began to learn what my current situation was. Captain's Log, March 16, 2785, SLDF Captain James Cromwell. We made what repairs we could to the Manassas KF drive. We are planning on jumping and trying to rendezvous with the rest of the SLDF as we head towards deep space. We have logged the planned course and hope to meet Kerensky at some point in the near future. On a side note, I find the nature of some of our upgrades to be unsettling. I understand the need for better longevity on what could be a journey years in the making, but having our weapons systems automated enough to be controlled from the bridge? Why, I saw thousands killed by these so-called perfect systems. At least with a gunnery crew there is no danger of the computer going insane. But nonetheless, I do see the need for some of these upgrades. And I made sure that there is a shut-off for those systems while we were in dry dock. I read the last log that was displayed out loud. After reading the rest of the log including the detailed repairs to the KF drive I made my way to the rest of what I now knew to be the warship Manassas bridge stations in order to figure out what the situation was as far as oxygen and power were concerned. It turned out that while there seemed to be plenty of rations, the ship was on emergency power and there were only 3 of the 4 Confederate dropships still attached to the collars. Well, while I wasn't an engineer and I wasn't good with numbers I knew that if I didn't fix both of those problems then I wasn't going to be long for this world. Chapter 2 I hated having to work on my car. Much less this. It felt like I had been reading for weeks. Even though I mentally knew that it had only been a couple of days I still felt drained. The air scrubbers still worked enough that I had a couple of weeks of oxygen but I knew that if I didn't get the Manassas power plant back online and fix the KF drive I would be dead before long. Luckily, the Manassas had a full library of engineering and science books on the theory and engineering of the KF drive and the fusion plant. The chief engineer and his staff had also kept ludicrously detailed notes on all of the quirks and repairs that they had made over the 6 months after the first misjump. And that all led to this moment in the engine room where I had refueled the fusion reactor and was about to do or die. I was by no means an expert, but I had hopefully learned enough to not die in this process. After holding my breath and exhaling after a 10 count I flipped the switch to restart or explode the beast that I was dealing with. I blinked away stars for a couple of minutes after all of the lights switched on and the dull red of the emergency lights switched off. Tears flowed from my eyes as I realized I had staved off death for a little while longer. Grabbing the pen and pad that I had filched from someone's locker I checked my notes against all of the readings on the terminal and made sure that I wasn't going to explode anytime soon. After I triple-checked everything I made my way to the galley for a celebratory meal. While eating the MRE that I had found, I began to read over the inventory that the noteputer that I had found had detailed on it. It seems that I awoke in the quartermaster's main quarters and that he had kept very detailed logistical notes on everything that was both on the Manassas and the 4 Confederate dropships that were attached to the warship. Of particular interest to me was the fact that there were several field manufacturing cores kept on the Manassas. While they didn't detail any of the hard basics like a full field library had, they did have the details of how to manufacture double heat sinks and other assorted things that would be considered LSTEC in this day and age. And while there were no first principles on any of those memory cores, there were a lot of science and engineering textbooks kept on hand by the engineering staff. This is what had allowed me to refurbish the fusion reactor, and would hopefully help me to finish fixing the KF drive as they had started to do. After I had finished eating the most tasteless thing I had ever experienced, I floated over to the nearest crew quarters I could find and strapped myself into a hammock to sleep for the first time in over 24 hours. After waking up from my long-needed nap, I made my way to the bridge where I had moved all of the learning material that I had collected. When I reached the engineering chief's chair, I strapped myself in and began to read and take notes. I had already been doing this for about 2 weeks before I had felt comfortable reactivating the fusion drive and now I was about to do a deep dive into science that I had never even wanted to understand. Now, the basic principles of a KF drive are quite similar to a slipspace drive from the Halo universe on the surface, but the underlying physics is so beyond different that I had no knowledge base to work off of. And I was hoping that not having any knowledge of this science would allow me to finish the repairs that the Manassas crew had begun and look at things with a fresh viewpoint. A month and a half later. Damn it! Why is it always the left arm? A voice echoed throughout the warship's empty corridors as I swore angrily at having banged my arm into something while arms deep in the KF drive. While working on the KF drive I had programmed the warship's autopilot to take me in a circular pattern at 1G so that I wouldn't continue to lose muscle mass in space. With that in mind, I had also frequented the ship's gym in between studying and working on the mess that was the KF drive. While I barely understood some of the math, the mechanical part while frustrating was surprisingly easy as long as you didn't hurt yourself on something accidentally. Alright Mark, time for a break, I said as I drank some water and headed out of the engine room towards the training rooms. Let's just set the sims to easy and blow some stuff up before we get down to the books again. How does that sound? Once I reached the training room, I flipped on the lights and made my way to the sound system that was set up and hit play. At this point, having spent so long in the ship, I no longer cared what the music was as long as I could hear another human's voice. Thankfully, the weight room was located right next to the simulator and training room, so I could get a solid workout in before hitting the sims. Now, before my arrival, I had been starting to put on weight in a way that I didn't like, and now that I had nothing enjoyable to eat and nothing to do but eat, sleep, study, train, and attempt to fix the KF drive, I had instead turned into a much better looking version of myself physically. 3 weeks later. Alright Mark, I think we have finished what was laid out in the engineer's notes, I said as I finished one last turn of the bolt holding the access panel on. Let's finish up here and see if we can try and jump somewhere close to known space, shall we? After I got to the bridge, I made my way to the navigation workstation and put in a course for the nadir point. At the current 1G of speed, it would take 1 more week before I could plot a jump out of here. I would keep my fingers crossed and pray that everything went according to plan. Chapter 3, 4th floor. Tools, guns, keys to the telephone network. 1 week later. Well, there's only one dropship left, I said to myself as I wrote down the last of the items that I had physically inspected and cross-referenced with the listed manifest and quartermaster's noteputer. There seemed to be more spare parts than had been originally listed in this dropship. The final Confederate didn't have a listed inventory. The previous 2 had been filled with lanes of mechs, aerospace fighters, and enough spare parts to fight an entire campaign. There were even a couple of interesting ones that I didn't think existed anymore. So I had a mixed weight company of mechs as of my last count. I also had 4 aerospace fighters in this dropship to add to the total amount of hardware I had found. One of the odd things I discovered while exploring was that the Manassas had been outfitted with a lot of top-tier equipment for long-distance travel. This included some manufacturing capacity. I could create and use automated systems to both repair and refit any of the hardware that I had in the dropships. I sagged a little bit as I waited for the last Confederate dropship to finish opening its transfer doors. I was exhausted. Non-stop work for several months on end would do that to you. To get the KF drive operational, I disconnected the experimental module and made repairs to the actual drive. I had left the experimental one disconnected though because I figured that it may have been the reason for the original misjump. When I reached the cargo area of the last dropship, I began to go over the manifest that was located on the main terminal. I'm so dead, I said when I navigated my way through to all of the tech on board. There was a small 12-ton mobile HPG on board to go with the one on the warship. Comster was already going to kill me for the warship alone. But this. I'm going to be the most wanted man in all of the inner sphere if this gets out. Before entering the correct command codes to delete the mobile HPG from the cargo manifest, I powered on my iPhone and entered a series of notes as well as the correct numbers for where the parts and HPG were. I also memorized those numbers because I knew that this would change the balance of power for the entirety of the sphere if I did this properly. Well, it seems like I have a decision to make, I said to myself as I entered the bridge. Which one did I go to? Did I take my newfound wealth with me to the Davians? Did I turn everything over to the Lyrans in the hope that I would be made a noble? I shot to my feet and headed for the noteputer I had left over by the engineering console. What was the year again? I asked myself as I navigated to the calendar application that was on it. March 30th, 3000. If I make moves over to the periphery, I can meet Katrina and see about befriending the power trio. Moving over to the navigation console, I plotted a course that would take me through stars used by the SLDF Navy and outside of the usual routes that one would go through in combined space. The journey to the periphery would take a year and a half. And I knew that I would be alone for a long time. With that in mind, I began to collect a series of reading materials that included the military doctrine in use by the SLDF at the time of the Exodus and a lot of science and material engineering. I would be spending a lot of time on self-improvement, and seeing as I was alone, I might as well enjoy geeking out over the giant stompy robots. 5 minutes before the first jump. I hope I don't have TDS, I said out loud as I strapped myself into the navigation chair. I hope this works. I began to prep the warship for the jump. Jumping to the next system on my mark, I commanded out loud. I might as well get my fun in. Especially if this doesn't work. 3, 2, 1, mark. I pushed the button and crossed my fingers while praying. There was a small flash. Were that eyeballs? Myself in a warmer dueling another warmer with a spider painted on it. Then everything stopped. It worked. I shouted as I cheered on. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step after all. And I had begun my journey. Chapter 4: Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's the last one, I said to myself as I removed the dog tags from Captain Cromwell's body, adding his to the rest of the tags I had collected. The captain's body was the one I had been saving for last. Gently picking it up, I carried it to the cargo bay where the rest of his crew members had been relocated to. All of the bodies were just bone at this point, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to treat the dead with respect. After I reached the cargo bay, I placed his body in the body bag I had placed for him and draped an SLDF flag over his body as I had the rest of them. I looked over the hundreds of bodies I had collected and clenched the dog tags in my hand. I stood there silently for several reverent moments. Then I made my way to the exit and switched off the lights. I looked into the crew manifest to see where the individual crew members had come from and made a note of it. I vowed to myself that I would see to it that the dead would have a proper burial. After the somber moment, I made my way to the bridge. I was working on trying to save all of the controls for the CIC to one console. I would have to multitask like never before, but I was only one man trying to control a warship that was intended for over 180 people to man at a time. I had been working on it off and on since the first successful jump, and now that I was a couple of months into my year-long journey, I was trying to refine everything that I knew. When I wasn't working on the programming language of the SLDF or working out, I was in the simulators. I knew that I needed to be able to pilot a mech or one of the ASFs in the base. After being on the ship for half a year now, it was second nature to navigate wherever I was headed. Currently, this was to the engine room to do routine maintenance on the Fusion and KF drives. While I was still not an expert on either system, I could do what was necessary for the Manassas to remain functional. I had even gotten to test fire some of the energy weapons. That had been fun, though I didn't want to use anything that used ammunition that I wasn't sure I could replenish. After working non-stop for months, it was time for a break. I had been on my journey for long enough that I was ready to have a break and sit down to watch something. Thankfully, there was a very nice entertainment system on board preloaded with a lot of Trivid shows and movies. I may have spent a couple of days vegging out on the nice leather seats and watching trashy rom-coms and other assorted media. The ship also had a firing range which I had made religious use of to maintain accuracy with my handgun and the other firearms that I had taken to try out from the armory. The armory was a gun nut's wet dream. Lines of carbines, assault rifles, and anything else you might need for a boarding party or landing an infantry squad to support the rest of the force that you dropped onto a planet. And the real dream that was in there was in a hidden back panel. I only knew about it because I had found the intelligence officer and used his codes to access everything that he had access to. This included the 2 Blackwatch officers that had been placed among the crew. These 2 officers had access to the armory because there was one Nighthawk suit in there along with spare parts for it. Of course, the inner Spartan in me made me want to try it on immediately, but the common sense and paranoia that I had developed made me check it for any booby traps before I locked myself into the tin can. Part of my reading assignment before climbing into the suit of power armor was to read the manual on it from front to back. I spent weeks memorizing all of the command prompts and everything that could go wrong while I was there. Nighthawk piloting test 1, I said, facing the camera I had found. I then climbed in and sealed it around me. Let's start with a simple walk, I said before closing the faceplate on it. I proceeded to take one step forward. All right. I chuckled a little bit. That's one small step. Damn it, turn the jump jets off. Turn them off. I screamed as I pinwheeled around the armory, ramming into everything before finally coming to a stop when it ran out of fuel. Nighthawk piloting test 2, I said from within the suit a couple of days later. I read over the problem and I think I figured out what I did wrong. Let's start this over again with a single step. I took a step as I had in the first test, and when the jump jets didn't trigger I breathed a sigh of relief. Proceeding with a slow walk forward, I said, and upon taking my second step I promptly face planted. Houston. I've fallen and can't get up, I groaned. Nighthawk piloting test 25. I seem to finally have the hang of this and am now able to move at a slow jog before screwing myself over in some way. I said as I did a small wave to the camera. In a few weeks, I should be able to move on to using weapons and trying moving and shooting. Nighthawk piloting testing complete, I said to the camera as I took off the suit. I've accomplished everything I wanted to in the suit for now, and I now have some newfound appreciation for what the Master Chief went through every time he locked himself into Mjolnir. I placed the suit back on the rack it came from and flicked it off as I walked away. Ease of use. My ass. I muttered while walking away, quoting how the manual made the suit seem easy to use. Maybe it was my newness to neurohelmets, but I had a lot of trouble with both the Sims and the Nighthawk in the beginning with them interpreting the signals the right way. Thankfully, now that I had had a lot of time to practice, that had gone away for the most part. With only a few months left on the first leg of my trip, I had a lot of prep work to do if I wanted the plan to work right. Chapter 5, Hostes Humani Generis. After a long journey, I was finally close to the end. There were quite a few SLDF outposts and hidden bases that were put in place and listed in the navigation data banks of the Manassas. While I planned on hitting some of those for Lestek and other assorted ideas with Katrina Steiner if I could manage to catch her at some point, for now I was leaving them be. Instead, I was about to set quite a few rumors of my own. Now, there had always been strange rumors in and around the periphery, some of them had singing Texas battleships, and there were always rumors of Amaris supporters doing strange things. I planned to jump into a known source of pirate activity and raze it to the ground while taking as many of the jump ships hostages in the process. Tortuga was about to be wiped off of the inner sphere map. My long year of travel and work had paid off. I had been planning for this moment for about 3 months of jumps now. The plan was to hit the zenith point and destroy or force to surrender every jump ship that was there. After I hit their ability to leave the system, I was going to make my way down and use artillery and my long-range communications systems to give them a series of ultimatums. With everything prepped, I took a minute to breathe. This was the moment in which I made my first mark on the inner sphere and seized my future with both hands. Reaching down, I flipped the switch I had programmed to switch off all non-essential systems. I had also suited up in the Nighthawk suit and made sure that it was set to move to its internal oxygen supply if the bridge was breached. I was taking no chances. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I said as I pushed the button that would initiate my jump. Boss, you've got to wake the frack up. A voice shouted from outside of the opulently decorated room. There's a warship in the system and it's just taken out all of the jump ships at the zenith point. Lord Calvin Bardines jolted out of bed wearing nothing but a dressing robe and hurried out of his chambers, dumping the two whores he had been sleeping with on the ground. What the hell did you say? Calvin roared at the lieutenant who had woken him up. Sir, there's a warship making its way to Tortuga Prime now. It's taken out the jump ships at the jump point and stayed in position for over 24 hours. Then it started on its way towards us, taking out the other pirate band's dropships along the way. It'll be in orbit in 3 days. All of the other bands know that it's coming. Calvin asked as he slowly began to calm down. Yes sir, but we have no means of really stopping it. The older balding lieutenant replied. Our aerospace fighters are all in need of repair due to the last raids. And a good portion of our birds was on dropships headed towards the jump ships to go raid. Those dropships and birds were destroyed on their way into the system. Damn it! Calvin roared, his anger once again rising to the peak. Do we have any assets left that can take something that heavy out? Well, if we manage to get some of our bigger dropships into the skies we might stand a chance. But we also will cripple our lifting capacity if this goes wrong. We would be trapped here on the world until someone else shows up. The lieutenant replied. If we don't at least try, we are probably going to lose it anyway, Calvin said as he sighed and went back into his chambers to get dressed. 72 hours later. Boss, we're receiving a transmission from the one Overlord dropship that was on hand. A female tech called out from her spot in the hastily cobbled together command center. Put it through, Calvin said as he stood behind the people monitoring everything. This Captain Martinez of the Red Skull's pirate band. We are moving to engage the warship with the rest of the dropships. The captain of the Overlord said over the comms with a slight delay. We're gonna drag this bastard down to hell with us. He started with what was supposed to be an inspiring speech before the COMM channel cut out. Boss, the Overlord is gone. The same tech that had relayed the transmission earlier now relayed the increasingly bad news to the rest of the CIC. Then her tan skin paled significantly. Warship is on a course that puts it directly over the palace complex. It'll be in orbital bombardment range in half an hour. Everyone in the command center began to panic at this point. All of the senior council members were there and so were most of the pirate lieutenants. No one had a backup plan. Then the people there started to realize that their Lord Dines had disappeared. After speaking up to put the transmissions through, he had made his exit. Already knowing how this would end, he had planned to be long gone in his mech while he had the chance. After speeding through powering his Thunderbolt up, he threw on his cooling vest and pushed his Thunderbolt up just above its recommended speed to be out of the palace in time. He had scarcely made it 15 kilometers before he heard an echo and a loud crack as several naval autocannon rounds destroyed his seat of power. Thankfully, he still had his mech and many of his rivals were now dead. Chaos is a ladder after all. Calvin muttered to himself as began to pilot his mech away from the ruins of the palace complex at a sedate pace. I'll just have to climb to the top of it. Chapter 6, Let the Flames Begin, Oh Glory. I took them by surprise when I jumped into the Tortuga system. Most of the jump ships that were present were in the middle of charging their KF drives and no one expected a warship to come in and start firing. After all, there hadn't been a warship used in combat in centuries. While the weapons systems were automated, everything else had to still be done by hand. So while I manned the navigation console by myself, I let the automated systems do the heavy lifting as far as taking anything out that was present when I jumped in. Shock and awe worked a lot better than I had expected. None of the dropships that were attached to the docking collars of some of the jump ships had time to detach or launch any aerospace assets and were destroyed with the jump ships. After I thought that I had destroyed all of the opposition at the jump point, I scanned and noticed that one of the jump ships, a merchant, seemed to have only suffered superficial damage. It was powering up and before the ship could target it had jumped away. Well, there goes that plan, I swore angrily under my breath at the one jump ship that got away. After triple checking the scans, I stopped and began to go over the ship with a fine-toothed comb. I didn't want any borders or anything possible damage to render me combat incapable before I began the rest of my sweep of the system. 12 hours. It had taken me 12 long hours of going over every system to make sure that none of the potential safeties had been broken on the automated systems and that there were no borders. I was exhausted. So after eating more of the MREs that were surprisingly still within their expiration date, even if they tasted awful and made you shit what felt like literal bricks, I shut everything off and went up to the bridge for a little bit of sleep before making my way through the rest of the system. After sleeping for 6 or so hours, I woke up from my nap and went to do a manual reload of the ship's guns. It turns out that while the automated systems could fire and track relatively well, as long as the opponent had an IFF beacon active, it couldn't reload the internal magazines from the stores automatically. Which, while a stupid design flaw, ensured that the crew still had plenty of work to do during a battle. So, I began running to and fro reloading internal magazines and using mechanized trolleys to shift tons of naval autocannon rounds and missiles to the internal magazines. This process took another 6 hours, seeing as while I had used firearms many a time before, reloading an internal magazine was not as simple as it was shown in the tank movies. Why are there so many parts? I asked myself as I loaded the last naval autocannon round into the internal magazine. They had way too much time on their hands. I shrugged after dusting my hands off. Then again, the SLDF R&D budget was ridiculous. Not to mention the standard thought process. Build a hidden outpost. Fill hidden outpost with mechs and vehicles. Forget about the hidden outpost. I had to keep up a string of conversations with myself or I was going to go insane after spending so much time alone. Finally finished with all of the preparations and double-checking my work to make sure that everything was loaded properly. I'd hate to have something explode from being loaded and facing the wrong way. I went back to the bridge and strapped myself in for the rest of the flight down to the main world of Tortuga 3. While I was strapped in, I began tracking all of the dropships that had been headed towards the jump point when I had decimated the jump ships there. The traffic that there was, had begun the process of flipping their dropships around and were trying to counteract their momentum before I could catch up to them. Once I had a good trajectory and course plotted, I began my journey into the system. Based on the current rate of speed and acceleration, I was going to catch most of the dropships before they had finished changing their momentum to head back towards the planet. If they managed to burn much faster than they were, they would black out to G-forces long before I got there, and that would be just as fatal to them as any of my shipboard armament was. Well, I had quite a while before I would be anywhere near the pirates, and so I started reading one of the stellar navigation logs that had been kept by the ship's navigator. While dry reading, it contained a lot of the math used in calculating the proper jump points and had information as far as thrust vectors and maximum safe speeds before the reactor redlined and began to cause issues. The ship's crew had kept extremely detailed logs of everything they did and documented anything that they thought was necessary. And included a lot of the things that they didn't think were necessary but they cared about anyway. In fact, from what I understood of the SLDF, the crew seemed to go contrary compared to all of the hidden bases and other things that had been hidden by the SLDF over the years. And having detailed notes was one of the things that had allowed me the chance and ability to fix both the KF drive and be able to do the things that I had so far. Alright Mark, enough wool gathering, I said to myself as I authorized the targeting of the dropships I was catching up to. There were a small number of aerospace assets with this group, and they had launched and begun to maneuver to attack in what they thought were blind spots as I got close. Fortunately for me, none of the fighters were armed with nukes and they seemed to be ill-trained. Or just not prepared for the missiles that the Manassas carried that were designed to deal with these kinds of scenarios. Only 2 of the aerospace jockeys managed to evade the White Shark missiles and were still evading them as I shot past them while hitting the dropships with a barrage of fire that caused secondary detonation as I flew past at 1.5 gs. The 2 fighters left were barely able to catch the Manasses and fell prey to the rear NL-45s. Seeing as that was the last of the threats on my sensors apart from what might be on planet, I slowed the drive down to stop accelerating and used some of the station-keeping thrusters to slow my warship down to a more traditional pace. That left me with a few days of transit time in which to make sure everything was reloaded for the final space combat of the system. Now that I had done the reloading process and was familiar with it, it only took me a measly 4 hours instead of the 6 that it had taken previously. Leaving me with still way too much time on my hands. Man! Why'd I have to get dropped off here? Why not somewhere where space travel is faster? I complained as I reached for the books to start studying again. The learning in this era never ceased after all. After a year of nothing but studying the ship and working on things like maintaining both the fusion reactor and the KF drive, I had developed a new appreciation for math that I hadn't possessed before being stranded here alone. What I had learned on this ship would blow away the physics researchers of the 21st century. I mean, not just the physics, and don't get me started on material science. The casing of the laptop was tougher than the sidearm I had shown up with, even if I did hate the limited OS that was on it and longed for a basic Microsoft or Apple system. The stack of books that I had set aside to read on my journey dwindled as I got closer to the planet. And I may have cheered a bit when I started being able to intercept COMM signals. Even if they were enemies of humanity, just hearing human voices again that wasn't from a Trivi-ID or song nearly made me cry. That still didn't save them when they launched the remainder of the dropships in the system at me, but it was nice to hear a voice again. After dealing with the overlord that was the biggest threat to me at the moment, I pushed the ship to a geosynchronous orbit over the area that seemed to be the CIC of the planet. It was a palace complex according to my sensors, and virtually all of the communications traffic funneled in and out of it. Seeing as there was no HPG on the planet at this time, I knew that if I wanted the pirates to crumble for a while that I would have to begin bombardment from orbit. Saying a prayer under my breath for whatever innocents may end up in the crossfire, I made my way to one of the gunnery stations on my own. None of the automated systems could target a planet. It was written into their safeguards, and so I had to do this all on my own. Reaching one of the forward NAC/35s, I began to rain hellfire from above down onto the palace complex using sensors to detect when the entire place turned to rubble. I kept firing until the internal magazine of this station had run dry, and then I watched until the dust settled. After I was finished, I made my way back to the bridge and began my trip back out of the system. Chapter 7, Making Plans for the Future. Man, the SLDF had way too much time on their hands. I muttered to myself as I signaled to the automatic docking systems of this hidden SLN depot to begin the docking procedures. According to the data stored in the navigation systems, the Star League had left Dark Navy listening posts and hidden repair depots all over the periphery to help maintain control after the reunification wars. The main problem was that no single ship had all of the locations. I had a list of half a dozen different depots that I was going to see if there were any supplies left. This particular repair station was partially a hollowed-out asteroid, and it also had a Potemkin that had what appeared to be thruster damage. It also had only 12 of the potential 25 hardpoints filled with dropships, and the majority of those looked damaged as well. The real prize was the invader jump ship that was further in. While according to scans, it looked a little bit damaged, if the KF drive were intact it would be the basis for a way to get around the periphery without setting off tons of alarm bells for the various intelligence agencies that were around. I could use it, and if any of the unions attached to the Potemkin were both space and atmosphere worthy, I could start a mercenary company and begin the process of meeting some trustworthy people that could function as a crew. I would have to leave most of the Lastek equipment behind though. While one Lastek mech would raise questions, it wouldn't be extraordinary. A whole company filled with Lastek mechs and armaments would mean a target on my back. From Comster and any other house lords that would want the things that I had access to. After the docking procedures were completed, I made my way to the airlock while triple checking that the pressure seals on my Nighthawk were intact and that there were no issues as far as air recycling went. I would have to pressurize the repair depot to start any repairs or modifications that would be needed to maintain a cover as a periphery mercenary for several years I would have. When I reached the airlock, I waited through the depressurization process, and when the outer doors opened, I used the Nighthawk's jump jets to boost my speed in the low gravity, while being careful not to accidentally blast myself out into space. Yeehaw! I shouted and cheered as I flew around for a little bit. And then, as if in slow motion, let myself fall onto the docking bay floor in what is colloquially termed a superhero landing. Nailed it! I laughed to myself as I began to explore the area around me. There were no signs of fighting, no scoring from laser weapons, or anything else, so I had to assume that this place was abandoned either during the Amorous Civil War or when Kerensky was gathering people up for the Exodus. And I had to get the bay doors closed so that I didn't have to work under hard time limits. After around 30 minutes of searching for a console or something that would have some semblance of power to it, I found a laminated book attached to the wall via a long piece of wire. The book had all of the emergency procedures written down on it and even had precise instructions on how to activate the emergency generators in the event of an attack or anything else that might be termed an emergency. Turns out the generators were built into the interior walls and that you had to remove a small panel to turn them on. If the console's interior battery still worked, I could have activated them there, but none of the consoles had any sort of power after centuries of non-use. Beep, beep, beep. Echoed through the helmet. The warning I had set into the systems let me know that I needed to return to the Manassas to replenish my oxygen supplies. Heading over to that area, I cycled back through the airlock and allowed my reserves to replenish. Knowing that I had time before the Nighthawk's interior reserves were replenished, I made my way to the Manassas fighter/small craft bay and grabbed several containers of oxygen reserves, and stored them in an SLDF rucksack. I wanted to extend the amount of time I could work out there as much as possible. I also stopped by the cargo bay and grabbed a roll of duct tape. Using the duct tape and the rucksack, I taped the extra oxygen containers down into places where they wouldn't interfere with my range of motion, and I could easily reach the hoses to tie them into my existing system as I needed to. By the time I had cycled out of the airlock into the depot, I had tied all of the extra oxygen containers into the Nighthawk's oxygen supply. And I was grateful that I had, as it took several hours to get the generators online. After the generators had purred to life, the consoles began to power on one by one, with the console that controlled the bay doors being the last to power on. And while it seemed to take forever to boot up, once the OS had completed its boot-up cycle, I followed the prompts and watched as the giant bay doors closed. Chapter 8, Age of Discovery. Personal Journal, June 7, 3001. After I got the reactor up and running on the supply depot, I ran a rough check on the Potemkin and Invader that were also docked here. The Potemkin-classed warship Age of Discovery is really messed up. From what I can piece together from various logs, it was directly hit by a nuke in the Amorous Civil War and was limped back to here in the hopes of making repairs at some point. When they arrived here, there was another warship that had been freshly repaired, and they just transferred over all of the personnel while leaving this warship behind. It was right before the invasion of Terra and they needed all hands on deck, so they just adjusted the chain of command and left. As for the dropships attached to the Age of Discovery, they were mostly emptied. 11 of the 12 Unions were left behind because they didn't have the space for them on the other ship. They did transfer almost all of the cargo though and only left behind things like stores of armor. There is one Union that still has cargo and material, and it's just filled with things like extra uniforms, a little bit of ferrofibrous, and a full company of bug mechs that were left behind. I sighed as I set the cup of coffee that I was drinking down along with the pen I had been using. It turns out that recording your thoughts and what you had done for the day helps prevent you from going insane after long periods alone. I had just spent the week combing over the Age of Discovery and was taking a day to have a break before getting to the invader. Luckily, the hydroponics bays were intact on this station even if they were a little overgrown, so I had access to fresh food for the first time in a while. Also, this depot had coffee that didn't taste like it came out of a Maxwell coffee can, and so I was drinking good coffee and writing down everything that I had done over the past year and a half. And on top of that, all of the water reclamations worked well, so I had an incredibly long and hot shower for the first time in almost a year. One of the things about this universe that you always read about and appreciated on paper was just how Ragnarok-proofed everything was. And the SLDF and the civil engineers outdid themselves in every way in that regard. But it also made it harder to maintain if you had no clue how things worked at first. This had led to months and months of study as I had worked my way through the inner sphere. I had an innate desire to know how things worked, and my favorite thing to do back on Earth in the 21st century had been a self-study on things I felt interesting. So I put everything that I had learned in self-study and research into developing more skills at remembering the things that I read. I had never had a photographic memory, and I certainly had never possessed an eidetic memory. But my memory had always been good at retaining information that was written down. While I couldn't remember everything perfectly, I could remember most if not all of what I read. My information retention was good. This is what enabled me to get the systems back up and running on the Manassas. And the notes that I had taken on that process had helped me to get this depot generator up and running. I had also gone through the manifest that was listed in the depot and had found several Void Seeker AI cores that were in the cargo area shut down. There was a listed Casper in the bay as well, but when I had gone to check the bay, I found that it had been disassembled and the parts placed into storage until they could be repurposed. The depot had enough repair equipment and refined raw materials that it could repair part but not all of the Age of Discovery. If I went through the Manassas stores and moved all of the refined material into the depot, I might be able to fully repair the Age of Discovery. There was also some material in the Potemkin, but it would be minuscule compared to the amount I would need to repair the entire thing. But I would have no guarantees. There were a couple of other depots listed in the Manassas navigation computer, and if I could find more on the Age of Discovery, I could potentially find more useful Lestec and potentially enough refined material to repair the Potemkin. But it would take me several days to work through the computer systems, and I was going to go through the invader and its dropships first. Making my way to the quarters I had claimed for my own, I grabbed the Blackwatch officer's ID tag and the copy of the codes he had on him before making my way to enter the invader to do a check on what would hopefully be my ticket to civilization. Author's note: so, seeing as people were wondering why I chose the Manassas instead of another warship and what had happened for me to end up with it in the state it was in when I appeared. Now, I assume everyone here knows the story of what happened to the Manassas in the original story of how it vanished. Well, in this FIC, instead of getting frozen in time until 3058, there was a malfunction when they jumped the second time and all of the crew ended up dying while they were suspended in hyperspace until I appeared. The accident that led to me coming to BattleTech also ended up killing the crew. I'm kinda taking a bit of liberty with hyperspace to make this work. Also, I used the Manassas because I was reading up on warships and the plot bunny hit me when I read the Manassas entry. I know that a lot of people are more educated in BattleTech than I am. And I'm open to some criticism as well as advice. I won't use everything that I'm given because I've already got a plan in mind. I've incorporated and will be using more things that people have posted in multiple chapters already. The Tortuga Prime thing, I'm going to handwave and go word of God on it and say that the SLDF discovered the location as the amorous civil war was going on and that they just had more pressing problems than dealing with pirates. Also, Sunday is my day off from writing. I'm a little ahead of my word count anyway. Chapter 9, man, I just had this thing washed. Personal Journal, June 15, 3001. The invader was interesting. It was owned and maintained by the Slick Star League Intelligence Corps, but it was registered to the Federated Suns under the ship name King Henry V. In the actual jump ship was a list of places and planets that it had often been to on its trade route. The Blackwatch Lieutenant's codes had given me access to the systems and had let me start the process of getting the invader back up and running. The invader had been moved here to repair a couple of seals that had burst because someone forgot their routine maintenance according to the logs. They had finished the repairs just as the Age of Discovery limped in and had joined in with the crew that was going to take Terra back in the amorous civil war. Man, I've got to figure out where to find this coffee blend when I get to civilization again, I said as I enjoyed another freshly brewed cup of coffee while writing down the adventures of the past couple of days. If nothing else, I'm adding it to my stores to take with me wherever I go because this stuff is good. I took another sip as I stood up from the table in the mess hall of the repair depot. It was time to check out the dropships attached to the King Henry. There were 3 aerodynes that were attached and it was time to figure out what class of dropship they were and more importantly, the kind of cargo that they had been carrying when they were left here. Making my way through the various hallways, I donned a hard suit and got ready for another day of long work at a computer and cataloging just like I had done many times over the past year and a half. Alright, let's get you refueled and then see what we have here, I said to myself as I began the refueling process on the first of the aerodynes. When I was done, I started the reactor back up and began to head to the cockpit. Thankfully, aerodynes were one of the things available in the simulators back on the Manassas, so when I was finished here, I would train in the simulators in between sessions of trying to automate the King Henry V. Once in the cockpit, I began to go over the ship's computers and access systems that will give me the ship's names and potentially what the purpose of this dropship was. It turns out that this was a Buccaneer-class dropship named the Vagabond. It looked to be owned by the Slick as well and was used as part of the cover story for the King Henry V. I would check the cargo bay once I had gotten the other 2 dropships up and running. After I went through and triple-checked to make sure that there were no damages, I made my way to the next dropship. The next dropship was another Buccaneer called the Troy, which I found a little ironic given that it was part of an intelligence scheme by the Slick. Aside from the odd name, this Buccaneer had minor damage to one of the cargo bay doors that would need to be fixed if I wanted to be able to offload cargo from that part of the ship. The last aerodyne was interesting. While getting the reactor up and running wasn't any more difficult than any other. I had tons of practice at getting fusion generators fueled up and running after all. I was stonewalled in the cockpit. I couldn't get access to any of the ship's systems and even using the Blackwatch Lieutenant's codes had gotten me nowhere. After hours and hours of trying to get access to the ship's main computer, I decided that it was time for a break. If none of the things I knew about computers worked, for now, I would have to go and figure out how to get into the computers the old-fashioned way. Leaving the last aerodyne, I made my way back to the mess hall to get some sort of sustenance and another cup of coffee. I would need it to finish figuring out how to get into the last dropship. The mess hall had an attached kitchen and while most of the meat products weren't good anymore, there were fresh vegetables and fruits that I had gotten from the hydroponics area and placed into the refrigerated storage there. Grabbing a couple of bananas and making a kind of fruit salad with what I had on hand. I went and stood by the coffee pot to wait for it to brew. When the coffee was done, I poured it into my now empty thermos and sat down to enjoy my meal. After almost a year of MREs, eating something fresh was like taking a long hot shower after getting soaked in icy rain. It was delicious and allowed me to wash away my worries with the food and my coffee. My meal finished, I closed up my thermos and brought it with me to do some breaking into computer systems the old-fashioned way. By going through all of the crew quarters and the trash and saw if I could find anything there that might give me access to systems. Despite it being over 1,000 years, I knew that people are mostly the same. After working in IT for years, I knew that people always leave usernames and passwords written down somewhere. Even if they were information security specialists. People always make mistakes somewhere. And so, I donned some gloves and went on to the last of the aerodynes to go through the trash. Author's note, I'll add a map in a little bit, I'm gonna need some time to figure out the general location of where I am at about the inner sphere map. That being said, the general area between Pirates Haven and the Davian/Taurian border. The Manassas has a lithium fusion battery and this allowed me to move a little faster in that direction than might otherwise be thought. Chapter 10, second verse same as the first. Well, after 6 hours of going over the last aerodyne I found what I was looking for. I had also discovered an HPG in one of the side areas along with what looked like a dedicated computer center. The codes and ID needed to access the ship were located in the captain's quarters and after I had access to his personal log I discovered why. The captain of the Slick Pueblo-class dropship The Messenger was a minor noble named Philip Williams, who while capable enough, was not very good with electronics or computers and often had to get his devices looked at due to him going to questionable sources for his personal entertainment. This had led to him hiding the fact he couldn't memorize his passwords by taping a laminated card with his credentials on it to the bottom of his bed frame to look at every day before having to access said systems. Never attribute to malice what can be instead be done by ignorance or stupidity. I muttered as I accessed the messenger's systems. And began to finish setting everything up. Now that I had access I could begin to go over ship's logs and the star systems and potential secrets that had been kept in the logs and computer systems. Some of those would probably be kept in known locations just because of the fact that this ship had primarily plied the Davian/Merrick trade routes via Terra. The captain, while idiotic insofar as computers were concerned, was actually quite good at maintaining the image of a minor noble who doubled as a merchant. His notes detailed every trade and account that the King Henry V had kept on every world they visited. Williams was also the one in charge of the whole intelligence operation. Williams had account numbers, savings funds, companies, everything that they had invested in as part of their cover had also been used to fund the ship and continue the operation. And he was apparently really good at making investments. They had more than tripled the funds given to them in the first 2 years of operations, and if the savings accounts and other things had interest accumulated, I would be a very wealthy man when I made it to Davian or Merrick space. I had also taken breaks and gone through the cargo manifests of the Buccaneer-class dropships and found that they had been transporting a massive load of industrial mechs. And on top of that, all of the industrial mechs were fusion-powered and would be worth their weight in gold when I made it to the sphere. If I went to the Taurian Concordat, I would be able to sell these for a fantastic deal and probably recruit a crew. Or alternatively, I could make my way to the Federated Suns and try and access those accounts as well as sell off the mechs. It would take some thought though. Now that I had inventoried and gotten my cover story up and running, I moved to get things prepared and ready to move into the inner sphere and try and build a mercenary company. If I did it right, I could remove some of the industrial mechs and replace them with a lance or 2 of the mechs on board the Confederates. I could then sell the 2 Buccaneer-class ships and buy a Leopard or something to start with, and after building trust, bring a crew back to the locations that I now had stored in my iPhone under a 6-digit code for safekeeping. Personal log June 30, 3001. Man, Kerensky wasn't playing around when he ordered all of the blueprints on the Casper and SDS systems destroyed. There were no logs at all on the Manassas aside from what was done to automate for longevity purposes. Luckily, the depot and Age of Discovery were abandoned before that was put into practice, and while the Potemkin only had partial records, the repair depot had extremely detailed reports and documents on the computer systems. They were drier than British comedy ever dreamed it could be, but the team that had been taking apart the lone Casper was actually experimenting with it to see if they could get around or get rid of the insane AI problem entirely by setting it up so that you could operate it with one person. Their notes actually showed that they had gotten past the point of testing before they had to leave and head to Terra. Then, they had left detailed notes of what went wrong and potential fixes. I had been hard at work after looking through those notes getting the Manassas fully automated. This included the internal magazines, and the King Henry V to the point of being able to be taken out and jump to the inner sphere by myself. It had taken me 2 weeks of setting up computers, and programming, and in the end looked like something out of the Matrix, but I had a jump ship, 3 dropships loaded with cargo. I transferred almost all of the uniforms over to one of the less full cargo bays. I left some out for personal use and some in the repair bay as well for any mech warriors I recruited. And a lance of mechs loaded into the messenger. I even practiced my cover story over the past few weeks and had made things look like they had happened the way that I said it had. I kept parts of the Casper and moved them into the King Henry VS storage bay so that it would look like a salvage run that partially failed due to greed. Well, if this doesn't work I won't know about it, I said as I climbed into the navigation chair on the King Henry V. I maneuvered out of the depot and set a course for the zenith point, and once I had reached it, I opened the solar sail in order to begin charging the KF drive. Author's note, thanks to Vianxa for input and additional ideas. I appreciate the help. I don't always use them, but I do like having people point out some options. Now, I'm probably going to head over to Davian space in order to get those accounts settled and to try and get set up on the beginnings of a crew that I can trust. Then I might hang around the periphery doing small-time contracts until Katrina shows up. Or I might hit the Argo. I'm honestly not that impressed by the Argo, but I understand that there's an appeal to the Lestec that it possesses. I'm also going to put a map up in a couple of days charting the general course of the Manassas and where this storage depot is generally speaking. It's literally just a set of coordinates in most house navigation charts. I think the SLDF operated a bunch of off-the-book stuff around the periphery and the main houses as well. The problem is, there's no set list of Lestec caches. There's the few that everyone knows about, but the SLDF had a problem with hoarding, so who knows what is all out there. Chapter 11, all in a day's/month's/year's work. This is the King Henry V. We suffered a misjump and are in need of help making some repairs. Let us know when a slot opens up. Echoed through the communications relay of the recharge station Janus. This is the recharge station Janus. We read King Henry V and have you on our scopes. We're gonna run a quick check on your credentials and put you in the queue for recharging, and we'll work on getting a line on those repairs. The officer at communications Ensign Robert Hall replied before turning to his supervisor Lieutenant Erica Lamb. Ma'am, we have old records that indicate that the last time that anyone saw or heard from the King Henry V was before the Succession Wars. Alright Ensign, I'll push it up the chain. They may be pirates who stole the jump ships years ago and just now managed to get it back into running shape. Lieutenant Lamb responded. That being said, we do still have to make sure that everything is authentic, and if it is, we have no reason to deny them access for now, but we can stall until we get the all clear. Better safe than sorry if it is a pirate raid. Understood ma'am, I'll run everything through and make em wait a bit until I get some confirmation from the higher ups. Ensign Hall responded. Have a good night LT. 24 hours later. This is the jump ship King Henry V. Is there any chance that a spot has opened up? I asked while sitting in the navigation chair. I had set everything for station keeping and gone and taken a nap and gotten some food while waiting for a response from the Janus. I was willing to wait, but I really needed to have some contact with another human being before I went truly insane. I was in the middle of stuffing my face with a bunch of MRE candy that I had saved out of the ones I had eaten over the past year and a half when I finally got a response. King Henry V, you are cleared to proceed to docking bay 4. We are sending over a course and handshake signal for your autopilot to follow. Do not, I repeat, do not deviate from the course we send you. Choking down the handful of Skittles that I had been munching on, I responded and opened up my comms in order to receive the autopilot signal and begin the docking procedures. Janice, we copy and are accepting the handshake signal now. Laying in course to begin docking now. I drank a swig of water to wash down the mass of sugar that was stuck in my throat and got ready to meet and greet with the locals. Lieutenant Erica Lamb hated being the supervisor on shift at times. While everything had come back clean on the King Henry V, there remained some suspicion, and so they made sure that there was a security team armed and on standby. When the airlock opened to reveal one guy in an ancient spacesuit, they all breathed a little bit easier. Erica stepped up to greet him and noticed that his eyes got really wide when he first took in the fact that he had a welcoming party of one. Stepping up to introduce herself and holding out her hand, she was taken by surprise and almost yelled for security when the man hugged her and swung her around for a second, whispering to himself, "You're real." Once I had recovered from my embarrassing loss of self-control, I set the woman who was there to greet me down and blushed furiously while apologizing in a flurry of words I'm surprised she understood. After my flood had subsided for me to take a break, she inserted herself into the conversation and introduced herself. "I'm Lieutenant Erica Lamb, one of the supervisors of this station," she said after smoothing her uniform out and composing herself for a second. "You must be one of the crewmen of the King Henry V, I suppose," she stated while he caught his breath. I paused for a second to compose myself. "I suppose you could call me that," I said as I stammered for a second while attempting to rein my emotions at seeing another human being back in. I had bartered passage on the King Henry V in exchange for learning some of the engineering. Then we jumped right into a hidden SDS depot or something. The crews on the dropships got greedy and went on board in order to salvage something because it looked damaged. Then the rest of the crew on the jump ship went with them because they wanted help. I got left behind because I wasn't part of the crew and they didn't want me to get any of the salvage. I paused for breath for a minute after spilling a whole bunch of BS, partly to make it seem like I was still recovering from the events, and partly to finish getting my story set in my mind. I think they accidentally screwed with the IFF or the system or something because the depot vented atmosphere and everyone that was there died. The King Henry V took some damage when everything was vented, and it took me weeks just to get everything patched enough to limp back to the sphere. One of the things about an effective lie, is that not only are the easiest lies to tell intermixed with truth, if you deliver a lie that should make you emotional at a time when you are high on emotions, it helps sell the message. The fact that I was actually overcome with emotion just from interacting with another human being again helped sell my story to both Lieutenant Lamb and the rest of the recharge station. And the way that I reacted when they told me that it was 3001 instead of the 2770s was part of the reason that everything worked out in my favor in the Pierce system. Personal Journal, November 15, 3001. I managed to pay the recharge station's crew with some of the SLDF uniforms that I found in the depot. They accepted that as collateral of other payments until I settled accounts and managed to find a crew. Lieutenant Lamb's contract is actually up in December and has been receptive of offers to poach her from her current job when it is up. Using the comms systems built into the King Henry V and the Janus, I made contact with the local HPG, which was a pain due to delayed transmissions, let me tell you. And apparently the Ministry of Communications had left records of financial transactions and other things that Comster was able to pull up. It took several weeks to compile all of the funds, but I was left with just over $1 billion in accumulated assets, thanks to the slick captain. With about $100 million in liquid assets that could be transferred to a local Pierce branch as soon as I could make landfall. My plan in this case was to see if I could land and lease out most of the industrial mechs while selling off the SLDF uniforms and recruiting both crew and some mech warriors while planetside. There will always be people who want a second chance at life, and if I could find those people, I would have the core of a team. I offered the crew and owners of the Janus extra cash if they would allow the King Henry to remain docked while I tried to find crew to fill out the rosters on the dropships and jump ship. They agreed on the condition that they were added to any potential trade routes that the King Henry might ply. Chapter 12, Red Skies at Night. Permission to board. Lieutenant Lamb asked me while holding a ready bag slung over her shoulder. Waiting just outside of the dropship's loading bay. "Welcome aboard the messenger, Lieutenant. I'll get you stowed away after I finish loading up the rest of the uniforms in here," I replied while getting the equipment stowed away. After I had moved the uniforms crates and strapped them down, I moved over to Lieutenant Lamb and directed her to her quarters until we were planetside. "This will be the cabin you stay in for the next 5 days," I said as I opened the door to one of the crew bunks I had cleared out. "Use the intercom to let me know when you're ready and I can show you the rest of the ship." "Thanks, I worked a double so that I would have a larger paycheck come Christmas and I need some rest," Lieutenant Lamb responded while dropping her ready bag next to the bed she claimed as her own. "I'll definitely take you up on the tour later." She yawned mid-sentence and waved me away. "All right then, sleep well, Lieutenant," I responded by shutting the door and making my way up to the cockpit. The cool thing about using the Pueblo is that there were security features in certain places. The slick had set it up so that you could monitor anyone who stayed in the passenger areas and made sure that all of the SIGINT equipment could be hidden behind several false walls. And the doors and hallways were monitored and could give soft alarms as to when a door was opened. There were multiple reasons that I had decided on taking the messenger down to Pierce instead of one of the Buccaneers. The ability to control perception was a good thing. Another thing that influenced my decision on taking the messenger was the ability to use slick backdoor channels into the HPG to monitor any Comster-ROM communiques. Once we had disconnected from the Janus, I set a course for the planet and began the 4 to 5 day burn. After I had laid in the course, I got up and made a cup of coffee and set an alarm to let me know to go wake up Lieutenant Lamb in about 4 hours or so for lunch. I made my way down into the cargo bay where I had moved the SDS drone parts that I had salvaged to use as part of my cover story. I had a meeting lined up with the local Comster officials when I reached planetside anyway. This would allow me to solidify my story even more if everything went as planned. Precenter Reginald Winfrey, known to most as Precenter Pierce, was extremely excited. The staff at this Class B station had never seen the normally grounded individual so giddy. You see, Precenter Winfrey had risen to his rank via the Omega branch, with a specialization in advanced physics. Long had time travel been theorized and now there was proof before his very eyes. When he had learned of what happened to the King Henry V, he was actually excited to interview the lone individual and try and prove some of his thesis and potentially push the limits of the understanding of physics. And today, he finally got to meet the individual in question. Precenter, the captain of the King Henry V is here to see you. Winfrey's secretary spoke over his phone. Yes, send him right on in. The balding scientist responded while standing up from his chair. Yes my man, do come in, I'm Precenter Reginald Winfrey, the head of this Comster station and you are. Winfrey began to shake the man's hand, scarcely allowing him to get a word in. After introductions were finished, he began a barrage of questions that he had assembled about the misjump which the time traveler answered in as much detail as he could give. Yes, I can see that it's less time travel and more of a timed stasis of some sort. Almost like a time capsule but in hyperspace. Then Winfrey got lost in his own thoughts and turned to write on the whiteboard behind him he kept for calculations. Precenter, the title barely registered to me trying to communicate with him. After attempting several more times to speak with the man feverishly writing on the whiteboard behind his desk, I slowly stepped towards the door and greeted his secretary. Does he get like this all the time? I asked while gesturing at the man lost to math. Every so often, the secretary shrugged. He's very good at delegating and choosing the right people for their jobs, so we just leave him be whenever he gets like this. I nodded in response. I see. I did work some things out with y'all beforehand. You said you wanted to purchase the SDS salvage from me for study. I asked while trying to get a feel for the younger man in front of me. Yeah, Precenter Winfrey actually had the legal division write up a standard purchasing contract to look over when you got here, but I guess he got lost in the numbers. The young man pulled out a small stack of papers for me to look over and sign if I found everything to be above board. I had actually taken the time before I visited the HPG station to look at salvage contracts and everything. Comster wanting all of the pieces of the drone systems I claimed to have made sense in regard to their mission as it were. And the fact that I made it seem like I was extremely eager to be rid of the thing that had contributed to my friend's supposed deaths helped sell everything. While I received a decent amount for the salvage, the real meat and potatoes were the contracts that I negotiated with local firms for my industrial mechs. I had 3 Aerodyne dropships filled with Jabberwockies and all of the refit kits that had been sold as aftermarket kits. I arranged a lease deal with a local mining and salvage firm to lease most of them, and they helped put me in contact with their parent company on new Certus to lease or sell the rest of the mechs, including the 4 extinct or nearly extinct Deadless GTX-2A industrial mechs that had been a part of the dropship's cargo. The local militia, seeing as they needed some extra cargo capacity, offered to lease or outright purchase one of the Buccaneer dropships from me. I worked out a 3-year contract with extensions and that each side could file for, assuming the other party didn't need the dropship for anything. I had intended to spend Christmas alone, mourning the fact that none of my family was with me, but Lieutenant Lamb, who I had become fast friends with during the long wait on the Janus, actually came to my hotel room and dragged me out to have fun and partake of some of the festivities. And by January 1, 3002, I had assembled most of a crew, filed the paperwork to begin a mercenary company, and finalized registering the 4 mechs I had brought with me. Personal Journal, December 15, 3001. I have approached Ms. Lamb about being hired on with my company and she has accepted on the condition that she finish out her current contract. Seeing as she has been extremely helpful in pointing me towards several locations that would assist me in finding both crew and mech warriors for my up-and-coming mercenary company, I agreed. And I struck gold last week insofar as hiring is concerned. There are 2 dispossessed mech warriors who were also medically discharged from the AFFS. I offered to pay for the medical treatments to get them back into fighting shape and to let them get back in the saddle with contracts that stated that they could keep the mechs they piloted if they managed to bring in salvage equivalent to it in weight. The 2 of them were nearly in tears when they accepted and joined the rest of the people I had recruited. Many of them followed the same thread as these two, with being down on their luck with debts, or just not being able to find jobs in the civilian market. Despite Davian and Federated Sun's push towards the soldier being a profession of choice, the skills learned in the AFFS didn't always transfer over and still made it hard to find jobs. The dropship crews were pretty easy to find. There were plenty of laid-off hands and other assorted people who were scrambling for jobs. I managed to completely lock down the SIGINT systems on the messengers so that they couldn't be accessed before I allowed them on board though. I even lucked out and picked up a handful of retired NCOs and a couple of people who wanted into the mercenary game no matter where they were placed. After January 1st, we would burn for the King Henry V and jump towards New Sirtis to get the rest of these industrial mechs out of the cargo bays and to purchase a Leopard or some other military aerodyne. Chapter 13, Loading. What in the hell did you do to this bridge? Kylie Rai, the jump ship captain I had recruited, asked me. If you had done any of this even the slightest bit differently, you would have been dead before you ever jumped out of your first system. She sighed while shaking her head at me and gesturing at some of the power conduits I had to reroute in order to get everything functional. This. You see this? Miss Rai plucked a fuse out of the navigation computer. This is nearly fried, I'll have to replace it before we can do anything. Then looking at the ship started petting the navigation computer. It's okay, King Henry V will have you back up and in good shape in no time. Then looked at me. But, in all seriousness, it'll take a couple of weeks to fix what you had to do to get here. I understand that it was life or death, and so I'll just mess with you until you live down what you did to this thing. I had been cringing through Kaylee's entire spiel. I knew that what I had done barely worked, but I had to do it anyway in order to get to where I needed to in order to start getting settled in the inner sphere. Kylie had been poached from another jump ship that had jumped into the system while I was present. Her and enough assorted other people to fill out a skeleton crew for the King Henry V. She had been the chief engineer on her previous jump ship but hadn't had any room for upward mobility. Her ambition was to captain a jump ship and to one day be the owner and operator of her own jump ship. Luckily, I only had to finish signing a few contracts and some paperwork for the leasing of the Troy and about half of the Jabberwockies that I had in stock. 5-year contracts with extension clauses that would net me about £20 to £40 million per year until the end of the contract. The Troy alone was netting me a large part of the profit and was going to be replaced if it ended up destroyed while in use by the local militia. I had made sure that was going to be ironclad in the contract so that I wouldn't lose a third of my lift capacity if something happened to the local militia while I was gone. January 1st, 3002 Pierce, Capellan March Federated Sons. It was time to leave Pierce. I had done everything I needed to do here and then some. As of today, the mercenary company marksmen consisted of 1 lance of mech warriors, 2 platoons of infantry, 3 dropships, we had a Leopard waiting in New Sirtis for us, and 1 jump ship. I had also begun negotiations with the Concordat for a year-long anti-piracy contract via HPG. The crew of the Messenger worked pretty decently for a crew that had only been put together in the past couple of weeks. We lifted off, and in conjunction with the Vagabond began the trip to the jump point. Once we reached it, it would take us about a month to get to New Sirtis. After the time to remain strapped in was finished and we had a consistent burn towards the jump point, I unstrapped myself and made my rounds through the ship. When I made it to the cargo bay, I saw the crew struggling with a crate and a strap that had come loose during our burn off of Pierce. I went over and helped them wrestle the crate down and then had them teach me the better way to strap things down. You see, the knot needs to go this way after you ratchet it down because you never know if the ratchet will hold during exit or re-entry. The cargo bay lead told me as he demonstrated how to ensure a tightly strapped down crate or mech. Thanks, I'll be sure to drop by every now and then to make sure you don't need anything. I replied, shaking the lead's hand and then heading towards the mess hall. In the mess hall, you had all of the ex-military people I had hired watching a poker game at the main table. It was a strange variation of 5-card draw. Mind if I play a few rounds? I said, making my presence known. I'll need to be shown the ropes, but I'll add a couple £100 to the pot regardless of whether I win or not. Only if you don't mind losing. Jonathan Jack Shepard replied. I've been winning all day. Jack was one of the medically discharged mech warriors who I was going to be helping out with medical treatments. Winning? Asked one of the NCOs named Malcolm Samuels. You wish, I've been handing your ass to you all day. And when we reach solid ground again, us ground pounders will teach you a thing or two. Easy fellas, settle down. I said as I took a seat. Deal me in and let's get started. Personal Journal, February 15th, 3002. Well, we'll be on New Sirtis for another month or two as our 2 injured mech warriors finish getting their ailments fixed and they get put through the sims and everything else again. The Leopard dropship Bittersweet that we picked up was used and needed some minor repairs, but after we finish with those in another week or so we'll be in good shape. Myself and the hand-picked officers here sat down and agreed on a ranking and rating structure that we think will go really well insofar as getting combined arms forces going when we finally have tanks and the like. Lieutenants Shepard and Peterson will be the XO of the mech lance and the ground forces respectively. While we wait for Jack Shepard and Alice Jenkins to heal, we're going to be putting everyone else through a small boot camp and academy in order to get the beginnings of cross-training. The ultimate goal is for every PBI to be able to pilot a mech if we capture or salvage one in a fight. We also want to be able to have a mech warrior fill a hole in a platoon, fire team, or squad if his mech is in the shop. We don't have enough boots as of yet to get total cross-training. But we will have the bare minimum that I think is necessary. While we head to the Concordat in a couple of months, we'll begin boarding and Black Navy boarding actions until we get to begin our anti-piracy contract. Chapter 14, War never changes. Shepard. I need you and the rest of the lands to flank the tanks now. I ordered over my comms as I sniped at the cicada charging me with one of my PPCs. Those LRM boats are going to shred me if they can share targeting data with the two mechs over here. I nailed the second mech, a blackjack, with a PPC close to the cockpit and made it back off for a minute. Understood, sir. Lieutenant Shepard responded, we're closing in on them now, EDA 2 mics. Lieutenant Shepard piloted the Mongoose and was in charge of the rest of the lance while I was running distraction. Being in a warmer and the heaviest mech on this planet made me the target that the two pirates here were trying to hit, and so I was running distraction while my infantry tried to make for and capture the Union that the pirates had landed in. Crouching to avoid a couple of AC/2 shots that were aimed at me, I turned and laid into the cicada that had finally gotten into close range with my SRMs and lasers. Shredding the legs to pieces, I watched as the pilot of the cicada ejected rather than stay and fight. Which left me with the blackjack still sniping at me. Armor pocketed from tangling with this half-lance all day, I moved up to my max running speed to try and close the distance with the medium mech. Rifle actual, this is sniper actual, come in. I heard over my comms while running after the blackjack that was attempting to get away. This is rifle lead, go ahead sniper. I responded while alternating PPC fire at the stupid blackjack. We have seized enemy assets and have POWs and salvage. Please advise. I stopped moving to duck behind a hill to avoid the blackjack's sniping and popped back up just in time to nail the cockpit with both of my PPCs. Sniper actual, you have command, I'll trust your decision. I responded as I moved forward to make sure that the blackjack was down for the count. This is Captain Mark of the Marksman Mercenary Company to all pirates, I broadcast on all frequencies. Lay down your arms and surrender, we have seized your dropship and taken out your armor and mech assets. You will be treated according to the Ares conventions. Refuse and we will give no mercy. Unfortunately, the pirates refused to surrender and the LRM boats that I had wanted to take as salvage ended up being blown to smithereens by the remaining 3 mechs of my lance. Shepard, Peterson Satrep. I cummed over as I marked the down cicada and blackjack mechs on my computer for salvage to come and collect. This is Peterson, we seized the enemy dropship and all of the equipment on board. We captured most of the crew and have taken minimal casualties. Lieutenant Peterson responded. This is Shepard, all armored forces have surrendered or been destroyed, we are escorting the armor that surrendered to Lieutenant Peterson's forces now. Roger that, I've marked down the blackjack and cicadas for salvage operations. I broadcast in reply. On my way to the rendezvous point now. Shifting my warmer back up to a jog, I made my way to the captured dropship. It's simple, Cornet, I'll trade you the Union and the mechs for a Leopard CV and a squadron of aerospace fighters to go with it. I said to the liaison we had been assigned by the Concordat. The Cornet argued with me for a bit until I pulled up the contract that I had with the Concordat. The contract stated that we had full salvage rights on anything that we fought. As long as no Concordat forces were a part of any action, we were able to lay claim to anything that we had fought on the battlefield. Let me talk to my CO and I'll see what I can do. The Cornet finally sighed and went to go make a phone call. I would like to keep the Union, but for now I needed aerospace assets and I needed them ASAP. Alright, my CO is on the way and will handle negotiations with you directly. The Cornet responded as he packed up his briefcase. Regardless of our difference, thanks for dealing with that scum. He shook my hand firmly. You did really good work out there. While waiting on the colonel that was in charge of the armored/infantry, I pulled up the intel that we had pulled from the dropship's computers. We had a rough location of the pirates, some sort of unnamed moon in an out-of-the-way system. These pirates had hit burden for the electronics because they had intelligence that the regular mech forces would be rotating out for training purposes. Then, a young officer walked in. I stood to shake his hand. I'm Colonel Thomas Calderon, and I hear you're a stickler in regards to negotiations. He said as an introduction and smiled to indicate that he was joking a little bit. Now what's this I hear about you wanting to trade the Union for something? He asked while taking a seat across the table from me. Personal Journal, July 5, 3002. I managed to talk Colonel Calderon into a good trade for the Union and the mechs. And we discovered that the marksmen actually worked really well together. Turns out my cross-training idea had worked, and now I had air assets to throw into the mix and would be hunting down the pirate band that sent this Union after Burton's electronics stores. My techs had pulled the location of an as of yet unnamed moon out of the Union and the name and IFF of the tramp jump ship that the pirates had been using. If we managed to catch them by surprise, I had small craft and marines ready for boarding operations. The new contract that I had negotiated meant that we would have to take a Taurian liaison with us and we would have to waive any bounties in exchange for keeping all of the salvage. While my officers were confused about this at first, they would soon understand why I preferred more salvage over a bigger paycheck. Also, because we didn't have any aerospace pilots yet, I had to run a quick search. There had recently been a mercenary aerospace squadron that hadn't been able to afford their upkeep and had disbanded. After calling their CO, I managed to hire him and his old squadron on short-term contracts just for this hunting trip. Chapter 15, A Shift in Perspective. Alright, we have our orders. The captain is going to run distraction with the rest of Rifle Lance while we make our way stealthily to the Union that they dropped with, and if all goes well, we'll seize it and any and all assets that may be on board. Any question? Peterson asked his platoon. Yeah LT, how does the captain expect us to take a dropship with just a platoon of infantry? Corporal Dunham asked. Well Corporal, the captain trusts me to decide if we can actually take the ship or not. We just have to get in position, and if we can't take it we radio in and let Rifle Lance come in and pin down the dropship in the hopes that it surrenders. Lieutenant Peterson responded. You heard the man ladies, now move like you got a purpose. Staff Sergeant Packer screamed at the platoon to board the armored trucks that they had purchased for this reason. Lieutenant Shepard was grateful to be in the cockpit of a mech again. It had been a couple of years since he had been able to pilot one, and the fact that he was in a mongoose in pristine condition made him feel a bit giddy. Corporal Lamb was in the Crab and Private McKay was in the Griffin. The captain had drawn out the two medium mechs the pirates had dropped with while leaving the armored assets for them to deal with. The Pirate Union had put out a trio of LRM boats, a Manticore, a pair of harassers, and a lance of condors according to his sensors. McKay and Lamb, focus fire on the Manticore while I deal with any of the small fry that try and flank us. He told them over laser comms while making sure his primary arm switch was on. This is Lamb, drawing fire from the heavy. McKay, see if you can snipe at it while I get in close. Corporal Erica Lamb said as she dodged PPC fire while maneuvering into range of her large lasers. Careful, those PPCs will punch a hole in your mech if you're not careful. McKay warned as she locked on with her LRMs and threw some man-made lightning along with her missiles at the heavy tank. Roger that, Lamb responded as she fired both large lasers at the maximum range available. It's taking damage, I'm working my way into medium laser range. While the two mediums focused on taking out the larger threat to them, Shepard killed a harasser with his brace of medium lasers and turned to flurry his small laser at a condor while his mediums recharged. Pouring his mediums back into the point where he landed his small laser, he dropped the condor, watching it spin out as he dodged SRM fire from the remaining harasser. He just had to keep the rest of these vehicles busy until his lance mates were done with the Manticore. I need that heavy down ASAP, he commanded while nearly throwing his gyro out of balance with a rapid turn at 120 km per hour. Skidding to a stop, he turned and finished the remaining harasser before accelerating rapidly on one of the condors. Manticore is down Shepard, on our way. Lamb responded as the Manticore stopped firing and moving. Turning her crab, she moved to assist Shepard. Shepard. I need you and the rest of the Lance to flank the tanks now. The captain ordered over encrypted comms. Those LRM boats are going to shred me if they can share targeting data with the two mechs over here. With the two mediums with him they made short work of the remaining condors and moved to flank the LRM boats. Understood sir, we're closing in on them now, EDA 2 mics. Shepard responded as he slowed down to the average speed of his lance mates. After a couple of minutes, they were in the maximum range of the Griffin's engagement zone. McKay, if you have a shot, take it. Shepard commanded while moving up to over 100 kph. I'm moving inside of their minimum range. Both Lamb and McKay's mechs had more range than Shepard's mongoose, that just meant that they were able to take out the LRM carriers before they could tear into the captain. Target destroyed. Both McKay and Lamb said in unison as they mission killed two separate LRM boats. Moving to engage the other two. They're oblivious, Staff Sergeant Packer said to LT Peterson while they observed the valley that the Union had landed in with a set of binoculars. I know that pirates aren't typically this stupid. But we may as well take advantage while we can. Lieutenant Peterson nodded and gestured to the platoon to move through the valley as quietly as possible. Carefully using the trees as concealment from the Mark I eyeball, they made their way through the lax perimeter that had been set by the pirates. When they got within around 500 meters or so they affixed suppressors to their weapons and took out the snipers and sentries. As soon as they fired, they began a dead sprint into the opened cargo bay of the Union. Close the docking bay. Peterson called while holding a cargo worker at gunpoint. Yes sir. One of the platoon members moved to the controls. Fire teams 1 and 2, clear the rest of the dropship and take the bridge. Move quickly. Patterson commanded. Packer, take fire team 3 and make sure that the pirate infantry outside can't get in through any of the common entryways. Roger that LT. Packer replied. Jenkins, Mendez, move your asses, we've got pirates to kill. Fire Team 3 moved to another bay and cleared out all resistance in their path while Lieutenant Patterson made his way to the bridge. When he reached the bridge, Peterson saw that Fire Team 1 had the bridge crew under gunpoint and zip-tied in the corner. Rifle Actual, this is Sniper Actual, come in. Peterson used his encryption key to access the comms they were using via the Union's communications array. This is Rifle Lead, go ahead Sniper. The captain replied. We have seized enemy assets and have POWs and salvage. Please advise. Peterson COMMD the captain. Sniper Actual, the captain responded. You have command, I'll trust your decision. After the broadcast was finished, Peterson turned and looked at the bridge. Rogue. Get in here and access these systems. Peterson called their main tech to the bridge. I want everything that they had to be stored on a separate drive so we don't lose any data. Roger that LT. PFC Nathan Rook replied. Accessing system now and retrieving logs. I'll get what I can and give it to command. Blaze looked at his squadron. We have a contract and some birds. He held up his hand to head off Chopper. It's only a temporary contract and we don't have the funds to salvage our birds after paying off the debts that we owed. Blaze sighed. I'm thinking after we complete this contract and see if we can get hired on permanently. It'll let us stay together, and if I'm reading his character right, he'll pay us pretty damn well. Well, the pay will always be better than the Outworlds Alliance paid us. Chopper replied with his typical sarcasm. What birds does he have? Edge asked, her concern showing. If he only has Lucifers, we're not accepting. Agreed. Swordsman said while nodding at Archer, who was thumbing through the contract. How does the temporary contract look? Well, it looks like your standard contract with a couple of additions. Archer replied. It's got a pay markup because of the short notice, so it'll pay a little better than we first expected, and it also lists the birds they've got. Looks like 2 Thunderbird TRBD-36S, 2 Lightning LTNG-15S and 2 Chipua CHPW-5S. So a decent squadron, along with us needing to provide the crew for the Leopard CV that they've got. So, we in agreement to take the short-term contract for now with the hopes of making it a long-term contract. Blaze asked his officers. With the assent of his command staff, he went to go make a few phone calls. Author's note, I just realized that I forgot to update my rate/rank structure with the aerospace wing. I'll fix and replace the current rate/rank structure with that when I get it typed up. Until then, see if you can figure out where I pulled the aerospace pilots from. Also, just figured out how to insert horizontal lines. I'll be going back and editing to show perspective shifts later today. Also, let me know if y'all want me to get rid of the different POVs. I like them, but if y'all don't want the perspective shifts, then just tell me and I'll play it straight. Chapter 16, Dogs of War, Soldier of Fortune. Alright, we're about to jump into the system that we think the pirates are in. Marines, do your jobs and I'll make sure there's a bonus for everyone. I said over the small craft comms as we prepared to jump into the system that we had pulled from the Union's computers showed. Second Lieutenant Felicia Page, it's your show from here on out. I'm along for the ride. I nodded at the commander of the Marine platoon. Alright ladies, you know the music, time to dance. Lieutenant Page said through the comms of the vacuum-rated combat suit. Our goal is to take any jump ships in the vicinity of our point. Given recharging times, we may only have a few minutes to launch and take whatever is at the jump point. We are launching in 2 separate boarding shuttles escorted by our new hires Wardog Squadron. If there are 2 jump ships, we'll split up and take both. Do your jobs, follow instructions, and let's live to spend that combat bonus. You heard the lady. Staff Sergeant Jones repeated. Now strap yourselves in and get set for a combat launch. Yes, Staff Sergeant. The 2 shuttles roared. As we sat down and strapped ourselves in, we made sure our magazines were loaded with frangible rounds and that our weapons were charged. This is Captain Fry, jumping into the unknown in 3, 2, 1. I saw someone bleeding out underneath me as a fighter roared above, and then we were in real space once again. Shuttles, you have permission to launch, we have 2 jump ships on sensors. Captain Fry repeated over the comms. Transmitting coordinates now. Good hunting Marines, Godspeed. The pilots boosted out of the shuttle bay and all of us in the troop bay triple-checked both ours and our neighbor SEALs to make sure that we wouldn't die due to vacuum exposure. This is your pilot speaking, we have 2 minutes until we reach jump ship target 1. Shuttle 2 has already begun deceleration to target 2. Initiating deceleration burn in 3, 2, 1. The shuttle turned back towards the way we came in order to change our momentum in order to hit one of the docking clamps directly. Upon impact, we locked into the airlock and waited for our tech to override the airlock doors. When the tech specialist finished, we stacked up and on his signal went through the now cycling airlock. Captain, you're on rear guard, Mathis, you're on point. Watch your corners and let's do this. Page ordered. Yes ma'am. We responded and moved to our positions. I stayed focused on making sure we didn't get sneaked up on while she commanded the Marine fire team with grace and precision. Hold. she commanded as we stopped and cleared the next room. Popping the door open, Mathis tossed a flashbang in and then followed it up by racing to clear the right-hand corner of the room. Lieutenant Page was second and followed up by clearing the left corner. I was on read and heard 2 shots with calls of Tango down. All right, this room is clear, let's move up. We began to clear the hallways systematically and anyone that surrendered we plasticuffed and moved on. When we reached the bridge, we stacked up and cleared it to realize that there was a hostage being held by a pirate at gunpoint. I will shoot him! Screamed the pirate. Not realizing that we had no idea who his hostage was. You need him alive, right? In order to keep the systems running. At this point, the pirate was just rambling on and on. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Page signaled to Mathis and I to get in position to take a headshot if we were able to do it without injuring the hostage. Because we were wearing helmets with encrypted comms channels, we were able to discuss what we planned to do. We had captured enough pirates that we didn't necessarily want this one alive, and so Page told Mathis to take the shot. One shot range out from Mathis' rifle as the pirate dropped with the top and back of his head missing. The hand holding the hostage released in death and the hostage began to weep. When we were finally able to get him coherent, he told us that he had been one of the original jump ship crew when it was first taken by pirates 20 years ago. He said that he and a few others were made slaves and had to maintain the jump ship or that they would be killed. We took all of this with a grain of salt and warned him before cuffing him and putting him with the rest of the prisoners that we had collected in the cargo hold. We had just doubled our interstellar carrying capacity with 1 move and 0 casualties. Not bad for the beginning of our pirate hunting adventure. The tramp wasn't in great shape but had been maintained fairly well, and we would be keeping it while we would be trading the merchant that Fire Team 2 had taken for some extra lift capacity in the form of dropships. After clearing both of our new acquisitions of all resistance and checking for booby traps, I shuttled back over to the King Henry V. Once I was aboard the King Henry V again, I got aboard the Bittersweet and we began our burn to the moon we were detecting signals from. We had gotten lucky, the tramp and merchant were almost at the end of their recharge cycle and they hadn't had any dropships either on their way, or attached when we boarded them. 3 days later. This is Blaze, you are go for drop, Bittersweet Wardog has you covered. Sounded over the comms of my warmer. Listen up boys and girls, we have no idea what is on this moon, so make sure your seals are tight and make sure every shot counts. I said as we stepped out of the mech bay of the Bittersweet. Wardog, anything you can tell us as far as recon goes? I asked over our comms as I jogged the warmer in the direction of the base the pirates were using. Yes Captain, we have what appears to be a massive ship crashed into this moon to the north and the pirates are trying to tear it apart for fortifications. Copy that Wardog, thanks for the heads up. I replied. Rifle lance flank speed north. I want to try and catch these pirates with their pants down. Yes sir. Shepard responded, moving at flank speed to scout ahead. His mongoose kicked up a decent wave of dust as he moved upwards of 120 km per hour while flicking the switch on his Beagle active probe. I read a couple of turret emplacements but that's it so far. He reported and slowed down to let the rest of the lance catch up. As we sniped the turrets from long range, I got a strange feeling that something bad was about to happen just as Bitchin' Betty announced. Mech power-up detected, mech power-up detected. A quick draw leading a pair of griffins and a locust crested over the hill behind us. McKay, Lamb, focus fire on the one griffin at a time, I want them down before we get sniped. I'll take the quick draw with Shepard in support, we'll join you after we're done. I gave my orders and fired both PPCs at the ankles of the quick draw. Shepard, go flank Griffin designated target 1. I ordered as I began to back up from the quick draw to lure it in. Alternating fire from my PPCs, I actually busted out in a full belly laugh as one of them snapped the ankle joint of the quick draw and sent it smashing into the surface of the moon. I slowed down and waited to see if there would be a response. When the quick draw didn't move for 30 seconds, I moved to assist the rest of Rifle Lance. They had already savaged one Griffin and taken the Locust out of the fight with a lucky shot to the cockpit, just leaving one last Griffin to go. Finally settling into the Goldilocks zone of all of my weapons, I launched a Savage Alpha strike on the final Griffin along with the rest of the Lance and watched as one of McKay's LRMs landed a shot that hit the ammo compartment, cooking off all of the LRM ammo and wrenching the Griffin to the ground, where Shepard stomped on the chest of the mech and pointed his medium lasers directly at the cockpit. Power down and surrender, or don't, that'll be more fun. Lamb snarked over the channel as the Griffin actually powered down. It's less fun when they actually give up, she remarked as we called and waited for the infantry and salvage teams to reach our location. Chapter 17, Salvage and Recovery. Well, the captain really nailed this one, Staff Sergeant Packer said as they opened the rear hatch on the quick draw. The whole thing practically buried itself, must have been moving at its max speed when it lost its foot. Damn. PFC Mendoza said to Sergeant Packer and Private Jenkins who were peering in with him. Someone forgot their maintenance, look at those straps. Where the 5-point harness was attached to the seat had frayed and snapped, causing the pilot to snap her neck against the roof when the quick draw's foot got taken out from under her. Alright, let's haul the body out and get to the vagabond, we have some Aztecs who want to take a look at this thing and see if they can get it up and running again in a couple of weeks. Sergeant Packer told the duo with him, waving at the Jabberwocky that they were using as a partial salvage mech. The 3 Jabberwockies with them each grabbed a mech and began to drag it to the Vagabond where the techs and salvage people did their jobs. The last Griffin, the one that the pilot had surrendered in, was still able to move on its own power, and so Lieutenant Peterson was piloting it into the cargo bay now. While most of the infantry platoon helped out with the mech salvage, the dropship engineers and the tech specialists that were a part of the marksmen were diving into the massive wreck to see if they could get it either up and running or what they could salvage if they couldn't. Try it now. Chief Petty Officer Victoria Jewell called out from the reactor room. The spaceman apprentice assigned to her flipped the switch that she had connected this to. Turn it off, and let me check one thing. She called from the other room. I'm looking for one burnt out conduit and I've narrowed it down to 2. Wait, one, she called while fiddling with some equipment. Alright, try it one more time. The power flickered. Come on, you stupid piece of crap work. She yelled and kicked the reactor. When she kicked it, everything came on and stayed that way. Alright, now I'll check with Petty Officer Taylor and see if the engines are still operational. You go and see if the captain need any assistance with the computer systems. Yes ma'am, the spaceman apprentice called and headed towards the bridge where the captain was. Captain Mark Hull, the commander of the mercenary company, was a strange man. S.A. Bruce mused to himself. He had mandated cross-training with everyone and himself had trained with everyone. He had never had to qualify with a rifle or heavy machinery before joining the marksmen. He did like that everyone knew what the different jobs entailed though. The infantry guys he hung out with could assist people like Chief Victoria just as well as he could, and he could back them up in a firefight if necessary. S.A. Bruce shook his head. That was enough wool gathering for now. He had work to do. Why is this stuff so heavy? Asked Corporal Lamb as she helped Private McKay pick up a crate of material that they had taken from the pirates' storage. And where is Shepard? Wasn't he supposed to help us with this? I am, Shepard said while picking up a crate the same size as the one they were struggling with by himself. I'm doing all of the work here with Corporal Dunham and y'all are just struggling here. Corporal Dunham was a beast of a man, 6'4" and 275 pounds of pure muscle. But, he was also one of the few infantrymen with a classical education. He was one of the people that took to the cross-training the best. At least we only have a few crates left. Dunham tried to broker a peace between the two parties. What's even in these things? He did ask, hoping that at least one of the mech pilots would know. Small arms and SRM launchers. Shepard replied, the pirates had been stocking them for years before we got here. He placed the last crate on the pallet they were loading. Alright ladies, get the straps and lash this thing down. We want it to not move when they carry it over to the Vagabond. Yes sir, the 2 female mech pilots responded as they moved over to the ratchet strap and began to strap down the crates while Dunham climbed the ladder to the Jabberwocky they had been assigned and got everything ready to carry the crate over to the Vagabond. Seeing as they had loaded everything else up, they got comfortable while waiting for Dunham to return. So, how'd you get hired? Lamb asked, referring to the other 2. I got started by being on the Janus when he jumped in, but how'd y'all sign up? Well, Shepard started. McKay and I served together in the AFFS together until we got injured in a Capellan raid. Captain showed up at the bar we were at and offered us a place. McKay just kept quiet while Shepard told their story. What Shepard isn't saying, is that he almost refused until I tore him a new one for refusing to get his leg and back fixed. McKay snorted and told the rest of the story, not leaving out the bits that Shepard did. We both had to be medically discharged and hadn't been wise with our money, so we couldn't afford the care we needed. She kept going. The captain took one look at the injuries and offered to pay for them regardless of whether we signed up to join the marksmen or not, and the same goes for a lot of the NCOs and infantry around here. PFC Nathan Rook stared in awe as the captain flawlessly navigated through Star League era systems without having to double-check a manual. Even after his years and training in the AFFS, he couldn't get into systems that quickly. Hell, he didn't even know that back door existed until the captain showed him. Reaching into his cargo pocket, he grabbed his small notebook and pen that he kept on him and started scribbling down notes. Pausing periodically to ask questions, he just observed and took in what he was seeing. Working with the captain was really fun. He was down to earth and had stopped moving quickly in what he was doing several times to show Rook exactly what he was doing. Captain. Rook finally decided to ask. Where'd you learn how to do all of that? Seeing as the captain was done, he figured now would be the best time to ask. Would you believe me if I said a warship? Asked the captain with a strange look in his eye, like it was an inside joke or something. Captain, tell me where you really learned it. Rook insisted, not finding the captain's joke all that funny. Well, the captain paused. Lots of practice. My dad did a lot of computer work on older and newer systems and I picked up a lot from him. And I took on the family business a lot back then, you know. The captain's eyes grew a little sad at the mention of his family. Well, I hope you managed to pick up a thing or two from this old man. Captain Hull said as he packed up his notebook and noteputer. Call me up if you need help with the rest of it. He called over his shoulder as he walked away. Well, this was a milk run. Chopper called out over the aerospace-only comms to the rest of Wardog Squadron. We didn't even have to shoot at anything. If it stays like this, I might just stay on permanently. He joked with a hint of seriousness to his voice. Chopper, quiet on the comms. Blaze interjected. We'll discuss possible options with the rest after we are off shift. Everything went quiet for a good 15 minutes before Motormouth Chopper opened his mouth again to break the peace. Cut out the chatter, Wardog. Interjected Mother Goose, the pilot and acting intelligence officer of the Wardogs. We're getting word from the marksman that the massive dropship is space-worthy and that it's about to lift off. We are transmitting escort positions now. Copy that, Mother Goose, we are on our way to transmitted coordinates. Blaze replied. Both Blaze and Chopper stared in awe as the massive dropship eased itself off of the moon and began to accelerate to a good orbit. The dropship had some dents and dings, but overall, aside from a few areas that the pirates had messed with, it was still in good shape. And clearly the internals still worked properly. Blaze. Look at the size of that thing. Chopper chattered away. Size isn't everything. Blaze replied. Take a closer look, it's unarmed and will need to be covered by fighters in order to get anywhere in a hostile environment. Wardog Squadron, we see you on our flanks. You may want to return to the Puma and get ready to make for the zenith. We are leaving and heading back to Concordat space for now. The big ship transmitted as it began to turn and then make for the waiting King Henry V and the other two jump ships there. Chapter 18, The Negotiator. After jumping back to Taurian Concordat space, we took the Bittersweet, Puma, and Vagabond down to Burden. On our way down, we transmitted our AARs to the MRB and our liaison sent his report to Colonel Calderon. Alright, I transmitted across the intercoms of the Vagabond and directly to the other two dropships. All of you are required to take at least 48 hours of shore leave starting when we have landed. After you finish your duties, head over to the bar and have them put all of the drinks on my tab. I'll head over after I'm done talking to the locals. A bunch of cheers resounded through all three dropships. You sure you want to do that, boss? Shepard asked me as I rounded the corner headed to the main sleeping quarters. We'll drink you dry. I just chuckled. Y'all deserve it after what we just pulled off. I shrugged. I'm going to go and sleep until I wake up now. Let Captain Daniels know that he's in charge until I wake up. All right, Captain, I'll pass on the message. Lieutenant Shepard said. Just so you know, that was a hell of a shot you pulled off on that quick draw. Shooting like that had to come from somewhere. You'll have to tell me the story sometime. Would you believe me if I told you it came from being stuck on a warship for a year? I asked, smirking a little bit. Shepard just looked at me confused. I'll tell you someday. But for now I'll leave it to your imagination. All right, keep your secrets. Shepard yelled after me. I'll get to them someday. I just walked away, chuckling all the while. Upon reaching the common sleeping quarters, I sat down on the bunk that I had picked out earlier, and as soon as I wrapped myself in the blankets and strapped myself down, I was asleep. Senior Chief Samuels loved his job. Being the senior NCO on the Vagabond was a dream come true for a former career sailor. He was highly ranked enough to delegate and still low enough to actually get to work on things in person. Currently, everyone was supposed to be on shift and he was checking to make sure there weren't any slackers. When he saw that there was someone asleep in the main quarters, he took it upon himself to wake them up and put them to work in typical NCO fashion. What the hell are you doing? Samuel screamed at the top of his lungs. Get up and get to work, you lazy shit. The senior chief hit the quick release on the straps and tipped the mattress over before stopping as he realized who he had just screamed at and woken up. Well, it's good to see that my NCOs haven't slacked on their training. I snarked as I tried to untangle myself from the covers. I would have appreciated being woken up a bit more gently though. I'm so sorry, sir. Samuel said, apologizing furiously. It won't happen again. No, no. I responded. You were just doing your job and I get it. I would like to get back to sleep though, if at all possible. I shook his hand and let him help me remake the bed as an apology before curling back up and going to sleep. Shepard, make sure the bar is still standing when I get there. I said as I hopped into one of the company trucks. I want a drink too. I then drove off, headed in the direction of the office that Colonel Calderon had given me the directions to. Captain Hull, thanks for coming on such short notice. The Colonel greeted me as I walked into the office. You want anything to drink before we get down to brass tacks? He asked as he walked over to a well-stocked mini fridge. I've got sweet tea, iced coffee, some juice. I'll take some sweet tea. I replied. Making my way over to the other side of the desk. Opening my rucksack and taking out both my noteputer and my notepad, and also retrieved my copy of the contract with the Taurian Concordat. I had both a physical copy in paper here and a digital one on my noteputer. Let me tell you, Calderon opened up as he gestured for me to sit down. Your company does really good work. Even if you do have a weird company structure. He then sighed. Now for the grit. We want both of the jump ships you captured. We don't want to invoke the clause we included but will if we have to. I want to keep one of the jump ships. I need the lift capacity. As it is, I had to leave the messenger here while we went pirate hunting. I responded. I'm willing to give you the merchant, it's the jump ship that's in better shape and frankly, I need the collars. I'll be willing to lease the tramp to you while we fix up the massive ship we salvaged. I responded with a shrug. That's not good enough. Calderon responded. We have money to spare, but we don't have the capability to make our own jump ships as is. He passed over a sheet of paper with a lot of zeros on it. We're even willing to offer you half of the brand new cost of both jump ships and lend you the use of the tramp until your contract with us is up and a little bit after. While that is a lot of zeros, I responded. It's no substitute for lift capacity. I sighed. I'd like to keep one of them, but if it's that or the clause invoked I want a different deal. Alright then, let's hear your counter-offer. Calderon leaned back in his chair. You get both jump ships on the condition that I can use them for 6 months after our contract is up and you cover the cost of repairing the dropship that I picked up as well as the price listed here. I responded, tapping the paper with the price that they were willing to pay for the jump ships on it. I can only swing this though if I can manage to find another jump ship soon after. So I want a guarantee that if we don't find another jump ship within a year that we can continue to rent one of them until we've found our own. Calderon thought for a good long while. Let me talk to some people and get back to you tomorrow. He said standing up and shaking my hand. Have a nice night, Captain. He showed me the door. I got in my truck and headed to the bar that the war dogs and marksmen had taken over. I had a merger to discuss. Captain. The fighter pilots of War Dog Squadron greeted me loudly. Welcome to our corner of the bar. I raised an eyebrow. Are any of you sober enough to discuss terms? I asked, taking a seat across from Blaze. Blaze is. Chopper chimed in. He's always the designated driver. Blaze just shrugged and gestured to a table close by but slightly secluded. Let's talk away from the motor mouths over here. I sat down and pulled out a sheet of paper detailing what I was willing to offer if they joined the marksmen and what duties I expected them to perform if they merged. Blaze took out a pen and paper and made a couple of notes. Humming to himself and circling a couple of things. Change these things a little bit and we'll have a deal. Most of us aren't good at the numbers and logistics. I'm the one who managed all of the books. If you can balance them out and pay off the debt you'll have us for as long as we've got birds and pay. He then shrugged. Chopper and Hitman will stay as long as you keep them fed and pay for their bar tabs. All jokes aside, it was a pleasure working with you and your men and we'd love to stay on as long as we keep being treated like this. I nodded. I can make that work. I shook Blaze's hand and turned to the table they were at. Welcome to the Marksman War Dog. I called out while gesturing to the bartender to pour another round. Author's note, so, no promises I'll maintain this kind of update schedule. If I manage to find a beta I'll probably update even faster than this. So if someone wants to I'm still in the market for a proofreader or beta. Chapter 19, Repair and Refit. February 1, 3003. She's starting to look good. Captain Fry remarked as she steered the shuttle around the giant dropship. Just couple of panels fixed and some paint and you'll never know she crashed. I nodded, content to just take in the view of the ship and of the space around it. Despite having been on a ship more than solid ground over the past 2 years, I still found myself in awe of outer space a lot of the time. You sure it was worth the money to refit it this way? My ground XO Lieutenant Shepard asked. I mean, a dedicated hospital and repair and refit ship seems a bit excessive for our current forces. With the current amount of people at our disposal you would be right. I smirked. I'm looking ahead, we're going to need advanced repair facilities and the ability to care for our wounded soldiers as we expand. And the reason you hired those people from the colleges? Lieutenant Peterson asked. They've taken over one of the cargo bays entirely. Peterson said exasperatedly, tired of having to move equipment in and out of the cargo bays. Well, some of that is to help with any of our people who might want to continue their education. I paused, and the rest is to hopefully help us gain an edge on anyone we might face. All right, settle down everyone. I said, as all the officers and NCOs took a seat in the room of the messenger. I know all of you have had questions about how I developed my skills, where my money came from, and all of that. I paused. I've heard all of the rumors. Now what I will tell you is exactly what you've been asking for, though none of it may leave this room. So, before we get started, does anyone want to get out? Now, I'm going to ask you to hold all questions till the end so that I can get through this without having to stop every few minutes to answer questions. I took a sip of the water that I had laid out in front me when I entered the room. To start with, all of you are currently sitting in the briefing room of the Star League Pueblo class intelligence ship messenger. and it along with the King Henry V were a part of a long-term intelligence gathering mission before the dissolution of the Star League and Terran hegemony. From there, I spun my tale, a wild story of having been the only survivor of a warship misjump. Of being stranded alone, having to fix it up and make my way across a ton of the inner sphere. The only thing I left out was being from a different universe. I saw his eyebrows were raised, and the surprise that a good many of my trusted companions had. At the end, I stopped and waited. Hoping that I could still trust these people that I now knew as friends and comrades in arms. The entire room was silent for a good minute. I could hear some breathing and some muttering, and that was it before Lieutenant Shepard stood up at attention and saluted. "Lieutenant Jonathan Shepard reporting for duty, sir." From there it was a strange wave as all of the officers and NCOs followed suit. It quite literally brought me to tears for a minute. I returned their salute and gestured for them all to sit down again. "Now it's time to discuss our options," I said. "I need all of your input in order to make the right decision here. Now, I'm about to pass out the information of what I found on the Argo's computers. We need to decide if we are going to purchase some more dropships. Either way, we're going to need to hire some jump ships in order to carry whatever we find as well as start on some new hires." I paused to let them weigh in and I took notes on what the suggestions were. The majority were in favor of doing a contract with the Magistracy of Canopus for a bit in order to pick up skilled doctors and surgeons as well as hiring some of the people who had submitted applications from the Taurian Concordat. All in all, we would go from a overstrength lance with an attached company of infantry/marines to a slightly understrength combined arms battalion when we finished up with purchases and hiring. We would complete our current garrison and anti-piracy contract before moving on. When we had built up enough people that we could all trust, we would come back and hit the SLDF cash on our true. Until then, we would be spending money like water in order to get everything done by the time our contract was up in May. "I always knew there'd be one of you," I said, shaking my head. "No, I'm not going to monologue about how I caught you. I don't even care about who you work for. I'm just going to execute you." I shrugged. "Any last words?" I asked while Corporal Dunham led him to the airlock. I nodded for the two of them to remove the gag. "Blake will see you dead." They yelled and began to yell louder and struggle violently before I commanded the two NCOs to step out of the airlock. After they left them in the airlock, I closed the internal doors and began the process of remotely opening the outer door. "See you in hell," I said and watched as their body flew into the void. "Thanks for the assist," I told the two NCOs with me. "He could have gotten us all killed if he had managed to report what I told y'all to his superiors." "Who did he work for, sir?" Dunham asked. "They could try and sneak more people into our ranks if we're not careful." "You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Corporal," I said. "I'll tell you what I know later, when I've got a decent counterintelligence team put together." At the sound of that, Corporal Dunham actually perked up. "Counterintel, you say?" he asked. "I actually got some training in that before I left the AFFS. Now it was mainly in making sure that masked teams didn't sneak up on us, but I can build off of that. I'll see what I can come up with and maybe make you head of that team in the future," I responded. "But don't get your hopes too high. We've got a long way to go before we get there." Chapter 20, Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. "You ever wonder why we're here?" Staff Sergeant Packer asked, holding his rifle in a dirty soul technique while relaxed against the wall behind him. "No, I don't wonder why we're here," Lieutenant Peterson responded. "We're literally on a contract to guard this archaeological dig that Interstellar Expeditions hired us to." "No, I mean, why are we standing over here in the sun when we could be in the shade?" Sergeant Packer unknowingly echoed a certain character's words from ages ago. "Oh, well, that makes sense." Peterson shrugged and moved over to the shaded area that Packer had indicated. "At least we didn't get stuck with training the greenies." "Not this week." Packer nodded. "We're on rotation next month though. They have to learn how us ground pounders operate." "Ora!" Private Jenkins and PFC Mendoza replied to that phrase, their shout echoing through the small box canyon they were in. "Hey look, it's the captain!" PFC Rook called out. And the fire team on patrol turned to wave at the captain, and the quirky archaeologist with him. Captain, Peterson, and Packer nodded. "Making the rounds." The captain just gave them a brief rolling of the eyes, gesturing with his head at the scientist talking his ear off, and shrugged while mouthing, "Save me." Shaking their heads, the fire team continued their patrol, leaving the captain to his fate. This contract had been a godsend. Interstellar Expeditions had come along right as we were about to head to Canopian space and noticed that we were in need of a contract. They negotiated letting us use some of their jump ships' capacity in exchange for us helping with some of their explorations. This time, they were on the lookout for any potential civilizations that may have fled the reunification war. We had hit a couple of minor planets and I had taken advantage of the downtime we had in order to get a lot more training in with my troops. We had shaped the new recruits that we had picked up from the Taurian Concordat into another couple of platoons of infantry and would be working on specializations when we shipped them back up to the Argo. We were contracted for another couple of months and then we would continue on to Canopian space where we would look for our next contract. The person in charge of the expedition, a Dr. Gerald Ford, had been an interesting person to talk to, even if he did seem a little bit crazy at times. He had his doctorate and had even helped straighten out some of the history curriculum we had put together for the Argo. This dig was a bust though. There had once been civilization here, but most of the population lived like the Amish people of my day and so we left them alone. Lifting off in the Vagabond, we got ready to jump to the next system on their proposed map. So Dr. Ford, I began while sitting across from him at a table at the mess hall. What are the chances we actually find anything out here? I flipped through training reports while waiting for a response. Well, the chances are never great. Dr. Ford started, but we always hope for the chance to find something. He started to get excited and I face-palmed. Realizing I never should have gotten him started. Why, you never know what kind of society people might have developed away from the influence of the inner sphere. One of Dr. Ford's aides just met my eyes and shook her head, making sure that I knew that I had brought this on myself. After several minutes of rambling, I quietly excused myself and made a break for it, leaving whomever was still in the mess hall to suffer for my mistakes. I walked quickly to my office and closed the door, deciding to take refuge in the quiet busy work of making sure all of the paperwork and files were documented properly. I had just gotten to filing the current trainee's paperwork when there was a knock on the door. Come in, I called, leaving one hand underneath my desk where I had a small laser pistol affixed. Have a seat, I said as Corporal Dunham walked in. Sorry to disturb you, Captain, but I had a few questions about some things that been bothering me for a little bit. He paused for a breath. I want to know how you knew that Sergeant Jones was a traitor. He stated outright, meeting my eyes and waiting for a response. Well, first of all, Mathis told me that something was off after we got back from getting the Argo, and I made sure to listen. Dunham nodded at that. The second thing was that I was intercepting all transmissions from the messenger when we got into the system. Jones had attempted to record our meeting and when that didn't work, tried to send an electronic report to whoever she reported to. Thankfully, she didn't manage to get a transmission out. She acted on her own without any guidance from her people. I then showed him the details that I had from her personal effects as well. She had a couple of very vicious poisons hidden in her belongings and had even written things down in a cipher. This included things like potentially kidnapping several of the officers and or NCOs and backup plans that would have killed most or all of us. Corporal Dunham paled with every piece of evidence I laid out in front of him, seemingly shocked at the lengths some people would go to in order to get what they wanted. Who was she working for? He asked finally, regaining some of his composure. I honestly don't care, I stated. She aimed to hurt me and mine and I don't much appreciate that. I stood up. I take care of my people, I said firmly as I met the giant of a man's eyes. Swallowing a little bit, Dunham stood up, and made his way out of my office. Thanks for answering my questions, Captain, he said as he opened the door. Hey Corporal, I called. Get me your list of personnel for the department by noon tomorrow. Roger that, Captain, he repeated as he left my office. All hands prepare for jump, Captain Fry's voice called out over the intercom speakers. I strapped myself in, and waited for the go-ahead. We rematerialized and began the standard scanning of the system we were in. Dr. Ford's jump ship had already sent over the reports of its scans. There were two what appeared to be Leviathan jump ships mothballed at a midway point between the jump point and the planet in the Goldilocks zone. Dr. Ford, I'm sending the Mechs, the Vagabond, and War Dog Squadron to escort you down to the planet. I come the IE jump ship. I'm taking the Argo and my other two dropships to check out those jump ships. We hear you, Captain, Dr. Ford responded. I'll send over one of my people to take a look and see if there's anything of interest to IE on board. Copy that, I said, getting ready to station a couple of our trusted people to keep an eye on whoever was going to be coming with us. Give us your timetable and we'll get to work. After taking some time to get things in order, my dropships burned towards the planet ahead of the Interstellar Expedition's dropships. I trusted that Shepard and Wardog had things well in hand while I supervised the potential salvage and recovery of potentially two jump ships. All right, Shepard said as the Bittersweet neared what appeared to be an abandoned city. We're here to draw out whatever locals might be here and pray that we look friendly. He paused as the bay doors opened. Regardless of what happens out here, we are to keep the IE people safe. They're a lot squishier than we are. Copy that, sir. The other 5 mech pilots responded. Corporal Dunham piloting the captain's warmer for the operation. Anything on sensors? Corporal Lamb asked Shepard, seeing as he had the better sensor suite. That's a negative, Lamb, keep your eyes and ears peeled though. Shepard responded. This is the Vagabond, dropping off the infantry now. The Aerodyne landed on the highway next to them just long enough to let the jeeps and trucks that the infantry used to get around off before taking off again. Peterson, Page, Shepard called out over the comms. I need you and the rest of the infantry to do a quick sweep of the buildings next to us. Everything seems abandoned, but I want to make sure of that. Copy that, Shepard. Peterson responded, and he and his platoon began to move towards the nearest buildings at a reasonable speed. We'll update when we're through. There was no power, and Jenkins and Mendoza had to pry open the sliding doors before they could enter the building. NVG's on. Staff Sergeant Packer ordered, seeing how dark the interior was. We need to be able to see in the dark here. While the main lobby was decently lit, everything else was almost pitch black. After about an hour of going through the building, they came out and requested a deck and shower and to be quarantined. Nothing but dust and echoes, Shepard. Peterson reported. But some of the notes we found indicate some sort of disease or something, we're not really sure. Have Page set up the Deccan and quarantine area just to be safe. Copy that, Peterson. Shepard replied. You heard the man, make sure your hatches are sealed. Page, you copy on that last COMM. I read you, Shepard, we're waiting on the Vagabond to drop off the equipment now. Lieutenant Page responded. Me and my Marines will take care of the grunts. 2 weeks later. Well, Doc, what's the verdict? Packer asked one of the doctors that had been sent down from the Argo. Am I gonna die? Dr. Walker just scoffed. We can't find anything that could be harmful to any of you here. She paused. Whatever it was, it's more than likely died out by now. We're clearing all of you from quarantine. Both the infantry and the Marines, sick of having been cooped up for 2 weeks, got really excited at first before realizing that now they had to follow the IE archaeologists around. Cough cough, Doc, I'm dying. Jenkins made it dramatic. Make me stay on bed rest for the next. He trailed off looking at Mendoza for backup. 2 weeks? He asked weakly, realizing that the doctor had no sympathy after having to deal with them for the past 2 weeks. The rest of the Marines and infantry jeered and then with some complaining and grumbling, got back into uniform and got their kit back on. All right, let's make sure these eggheads don't cause any trouble now. Now Staff Sergeant Mathis called out. What's the verdict? Shepard radioed Peterson and Page after his computer systems notified him that they were back online. You all a part of the Walking Dead? He joked. Nah, Shepard, we're cleared to go back to work. Let the IE boys and girls know that their playground is open for business. Peterson responded. Roger that, letting the children out to play. Shepard then called the IE dropships, letting them know it was safe to land and begin excavating to their heart's content. Dr. Ford, try not to have too much fun down here. He reminded the easily excitable man. In space, same time as Shepard lands on the planet. What's the verdict, Chief? I asked CPO Jewel. Frankly, sir, this hardware is ancient. Pre-Star League even. She responded. We're lucky that the dropship collars haven't changed over the years. She paused. That being said, I think we can get this one back up and running if we cannibalize the other one for spare parts and borrow that IE guy to help. Why borrow the IE guy? I asked, genuinely curious as to why bring in outside help. Because the guy is a genius and knows a lot more about this tech than I do. She responded. I can't give you an estimate without taking some more time to look at the internals. Get me that guy and I'll give you something by the end of the day. Understood, Chief, I'll leave you to it. I left our chief engineer to her tinkering. We were currently inside of one of the Leviathans and were conducting damage assessments and repair predictions on them. While they mostly appeared intact, one of the jump ships had suffered from a larger meteorite impact and couldn't maintain an atmosphere. Strangely, they both appeared to have been mothballed properly, and so we had to decide which one we were going to fix up. 2 weeks later. Spaceman Bruce, I need you to test that air filter. CPO Jewel called out to her favorite errand boy. If we did this right, when we should be able to pressurize the ship again, and I don't want carbon buildup ruining our good air. They had spent the last 2 weeks swapping parts between jump ships to see what worked and what didn't, as well as fabricating new ones on the Argo before sending them over to make sure everything fit properly. Aye, ma'am. Seaman Bruce responded, pushing off of the wall of the hallway he was in. Checking air filter now. He floated over to the main air scrubber for the jump ship, making sure that it was intact and didn't have anything that would be a concern. Scrubber looks good, ma'am, fire up the reactor when ready. He called out. All right. Firing this thing up. She called on the comms before powering the fusion reactor on. Bridge, anything on your end? She called up to where Captain Hull had been working on computer systems and conduits with Captain Fry. All systems are green up here, Chief. Fry responded. Looks like we got ourselves an old lady. She may be old, but she's got it where it counts. Hull tagged himself into the COMM channel. Looks like we are on board the privately owned Leviathan-class jump ship Whirlwind. Everything checks out down here. CPO Jewel chimed in. We're gonna need more crew. I know, Chief, Captain Hull responded. I know. January 15th, 3004. It's been a pleasure working with you over this past year, Captain. Interstellar expeditions will mark you down as a favored hire in any future propositions. Dr. Ford said, shaking my hand. Thank you, Doctor. I replied, smiling back at the man. We'll keep IE in mind if we hear about any such contracts you're in the neighborhood for. Personal Journal. We had quite a year working with interstellar expeditions. The addition of 8 docking collars will be a big help in the future regardless of the Whirlwind being older than the Star League. IE found an Age of War computer core and let us copy most if not all of it down. While most of the stuff is outdated, there are some useful designs in there and we could use it to start the process of developing our own tech. We'll be taking a 3-month rotation of rest and leave before seeking a contract. I know that this year is the year that Katrina Steiner and the Kell brothers make their way out into the periphery, and I hope to at least make a good impression out here before we begin to move towards Davian space. Chapter 21, Expansion. Thanks for giving us access to your supply lines. I told the Majesty Metals liaison. We needed to be able to buy some things for our expansion. So, all of our current full vehicle and mech production is promised for, she responded. With that being said, we are willing to sell you some of our older stuff, as well as some spare parts and weaponry. I may end up buying out all of your stores of spare parts. I shrugged. As well as most of your stocks of SRM and LRMs. We were prepping to buy some equipment that the Canopians were willing to sell us, mostly things that had fallen into disrepair. After some talking with the local militia commander and our Majesty Metals liaison, we had managed to purchase some of the older platforms from them. We were filling out an armored company with 2 Pegasus hovercraft, 2 vedettes, 4 Maxims, a partisan, and 2 ballista self-propelled artillery pieces. We had also acquired 4 vector assault VTOLs for rapid response and scouting. Most of what we had purchased were in various states of disrepair or just outright damaged, and we would have to effect repairs of our own before we could put them into use for our company. Thankfully, I had good engineers in Aztecs who had been getting bored with only having a few mechs to work on. I had bumped up my own rank up to Lieutenant Colonel, seeing as we were now a short battalion by most standards with all of the assets we had obtained over the past couple of years. With these last few purchases we had made, we were capable of stopping almost any pirate force in its tracks. Now we just had to find another dropship or 2 in order to be able to take our forces anywhere. Why did I never try this before? Shepard asked the rest of the crew he was training with as he took the Pegasus up to its maximum speed. Woohoo! He shouted, I'm gonna have to put in for a transfer, this is fun. Captain Shepard drifted around one of the obstacles set in place for training purposes. Sir! The instructor yelled at him. You have to slow down immediately. Shepard, having had his fun, slowed down to the recommended speed for the course and completed it exactly the way he was instructed to from then on out. Man, Shepard got out of the Pegasus hovercraft and stretched. It's a good day to be alive. He grinned and refused to look behind him as the instructors and recruits that had been his crew began throwing up or walking uneasily. So, should I transfer to the armored company? He asked cockily. Sir, Lieutenant Mathis replied. I think you're doing just fine where you're at. He offered, hoping that Captain Shepard was joking. Yeah, Shepard agreed. I really am happy with where I'm at. The grin dropped off of his face. Still, in all seriousness, this cross-training stuff really has been a big help. Everyone else in the training area just nodded in agreement. Even if only a fraction of the population were neurohelmet compatible, everyone was taught how to aim and fire the weapons on every vehicle, dropship, and mech that the company owned. So, when's the next live fire exercise again? Mathis asked Shepard. It's on the memo. Remember to check your box when we get back to base. He replied. It's supposed to be in like 2, maybe 3 weeks from now. You don't remember either, do you? Mathis asked. Nope. Shepard responded. Can I take the Pegasus for a spin again? No sir. Mathis grinned, holding the keys he had swiped from the captain. Your driving privileges are revoked temporarily. Oh well, Shepard shrugged. Guess it's time to shrink the paperwork pile. You could just do it as it comes up. Mathis offered. It keeps the paperwork manageable versus the massive pile up close to the deadline. Yeah, but that would cut into everything else I do. Shepard offered. Like taking the Pegasus for joyrides. Shepard snatched the keys from Mathis and dived back into the Pegasus before sealing the hatch and driving away. Cackling as he drove away and through the obstacle course again. Still haven't managed to find a mobile command center, Colonel. Lieutenant Dunham, the head of our counterintelligence department, asked as he walked over to me. I was in the cafeteria of the building we had taken over with a bunch of reports, other unclassified paperwork with me. No, I'll probably have to make do with the Warmer until we do. I said with a shrug. It'll drop us down a frontline mech, but it'll enable me to manage our forces until I can. How's the vetting of the new dropship crews going? I asked, making a face at my now lukewarm coffee. And gesturing for him to take a seat. It's good so far, sir. He responded, taking a seat and stacking up some of my scattered papers for me. Almost everything checks out. He stroked his beard for a second. How concerned are you about hiring former smugglers? Former? I asked, raising my left eyebrow. There's no actual records of him having been a smuggler, but the messenger managed to track down some files that state the possibility. Dunham shrugged. I'm pretty sure that he's been on the straight for a while, and the rest of his crew checks out. I just think we'll have to keep an eye on him for a bit. All right then, Lieutenant. I nodded. I'll trust your judgment on this. Standing up, Dunham nodded and then pointed to one piece of paper. You should buy both of these and the other one the command staff were talking about. He then grabbed the cup of coffee he had come in the cafeteria for and left the way he came. A heavy sigh left my lips. The purchase of 2 Drost IIB dropships, a mule, and 1 more Leopard CV would take around half of the bounty we had gotten for the merchant class we had sold to the Taurian Concordat. This would leave us still solidly in the black, but with less of a cushion than I actually liked. Regardless, we needed the lift capacity, and so I sent a message to OK the purchase of the dropships. The Drost might be a strange choice for today's environment, but we needed something that could deliver both infantry and combat vehicles without needing to be unloaded piecemeal via a spheroid dropship. Part of our combat doctrine had us using our Ariadines to get on the ground quickly so we could seize ground and move before anyone on the ground was prepared for us. I sighed again. We had another couple of months on this contract and then we would be taking a contract with the Magistracy to hit a Marian hegemony world in order to get them to back off of the shipping lanes for a little while. That left us with almost 6 months before many of our troops would see combat for the first time. While I wasn't as concerned with my veterans, the soldiers we had been training over the last year and a half were still considered green. I hoped to get most of them up to regular or veteran status before we went into the main area of the inner sphere for more lucrative contracts. Standing up, I went to heat up my now cold coffee. Pinching the bridge of my nose to stave off the headache from staring at balance sheets and fine print for too long. Penny for your thoughts, Colonel. A trio of fresh boot camp graduates from the Lyran Commonwealth entered the cafeteria. 2 men and a woman. Just plans for the future, privates. I replied, pulling my freshly reheated cup of caffeinated bliss out of the microwave and taking a long sip. Lot of plans for the future. I met each of their eyes in turn before gathering up my documents and putting them all in their designated place. If you're not careful, I may put you on paperwork sorting duty. I called out as I left the cafeteria, enjoying the way that they shuddered. Listen up, people. Colonel Hull called out over the battalion communications channel. Wardog and Strider squadrons are covering us and making sure we're clear in the skies. It's up to us to hit the spaceport and any military hardware they might have on planet. All right, ladies. Captain Peterson yelled at his company of infantry. Our job is to land and seize any and all dropships that might be planet-side. He paused to inhale. We have targeting priority for our artillery, so call it in if you think you need it. He finished just as the Drost came to a stop, dropping its ramp and letting off the Maxims and the trucks the rest of the infantry used before letting the Vector VTOLs take off for extra cover. Moving at just below flank speed, the mechanized infantry company moved into the impromptu spaceport, making sure that none of the armed dropships powered up before they seized them. Mendoza, Jenkins, take fire teams 1 and 2 and hit those 2 dropships. Lieutenant Packer, leader of 1st Platoon, ordered. I'll take fire team 3 and clear out the rest. While most of the infantry and armor companies hit the spaceport, the Mechs and the remainder of the forces had hot dropped over the small military base that the Marians had put up on the outskirts of the city. I was coordinating our forces from my warmer until we managed to get a mobile HQ. In the meantime, I was monitoring reports and calling in artillery coordinates as needed. I knew that micromanaging would get people killed, so I let my people do their jobs. There had been some minor casualties so far, but it seemed that we were doing what our contract specified. Chapter 22, Break Through This Wall. All right, Colonel Hull, the Magistracy representative said. Looks like your request was approved. I sat up a little bit straighter and raised an eyebrow. It was. I asked a little more animatedly than usual. Yes, she replied. The details are being sent to your people now. She stood up. Let me know if you are ever back in the area. She winked and then sauntered off with the aura of superiority trademark. We might be able to have some fun. She threw over her shoulder and then did that weird thing women do with their hips. I blinked for a moment there, stunned, and then shook my head in order to clear it. That was weird. I stood up and looked around the restaurant that I had met her in. Had I just been on a date? Nah, I shook my head, it couldn't be that. She was just being friendly. I got my stuff together and walked out the restaurant, still mulling over what had just happened all of the way back to the building we were using. You are an idiot. Shepard said in the mess hall we had set up. A real fucking idiot. He kept going. You had the chance to sleep with a hot Canopian girl and you completely blew it. How did you not know she was hitting on you? One of the female members of the command staff asked. I dunno. I shrugged, I didn't always look this good. I gestured to the muscles I had developed over the last 4 years of dedicated training and work ethic. Used to be girls never looked my way twice. Well, Colonel, Captain Jewel said. I'm afraid those days are long over. She smirked. Get used to crazy women and men trying to sleep with you for both fun and for information. She then frowned and got serious. We need to find some more intelligence people. I'm working on it. Lieutenant Dunham replied. It's hard work training people up for this even with the slick manuals and documents that Hull gave us. He nodded at me when he said that. Frankly, I'm just glad we've got a decent corps of veterans here. Shepard chimed in. The new guys did really well when we hit the Marians after all. By the way, sir, what made you so happy when you got in yesterday? Lieutenant Packer chimed in, having been relatively silent so far. I mean, you were practically bouncing off of the walls with how excited you were, and I'm pretty sure you didn't get laid. He laid into me at the end there. The entire table broke out into laughter for a moment before I managed to get them to quiet down again. Well, I managed to get a license to both purchase and manufacture canopy and advanced medical equipment and technology. I held up my hands to stop them from getting too loud. I took a look at some of the schematics with the teams on the Argo yesterday, and we can produce some of them on our own, but we'll be buying the rest and filling out the rest of our medical roster with some people we poached from the Magistracy Medical Corps. By the time we leave, we'll have some of the best medical care in the inner sphere. How the hell did you manage that? Captain Peterson asked. Well, it turns out returning 3 dropships with hold full of goods stolen from their own people will net you some goodwill. I shrugged. And, I guess people just never asked. I mean, when I put the request in when we took the contract, both the MRB broker and the Magistracy rep looked stunned. I don't think we got all of their best stuff though. I said. But I made sure that we got as much of the scanning tech as we could. I was serious when I promised you guys good medical care in your contracts. I'll make sure we load up all of the gear I bought in the morning. I stood up from the table. We're heading back to get that other Leviathan after we're done loading up. The goal was to get the second Leviathan up and running within a couple of weeks of dropping back into the system that the deserted planet was in. We would be jumping in and split our forces. The Messenger and Vagabond were going to head in and get to work on the other Leviathan jump ship, with a large portion of the ship-based engineers in Aztecs. The rest of the group would head to the planet to see if there was any salvage we might have missed the first time. Admittedly, the first time we had landed on planet, we had been more concerned with a possible contagion or being attacked, and salvage was the last thing on our minds at the time. Besides that, IE had only been here for a month because they had gotten a lead on a possible exodus route they wanted to explore closer to Davian space. Alright people, we've been here before, but that doesn't mean we get to relax. Peterson briefed his company of mechanized infantry. Our mission, however, has changed. Our job is to go through this place piece by piece until we have ensured that there is no salvage left to recover here. He stopped for a second. Dibs rules are not, I repeat, not in effect. If you see something shiny, you call over one of the engineers or Aztecs before and they will clear you on whether you can keep it or not. Am I understood? He asked. Yes, sir. His company roared in response. All right, marksman. Lieutenant Packer called. Mount up. The entire company climbed into their designated Maxim hovercraft or escort vehicle and started up whatever engine they needed to. All right, marksman. The Drost pilot called. Dropping in 10 seconds. There was a countdown, and on the last 3 seconds lights flashed before Drost's ramp lowered to allow the troops to disembark. The company plus the VTOLs exited just as they had continuously practiced and began to make their way to the city, while the dropships went to park in empty fields nearby. 2 weeks later. Alright guys, it's time to pack it up. First Sergeant Mendoza told the fire team he was working with. They had just done a sweep through most of the industrial district and hadn't found anything of real value. Hold up, Sarge. Corporal Jenkins called out. He had been getting training in both engineering and general maintenance aboard the Argo while Mendoza went through senior NCO school. We didn't check that building out, and something looks strange about it. He said, studying the smallest building in the district. Every single other building here has its own dedicated office space attached to it. He expanded on his theory. And yet here, we have what's only an office building? Sarge, something doesn't add up. All right, Jenkins. Sergeant Mendoza sighed. We'll check out your strange building, but if you're wrong about this, I'm putting you on babysitting duty for 3 rotations. All right, Sarge. Jenkins rolled his eyes at his best friend. If I'm right though, you owe me some of that good liquor you stashed away when you thought I wasn't looking. Jenkins held out his hand and Mendoza shook it. The deal had been made. At first it appeared that Mendoza was right and there was nothing to be found in the building. The fire team had set up portable generators and lights and had cleared the entire building. All of it was office space. Jenkins was actually about to give Mendoza the win when one of the privates called for them. Sarge. Corporal. Private Frost yelled. We found a basement door and you won't believe what's down there. It had been all hands on deck as the entirety of the battalion pitched in to load up what they had found. The jack wagon had spread the contents of its cargo holds throughout the rest of the dropship fleet, with the Bittersweet and Honey Badger being converted into temporary cargo ships. It took an extra 3 weeks to pack everything up, and we had even dumped spare AC and LRM ammo. When it was time to leave the system, every cargo hold was full, including the Vagabond and Messenger's cargo bays. Next stop, the Taurian Concordat. Chapter 23, The Comeback. New Vandenberg, March 1, 3005. I'm not letting you jump into the system with the rest of your forces. Colonel Calderon said. You've expanded, and despite the fact that I may have liked you, I don't trust you. He gestured at the folder in front of him. You might even be a Davian spy for all I know, you did originate there after all. I wasn't sure what had changed in the couple of years since I worked for Colonel Thomas Calderon, but I didn't like it. And the more that he went on, the angrier I got. Finally, having had enough, I stood up and walked out. Tell the family I said hi. I snarked out as I left. There were other people who would be willing to hear me out. Taurus, March 30, 3005. Thank you so much for being willing to meet with me, Protector Calderon. I thanked the woman profusely. Well, a mercenary commander calling my office every 15 minutes until he got a meeting seemed at least worth a bit of my time. She said, humoring me. I know your time is important, ma'am, and so I'll get to the point. I said, my face entirely serious in spite of her attempt at humor. Protector, I have just over 2,000 Taurian Concordat refugees from the reunification war in stasis aboard my dropships and jumpships. I went on to describe how we found them and the other things hidden underneath that district. Protector Calderon just sat there in silence for a bit, slowly digesting everything that she had just heard. I'm going to need some sort of proof that what you say is real. Of course, Protector. I nodded at her. I'm willing to take you and your protection detail to my dropship the Messenger in order to prove it to you. Postpone all of my appointments. She turned to one of her bodyguards. Get me a car, we're going to be examining this proof that Colonel Hull has to offer. I was escorted to the limo with the Protector and several bodyguards. You're certain that they're Taurian? She asked once the limo was on its way through traffic to the spaceport. Yes, ma'am. I said, deathly serious. Both my people and interstellar expeditions verified it multiple times. It took us less than 30 minutes to arrive at the spaceport, the benefits of traveling with the Protector with me streamlining the entire process. Upon reaching the Messenger, the entry doors were opened and I showed her to one of the cargo bays filled to the maximum with both stasis pods and the tech to keep them operational. She slowly walked over, examining the pod that had definite Concordat markings on it, before turning to speak to me. Thank you for returning our people back to us. She said. I'll command the TDF to stand down and not impede your jump ships. She paused for a minute. I'll send over some people to offload these pods ASAP and you can have your jump ship go get the rest of your people. Yes, ma'am. I responded. We'll get things prepped here, it takes quite a bit to get them ready to move. I can only imagine. Protector Calderon responded before being escorted off of the ship. What followed was an extremely busy week as we transferred the stasis pods along with the support gear over to the Protector's trusted people. As soon as that was finished we were headed to go collect the rest of my people. Taurus, May 25, 3005. Well, I think that's everyone. I said, wiping my hands on my grease-stained work overalls. Shepard. Can you make sure that's the last one? I asked, groaning as I stretched and felt my back and neck crack a few times. Shepard sent a couple of NCOs to triple-check everyone's work while I rested against a wall for a second. That's the last one, Colonel. He said. Good. I stood up straight. All right, people. Go get some showers and take some time off for the next couple of days. You've all earned it. I was greeted with half-hearted fist pumps and cheers. We had all worked around the clock and I knew that my people were exhausted. Moving with the rest of the group I was working with, I grabbed a fresh uniform and went to the communal showers. I still felt tired, but I didn't feel as gross after a quick shower and a change into a fresh uniform. All right, Shepard, I need you to hold down the fort while I go debrief the Protector. I called out to the man sprawled out on a crate in the cargo bay. You got it, boss. He weakly gave a thumbs up and returned to his napping. I just shook my head as I walked out of the Vagabond and towards our small motor pool. We had bought some local armored trucks and SUVs to use while in town. Climbing into one of them, I began the drive to Calderon's office. Are you sure we can't interest you in citizenship and a title? Protector Zarantha Calderon asked me. No, ma'am. I responded. Myself and the rest of the senior staff agreed that returning your people to you was just the right thing to do. The most we expect from you is paying for fuel we used. Done. She didn't even hesitate. And as for the other thing you discussed, TTI will be breaking ground within a month. She looked me in the eye. And I and the Calderon family will be investing personally in this venture. Thank you, ma'am. I said. We're going to need the spare parts and having our own supplier will help greatly. Are you sure we can't convince you to settle down here in the Concordat? She tried one last time. Unfortunately not, ma'am. I responded. We've got people from all over right now, and we aim to leave a mark on the sphere before we're through. Well, you've already made a mark here in the Concordat. Zarinth responded. If y'all ever need a safe haven or need any help from the Calderon family and the Concordat as a whole, just send us word. Thank you, ma'am. I stood up and shook her hand. We'll be heading out within the week. Have to get out there and get to work. It's been a pleasure, Colonel Hull. R. True, July 12, 3005. Moment of truth, Colonel. Shepard said over his comms, watching from his mongoose as the door Colonel Hull was accessing began to slide open. All right, people. Shepard called out. We don't know if the Star League left any automated defenses behind or not, so keep on your toes. The two full-fire teams of Mechs and Company of Armor moved to provide cover for the Colonel as he ran to one of the Maxim hovercraft. Rifle 2, move up and check things out. Shepard commanded. Keeping an eye on his various systems and activating his Beagle active probe. Your crab has the most armor here. Moving up, Rifle lead. Rifle 2 replied, maneuvering through the doors cautiously, ready to bolt at first contact. I've got nothing here, lead. Copy that too. Shepard said. Sniper lead, you listening? This is Sniper Company, we copy. Moving up to investigate now. The three Maxims moved at a decent pace to the interior of the SLDF outpost and prepped their targeting systems. Ready for a fight to get out if necessary. Working with IE had changed the marksman computer protocols. Whereas before, they just accessed everything all at once without care, now after having heard many a cautionary tale from the IE computer experts, they only powered up one computer at a time before accessing the systems. Apparently, the slick tended to leave behind nasty surprises for those who didn't have authorized access. Well, this wasn't quite what I expected. Colonel Hull said, looking at the outpost's computer systems with Corporal Rook. Looks like it's mostly research on automation and a couple of experimental automated repair bays. The Colonel looked at the files. Looks like they were trying to work the kinks out of some of the SDS systems and get these repair bays working properly. Hey, Colonel. Rook called out, glancing up from his computer screen. There should be a lance of heavy mechs and a mobile HQ in the far bay. He shrugged. Aside from enough ferrofibrous to armor all of our mechs and the bays, there doesn't seem to be much else here. Understood, Corporal. The Colonel responded and then had everyone start stripping the castle outpost of anything that might be the slightest bit useful. I want us heading for the jump point in 48 hours. He began to delegate duties to the officers. Shepard, you're in charge of making sure they get those repair bays out. Peterson, I want you and Page to coordinate loading the ferrofibrous and that lance. He paused for a second. Dunham, you're on intel retrieval. I want you to rip everything from the computer systems that might be useful, whether it's coding or anything else. Just leave that one alone. He pointed at the one computer he had disconnected from the base's network with the assistance of Corporal Rook and the other technicians. That one we're destroying. Personal journal. Well, the last few months have been full speed ahead. First, getting everything off of the planet that the troops have taken to calling Spectre and making sure that we got it to the Concordat. I had to rotate people on and off of the Argo for R&R for weeks before everyone was well rested again. Then we had to unload everything. My people earned the bonus that I gave them for their hard work over the last 6 months. Chapter 24, Kingdom. Valagza, Federated Sons, December 30th. You know, Shepard said to the rest of the crew that had gone out drinking with him. It's nice to be on a garrison contract again. Hear, hear. Lieutenant Packer agreed, raising his mug of beer in his massive paw of a hand. Good booze, great pay, the company though. Could be better. He smirked at the guys he was with. At least we're not the Colonel right now. Mendoza offered. Last I saw him out of the office was 3 days ago. And even then he was working on the paperwork. I've got Peterson on it. Shepard chimed in. He's forcing a break right about now. He glanced down at his watch. Ever since those 3 he had sorting paperwork for him quit, he's been up to his ears in trying to keep up with everything. He took a deep swig of his beer. Luckily, Hull usually listens to reason. Yeah, Page agreed. The Colonel is pretty good about that. Enough about work already. McKay yelled, already plastered. We're here to party. I thought you were on babysitting duty. Shepard glared at Lamb, who pretended to ignore him. I'll drive her back to base. Jenkins volunteered, he was the one who usually stayed sober anyway. Not like I got much else to do but study for this engineer test. He offered. Sounds good, Jenkins. Packer thanked him with a nod. I'll cover her tab tonight and I'll help you get that lab time you asked for. Valagza, Federated Sons, January 15th, 3006. Alright people, now that you've gotten all of the partying and fun out of your system, it's that time of year again. Colonel Hull said to the assembled battalion. That's right, it's time for live fire exercises again. I paused. This year, I will be proctoring while Shepard and Peterson split the battalion in half. Oh, and before I forget. I stopped them before they dispersed to get moving to the land plots we had leased and set up with mock buildings and objectives. Strider and Wardog will not be accessible to either side for this engagement. Ground forces only. Shepard and Peterson groaned, but came up to the parade ground stage. Our war games forces were all picked via a lottery-based system. First you drew what equipment you had, then the staff was sorted into lots based on skill levels and training, and finally, you drew whether you were defending or attacking. While this didn't make things fair, it enabled us to get a feel for different scenarios that may happen in real life due to bad intel or any number of other things. This year, I had removed my warmer from the lottery and also taken the messenger and our aerospace squadrons out of play. I had plans for them. Damn it. Peterson cussed. He had gotten most of the battle mech company barring the Marauder and Crab and had managed to grab Page's non-mechanized infantry company in support along with the artillery pieces. To make matters worse, even though his forces would probably be used better on the offensive, he was stuck defending the fort that the engineers had put up over the last couple of weeks. Pushing aside his anger, he climbed into the mongoose and triple-checked to make sure everything was set to training mode. There had only ever been one accident during their live fire exercises, and after what the colonel did to her, it had never happened again. This year's exercises were scheduled to take almost a month, and the colonel always made them interesting by adding in little surprises that he had planned in advance. Last year's exercises had been conducted in a hurry because of how busy they were and had only lasted 2 days before they had to pack up and leave. This year, being denied access to their normal air cover would make things interesting indeed. February 5, 3006. Shepard. Peterson laughed. I got you good this time. He slapped the shoulder of his friend. Any idea why the colonel called the exercises off early? Nope, Shepard responded, shaking his head. But I'm sure if you wait, he'll be briefing us shortly. Listen up. Colonel Hull called when the battalion had settled in. We have Capellan raiders burning into the system as we speak. From what the Argo and Messenger have picked up, it looks like we have 2 battalions headed here to raid and they are 3 days out. February 15, 3006. Colonel, we need to fall back. Lieutenant Lamb, the commander of Mech Fire Team Carbine, radioed in. That's a negative, Lieutenant, I replied. I need you there so Shepard can come in with the heavies. Sir, McKay and Rogers just punched out. She said as she fired a large laser at an enforcer. I'm down to a lance here. I need something with more firepower to hold this line. The comms went silent for a second as I put Dunham in command of coordinating and keeping the various companies updated and climbed into my warmer. Rushing through the startup process, I pushed at my fastest speed to help bail out the fire team. Dunham, see if our spotters managed to range the Lancers' dropships yet. I commanded as I rushed through the trees. Rifle lead, we may need to spring our trap early. Roger that, marksman actual. Shepard responded. Rifle, trigger is pulled. I rounded a hill to see McKay's Griffin slumped over with its fist embedded in the cockpit of an enforcer, and Roger's Shadow Hawk was leaning against a tree with it missing its left torso. I snapped off both PPCs at an enforcer, hitting its shoulder and causing its autocannon to miss its intended target. Lamb and Maverick focused fire with me and we dropped the enforcer before backing away. I fired both PPCs at an archer this time, nearly taking the pilot out and drawing most of the ire that this company had. Marksman actual and carbine, watch your fire. Shepard called. Coming out of the woods on passive sensors with the rest of the battalion hot on his heels. The Lancers were pinched between both of our forces. But they fought until there was only a lance left before surrendering. After the aftermath of the battle, my Warhammer was missing a PPC, I was out of SRMs, and we were down both Pegasus hovercraft, 1 Vedette medium tank, and a full fire team of mechs was out of commission. While we had been running distraction on the mech forces in our area, Peterson and the infantry had gotten the drop site of the Lancers ranged and sighted with the ballista artillery we had. They had managed to get the drop on about half of their dropships and the rest had powered down and surrendered rather than get crippled from artillery at range. March 10, 3006. It was strange, losing so much and yet being grateful for it. We utterly dismantled the battalion of Black Wind Lancers that had dropped into raid Valagza. But we had lost all of our armor barring our Maxims and the artillery. Most of our mechs were in various states of disrepair and some of them might even be scrapped entirely. McKay had punched out but would be laid up in the Argo on medical leave until spinal compression and a concussion went away. Rogers had to have his left leg and arm in a cast after his ejection seat threw him into a tree. I had over 50% casualties in the armored company alone. The infantry companies had made it out with the least amount of casualties and would be handling most of the patrol duties. The infantry had made it out the most intact because we had mostly used them for scouting for the artillery and ensuring the POWs didn't try to escape. Whereas the militia had been wiped out almost to a man fighting Marion's Highlanders and had only managed to take out a company before they lifted off with the spoils of war. We had managed to take out and take prisoner a good portion of what the Lancers had landed with. March 24, 3006. It was a good plan, Mark. Shepard said, the command staff all sitting down in the room we had claimed. If we had thought it was bad then we would have told you. He shrugged. We did better than most regular units would have done in our place, and that's something to be proud of. Their lives were spent, sir. Captain Rose said with a sad smile on her face. Not wasted. Her company had taken the majority of the losses over the past 2 months. We're going to have to pull some people from the training cadre, Peterson advised. And we need heavier machines. While what we had worked well with pirates, we're gonna need heavier machines and more of them if we're going to take on house units like this on the regular. I put together a wish list, Colonel. Rose said. I'll have it on your desk in a couple of days. She paused. After the funerals, that is. I just nodded. Having been taking notes the entire time. I'm gonna need a list of improvements from all of you the day after tomorrow. I said. We're going to be stepping up our game in training, recruitment, and in materials. Are we heading to Avalon? A couple of the staff asked, and I shook my head. We wouldn't be able to explain where the equipment came from. I sighed. We're stuck doing it the old-fashioned way for now. All right then. Shepard said. I expect full debriefs on my desk before you turn your improvements and wish lists into the Colonel. He looked at each of the assembled senior officers, including me. I expect all of you to get at least 8 hours of sleep and eat a solid breakfast before the funerals in the morning. He said sternly, the usual humor gone from his face. Yes, sir, the senior officers said, and then they dispersed to head to their quarters and go to sleep. Chapter 25, Damage Assessment. Valagza, Federated Suns, March 26, 3006. Colonel, you are one lucky son of a bitch. My lead Tech Jerome McAllister said. Somehow, without losing more than the 1 ppc, you managed to strip every single last ton of armor off of your mech without having to punch out. He shook his head incredulously. It'd take me 2 weeks without the repair base to get this thing fixed. He shrugged. Give us 5 days and we'll have this thing back in the fight. Thanks, McAllister. I replied. But focus on getting the rest of the mechs up and running. I can run things from the mobile HQ for now. All right then, the big black Irishman replied. I'll let the crew know to work on everything else first. Hey, Colonel. Captain Rose greeted me with a sad smile as I walked through the parts of the jack wagon we had converted to using as repair base temporarily. Thanks for making sure my vedette got put back together in time for the funeral. The marksman funeral had been held the day before. And we had used the vedette in sync with our infantry to give our farewell salute to our fallen brothers and sisters. Captain, I saw your list, and I'll be making some calls after our garrison contract is up to work on them. I said, gesturing to the notepad in my hand filled with notes on it. Let me know if I missed anything. I saw that she was barely holding in tears and brought her in for a hug. We might be a military unit, but I made sure that this felt like a family. We'll make it. I said, rubbing her back like I used to do to my sisters when they had a breakdown. The shoulder of my uniform was covered in snot and tears, but that didn't matter right then and there. Right here and now, some of my people were hurting. And we would be striking back in return. I'm sorry, Colonel. Rose said as she straightened up, wiping the tears and snot from her eyes. I'm good now. Rose, I said, meeting her eyes. The marksmen are a family, we all have each other's back. You did good work out there, Rose. I smiled. I'm proud of you and your team. I patted her back and began my trek to the place I had commandeered to do my paperwork for the day. Make sure you get some rest. I called out over my shoulder. Yes, sir. She replied. It seemed that at least some of the weight had lifted off of her shoulders. March 30, 3006. While I had a main office on the Messenger, I rarely made use of it, preferring to utilize areas closer to where my people were working so as to be more accessible. I had managed to line up a lot of heavier replacements for the combat vehicles we had lost. The Davians had taken 2 of the Unions and half of the battle mechs we had salvaged in exchange for a Triumph-class dropship and the ability to purchase tanks and equipment directly from the Davian supply chains. I had managed to wrangle 2 Manticores, 1 Vedette, 2 Tigers, 2 Thumpers, 2 Ballistas, 4 LRM carriers, and we had even managed to talk some people into selling their Puma assault vehicles when I added 500,000 C-bills on top of their asking price. On another note, I had received a message from the Pierce militia. The lease on the Troy, the Buccaneer that I had leased out to them, was up and they didn't want to renew it. So, I was sending the King Henry V along with Shepard and a decent amount of crew to go collect it along with our new combat vehicle purchases and bring them back to Valagza while we were finishing out our garrison contract. I would be sending Wardog Squadron, Shepard's new Marauder, and a fire team of infantry with him as backup. May 5, 3006. All right, Shepard. I said, shaking his hand as he and the rest of the group with him made to depart. I already negotiated all of the deals and got the lawyers involved in the purchase contracts. All you need to do is verify your identity and pick up our gear. Safe travels, boys and girls. I stepped back and saluted our purchasing team. We'll hold down the fort until you get back. Dimist. The assembled team dispersed to say their goodbyes and put their stuff away before takeoff. Lieutenant Dunham had gathered a decent group of intel people to accompany them as they traveled the Federated Suns, gathering up their gear. Their estimated time to get everything and return was around 7 months, and we would be training and recruiting until then. Personal Journal, June 7, 3006. I've spent the last month focused on making sure that we were training and repairing around the clock. We managed to restore all of our mechs back to fighting status and also put together another 4 archers and 2 enforcers in that amount of time. While quite a few of our pilots are still lightly injured, we've shifted some of the remaining armor company to pilot in their places for now. We were able to get both of the Pegasus hovercraft up and running again, but everything else was a bust aside from the one vedette that had limped back in. So, currently we are stronger in mechs than we were before, being able to field almost 2 companies of mechs at this present moment. Captain Rose has been recovering from the loss of most of her command at a decent pace. The therapists and rotation through the Argo for R&R has kept morale high, along with the bonus the Davians gave for outstanding work. It seems that while we kept the 2 battalions of the Highlanders and Lancers pinned down, the rest of their formations had been hit and mostly destroyed by the Wolf's Dragoons. Also, I got word from R&D that they need a handful of volunteers, test subjects, for testing a couple of projects that they believed were nearing completion. Chapter 26, Surprises. Valagza, Federated Suns, August 10, 3006. I relaxed into my morning cup of coffee. This is the life. I was taking a week-long break after having been doing training exercises with the new recruits for the last 6 weeks. I hadn't even so much as looked at a stack of paperwork in 3 days. Thankfully, most of the training didn't need direct oversight, and we had nearly perfected our standard recruit and cross-training regimen. Our senior NCOs got to supervise and were able to develop the kind of things we looked for in officers, and the junior NCOs got to prove that they had the chops to move up to senior NCOs. Also, Dunham's team had gotten extremely good at weeding out the intelligence people that tried to join our battalion, and we would find reasons to flunk them out of boot. Currently, I was sitting on the front porch of the building I had rented for the week of my vacation and doing nothing more than reading and relaxing. This was the first vacation I had had in 6 years after all, and I didn't want to get burnt out. Peterson was in command while I was on this getaway, and he ran a pretty tight ship in conjunction with the rest of the senior staff. I was still being sent reports that I was periodically browsing though, and the latest report said that they would be field testing the finished project that R&D had been working on for the past 2 years. The Argo had become the home to a bunch of extremely interesting people. Our R&D department was generally made up of people that were criticized and outcast for wanting to try new things instead of following in the Star League's footsteps, and our doctors, nurses, and therapists were all the best that we could afford from both the Taurian Concordat and Magistracy of Canopus. I would still be on vacation when the field tests were conducted. However, Peterson and the rest of the current command staff were still supposed to file reviews and document everything that was going into this project. We were also working on a couple of projects that would probably spook the Wolf's Dragoons. Modular technology was something that I knew the clans had near perfected, even if it took another 5 years. Having modular weaponry to swap out on a dime in order to swap roles for combat would be worth both the money and time invested. For now, I had them working on building the framework for modular combat vehicles. We could scale up or down as necessary. For now though, I wasn't thinking about work. I was making a concerted effort to relax. I hadn't originally planned this vacation. But according to Shepard and the rest of the command staff, I had been working too hard. But by God, I would make the best of it. I did bring my warmer and a decent supply of small arms with me after all. There was no way I was being taken by any sort of intelligence agency without a fight. So, I sat on the front porch in a rocking chair, drinking my coffee while I was cleaning the carbine I usually kept in the warmer. I'll need to remember to send the Wolf's Dragoons a fruit basket or something. I reminded myself. They did manage to get the rest of the Highlanders and Lancers taken out after all. My COMM device started chirping at me while I was finishing the last of my coffee. Colonel Hull. I answered, putting the device on speaker while I finished cleaning. Colonel, it's Peterson, you might want to get back to base ASAP. He said. Why? I stood up and grabbed my go bag, making for my warmer. Is there a problem? No sir, but Hansa Davian is here and wishes to speak with you. He replied. When did he get on planet? I asked as I rushed up the ladder to the cockpit of my warmer. I should have at least gotten a report of some kind. Colonel, no one knew he was here until he walked into the repair bay and started lending a hand with some repairs. Peterson said a little incredulously. He was on site and assisting in coveralls for a solid hour or two before Sergeant Lamb walked through and recognized him. He didn't have bodyguards. I asked as I powered up my warmer and ran through my ID protocols. He did, they were helping too, and with all of the new people we've recruited over the past couple of months he blended right in. Peterson said. It's hard to keep track of all 500 to 600 of us. Honestly, we need to give Dunham a promotion and more funding if this keeps up. On my way now, I said as I linked my Warmer's GPS to the small satellite we had put in orbit. ETA 2 hours. We'll expect you then, Peterson out. The COMM device shut off. 2 hours later, I parked my Warmer in the warehouse we had converted into a temporary mech bay and climbed out as soon as I had powered everything down. Rushed onto the catwalk and made my way down to ground level. I was seriously concerned that I would leave a bad impression on both Hansa and my new recruits by having not been here when he first arrived. Colonel Peterson greeted me as soon as my feet touched the ground. Colonel Davian of the 3rd Davian Guards is in the mess hall. He's been waiting patiently for a while now. All right, I replied. I'm not even in uniform though. I don't think it'll make all that much of a difference at this point, sir. Peterson observed. Let's just get going then, I said, running a quick glance over my jeans, scuffed grey boots, and flannel shirt. Colonel Davian. I shook the man's hand firmly. I apologize for not being present when you arrived. It's quite all right, Colonel Hull. Hansa Davian smirked. I'd wait almost any length of time to meet a time traveler after all. I face-palmed. I guess you read Precentor Winfrey's treatise? I asked after my embarrassment had eased a bit and the redness in my face had subsided. Why yes, actually, it was quite an interesting read. Hansa replied, that insufferable grin still on his face. Now tell me, what was it like living in the Star League before the exodus and dissolution of the hegemony? I knew at this moment that how I answered this question would at least influence part of how Hansa and hopefully Ian Davian viewed the Star League. Do you want the truth? I asked. Or do you want me to lie to you? I was extremely serious at this moment. Well, better an uncomfortable truth than a lie. He replied. The Star League was a failure in both the governance of its people, and a failure in terms of a nation. I stated outright. And this is coming from someone who was born on Terra during the Amorous Civil War. I said, making sure he knew where I was coming from. History teaches us that if a nation has to constantly and consistently be looking for someone to conquer in order for the state to remain stable, then that state will eventually fall. The Star League was an attempt by Ian Cameron to pit his enemies against each other and weaken every nation but his own. The various non-periphery member states benefiting was simply a fortunate side effect of being closer to Terra. The reunification war was a series of aggression and exploitation that simply sealed the Star League's fate. The succession wars are simply the breakdown of what was a failing system in the first place. I paused for breath. I'm sorry if I ramble a little bit, but history is one of the things that I've always taken an interest in, and how civilizations rise and fall is one of the things I particularly enjoy reading about. No, Hansa sat there with an extremely intrigued look on his face. Please continue. Well, I began to start up again. What the Star League led to was essentially institutional reliance and slavery for the periphery nations, and I would add the member nations as well. You see, the way that the First Lord kept the member states in line was by being the source of advanced technology, both military and civilian in source. As we see throughout the succession wars, being bound to the technology and science path of the Star League has actually led to more issues than anything else. Rather than each member state and periphery nation building and researching things on their own and inventing new devices, there was an over-reliance on parts made and over-engineered by a nation that needed things to work in their favor. I paused to breathe again. This is the way that I see it, coming from Terra directly and having seen both before the succession wars and in the midst of them now. Well, Hansa said after a moment. That's going to be quite a lot to digest. I'm sorry if I offended you. I responded. I am a firm believer that we wouldn't have been in the situation that we are in if not for an over-reliance on both the hegemony and Star League for research and technology. The succession wars. Hansa asked for clarification. Or the Lustek. The succession wars were going to happen regardless of the Amorous War. I wave a hand. They would have been just under another name. But the technology difference, I lay the blame for that squarely at the feet of the Camerons and hegemony. Well, I came here to get the measure of our newest mercenary hires, and instead I got an interesting opinion to digest. He shook my hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Colonel. I'd get your people trained up and repaired quickly if I were you. He winked. We may have an offensive planned. Thank you for the heads up, sir. I responded. We'll be ready. At that, Hansa got up and said his goodbyes. It seemed he had to get back to his regiment. August 12, 3006. All right, we have a green light. Peterson said, turning to the soldier about to run through the course we had designed for field testing. Corporal Jenkins, you have a go. Proceed through the course as you see fit. Jenkins started off with a brief jog, getting a feel for how everything handled before speeding up. He slid underneath the logs covered in razor wire while shooting at targets that had been set, and used jump jets to get over the higher obstacles, using the weapons placed in different areas to simulate different scenarios. All right, Jenkins, Peterson told him over comms. Head towards the next area for live fire exercises and simulations. We were using the mock-up we had made for the previous yearly exercise that had been interrupted for this trial and test run. Jenkins took off at a solid sprint and made it over to the next testing area with plenty of time to spare. All green? Peterson asked. Jenkins gave a thumbs up. Exercise is a go. We had our VTOLs in the air and our lone vidette along with our Shadow Hawks for this exercise. If Jenkins could disable even a single VTOL and slash or make it through without taking crippling damages, then we would consider the trial a success and put it into production on the Argo. The entire review team was watching the cameras we had set up and making notes, trying to see if issues could be brought up. We had already done longevity testing as well as manufacturing feasibility and ease of repair, and it had passed all of those tests with flying colors. This was more of a demonstration run for the command staff, just why I had funneled so much of our excess funds into R&D. Jenkins made his way through the mock city fairly quickly, taking shelter in buildings and even using his jump jets to land on and place a det charge onto a Shadow Hawk's rear hatch, rendering that Shadow Hawk is dead to the rest of the IP-4's sensors. He then used the dead mech as a distraction and made it to the LZ for a solid mission complete. So, I turned to the rest of the command staff. What do you think? Do they fit in armored vehicles? Captain Rose was the first to ask a question. Because if we can outfit everyone with a variant of this, we can cut casualties by a lot. We're currently working on scaling down for cockpits and armored vehicles. I replied. The R&D team has told me that they won't be quite as tough as the base models, and they probably won't have jump jets, but they'll be available after the infantry are outfitted with their variant. Any other questions? Peterson asked. He had been heading up this project since we left the magistracy of Canopus. When everyone had either said no or shaken their heads in the negative, he continued on. The M10A mithril-powered armor is going to be the new face of infantry. He started. It is impervious to small arms fire, able to take anything less than a medium laser and survive. It is also completely sealed against any gases or chemicals. It can achieve a maximum speed of 15 clicks an hour and has jump jets to boost mobility. The mithril is powered by a fuel cell that will last a minimum of a month before needing to be swapped out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where we make our mark on the inner sphere. Chapter 27, Ramping Up, Production. Valagza, Federated Suns, September 10, 3006. We had been working around the clock on building mithril suits, managing to boost our own production from 1.5 suits a day to around 2 to 3 depending on whether we had people on rotation or not. After a month of production, we had been able to outfit just under half of our infantry over the last month. Given that we had a limited time frame, I wasn't sure we would be able to get the pilot/armored suits scaled down in time for any offensive. As it was, we would have to get our people working on the new combat vehicles ASAP when Shepard got back around December. Thankfully, our Triumph-class dropship Vanguard had finally arrived and the local militia had taken the 2 unions as payment. I had immediately set the various dropship teams loose on the Triumph to check if there were any damages or improvements to be made and to get me a report ASAP. All right, Colonel. Captain Jewell handed me the reports from the various dropship techs and engineers I had set loose on the Vanguard. Looks like most things check out. We'll need to do some small maintenance, but aside from that it looks good. Thanks for summarizing that, Captain, I replied, smiling at the thought of not having to leaf through all of the reports that they would have filled out. Anything else I should know while you're still here? I asked. Well, sir, the Drost people have come up with an idea. She trailed off. What kind of idea? I asked with my eyebrow raised, a bit concerned at the way she had phrased that. They want to convert the Drost to a dedicated support and/or gunship platform now that we have a dedicated infantry and vehicle dropship. She replied. Did they give a solid workup? I asked. I like the idea, but I want solid numbers and how long it would take to refit. Yes, actually. Captain Jewell paused, digging through her file folder. They actually did all of the math and everything. She finally produced the file and workup that the Drost crews had submitted. If I take a look at it and find that it's feasible before we go on the offensive, I want you to head up the refits, Jewell. I said, meeting her eyes. I would consider keeping the infantry on the Drosts though. I said. We could use them in conjunction with the mithril to do combat drops over the top of enemy forces. I'll bring it to the crews, they know the Drosts best after all. Jewell replied. I'll get on this and check on the people we're going to crew the Triumph with. Concerned about losing your chief engineer for a bit? I asked, smirking. Yes. Captain Jewell replied, leaving it at that. All right, Captain, take a lunch break and then get to whatever you were doing before this. I said, taking my last sip of coffee. Oh, can you have one of the cooks bring me another cup while you're passing by the cafeteria? I asked. How many cups have you had today? She asked. I think that was number 5 or so. I considered. I lost count around noon. It's 5 in the evening, Colonel. She deadpanned. I think you should be done with the work for the day. But I'm almost done for the week. I replied, wanting to finish the last of the dreaded paperwork. I even filed everything ahead of time so that I can spend the rest of the week helping out with the Mithril rollout. You're hopeless. Jewel replied, shaking her head. I'm cutting you off for the day, no more coffee or paperwork. Instead, you're getting out of this office and getting some air. Fine, I agreed, knowing that I always lost this argument with the rest of the command staff. I need a break anyway. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Jewel asked, a smug smile on her face. Now, I hear that the cooks are breaking out the steaks tonight. When I woke up the next morning, I felt physically exhausted, bruised all over, and a massive headache all at once. Stumbling around my quarters, I managed to get into a fresh uniform and tried to exit my room without falling over. When I stumbled out, I was greeted by a widely grinning Captain Peterson. Why, good morning, Colonel. He started, or should I say afternoon. Captain. I greeted. Did y'all let me sleep all day? I asked. And what happened last night? I feel like I got stomped on by an atlas. Well, sir, you decided that a great way to take a break last night was to get involved in a game of rugby with all of us infantry. Peterson grinned. Forgetting that Dunham is a bit on the small side for most of our infantry. I didn't. I facepalmed. Please tell me I at least played well. I asked. You actually did play pretty well for a guy physically outclassed. Peterson responded, that insufferable grin still present. You got knocked a little too hard on the head towards the end and we had to drag you off of the field with a mild concussion. That explains the headache and the bruises. I said, wincing at the thought of sitting in my office again. I take it Doc told me I'm not allowed to work today. I asked. You, Colonel, Peterson paused. Are not allowed to even think about paperwork for the rest of the week. The full list of things you can't do were messaged to all of the senior staff and NCOs. If you go against the doctor's orders, we will know. Damn it. I swore, holding my head as it rung like a bell from me being too loud. I'm going back to bed. I said, wake me up when the concussion is over. All right, Peterson started. The senior staff, both officers and NCOs were seated around the briefing room table. The colonel is on bed rest for a week. He nodded towards Dunham, the one that had laid the colonel out in the rugby match. Nice hit, by the way, he never saw it coming. He complimented. I want to see if we can get all of the paperwork done and see if we can at the very least get started on those Drost refits before the colonel is allowed back to work. He stopped there. Now I know that Shepard typically sorts through the various paperwork and thins it out before it reaches the colonel, but he's not here, and we need to pick up the slack. Dunham stood up. We've been given a priority of training and repairing. He stated. Now, we've gotten most of the repairs and refits done aside from the dropships. He consulted a file in front of him. We need to get the new recruits some live fire training and begin the basic cross-training. That's all we have on the agenda aside from Mithril before Shepard gets back in December. Thanks, Lieutenant. Peterson said. We'll get to work on this and hopefully by the time the colonel is back on his feet we'll be up and running at peak efficiency. September 24th, 3006. All right, Doc, what's the verdict? I asked from the medical bed. You're cleared to go back to work as long as you don't play rugby again for another week or so. She replied. Now get out of my office, I've got other people to see. I left the medbay and met Dunham right outside. Next time don't hit me so hard. I slugged him in the shoulder. You know I hate going in there. I'll do my best, he shrugged. No promises though. We started walking towards the main area. How is the Mithril production going? I asked, eager to get back to work. We've outfitted all but a couple of platoons with the new armor. He replied. We're continuing production and training to get them accustomed to how everything works. They're still getting used to being able to use the jump jets and everything else. I asked. I figured we'd have to go back through training again. Yes sir, Jenkins is taking the lead on it considering he was the one who volunteered to pilot it and everything for the first time. He responded. We've gotten around 50% of the unit used to the Mithril and have been training the mech fire teams the way that you wanted. Good work. I said. And the last thing I asked you to look into. Sir, we had the legal team look through it, and there's really no way that Comster or anyone else can touch you as far as nationality goes. He paused. You're technically a non-citizen. Your nation ceased to exist as a whole. It could be argued that you're the last person who could reform the Terran hegemony, but that would take more time and effort than they considered necessary. The current hegemony worlds have been a part of one successor state or another for over 150 years in some cases. We just don't have the time and money to devote to that right now. I wiped some imaginary sweat off my brow. That one actually did worry me for a bit. We've got your back, Mark. Dunham smiled. You can count on us. Chapter 28, Christmas Come Early. Valagza, Federated Suns, December 15, 3006. Captain Rose. I asked, looking around the briefing table on the messenger. How is the acclimation to the new combat vehicles? We spread the vets out with rookie crews. She responded, leaving us with an easier learning curve. She consulted a paper that her aide gave her. We'll still be considered rookies for now, but we'll be able to compensate by having more armor now. Anything we can do to speed up the training? Shepard asked, leaning back in his chair. Well, we could have another live fire exercise before heading out next month. But that might strain our resources a bit. She replied. If it helps less of our people die, then it'll be worth the resources. I said, cutting off any argument against the exercises. Those exercises cost us money, yes, but the training is worth the money. All right then, Shepard said. Scheduling live fire exercises over the next week. He wrote something in his noteputer. Next thing on the list. Peterson, how's the mithril rollout? Proceeding ahead of schedule, we've got enough suits for both companies of infantry and outfitted our 2 platoons of marines as well. Peterson responded. We started on the armor/pilot suits, but we'll only have enough for around half of our forces come our liftoff date. Copy that. I said. Blaze, anything on your end? I asked. No sir, it's business as usual for now. He replied. Captain Page. I asked. Anything on your end? Her company typically helped cover our artillery. No sir, we are in the clear. She responded. I made my way through the rest of the command staff, getting a quick review and briefing on any developments that Shepard or myself might have missed. So, I'm sure you know y'all are wondering why we're having this briefing when you already know that we're headed on the offensive. I said, getting to the main point of the meeting. Well, we are contracted to hit the world of Tybalt. The Davian military intelligence thinks there's minimal forces garrisoned there right now. And they're using the Wolf's Dragoons to raid a series of other worlds in the Capellan Confederation anyway. I paused. Our primary objective is to land on Tybalt and eliminate or tie down any military presence that might be on the planet. That being said, the Davians have listed a couple of bonus objectives. If we can eliminate and hold Tybalt until the Davians can send us reinforcements, then they'll cede the world to us as a home base. Regardless of whether we can seize the world or not, we're going to be hitting this. A trivial ID of a factory complex appeared above the central table. This is the Jolassa Armored Vehicles Factory Complex. They shut down in the First Succession War due to a lack of spare parts. After we take out or distract whatever military forces are on Tybalt, we will be dismantling the factory for our own purposes. The R&D team have told me that they want to be able to mass-produce the mithril versus having to manufacture on the Argo only for now. They believe that they can repurpose parts of the factory to mithril production and want the rest of it for whatever they can cook up later. I then began to lay out what our basic plan would be. This wouldn't be as short a campaign as stopping the Lancers was. We would need to utterly destroy whatever was on the planet if we wanted the factory. And beyond that, if we managed to take the planet, we would be setting ourselves up to have a decent manufacturing center as a home base in the short term. December 21st, 3006. Captain Rose. I walked up to the armor company commander. How goes the live fire exercise? See for yourself. She handed me the binoculars she had been using. The exercise seems to be going well. I observed, handing back her binoculars. Any issues that have shown up? We'll need to be careful to maintain range with those pumas. She replied. They've got really good long-range weaponry, but I think we'll have to pair them with the enforcers to make everything work well. Sounds good to me. I said, anything else we need to be concerned about? We should weld some handles onto the Maxims and some of the other craft, Captain Rose stated. They can't fit the same amount of power armored infantry that they can regular, and we can be a lot more capable of dealing with urban environments if we can just have them hop onto a vehicle and hold on while they take them somewhere. Thanks. I said, taking some notes in my ever-present notebook. I'll bring it up to McAllister and see what can be done. Thanks, Colonel. Captain Rose turned her attention back to the exercise she had engineered. December 31st, 3006. Everything set for liftoff on the 2nd. Shepard asked one of the junior officers. And waited for an affirmative. When he got it, he handed said junior officer a beer and sent him into the New Year's Eve party that was going on. As people were finishing their pre-liftoff duties, they were handed a beer and ushered into the party. There wasn't anything harder than beer, and the music was being done mostly by people in the unit that could barely play their instrument, but everyone was having a good time. There was a real mix of characters here that probably wouldn't get along outside of this unit. You had people from Canopian space, Taurian space, and Davian space, with a sprinkling of immigrants from other places getting along without many issues. The party was mostly silent. They had about 45 seconds until midnight, and so they were quietly chattering before the countdown. When the massive projection of numbers reached 20, they started counting down. 20. 19. 18. 17. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Happy New Year! The entire battalion yelled out as massive fireworks began to go off in the distance. They were enjoying this party as the end of the little bit of time off that the marksmen had before leaving to go on the offensive. After the fireworks ended, most of the battalion pitched in to help with cleanup before heading to their bunks. They were going to enjoy their last bit of peace for a little while. Personal Journal, January 1st, 3007. Well, what a year 3006 was. I don't think I've ever been as tired as I was towards Christmas time. I was worried for the battalion back in March when we almost lost to the Lancers and it expanded until Shepard managed to return with the extra armor assets. Luckily, now that we have mithril and we're able to equip all of our infantry and a good half of our tankers with cut-down mithril, I can rest a little bit easier. My hope is that Tybalt has minimal resistance and that we can get enough reinforcements to both take the world, and begin to use it as a home for the marksmen. But if that doesn't work, we're going to be taking that factory with us when we leave along with any data that might be left there. I'm going to be sending Dunham with both of the Drosts and the King Henry V to the Taurian Concordat to negotiate a licensing deal for both the mithril, and to get the Drosts refit to the designs submitted. Thankfully, we have the Triumph to take up the slack and should be fine without them. On another note, it turns out that the license for producing Drosts is cheap. It only costs a couple thousand C-bills a year and Comstar is the one who provides the license as an outdated and rarely useful hegemony design. Well, that's what they think, because if they're as easy to build factories for as my R&D people tell me, then they'll be genuinely surprised when we unveil the Sting and Mithril together in a year or so. Chapter 29, Baptism by Fire. Tybalt, Capellan Confederation, February 1st, 3007. This is Blaze, get in formation and give your ready status. The Aerospace Commander ordered. This is Chopper, ready OP. This is Edge, ready OP. The pilots of both Wardog and Strider squadrons signified their ready status. Wardog, our job is to knock out any fighters sent to intercept the ground pounders. Blaze started. Hitman, your lead on Strider, you've got coverage of the dropships in case any get past us. Hitman copies. The ace replied. Strider moving to escort positions. The two squadrons launched from their Leopard CVs and moved to their respective places. Strider squadron mainly had weapons that were more useful in escort positions anyway. And with both the aerospace fighters' weapons and the dropships' coverage, you had a decent escort. Wardog was the heavy-hitting intercept forces. We've got enemy bogies incoming. Edge called out, spinning her Thunderbird around to face the incoming forces. Appears to be a squadron of transits. Acknowledged, Blaze replied. Coming about and arming weapons. He flicked the master switch on and moved his Chippewa around to face the incoming fighters. Match thrust profiles and ready LRMs. Lightnings, make sure they don't make it past the rest of us. Roger that, Blaze. Archer and Swordsman responded, drowning out whatever mouthy response that Chopper was responding with. As soon as the four birds that had LRMs had a solid lock, they opened fire. Managing to take out two of the transits before having to come around and chase them. Archer managed to tag the cockpit of another transit with his AC-20 in the flyby. Leaving them with only 3 to contend with. Split up into your designated wing. Blaze told his squadron. I want those 3 birds dead before Strider has to intervene. The 6 birds of Wardog split up into their designated wings, each wing giving chase to 1 bird. The 3 transits were not being piloted by aces. Blaze noted, if they had been, then they would have caused more damage in the pass and tried to move out of the way. As it was, they were being maneuvered into a separate fighter's cone of fire every time they tried to escape from the volley of another fighter. In a few short bursts of intense combat flying in the void, the rest of the CCAF fighters were down for the count. Wardog, good work out there. RTB, Blaze ordered. Him and the rest of Wardog heading to rejoin the dropships now entering the atmosphere. You want to do this, Colonel? Shepard asked, beginning to power on his Marauders systems. Nope. I responded, my Warhammer ready and raring to go. We were in the Union's mech bay. This is your show, Shepard. I tightened down my chair straps. Fire team rifle. Shepard started broadcasting. We are hot dropping onto the surface of Tybalt in order to secure our landing zone. We are going to have the most dangerous job in the marksman, and I know for a fact that all of you can handle it. Most of the crew, not to mention your fellow mech pilots, will be landing on the ground the normal way. They'll ride to the surface in air-conditioned comfort, sipping wine and nibbling on appetizers. Not you, however. Oh no, you're going to leave in a different method. Tell me, boys and girls, how will you leave? We go feet first, sir. Was the resounding response on the comms. Damn straight, fire team rifle. Punch it. Shepard commanded, and the drop pods with the assorted mechs of fire team rifle were launched out of the dropship. I had never felt so exhilarated and terrified at the same time. The metal sheath around my mech was linked to my sensors and I had a computer-calculated trajectory, but all of that seemed to shrink in my focus as the pod started rattling around the Warhammer. After a minute though, the shaking stopped and the pod fell away, leaving the jump pods temporarily attached to the back and legs of my Warhammer to slow my descent for the last 700 meters or so. When I hit the ground with a jolt, I jettisoned the jump pods, and tuned into the command channel for Fire Team Rifle. This is Rifle Actual. Give me your location and a status report. Shepard ordered. This is Rifle 2, one click out and green across the board. This is Rifle 3. The rest of Fire Team Rifle reported that they were green and formed up on Shepard. This is Marksman Actual. I called in as I walked up to the fire team with my IFF on. I am green across the board and ready to assist. The 7 mechs that we had here were going to be moving to a flat area around 50 kilometers away from Macbeth, the capital city and main population center of Tybalt. Mine and Fire Team Rifle's job would be to make sure that the LZ was clear in the first place, and keep it secured while the rest of the battalion finished unloading. Luckily, aside from a few scout hovercraft and VTOLs, the enemy left us alone and we landed uncontested aside from War Dog's fight in the void. We had split our forces up in order to force an engagement of the forces holding the city of Macbeth. We didn't want major civilian casualties and so we were using the Toros and our 2 Pegasus to draw out a larger formation. The fire team was taking pot shots at various turret emplacements while our PA forces sneaked in behind enemy lines. Captain Peterson had an ambitious plan and had presented it to the command staff before we had left Valagza. We were going to occupy and divide the attention of as many of the enemy forces as possible. We were going to put on a big show, slowly unload the dropships etc. All of this while 2 companies, 150 men and women in powered armor, sneaked in and got ready to take all of their gear, weapons, people. You name it, they were going to either force a direct surrender or would essentially kill off the entire unit. Lieutenant Packer led his platoon quietly through the urban jungle of Macbeth. While a few of the new recruits almost made some really rookie mistakes, the Mithril had allowed them to recover and not be discovered. Captain Peterson was leading another platoon and Captain Page and her second were hitting another objective. They had been scouting out the main military base for a couple of days now, noting down patterns, gaps in the perimeter, and anything that might prove useful in infiltrating and taking out this battalion. After sunset tonight though, they would be hitting the main base that the Lothar's Fusiliers were operating out of and doing whatever they needed to in order to take the world. Later that night, Captain Peterson waited and watched as a sentry walked by. After a solid minute, he waved the platoon through the gap that they had noted down earlier. After they had breached the base's perimeter, the various fire teams split up to go hit their own objectives. Peterson's fire team was going for Major Valdain herself. If they managed to get the command staff captured and the main officers and/or senior enlisted personnel, then they would have taken out the main opposition force on the planet. Chapter 30, Shot in the Dark. Major Constance Valdain worried her lip as she looked over the tactical workups and the information she had on the battalion that had made landfall half a week ago. The marksmen were another battalion, and on any other day that wouldn't worry her. But they had refused to move into the city. Instead, they used some strange light mech in order to reach out and take out fixed defenses with PPCs and LRMs and then backed up out of range whenever they moved someone to pursue. It was infuriating, to know that your enemy was up to something but be unable to figure it out. The enemy had artillery, they had used it to great effect against the Lancers not even a full year ago. So why hadn't they tried the same sort of trap on her battalion? She didn't know and it made her angry. Knock knock. Someone tapped twice on the door to her office. Even this late at night, there may be someone who had intel for her. Doors open. She responded, glancing up just in time to note that this wasn't one of her men. Before she could scream for help or anything, she was wrapped in the metal being's arms and getting placed in a chokehold. Major Valdain struggled, she tried everything she knew about close quarters combat. She threw elbows into the thing's face, she tried the groin, everything. Her struggle only made her grow weaker faster, and she was still struggling when everything went black. Captain Page was both exhilarated and scared for her company at the same time. Their job was to capture the enemy dropships and there were 3 of them there. The Lothar's Fusiliers seemed to primarily be a mech-oriented battalion and as such only had 3 unions to lift off with. Captain Peterson wanted the enemy grounded and unable to flee, and so her and her company had been tasked with this job. Staff Sergeant Nathan Rook used hand signals to stop his fire team from moving. There were some of the union's crew above them that he could see with his thermal vision. When their backs were turned, 2 of his fire team went up. They knocked the crew members unconscious, bound and gagged them, and placed them in a cargo bay, which Rook then locked from the outside. Moving through the ship, the various members of the fire team subdued the crew in sets of 2 and 3 until all 42 of the Union's crew members were bound, gagged, and thrown into the same cargo bay that they stripped of anything that they might use to escape. When they reached the bridge, Sergeant Rook signaled for his team to guard the entrance while he used his technical expertise to get into the Union's systems. He navigated through the various logs, stripping valuable data on the Fusiliers and the CCAF in general. He also locked the current crew out of the systems with an override that had been provided by Lieutenant Dunham before he had left for the Concordat. Risking an COMM channel for the first time tonight, he used his Mithril's slightly limited COMM gear. He would have to report that to be improved on the next generation of armor. Long shot actual, this is Longshot 2 reporting mission objective seized, awaiting further instruction. This is Longshot Actual, Longshot 2, proceed with secondary objectives. Captain Page responded. Sergeant Rook clicked his comms twice for confirmation and then told his fire team to move on to their next objective. Lieutenant Packer and his fire team moved quickly through the night. They needed to take the comms center and get ready to call for the rest of the marksmen when ordered to by Page or Peterson. Stacking up on the comms center's main door, they broke the lock, and then eased the door open before moving in. Packer had traded Rook to Page in exchange for Mathis on this OP. Sergeant Mathis was the single best entry person they had in the entire battalion. He loved being on point in a room and always knew what to do and where to go. Mathis noted the empty entry room, checking his corners and any desks that someone might hide behind before setting up on the next room. Using a fiber optic cable and camera to see if there was anyone on the other side. Noting that there were 2 techs monitoring the comms systems, he signaled that to the team and had them stack up behind him. They breached the room quickly, using their speed and the element of surprise to subdue the techs before they could sound an alarm. Thankfully, they hadn't had time to log out of the communications and now they were listening in on all of the Capellans' communications in the city. This is the hardest part. I observed to Shepard over laser comms through my warmer. The waiting and not knowing if everything is going according to plan or not. Yet. Shepard replied. The waiting is what gets everyone. Everyone always talks about the exciting bits of combat, the mech combat, the aerospace duels. They always forget about the waiting and the in-between. Well, I think Peterson's plan has the best chance of success with minimal casualties. Shepard observed. He really put this thing together in a hurry. Well, he was a lead in the development of Mithril. I stated. It makes sense he'd want to be able to take advantage of it while we are still ahead of the curve. I guess I didn't see it that way. Shepard said. I know that the cross-training helped keep any issues between our various companies down, but I haven't done infantry stuff in too long. That, and you were gone when we went over the potential uses for it. I made my warmer shrug. It'll take time for us to make use of Mithril properly. Well, we'll basically be setting doctrine for it so I better learn quickly. Shepard offered, and then paused. We should be getting some sort of message soon. We went silent for a good 5 minutes after that, just taking in the silence of the hills and forest around us. This is Sniper 1. Our comms system alerted us to a new transmission. We have seized all primary objectives and are moving to take secondary now. Move in at your discretion. We didn't respond aside from basic acknowledgement of the transmission but began to move in conjunction with the forces we had to the rendezvous point. If they had accomplished the main objectives, that meant that most of the mech forces were stuck in their base, the dropships had been seized, and the command staff were either captured or killed. Captain Peterson was grateful for the advantages that the Mithril-powered armor provided his infantry more and more as the night wore on. After they had accomplished their main objectives, they had broadcast a surrender message to the entire city. This is Captain Peterson of the Marksmen. We are a mercenary company in the employ of the Federated Sons. We have taken your base, and are asking you to power down both your mechs and vehicles and lay down your arms. If you do so, you will be treated according to the Ares conventions and you will not be harmed. Resist, and we will respond in kind. Most of the enemy had surrendered rather than face superior numbers on every front. That being said, there were a couple of lances of medium and light mechs that hadn't surrendered. Instead, the couple of fire starters that made up half of the 8 mechs had started to set fire to parts of the city, heading towards the abandoned factory as they did so. Luckily, the Colonel and Shepard had anticipated something like this and had a couple of fire teams of Marines and the heavy fire team moving to intercept. The fire team of Marines jumped onto the back of a fire starter, broke open the hatch, and chucked a grenade in, using their jump jets to get out of the way before the fire starter just stopped in its tracks. They managed to take out 2 of the light mechs before they had to take cover and disappear. The rest of the forces focused fire on one mech at a time, starting with the fire starters, and taking them down one by one, until they had stopped destroying the city of Macbeth. 2 days later, I moved my mech through the city, heading towards the factory that had been shut down 100 or so years ago. I had been told that they had a report for me and I wasn't arrogant enough to believe that I was safe taking a regular vehicle across the city despite us saving them from the rampage of Capellan fire starters. Reaching the perimeter that we had set around the factory that we were preparing to loot, I crouched my mech down, powered down, popped my hatch, and lowered the ladder. Climbing down, I was met by the head of this project, a woman by the name of Adamina Rogers. When I reached the ground, she promptly handed me a noteputer with notes on it and led me to the inside of the factory. We first examined the factory to determine if there was anything left by the cappies that we could use to expand mithril production. Most of the factory is intact, with parts of it being defunct and destroyed from age or looters. Given we need to retool the factory anyway, we found that we should be able to strip this thing to the bedrock and repurpose it entirely for mithril production. She gave a very long-winded spiel. I thought the factory was supposed to produce tanks. I thought out loud, quite a bit curious. It was, most of the machines that we need were used for small things, and will do whatever the computer tells them to do as long as it has enough spare parts to keep going. We could set up 2 to 3 lines of production with what we have in this factory. And it would enable us to take the strain off of the Argos R&R systems. She said in reply. How long will it take to take the factory apart? I asked. Give us a week and the jack wagon nearby and we'll have everything ready for you. She said. You have 5 days, I'm pretty sure we're on a time limit here. I replied. Chapter 31, War Machine. Tybalt, Capellan Confederation February 21, 3007. How in the hell did you make that work? I asked the scientists on the jack wagon that we had brought with us. There's no way you should be able to fit a working factory into this thing and still have it churning out what we need. Well, we had experience with the Argos systems and refitting this machinery is actually easier than the Argos systems. Adamina Rogers replied. We'll be able to put out the pilot suits and more mithril at a rate of 5 or so a day as long as we get the materials. You're fucking insane. I replied. And I love it. I'm going to need y'all to churn out as many of them as possible and then move over to the designated zone. Why, Colonel? She asked. Is there something that happened? Makaran's armored cavalry just hit New Valentia and the Wolf's dragoons there. I replied. They may have a regiment swing by in order to check on the forces here. Oh. She replied, her mouth hanging open for a minute. I'll get to work on those suits now. She hurried back into the jack wagon in a big hurry and I turned to Shepard who was next to me. So, we have to prepare to potentially hold this planet against one of the biggest merc groups in the inner sphere. Shepard shrugged nonchalantly. I hope we have one hell of a plan. He turned and looked me square in the eye. We're going to need every sneaky and underhanded trick in the book if the Big Mac decides to put a regiment here. He got serious. Well, I have an idea, but it might not sound all that good out loud. I said. Well, if it's stupid and it works. Shepard repeated the age-old saying. Then it isn't stupid. I finished. So, we're going to need the Marines and some of the infantry for this. I said. And we may have to sacrifice those 3 shiny Unions we just stole. You're gonna use the Unions to support Strider and Wardog, aren't you? Shepard asked. I'm going to send the Unions out on what will look like a suicide run. I said flat out. They're going to go in and shred everything they can get into their firing envelope. Our people in Mithril can survive in vacuum long enough for the Leopards to come pick them up. They have a minimum of 3 hours of air before you tie in extra tanks we can have in the center of the Unions. I said. Even if we lose the Unions, they were never ours in the first place. Shepard agreed, if we can manage to thin out even a battalion, we'll have lowered the firepower they can bring to bear. Exactly. I said. We'll have to workshop it and only let volunteers go, but if we can limit the Big Mac to 2 battalions against what we have here, we can at the very least hold them down until we can get some reinforcements here. Wait, Shepard said. I've got something similar, and we'll still need the volunteers along with some really good math, but if it works, we should be able to do a lot more than just bring them down to parity. He stopped and grinned the grin of a genius or madman. I wasn't quite sure which. We'll have a little under a month if we do this right. Shepard said. Let's make the most of it. March 1st, 3007. The Jabberwocky and Daedalus industrial mechs we had brought with us were a literal godsend. We had built what was quickly turning into a Castle Bryan in miniature. We had our partisan tank coordinating the fixed defenses we had stolen from Macbeth and the Capellan base with its targeting computer and had our main combat dropships under that umbrella while the Buccaneers, Mule, and the Messenger were going to be hidden on one of the other continents. We had our tanks dug in, and areas where mechs could be used as QRFs set up. Our mithril suits had paid off here as well, by being able to keep the industrial mechs stocked with whatever resources they needed. While all of the construction had been going on, some of our dropship engineers had been going over the Fusiliers' Unions and making them look like they had sustained damage, and Staff Sergeant Rook had even put system restrictions to sell the act even further. When we got word from one of the Federated Suns worlds that the 2nd Makaran's armored cavalry had split off from the rest of the unit, we knew that they had more than likely been diverted to check out what had happened to the Fusiliers that had been stationed here. I had been pitching in where I could, but most of my days had been spent deep in planning. If we were going to defeat one of the premier mercenary units of the Inner Sphere, then we were going to need to play dirty. We had gotten word that the Wolf's Dragoons had damaged some of the 2nd, but not enough to make that much of a difference to a unit like ours. Shepard had been training mech pilots with McKay and Lamb for the past week. While everyone got basic piloting and gunnery training, we were going to need every machine in this fight that we had. Our techs had gotten some crazy ideas that we had taken to implementing as well. Their bright idea was to have some of the Cappies mechs and our own be powered down and to have them look like we hadn't gotten to salvaging them yet. They would wait until the opportune moment to ambush and the rest of our forces would be covered in fake scratches, and messed up looking tanks. All sorts of nasty things laid in wait for the Big Mac, but none were going to be as destructive as the culmination of mine and Shepard's combined plan. Chapter 32, for the glory. Tybalt, Capellan Confederation April 4, 3007. Marksmen. I called out over the assembled battalion. I know that all of you have been working hard. And I thank you for it. We turned a hill and some dirt into a fortress to be proud of. I stopped talking to take in their reactions. We are almost certain to be hit by at least one regiment of Makaran's armored cavalry if not more. They may outmiss us, but we're gonna tear them to shreds. I paused and gave a massive grin. How do you eat a Big Mac? I asked. One bite at a time. The entire battalion responded. That having been said repeatedly over the last month. We're gonna eliminate the aura of superiority the Big Mac has for the rest of eternity. I said. Volunteers, board your dropships. I told the ones who had volunteered for the crazy mission that Shepard and I had put together over the past month. Battalion. I called, and the entire battalion came to parade rest. Attention, present arms. The entire battalion turned and saluted as they boarded the Fusiliers' unions. After the unions launched, the battalion dispersed back to their work sites. We still had a lot of prep to do. April 13, 3007. Empty space rippled as a trio of invaders appeared at the jump point of the Tybalt system. After a second of orientation, 9 dropships detached and started burning for the lone habitable planet that the system was named after. 2 Overlord dropships lead a pack of 7 unions, meaning that if they made landfall, that the marksmen were going to have to deal with 156 mechs at the minimum. But, Captain Shepard and Colonel Hull schemed for weeks, coming up with a plan that was about to be executed. This is Captain Zhang of the Lothar's Fusiliers. We have been reduced to a company of mechs and are retreating back to Capellan space. One of the trio of unions and Fusiliers colors and IFF codes said as they neared the group of dropships beginning the 9-day burn for the planet. Permission to use your jump ships to regroup with the rest of our regiment. This is Colonel Lear of the 2nd Makaran's armored cavalry. You may not use our dropships. Instead, you may burn towards Tybalt with us as we reclaim this planet. The CO of the regiment said. His fleet of dropships slowed down so as to allow the trio of unions to get in formation. Moving into formation, Colonel, we're eager for some payback on these marksman bastards. The captain responded as they moved into the position indicated. Thanks for the opportunity. After remaining in position for a couple of days, all hell broke loose. The trio of unions that the marksmen had commandeered started laying into the dropships nearest them, targeting their drives, and laying into every single dropship that was in range. One of the unions, the one closest to the 2 overlords, crippled the drive on said dropship and managed to wound a union before slowing down due to enemy fire and dropping out of the fight, spewing oxygen and fuel. The second one managed to ram itself into the union next to it, sending the 2 of them careening into a third and spinning off uncontrollably into the abyss. The third just assisted the other 2 before being damaged enough to cause it to drop, powering down and simulating complete reactor failure. All in all, the Big Mac lost an overlord, and 2 Union dropships, with damage spread throughout the rest of the dropship fleet. After slowing down to make sure there weren't any other surprises, and picking up survivors from the lifeboats, the Big Mac's 2nd Regiment continued on towards Tybalt. They had been punched in the face, and now they wanted payback. April 21, 3007. How much are we going to lose? Major Marcus Barton, the now acting CO of the 2nd Regiment of Makaran's armored cavalry asked. Sir, we're going to be able to get your people on the ground, but I don't expect to be able to lift off again. The tech side, they just caused too much damage, and we don't have the spare parts with us to fix it unless we are able to get help from the rest of the Confederation. Well, get us on the ground first, we'll do the rest, Barton said, seething with rage. We got sucker punched but we'll win this fight in the end. The group of dropships made landfall uncontested, some of them landing to never be able to take off again. The spaceport was empty, and so was the entire area. As the 2nd moved off of their dropships and formed into their lances, they noticed burn marks and holes towards the factory district of the city. 2nd Battalion, I want you to head over to the factory district and check it out. It looks like a fight took place there recently. Major Barton ordered the battalion that had suffered the least amount of losses. Copy that, sir, moving to investigate. The CO of the battalion responded and his mech companies started to move over in that direction. 1st Battalion. Barton started to say and then stopped himself. 1st Battalion was gone, only a few of them had made it out on the lifeboats when the Overlord lost atmospheric pressure. 3rd Battalion, I saw what looked like an armored outpost on the pictures we took on our way in. Us, 4th Battalion, and what is left of 5th will head in that direction. I hated having to play dead. We had arrayed our mechs in ways and created scorch marks and false armor damage so as to look like a major fight had happened in the factory district. And we also had a couple of archers at other points in the city sighted in on the entrance so that the enemy couldn't escape once we engaged. I was leading this ambush in my Warmer, while Shepard was back in his Marauder at the Mockbryan outpost we had built. I had all of the enforcers, the quick draw, our Black Knight, and the rest of the heavy mechs that we had taken off of the Fusiliers' hands involved in this ambush. We had an overstrength company of mechs here and a jammer that we had set up to prevent their comms from getting out. Hidden on the rooftops were Captain Page's company of infantry, ready to leap onto cockpits and take out whatever they needed to. Watching as a Battlemaster and Cyclops made their way into the factory district, I felt my armpits start to sweat. We would need every scrap of luck that we had ever had in order to survive this. As soon as the last mech crossed into the perimeter we had set, Captain Page flipped the ECM suite we had hidden in one of the industrial buildings on and we powered our reactors up. As soon as I had power to my weapons systems, I brought both of my PPCs to bear on the Battlemaster in front of me, striking his left shoulder at the same time both of the enforcers hit him with their AC/10s. I used the advanced computer in my Royal Warmer to coordinate with our mechs and had Captain Page and her troops start to jump onto what mechs they could. I leaned out of the way as an AC/10 from the Cyclops thundered towards me. Snap firing a PPC at his leg before turning and hammering the Battlemaster I was dueling with a brace of lasers and SRMs. Armor melted off of the Battlemaster as I kept up a flurry of weapons, not caring if people could tell that I was running cooler than a Warmer should. Ducking under a set of SRMs, I let the enforcers continue to take on the now wounded Battlemaster before moving towards the Cyclops that was trying to shred the quick draw in our unit. Not caring that my mech didn't have hands, I slid into the Cyclops, sweeping the legs out from underneath them while they were trying to target one of my people. Leaning over the now downed mech, I stepped on the cockpit and moved on. I didn't have time for grandiose gestures, mine and my people's lives were on the line. While I was taking the point on the mech forces, Paige and her mithril-clad infantry had dropped onto a good 10 or so mechs. Some of her people had satchel charges that they stuck to the cockpit before using their jump jets to get away before the explosion, and some of her people just pried open the cockpit door and threw grenades in. The colonel wasn't picky as long as the enemy died. Along with the mechs that her infantry were dealing with personally, some of her combat engineers had buried long metal tubes in the ground and placed explosives on the bottom of the tubes. They had then filled the tubes with debris, and all sorts of vicious things that would cause damage to a mech. The Black Knight of the group had lured a lance of lighter mechs into position over said tubes before her engineers blew them. Watching the legs get completely blown off of a lance of mechs was a glorious thing, but their job wasn't done yet. One of the enemy battalion had been trying to nail down the building that the ECM was coming from, and when he had figured it out, he crashed his Banshee into it repeatedly, trying to bring down the building and to get the assistance that his battalion would need in order to survive. Unfortunately for the 2nd Battalion of Makaran's armored cavalry, they couldn't get the help they needed. And because their comms were jammed, they weren't even able to surrender. Shepard sat in his Marauder, enjoying the coolness of his new pilot's suit of mithril. He got to be in charge of the outpost, and he knew that he was going to have to hold out against a much larger force. Fortunately, Captain Rose had dug in and gotten the artillery sighted in on the few places that any enemy could approach from. Using the Daedalus and Jabberwocky industrial mechs, they had been able to create artificial choke points, and because of the partisan-directed fixed gun emplacements, no one could attack via the air. And on top of that, there were quite a few traps set for the Big Mac as they tried to advance on the marksman's new homemade Bryan outpost. Major Barton was pissed. First they had lost all contact with 2nd Battalion, then, he had lost a lance of heavy mechs to a makeshift minefield and a flurry of LRM fire that no one knew where it came from. This slowed his regiment down and gave the enemy time to prepare. Anyone got an estimate on how far out the outpost is? Barton asked his recon lance. Yes sir, we'll reach the clearing in 2 clicks. The lance of bugmechs being led by a fire starter replied. Barton kicked his Atlas up to its top speed of 54 km per hour. Big Mac. He called on the radio, let's make these bastards pay. Fuck. Shepard exclaimed to himself as the full array of the enemy showed itself around the outpost. That is a lot of metal. He muttered. The Big Mac forces charged, seeing as the fixed defenses were being focused against air assets in particular. Shepard and his lighter mech forces opened fire at their maximum range. Shepard alternated his PPCs at targets of opportunity while the Toros and Griffins focused fire on one mech at a time. Unfortunately, there was just too much of a mass differential, and the assault lances crashed into and through the gates that they had set up. The RD had softened some of them up, and the armored battalion had helped, but there were just too many big mechs. Shepard slagged the cockpit of a quick draw, and then turned to see an Atlas kick the rest of the gate down and break one of his Toros with its AC/20. It followed that up by wrecking the PPC of a Griffin with its medium lasers and SRMs. Shepard backed his Marauder up, firing his AC/5 and medium lasers as fast as they could cycle. But then the Atlas turned its attention to Shepard's Marauder, seeing as it was the biggest mech it could find in the area. It wrecked his left-hand PPC and laser with its AC/20 and stripped armor away from his torso and legs with its medium lasers. Shepard backed away, trying to generate range for his remaining PPC, but it wasn't enough. One more AC/20 tore its way through his gyro and he blacked out as his mech struck the ground. Chapter 33, Aftermath. Tybalt, Capellan Confederation, April 21, 3007. It has been a really long day. I thought to myself as I moved my warmer towards the outpost we had set up. I had managed to get a fire team of heavies that still were mobile and could fight, but we were hurting. Thanks to the pilot suits, we didn't lose any of our pilots, but we didn't have the time to salvage before going to help Shepard. After the ambush that had shattered a battalion of the 2nd MAC, I had sent Captain Page and her company to take the enemy dropships. I wanted them stuck here with us until we had bled them dry. Marksman, give me your overall status and ammo reserves. I told the fire team moving with me. Marksman 2, armor is yellow across the board, no ammo here, I'm a laser boat. Marksman 3, armor green, I've got enough ammo for 3 volleys and then I'm down to lasers. Marksman 4, I'm exposed in some areas but have enough ammo for 10 volleys. Marksman 5, I'm limping, but my ammo reserves are good. Marksman 6, I'm missing an arm, but ammo reserves are good. While we made our way to the outpost, I got in contact with the one fire team that had made it out of the outpost and the LRM carriers we had left in the city. It was an eclectic mix of mechs and vehicles, almost all of us were damaged in some way, and the LRM carriers were the only things undamaged. Put together, we had almost a full company of forces. Hailing the dropships that we had, I redirected them to land in the industrial district. I needed the downed mechs up and running again so that we could finish off the rest of the 2nd MAC. After navigating the city, we came out of the woods onto what looked like a scene out of a Peter Jackson film. Leading up to the outpost we had built, there were heavy and assault mechs lying in craters from artillery and LRM fire. It looked like Shepard had at the very least put up a decent fight. Staying at maximum range, we just kept an eye on them. We hadn't left any repair facilities for them to use, and they would have to break for their dropships if they wanted to make repairs or resupply on munitions. And we would stand in their path. If they took long enough, the automated repair bays that we had on some of the dropships would have the mechs that we had taken out earlier back in service and ready to chew on some more of the 2nd MAC. And so, we waited. I stood there in my now blackened and damaged warmer, just watching. Waiting for confirmation from Page that we had taken their dropships, waiting for the 2nd MAC to try and talk to us. We just waited. After a couple of hours, there came a COMM from our outpost. This is Major Barton of the 2nd Regiment of Makaran's Armored Cavalry. He said. To whom do I have the displeasure of speaking to? This is Colonel Mark Hull of the Marksmen. I replied. Is there something you wanted to say? I taunted. We broke your base here. And we're going to break you. Barton replied. After we're done with you, the Marksman won't even be a name on the MRB's board. It'll be like you never existed. I waited as he ranted angrily for a little while longer. You done? I asked. Because I'm not here to talk right now. Shepard slowly regained consciousness, he moved, turned and looked around his cockpit. His mithril was intact, and there weren't any enemies trying to break into his mech, so he assumed they thought that he was dead. Fuck. His leg was pinned underneath a massive layer of his broken cockpit. Looking down, he saw that his marauder had fallen face first over one of the tunnels that they had dug for the infantry to use to move back and forth. Seeing Rebel shift, he made sure that Peterson's infantry saw him and remained quiet when they got there to remove him. After freeing his leg, Shepard used the 2 infantrymen's aid to limp into the tunnel. Set him down right here. One of the medics assigned to Peterson's company directed the 2 of them. He's not in critical condition so he'll have to wait a bit. The infantry company had made it into the tunnels without being seen by the 2nd MAC. And they had collapsed the tunnel entrances in a way that made them look impenetrable. While the 2nd MAC had been taking stock of the outpost, Peterson's company had been going and retrieving the pilots and tankers from their destroyed vehicles and sneaking them back into the tunnels to render medical aid. This is Captain Page. I heard over my comm systems. We captured the enemy dropships, and we have word that our people in space have been recovered. I jolted awake at that. Did we get any word back from Davian Command on who they were sending? We had sent an HPG as soon as we got word that the 2nd MAC was probably on their way. And had been waiting on a response ever since. No sir, and I did send someone to check with Comster and see if there was a response. She said. Sir, I'm going to task the VTOLs to keep an eye on the enemy. You and the people with you should come back here for repair and refit. Page said. Copy that. I responded. We'll remain on task until they show up. April 24, 3007. Having automated repair bays working alongside Goodastex felt like cheating sometimes. In 2 days, we had repaired a third of the battalion we had taken out and put pilots into them along with repairing a good chunk of our heavy forces. I had been on standby in my warmer since it had been reskined with armor and my SRMs refilled. Our leopards that had retrieved the people from the Unions had made landfall a couple of hours ago and everyone was trying to rest before we were pushed by either the 2nd MAC, or reinforcements showed up. The 2nd MAC had taken the outpost we had made and were using any of their mechs that had hands to get it at least partly functional again. We knew that they didn't have any repair facilities available so they were going to have to make do with stripping things from the fallen mechs in the area. April 25, 3007. This is Colonel Jamie Wolf of the Wolf's Dragoons. Echoed through an open channel on my comms system. Chapter 34, Vengeance. Tybalt, Capellan Confederation, April 25, 3007. Alright people, we have a couple of hours before the Wolf's Dragoons make landfall. I briefed the mechs and artillery I had with me. I want the second Mac dead and gone before they get here. I was leading the mechs we had managed to get back up and running to the outpost. We were going to bait the second Mac into a rage and throw our arty along with the LRM carriers at them from range. In order to do this though, I was going to need to expose myself. As we neared the clearing, I began broadcasting on an open channel. This is Colonel Hull, I broke your assault battalion, and I'm going to shatter you before the dragoons get a chance to pick at your corpse. I called out, walking out in my warmer challenging them. You a coward, Barton? Or just scared? I taunted, watching as an Atlas was doing the little things that indicated what a pilot might do via the linked neuro helmet. The Atlas clenched and unclenched its fists before moving forward at its maximum speed. This is Major Barton, I'm going to crush you beneath my Atlas boots and wear your warmer as a cape. We both circled around the open field pocketed with craters and shattered mechs and vehicles. I wasn't concerned about facing Barton, he was angry and I was cool, I was freshly armored up, and he had visible damage to parts of his Atlas. While I might despise these sorts of duels on a personal level, I couldn't deny that it was going to be necessary in order to make sure that the dragoons didn't get the credit for our work. As soon as we were both in the field facing each other, I began throwing PPC fire at his AC-20, I needed that weapon out of commission if I wanted to win this fight. At this point, it didn't even matter if people could tell that my mech was a royal variant with freezers. I kept up a rate of fire with my PPCs as I closed in that would have melted a regular mech. I knew I was going to be paying the price with my warmer's Myanmar muscles later, but this fight was the fight for Tybalt. As soon as I was in range and knew that the AC-20 was down, I dropped my warmer into what looked like a baseball slide, coming around at the rear armor and worrying it with some SRMs and medium lasers before peeling off again. Barton spun around and let loose with a brace of medium lasers, smiling a shark-like grin as he watched them converge on one of the PPCs that had been melting armor off of his Atlas. He then closed in and began to try and hammer the lighter mech with his Atlas fists. Laughing to himself as one of them connected and shattered armor on the left shoulder that he spat some SRMs at. Barton had been angry originally, but now he was in the zone, he had the heavier mech, one that was built for this kind of fight, even without the AC-20 that normally came with it. And he was still congratulating himself when the warmer lashed out with a kick that tore his knee actuator off of his mech. I had been dodging fire for too long, some of the lasers had come dangerously close to my cockpit. I had been worrying the Atlas in several different places, making sure to make it look like I was spreading out the damage when really I had focused my machine guns on his right knee, and as I kept harassing the Atlas, I noticed when the actuator had begun to spark. Seeing that I had this one chance, I threw my warmer forward, heedless of any shots that might strike me and kicked the Atlas knee. The Atlas knee actuator groaned for a minute before it buckled and fell to pieces. Barton fought to stand on one foot and maintain balance, but he was already crashing to the ground. I walked up, placed one foot on his mech and pointed my remaining PPC directly at his cockpit. At this range it wouldn't be able to fire, but it would still kill Barton. Surrender. I said over the open comms. Or don't. I don't give a damn either way. Stand down. Barton coughed over the comms. We surrender. With that, the remaining second Mac powered down and popped their hatches. When the surrender order had been followed, my mithril-clad infantrymen that had been in the tunnels below came out, one platoon saw to it that the wounded were taken our dropships, while the rest of them took custody of what was left of the 2nd Regiment of Makaran's armored cavalry. April 26, 3007. We don't need you, Colonel Wolf. I said to the man across the table from me. We held this world and took out a third of the Big Mac. We're only asking to take part in salvage operations. Wolf replied. I do not care. I enunciated each word. My people did what yours couldn't, and unless Ian or Hansa Davian show up to politely ask otherwise I'm going to continue making this my business. Colonel Hull, be reasonable about this, you've got wounded and don't have the manpower to use this amount of equipment. Colonel Jamie Wolf continued to push. I just fought off a reinforced regiment with a battalion and shattered it. I said firmly, you and all of your equipment do not scare me. Now fuck off unless you have a Davian that you can pull out of your ass. Right as I said this, Ian Davian walked into the room. He had a metal bowl in his hands and he sat at the table between me and Wolf before reaching into the bowl. No, please continue. The first prince said as he munched on some popcorn. It's just starting to get interesting. Prince Davian. Both myself and Wolf made to stand up and greet him. Sit down. Ian said, and so we did. Now, what seems to be the issue here? I want to take both overlords and one of the unions as my salvage rights. I'm willing to cede pretty much everything else, but Colonel Wolf here, Thinks that my unit can't maintain an overlord for long. I said. I also want the mechs that were still on the overlord that's in space. I folded my arms. The two of you can debate any other salvage you find aside from my company's mechs. That's all. The first prince raised an eyebrow. Done, are there any other issues? None, sir. I said, shaking my head. As long as the scheduled meeting takes place tomorrow, I'll be set. April 28, 3007. Shepard. I greeted as he used a wheelchair to leave the medbay, assisted by his girlfriend Sergeant Erica Lamb. How's the leg? It sucks. He replied, and then his face turned solemn. Rose didn't make it though. Damn. I said. I thought she looked fine. She was supposed to be fine, but apparently she didn't tell anyone that she had broken a rib in time. She bled out internally. Shepard replied. There were a host of us with injuries, both minor like the torn ligaments and sprained ankles, and major, like Captain Peterson's eye, or Shepard's now missing leg. We were currently waiting for Dunham to show up with the Argo and the advanced medical facilities there. Until then, we had commandeered one of the civilian hospitals and were going to be using it for now. May 1st, 3007. We are the luckiest people in the inner sphere. Jewel observed to Bruce as they conducted a damage and repair assessment of the Overlord in the void. There's only one panel we'll need to replace in order to get this thing able to be moved to a shipyard for further repairs. She held up her noteputer to show Bruce the section she was referring to. Must have been a golden BB. Bruce said. I'll get the details sorted and we'll start working in an hour. On Tybalt. So. Ian Davian sat across from me in my office on the messenger. You're willing to license these to us for manufacture? He gestured to the mithril plans in front of him. Yes, we are. I said. We also have licenses worked out with the Concordat and TTI. He stroked his chin. You have partial ownership in a factory or two on Taurus, correct? Yes, sir. I replied. We're trying to make some extra income. Well, I'll look over the contract, but I'm giving you a solid yes on that. He chuckled. Those battle ROMs you showed me proved their worth. Understood. I made to stand up and he waved me to sit down again. What do you want? The first prince's normal smile turned serious. I can give you almost anything you want for accomplishing what you just did. A landhold, a planet. He paused. What is it that you truly desire? I almost answered, and then paused to think. Give me a year and a half, 3 mules and 2 mammoths. I smirked. When I get back, I want Kent Ares. Silence reigned in the room for a good 5 minutes before the first prince responded. Kent Ares? He asked. You're sure you want Kent Ares? You could hear the surprise in his voice. Yes, sir, give me what I just asked for as a bonus, and I'll come back ready and willing to get to work. Done. He stood up and shook my hand. And I'll do one better. He grinned. I'll give your people the priority for repairs on the overlords and one of the invaders to carry them to New Avalon for you. Chapter 35, Achievement Unlocked. Tybalt, Federated Sons, May 5, 3007. You want to work for us? I asked the redhead sitting in front of me. You've already got a decent paycheck with the Dragoons, why come work for us? I paused. We don't really do things the way the rest of the inner sphere does. I know, she replied. I just want to get a glimpse of what a smaller company might look like. She then smirked at me. And, it's not every day you watch a warmer drop in Atlas. All right, you're hired provisionally, I said. We'll put you through our basic after we get to a different world and settle down for a bit. I stood up from my desk and shook her hand. See you, Colonel. She said, and glided away. I just facepalmed after my door slid shut. Why does this keep happening to me? I asked Shepard, who was seated next to me in his wheelchair. Shepard had just grabbed his noteputer and started hitting it against his forehead again and again. He's an idiot, Jack. But he's our idiot. He kept repeating until I snapped him out of it. You with us, Jack? I asked, making sure that his injuries weren't flaring up. Hey. He stopped and realized what he was doing. Yeah, I'm good. All right then, I said. We've got to meet up with Dunham and Fry along with our gear. I'm planning on sending Jewel and Paige with the overlords to get them repaired before we head over towards the periphery. Sounds good. He responded. Were we going to set up shop in the meantime? I was thinking a return to Pierce was in order. I responded. They should be fine with us renting out some facilities to use as a base camp temporarily. You talked it over with the first prince, right? Shepard asked. Yes, I discussed some R&R while he got our bonus ready. Pierce is a bit far, but a lot of our vets are from there and they'll enjoy the visit. May 20th, 3007. We were finally lifting off of this misbegotten rock. Lieutenant Dunham and the refitted Drosts along with the Argo had arrived in system around 5 days ago. Captain Jewel and her team had gotten the Overlord and one of the messed up unions capable of holding atmosphere and at the minimum making the jump to New Avalon. The plan was to have the Drosts transfer over to our Leviathans, while the Overlords took the King Henry V to the New Avalon shipyards in order to get them fixed up. Jewel was going to head up that mission while the rest of us began the long journey towards Pierce. Before I boarded the messenger though, Prince Ian Davian grabbed me by the shoulder. New Avalon for Christmas next year, he told me. Don't be late. He left me with those words as we burned for orbit. May 29, 3007. We docked with the Whirlwind at the same time the Argo did, allowing us to transfer the wounded over to the advanced facilities on board the Argo. We had also transferred the bodies of our fallen brothers and sisters to the cargo holds. I had written personalized letters to each of their families, and would be sending a part of the bonus that the Davians had given us to each of the fallen's families. Get well soon, I told the wounded senior staff as they were taken over to the Argo. Shepard just flipped me off, while the rest of them responded with affirmatives. Currently, I had a lot of exos filling in spots that normally the senior level staff were on, and once we had charged the KF drives, we would be splitting up. The Leviathan with the Argo, the Unions, the Triumph, and both Buccaneers along with one Leopard and one Leopard CV. We weren't taking chances on the Capellans taking a shot at us. While Shepard and most of the newer veterans were going to Pierce to set up a temporary training camp, I was taking the other Leviathan and the rest of the dropships and heading for where I had left the Manassas. It was time to go Lastek prospecting. Location, classified, somewhere on the Taurian Concordat and Davian border. Date, October 31, 3007. All of the company I had brought with me watched with bated breath from their dropships as the depot's bay doors slid open to reveal the two warrips inside. The senior staff and other people entrusted with the info had believed me, but seeing it was a whole different ball game. Now that is a ship, Lieutenant Packer observed. He was currently serving as my temporary XO. She's beautiful, ain't she? I responded. Take us in slow to the docking bays. We're gonna have a lot of work cut out for us on getting the advanced stuff off of the Confederates. The pilots of the various dropships, the Bittersweet, Puma, and Messenger, eased us in and docked fluidly. When we were docked and the bay doors shut down, I sent the slick codes to repressurize the bay. Once everything was set, we all left the various ships in order to get to work. Personal Journal, November 5, 3007. I had almost forgotten what the massive warships looked like until I saw them again. As soon as we had docked, we began to work, maneuvering the Confederate dropships off of the Manassas one at a time in order to unload the cargo stored on each one while also getting the Unions off of the Age of Discovery in order to transfer everything over. Thankfully, we were able to fit everything from the Confederates, and a good chunk of the spare parts from the Manassas. Freezers, endosteel, ferrofibrous, ER weapons and gauze rifles, the Manassas had a lot of these things on it. I also made copies of the manufacturing core that the Manassas had to take with us in all of the scientific journals, the research that I had done everything that we could. The Age of Discovery still had some things I had apparently missed in its cargo bays, including enough freezers to outfit an entire regiment of assault mechs. Anyway, our next stop would be Pierce in order to unload everything we had stripped from this depot. And then we would hit a couple of the others that I had the coordinates for. Even if it was just spare parts, it would be worth it. Chapter 36, Land, Loot, Survive. Pierce, Federated Suns, December 4, 3007. Why am I doing this? A red-headed woman asked as she pushed the dirt. Because here in the Marksman, every single one of us learns how to be an infantryman. You will learn how to deal with battle mechs, other infantry, and how to deal with armor and come out not only alive, but victorious. Captain Shepard told the entire platoon he was training with. His prosthetic needed to be calibrated, and what better way than to get some work done at the same time. While you are a part of this unit, you will develop interpersonal skills. All of us are capable of using armor and weapons, and a good handful of us are neurohelmet compatible and will go on to cross-train into the mech piloting section. He explained, but first, you and everyone else here will start at the bottom just like the rest of us did. I bet Colonel Hull didn't have to do this. One recruit muttered to another one. I heard that, Lieutenant Mathis said, crouching down next to the two recruits. I've been with the Colonel from the beginning. And he was the one that instituted and started this training. He dropped down and started doing the exercises with the two recruits. The Colonel actually outperforms many of us in our individual tasks simply because he works harder to learn and be better at them, he said calmly while continuing to do all of the different sets that Shepard was putting them through. I am an infantryman, I love my job, and I'm still a trained Aztec. Mathis stopped doing the exercises when it was called for. Not a drop of sweat on him or even a hint of being out of breath. And raised his voice to finish what Shepard had been instructing them on. Here in the Marksman we do not expect perfection, Mathis called out over the massive training ground in a booming voice. What we do expect is that you always perform at your personal best. What that looks like is different for all of you. But the foundation for learning your limits starts here, at infantry school. December 5, 3007 location classified. This was going to be the second depot that we were going to hit. The material we had gotten from the Manassas and Age of Discovery was going to keep us set for a while. But this next deep space depot looked slightly different from the first one we had stripped. Entering the slick captain's codes, Packer and I watched as the bay doors opened. That thing is massive. The pilot of the Messenger observed, looking at what the computers were telling him was a Texas-class battleship. As they eased in, they noticed why it had been parked in the depot. A portion of the side had been ripped off, exposing the interior to vacuum. The thing that stuck out to us was the massive Colossus dropship attached to its hardpoints. After we had docked, we began to get the station powered up again. Pierce, Federated Sons, December 15, 3007. So you have strong bodies? Shepard said, drilling the recruits. That means nothing. A strong body leads to weakness if it doesn't come with a strong mind. He started to teach the basic organization of the marksman. Who can tell me the basic formation used in the inner sphere? He asked the classroom in front of him. You recruit. He selected one at random. It's a lance, sir. The recruit responded. That is correct, and you would be right. Shepard paused. If we worked like the rest of the sphere. In the marksman, we use what we have labeled the fire team. He stopped to let them digest that. The fire team is a 6-unit measurement that is used for all of our formations barring aerospace and dropships. He turned to see a redhead giving him a slight glare. Then shrugged and moved on. Can anyone explain why we use the same unit of measurement for all of our forces including infantry? No one answered or put their hands up. It's to help generate unit cohesion and better decision-making. Shepard answered. How does it help with unit cohesion if no one knows what their proper duties are? The redhead asked with an angry look on her face. Well, while we do ensure the cross-training is kept up to date, you will pick a primary focus and a secondary while you are here in the academy. Shepard said. For instance, I myself have a primary focus on mech piloting, with a secondary in armor, and I maintain my infantry qualifications at the bare minimum expected level. He paused. Colonel Hull, on the other hand, has chosen to cross-train in everything. He is certified to do any of the jobs that are required in the marksman, from the garbage man to the KF drive engineer. Can anyone tell me why the colonel would devote so much time to training in this way? Shepard asked, and then answered his own question when no one did. He does this because of something he once told me. I cannot ask anyone under my command to do something I am not willing to do myself. Shepard paused his lecture here to let it soak in. Colonel Hull is one of the most talented mech pilots I have ever seen, a decent cook, and an awful driver. But he wasn't willing to let that be enough. His personal best is by knowing all of you, and what your job entails, and knowing where to put you so you feel like you are not only contributing something to the unit, but that you also feel valued, for you to know, that once you are a part of this team, that you are a family. Cross-training is a part of this because it builds those interpersonal relationships that a tight-knit unit relies on in order to survive. Looking at the clock, Shepard almost fell over distributing the various study pages he had printed out. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen, I may have started rambling a bit there. He met the redhead's eyes. Kerensky, my office after the Sims. December 15, 3007 location classified. The Texas was a bust, the fusion reactor wasn't even able to be powered on, and we had to manually remove the Colossus and Overlord from the drop collars. On the Colossus, we found a complete RCT. A good portion of them were Royals intended to liberate the Terran hegemony, but after an RWR lucky nuke rendered the Texas inert, the SLN had towed it here and forgotten about it in the aftermath of the amorous Civil War. The Overlord simply had a battalion of light mechs and some aerospace fighters in their base to support. Getting everything out of the depot, including all of the spare parts we could find, we headed for the Whirlwind. It was time to return to Pierce. Pierce, Federated Sons, December 31, 3007. You look miserable here. Shepard told the redhead seated at the table across from him. If you want to quit and go back to the Dragoons, the colonel left the offer open. You think I want to quit? Natasha Kerensky snarled. No, I just do not really understand why you do all of this cross-training. It goes against everything I have ever known. Do you want to see what cross-training looks like for real? Shepard asked, as he had her walk with him to the armor asset bay. Seeing the two Pegasus hovercraft that they somehow always managed to recover, he grabbed the keys to one of them and gestured for Natasha to get in. Have you ever driven a tank or a car? Shepard asked. No, never. Kerensky replied. Well, take it slow, ease the throttle forward, and we'll get started. He instructed. Taking the co-pilot seat, Shepard began to instruct on the different controls before letting her handle it. This is so different from my Marauder. Kerensky observed. It feels different, like the controls are both less and more responsive somehow. That's because it is both. Tankers have to rely on what their instruments tell them, they don't have clear cockpits, and they're not able to compensate for things with a neurohelmet like we as mech pilots are. Shepard continued in his instruction, having had to break quite a few of the mech warrior mafia out of their own heads. Now, take it as fast as you feel comfortable going. Shepard said, triple-checking his harness. The Pegasus flew forward, and Kerensky maneuvered through the tanker obstacle course as fast as the Pegasus would allow, letting out a whoop of joy when it reached its maximum speed. Power slides, everything she could think of, she put that machine through until they were running low on fuel. So, Shepard began. What do you think? When can I learn how to drive the big ones? Kerensky asked. The grin on her face was prevalent. Well, improve your cross-training scores, and we'll get you qualified on all of the hovercraft at least. Shepard finished. Pierce, Federated Sons, January 31, 3007. Natasha Kerensky, for achieving victory over overwhelming enemy forces in both simulations and live-fire exercises, we hereby promote you directly to Lance Corporal with all that entails. Shepard said from his podium as Kerensky walked up and received her rank insignia, returning the salute he gave her before carrying on with the rest of the graduation ceremony. Natasha was strangely happy with her decision to leave the Wolf's Dragoons for a bit. While she had initially raged at the thought of needing to be retrained, the marksman trainers had a method to their madness and had beaten down enough of her pride that she had a new viewpoint on it. Now, she would still prefer to be in her Marauder, but now she understood how to best use her armored vehicles and the infantry that may end up under her command as a Lance Corporal. And if she maintained her qualifications in order to be able to take the VTOLs and various hovercraft out for test drives, then that was nobody's business but her own. Chapter 37, Setting Up, Shop. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons. June 7, 3008. It had been a long 6 months. After looting 2 of the half-dozen depots I had on my list, we had just about run out of lift capacity, having to quite literally squeeze one of our Leopards into a bay before leaving to meet up with the rest of the marksmen on Pierce. We arrived right in time to see our second invaders show up with the 2 freshly repaired and painted overlords we had stolen from the second mech. We made landfall on Kent Aries 4 about a week and a half ago, landing in one of the abandoned cities that we were going to do our level best to restore. I made sure that the Jabberwockies and Deadless were the first out. We had given the industrial mech pilots a set of blueprints and told them to scavenge whatever they needed from the city in order to build the fortress we needed/wanted. It's always interesting how technology both advances and regresses all at once. For example, where sometime around the Industrial Revolution walls had become obsolete, and with the advent of aircraft following World War II, there was less entrenching involved as the tank improved. But the further into the future you get, the more necessary these things become until they are once again rendered obsolete. With that bit of wool gathering finished, I climbed into my shiny and new Warmer WHM-6RM and made my way back to the prefab buildings we had set up temporarily while we were working on the main base. Everything was starting to come together nicely, and while I was definitely paranoid, I was also doing my best to prepare for every eventuality. Dunham had negotiated with TTI and the Calderons, and they would not only be putting a mithril plant in addition to the Toro plant, but they had granted me a license to manufacture Toros of my own, and TTI had sent people with Dunham to help open a branch into the Federated Sons. It turns out that me having returned a large portion of their national pride and talked Zaranthe into improving relations had resulted in a much more profitable relationship between the two nations. The TTI people had identified a couple of factories that they would like to begin reconstruction on once the main base was set up and the defenses running. And it would take a year or so to get those factories up and running. In the short term, we had taken the factory that we had taken off of Tybalt and were assembling it into an abandoned factory. We were going to be churning out the mithril suits for infantry, pilots, and vehicles for as long as we could keep up production. Our new Colossus was being used as housing for now, while the air base that we had repurposed was launching flights of new trainees all the time. Wardog and Strider had complained for all of 10 minutes before they hopped into their shiny new birds and had begun to turn tricks like nobody's business. They enjoyed training people, both those new to piloting aerospace, and those that had been in the business for a while. Wardog and Strider were hands down some of the best pilots in the sphere, and they had proved it time and time again. Just because we were all pitching in to build new facilities, didn't mean that we were slacking on training. Both the new recruits and our veterans were training with the new equipment we had, and getting set up just in case the Draconis Combine decided to drop down for a raid. On top of training, we were upgrading our mech forces over time, and those we weren't upgrading, we were incorporating into lances where they could still make use of the advanced tech we were putting into use. We had a lot of metal now, and our main job before Christmas was to get our meat trained up while we were still on a rest period. Because as soon as I put our unit out for contract again, the Davians would have us raiding. How do you still manage to do that? Major Shepard shouted as he jumped out of the simulator. He had finally done enough therapy that they, the doctors, were letting him get back into a combat role instead of the teaching/admin role he had been in for the past 8 months. Well, I finally have both the speed and armor to do some of the crazy things I've always thought about trying but couldn't because I didn't have the speed or armor. I replied, cackling a little madly. I had been in the simulators all day, doing a sort of battle royale per SE. I had started with Shepard's fire team and was now working my way through one of our mech battalions. One by one they came, and I began to dismantle egos. I didn't care if one of my people managed to beat me, but I didn't need ego destroying the camaraderie I had built up and maintained. An hour later. At this point, there was a live-try-vid of the simulation battles, with people taking bets and shots based on what Hull or his opponent was doing. The ones that had managed to get close to taking him out had been a tanker crew driving a Manticore in an urban setting. They had used their small profile and led Hull around for a merry chase as they stripped armor with their PPC and LRMs. Hull had managed to close the gap on them, but not before they had nearly cored his mech with a skilled gunner. The colonel had actually climbed out of the sims at that point and walked over to congratulate them for almost winning the scenario. He had then climbed back into the simulator and gotten back to it. He had basically stated he would be in the sims until someone managed to take him out. It had been hours. People had come close to taking out the colonel, but somehow he always managed to dodge the worst of it and come out on top. It was almost like his warmer was responding before he was sometimes, and it was uncanny. Finally, a Demolisher tank team led by Lance Corporal Kerensky had managed to barely eke out a victory over the colonel. The entire regiment cheered and threw Kerensky and her crew onto their shoulders and carried them to the table that had the liquor and beer on it and began to pile drinks on them for being the team to finally beat the colonel. Damn it! I said to myself as I woke up with the beginnings of a migraine. I knew I overdid it yesterday. I shuffled to my closet and got out a fresh uniform, laying it out over my bed before heading to the bathroom for a 5-minute shower. Once I had a fresh clean uniform on and was showered, I headed for the command center we had put together to see how the regiment had recovered from yesterday's spontaneous festivities. Walking outside and wincing from the frequency of the light, I reached into my pocket for the sunglasses I was rarely without only to find nothing. Oh. That's right, that red-headed she-devil took my sunglasses as part of her bet. I started muttering to myself. That had been my only pair of sunglasses from the 21st century. And now I was going to be stuck with 80s styles. Oh well, I shrugged to myself. I guess I'll have to find a pair of aviators. I finished my walk to the CIC and took a seat at my desk, enjoying the fact that we had proper aids to sort through the paperwork again. I took care of the small amount of documents I had and then went to check on the fort we were building. Our engineers had been told to go wild, and I was finding that if I had wanted this done fast I should have gone with civilian contractors instead of the combat engineers I had. I moved through the regiment's various quarters, observing training, maintenance, and whatever else they were up to. The NCOs and regulars were the beating heart of a unit and I needed to constantly keep my finger on the pulse. One of the constants I got was to import more of the coffee that I brought with me. Apparently that brand only did limited edition stuff and I had lucked out when I found a stash of it. One of the things we had implemented while the cities around us were abandoned was to do urban environment training. This was for our Mithril, our tankers, and our mech pilots. So once a week, we ran a simulated urban training scenario and looked to see how we could improve. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons. July 15, 3008. Dear Colonel Mark Hull. I, Ian Davian and brother Hansa Davian, would like to cordially invite you to spend Christmas on New Avalon with us. Please make all of the preparations necessary and depart with all due haste. Thank you, Ian Davian. P.S. Wear your uniform. There was a bunch of other stuff in the letter, but it basically amounted to you can bring an escort, but it can't be massive. I got together with the senior staff and put together a team that would go with me. I was going to take the King Henry V and the Messenger as my dropship and jump ship. And I had a bodyguard team of 4 people. I was going to be lifting off in a couple of hours and I had handed a series of operational plans to Majors Shepard and Peterson expecting them to be able to handle the construction and training while I was gone again. Chapter 38, Tell me, have you heard of New Avalon, Federated Sons December 10, 3008. This is the dropship Messenger, requesting a flight path. The pilot of the Messenger come the main space controller for the New Avalon system. We see you Messenger, move to the designated spaceport in the order that we send you. The traffic controller told my pilot and we waited until we received the coordinates and the order we were given. Once we had an order to descend and move towards the planet below. We now had 7 days in which to spend time doing nothing but prepping for politics. And trying to figure out how to avoid offending people by my thoughts on the Star League. December 17, 3008. Even though we were personally invited by the First Prince to New Avalon to celebrate the season, we still had to go through all of the standard protocols that everyone else had to go through. This included checking all of the stuff we had brought with us through customs, which included the gift we had brought for the Davian brothers. When we exited the Messenger and began to make our way to a hotel that had been recommended to us. When we left the spaceport, we began to be blinded by flashbulbs and all sorts of questions. The reporters had somehow gotten word that I would be coming to New Avalon and were waiting in ambush. Colonel Hull. New Avalon News here. Can you tell us what it was like to be a part of the destruction of the 2nd Makaran's armored cavalry? Colonel Hull. New Valencia Associated Press. What was it like being rescued by the Wolf's Dragoons? The questions kept coming, so I stopped trying to fight through the reporters, and decided to just hold a miniature press conference there. Stop! I barked in my command voice and watched as the crowd of reporters stilled. I will answer your questions, but I will do it in order and one at a time. I pointed at the first person who had asked a question. You first, ma'am. I'm Felicia Land with the New Avalon News Network. She said, can you tell us what it was like being a major part in the destruction of the 2nd Regiment of Makaran's armored cavalry? It's something that can't really be put into words, but I think a quote from an old Terran Commodore suits it best. We have met the enemy and they are ours. I paused and took in the moment of silence. Next question. Marion Dance, New Valencia Associated Press. He said. What was it like being rescued by the Wolf's Dragoons? Rescued. Lieutenant Mathis, the head of my bodyguard detail, spoke up. What fucking rescue? We didn't need rescue, we weren't trapped on Tybalt with the 2nd Mac, they were trapped there with us and we were making them bleed. This caused an uproar, and the various news organizations talked over one another until a Davian security team escorted them away. One of the security team members doubled back and told me that there was a discreet car waiting out front, and that the Davians had arranged for a stay in the New Avalon Palace complex. Climbing into the unmarked black sedan, my 4 escorts and I enjoyed the relative quiet for a time. A couple of hours later. Security in the palace complex was no joke, we had been going through the layers of security since we had arrived through the main gates. We had been checked over for weapons a minimum of 3 times. Mathis had tried to convince them to let him keep some of his hidden weapons, but it didn't go over well. We had gone through virtually every test that had probably ever been thought up. When we were finally through security, if I went through another scanner I was getting my team checked for signs of cancer when we got back to the Argo. We were directed to a side room and instructed to wait. There was a version of a miniature fridge there, and they had small bottles of water laid out along with assorted alcoholic beverages. I merely grabbed a bottle of water and took some sips before taking a seat on one of the various couches. After waiting for a period of about 15 minutes or so, the door opened to reveal a butler/aide who instructed me to follow him. I followed the man down the winding corridors, finally reaching one final security checkpoint where they did one last sweep before allowing me into an office. There was an obviously well-used desk in there, ornate and handmade, but that desk wasn't in use. Instead there was a smaller side desk where Ian and Hansa were looking over paperwork and arguing about something or another. When they saw me, they both stood up to greet me. Colonel Hull, Hansa greeted me with a firm handshake. A pleasure to see you again. Hull. Ian said and shook my hand immediately after Hansa was done. Take a seat. He sat down, moved the thing that Hansa and Ian had been arguing about out of the way and gestured for myself and his brother to sit. You wanted to see me? I asked, as I took a seat in one of the surprisingly comfortable chairs. Yes. Hansa and Ian looked at each other before Ian nodded to Hansa. What is your real backstory? Hansa asked outright. No one, not even a confirmed time traveler, should have been able to access the gear that you magically produced over the last couple of years. Hansa paused and stroked the small beard he had grown since I last met him. Ian and I like you, but unless we get the truth we will not be able to trust you. I sat there for a moment, gathering my thoughts, and decided to let them know at least part of the truth. I was a part of the Star League Intelligence Corps towards the end of the Amorous Civil War. I then told them my story, making sure to leave out things like the Manassas, the locations of them where I had stashed it and the other depots, and my extra-dimensional origins. That. Ian leaned back in his chair. Is a lot to digest. Hansa just sat there quietly, mulling over everything in the space of his own mind. Is there anything that you can give us that would help us recover any Lestek? Hansa asked after a second. Anything that can help prove that what you say is true. I paused, thinking it over before nodding to myself and smirking at the two brothers while stroking my beard mysteriously. Tell me, what do you know about a world called Helm? Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Suns December 17, 3008. Kent Aries is beautiful. Shepard said to his girlfriend Erica Lamb, was sitting beside him while she picked at his false leg. I still don't understand why you didn't go for a cloned leg. She replied. Not that I hate the prosthetic or anything. She tried to wave off any offense as Shepard just laughed. No, it's just that I find it funny that you took this long to ask. Shepard pulled the shorter brunette into his arms and placed his head on her shoulder. I'll change to a cloned leg if you want. He said. But I wanted to get back to what I was faster, and we couldn't afford the downtime as a unit then. He laid a kiss on her cheek and eased down onto the blanket beneath them to look at the gorgeous sky. I think I'd prefer your regular leg back. Lamb responded, having taken a moment to think about it while relaxing back into her lover's arms. I know it's silly, but it bothers me that it's missing sometimes. She rolled over onto her side and made sure he could see her face. I will still be with you regardless of your decision. But I miss the warmth of you having two legs and I hate how the prosthetic sometimes causes you pain even though you try to hide it. She stroked his slightly worn face and smiled gently at him. I want you whole and to not feel pain. That's why I want you to go with the cloned leg. She then smirked. Besides, you'd enjoy using the downtime to go and instruct the new recruits. Shepard just chuckled and poked her in the side, starting a slight tickle war that went on for about 5 minutes before subsiding. Alright Erica. He got serious. I'll talk to Hull when he comes back from New Avalon and have him put me on training rotation until I get used to the cloned leg. Then his eyes twinkled a little bit. But you're the one that has to break the news to Peterson's wife. Erica's eyes widened at that. On second thought, you can keep the prosthetic. She tried to argue against her previous case, not wanting to be glared at by the new mother. She'll kill me. Erica said. You can't do that. She won't kill you. Jack waved his hand nonchalantly. She just seems scary, she's really sweet though. Yeah, I know. Erica said. I just don't want to cause a rift between her and Thomas. You won't, Jack stated. She'll understand, after all, Paige and Mathis stepped up while he was in recovery for his eye surgery. I forgot how much paperwork Shepard and Hull handle. Peterson said to his wife Francesca Jones who was sitting on the couch in his office, nursing their 3-month-old son while he was finishing up the last of the paperwork. Hey you. Francesca said while Thomas looked at his wife questioningly. I love you. Thomas just smiled back at her. I love you too. Let me finish this last couple of pieces of paperwork and I'll burp him for you. He took a couple of minutes to read over the submissions before sorting them into 3 piles, accepted, for further review, and rejected, and when he was done, he went over and began helping his wife take care of their son. Chapter 39, Title Pending, I still haven't thought of one, edit, 1K words and still don't have one. New Avalon, Federated Sons, December 29, 3008. You're going to need to send someone with my message to the rest of my unit. I told Ian and Hansa, we had been sitting and plotting for a good week or so now. They can spend the time training and building up further defenses while I'm gone, but it still doesn't look good for a unit to be without its commander for a while. We'll put the marksman on a garrison and defense contract with rating clauses. Hansa said. And we'll have it in there that we're borrowing you for consulting work with the 3rd Davian Guards RCT. Hansa paused. It'll work as a cover pretty well if we disguise the 3rd being gone on training exercises to see if we're going to adopt the marksman's unit organization or not. That should work, I thought out loud. I'll send a handwritten and encoded letter to my XO and a recorded message for them along with the contract details. Being gone for a year isn't very good optics though. I said. If the 3rd and I are gone for a year people will start to wonder. You raise a good point. We continued to hammer out the fine details of our planned raid over the rest of the days until the new year. After we had gotten the details set we had made public the details of the marksman's contract and that I was being granted a title and a landhold as a result of destroying a 3rd of the Big Mac. January 1st, 3009. Make sure this gets to both Major Shepard and to Major Peterson. I said, handing Mathis a sealed note and a package to go with it. I'm counting on you to make sure that the messenger gets there in one piece while I'm gone and to help everyone hold down the fort. Yes sir. Mathis replied. Anything you want me to tell them that's not in the letter? He asked. Just to keep up the good work. I said, thanks for all of your hard work Mathis, make sure you take a vacation when you get back. I'll take a week or 2 off before getting back into it. He replied. See you when you return Colonel. He came to attention and gave a snappy salute before boarding the messenger and getting ready to take off. A couple of hours later. 3rd Davian RCT dropship. It was kind of funny. After I had decided to tell the Davians about Helm a few months ago I had gone over the slick records at my disposal all over again and had actually found documentation regarding the Brian and the cache within. The irony of it was not lost on me at all. Shaking my head, I stopped wool gathering and made sure my harness was strapped in tight and there was no fraying. After all those years ago and the destroyed quick draw I was still paranoid that I would lose my footing and die if my straps snapped like that pirates did. Hansa just grinned at me from his seat across the room from me. You okay there? He asked. You look a little bit concerned. One the first mech kills I got before making ace was on a quick draw being piloted by a pirate. They didn't maintain her straps and when I took out the ankle, I trailed off. The straps snapped and she died in some horrific way I imagine. Hansa finished, nodding in understanding. Yeah, ever since then I triple check any straps before I go anywhere. I said, not caring if it made me seem paranoid. I've seen stranger rituals from career soldiers. Hansa said, we're going to be here for a while, so tell me. Why did you decide on a 6-man team? Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons January 2nd, 3008. Put your backs into it. Sergeant Kerensky yelled at the platoon she was training. I wanted this wall up yesterday. The marksman had made helping the construction of the base a part of the physical conditioning for the new recruits. Now go drink water. Kerensky yelled. You have a 60-second water break and then we're heading out to the field. She had really started to enjoy this. The clans had never had a boot camp sort of experience, and watching people that she was in charge of teaching learn, develop, and grow was extremely satisfying. Well that, and she got to yell at people. Get in formation. Move it people. The platoon stumbled into formation and began to run towards the field that had been repurposed into an advanced obstacle course. Drop and give me 50 push-ups, and then hit the course. Kerensky ordered. She wanted them exhausted before they hit the course so she could use it as a lesson. She then traded places with her DIB partner and went to wait at the end of the course. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Kerensky heard from her DIB partner on the other side of the course. Swing your legs over that log. What do you mean you can't do it? Go to the back of the line. The sounds of drill instructors made Shepard smile. He might actually request permission to be permanently placed on training rotations to help get the next generation of marksmen set up. Plus, he actually enjoyed teaching and was good at it to boot. Parker would do a good job at filling Peterson's shoes and Peterson was already a second XO in all but name anyway. I'll have to write down some changes to the command structure soon. Shepard said to himself as he wrote that down. Hey Peterson. He called as he saw the other man walking somewhere. Can I talk for a second? Yes Shepard, Peterson replied. What's up? I'm thinking about stepping down in order to man the home base and training facilities. Shepard told him directly. Would your wife be opposed to you becoming XO? Probably wouldn't be opposed at all actually. Peterson responded. We have both been enjoying the time together while on garrison, and she likes that I love my job. He paused. Give me a day or so to talk it over with Francesca and I'll get back to you. Alright then, I'm headed to the Argo in a couple of hours to get the workup done for the cloning. Shepard said, having gotten approval to get the operation done. Make sure you get the head doc. Peterson called over his shoulder, I know she's scary, but she's also the best. March 14th, 3009. Why a treble clef necklace? Hansa Davian asked me as I spotted for him in the ship's gym. It was a Christmas present from my little sister. I said, helping him rack the weights he had been using. Hansa replied. I'm sorry. I stopped him from making any apologies. No need to apologize Hansa, I said, getting set for my own reps. It's not the first time I've been asked, and it won't be the last. And I guess you left a wife behind as well? He asked, figuring he might as well be blunt about it. Yeah, I said wistfully. She would have never believed me if I told her that this would have happened. Do you have a picture? Hansa asked, curious to see what kind of woman would marry a man like Hull. I do actually. I pulled out a picture that I had printed using some of the devices on the messenger years ago and handed it to Hansa. It was a picture I had taken when she wasn't expecting it, and even though it didn't capture her when she was dolled up, or in fancy clothes or a dress, it was a picture of her on my parents' farm, holding a hunting rifle slung across her back and telling me not to take a picture. I've got better ones saved somewhere. I told Hansa, but this one is my favorite. Do you have anyone you've got an eye on? I asked Hansa, trying to get to know him better. Well, there is this one girl. He said. Chapter 40, A Roll of the Dice. Helm, Free Worlds League May 17th, 3009. We managed to get the key right. I asked Hansa, wanting to ensure that we didn't get buried in a Castle Bryan by accident. We got the key. He replied. We're going to need your help to locate the area the cache is in though. He said. We got both the maps from the key and from the most recent planetary survey and compared them while I consulted my slick notes. Follow the river. I told the tech after I had consulted my notes, there stop. There was a small building, almost a shack that was outside of a mountain. That's the area the Bryan is in. After I had pinpointed the general area of the hidden Nagayan mountain we descended into a nearby valley. Thanks for the mech. Hansa said, I was currently riding in his jump seat. Never had the chance to drive a Royal before. Really? I asked as we neared the lone building by the side of the mountain. I figured that you'd have access to all sorts of Listec. Last time I checked, my name was Hansa. He replied with a smirk on his face. Not Ian. So Ian has a Listec mech then? I asked. I can neither confirm nor deny any allegations as to what the Davians pilot. He replied with a chuckle. Aside from this baby of course. He patted the side of the TDR-5 SD that I had gifted the Davians for Christmas. Why didn't you bring your mech? He asked, genuinely curious. The techs were still figuring some things out when I left. I responded with a shrug. That, and I didn't want to have people trying to steal my mech thinking it was the one I took an Atlas down with. After 15 more minutes of conversation and plodding along, we reached the shack and Hansa made his mech crouch so that we could use the ladder to get to the ground. Think this is it? Hansa asked, looking at the strange square prefab in front of us. Little more than a shack. I didn't think ancient Star League facilities had gatehouses that looked like this. I just gave him a look trademark. You would be very surprised. I said as I walked in. Hand me the case. I asked, and Hansa passed me the key. Moment of truth. I said, as I placed the key into the slot in front of me. There was a moment in which nothing happened, and then the ground shook, and a part of the rock face began to split apart. An hour later. Is everyone here? I asked, as the rest of the column finally arrived. The third had left behind a good portion of their people and metal on garrison in order to make the most out of their lift capacity. Yes, Hull, Hansa rolled his eyes at me. That's everyone. We can go inside now. With that, we slowly walked the Thunderbolt into the Nagayan mountain, flipping the spotlight on so he could see. Holy shit! One of the mechs behind us whispered over his open comms as we saw the rows and rows of SLDF mechs that the various spotlights illuminated. Hansa just snickered as various other phrases echoed over the open comms channels. After making sure the entrance was clear, we went through the kneeling and dismounting the Thunderbolt once again. We then spread out, looking for the main computer so as to not accidentally trigger the self-destruct. Hull, over here. Hansa yelled from the far side of the cavern. I think this is it. I made my way over to him and saw a massive computer screen in front of me. Yeah, I'd say this is the right place. I walked up to it and inserted the helm key into the computer and watched it boot up. The advancement and diffusion of knowledge is the only guardian of true liberty. James Madison popped up on the screen in front of me. Then the standard OS of the Star League appeared in front of me. The facility also started to bring lights online and everything was starting to be unveiled. 2 days later. We could finish the Capellan Confederation in less than a decade with the spare parts alone here. Hansa said as he examined a copy of the manifest I had printed out. Well, it's a good thing we brought all of the dropships then, isn't it? I said, putting the copy of the core I had just made into a sealed crate along with the 16 others I had made. Make sure you split these up, I want every dropship out of here to have at least one of the cores. I told the 2 aides I had borrowed to assist me in getting everything together on this. These are worth more than all of the equipment in here. I had brought enough computer cores to copy the whole library at least 20 times over, in every format it could copy them to, including the original. I had 16 of them in the common format used today, and 4 of them in various other formats, such as the computers aboard the Messenger. May 24, 3009. We were lifting off now. We had to ditch pretty much all of the autocannon, SRM, and LRM ammunition in order to squeeze some of the tech in, but in the end, we managed to fit the most important parts of 2 brigades onto the dropships we had brought. We were stacked on top of each other, and we had to leave some of the mechs that were still common in the Fedsons behind, but we had made it out with a lot of material and over 30 copies of the computer core. When we got ready to leave, we triggered the explosives we had set on the core and the material left behind and watched as the sea returned to the surface of Helm. Hilton Head Complex, Terra May 30, 3009. What do you mean there's a sea on Helm again? The Primus, Julian Tipolo asked Prekenter Helm. Primus, we woke up this morning and the Yehudan Sea was back. The panicking B station Prekenter was panicking. Prekenter, Tipolo lowered his voice in order to help calm the man down. It was probably something the SLDF did that finally collapsed on them. It would hardly be the first dome project that failed after the destruction of the Succession Wars. Atrus, Free Worlds League June 15, 3009. What do you mean the Yehudan Sea is back in place on Helm? Janos Merrick asked the safe agent briefing him. It was there last month, wasn't it? Yes, Captain General, the agent replied. We fear the rumored cache may have been found and taken by someone. The safe agent replied. But we don't have any evidence to prove that theory correct as of yet. Well, then don't come back with this kind of BS without evidence to back it up. Janos Merrick exclaimed, standing up from his desk. Personal Journal, October 25, 3009. Well, I did it. I managed to get the Helm cache, and as far as MIIO can tell no one is the wiser. We have enough cores to scatter out, and Hansa and Ian will be establishing NAIS as an attachment to Nama within the next couple of years. I was allowed to take a lance of Royal Assault mechs with me as initial gratitude, and Ian had sent a message to Zarenth the Calderon requesting a face-to-face meeting to take place in the next couple of years facilitated by yours truly. I had warned Hansa and Ian about Comster wrecking efforts to recover lost technology and showed them the copies of secret operations and communiques I had made using the Messenger's facilities, and so they were taking every precaution possible as far as the security of the cores was concerned and would only be bringing in various companies as necessary. I requested permission to buy out Salvatore Incorporated and received an affirmative as long as I could get the production lines up and running again. Thankfully, with the Mithril production starting to take off and our investments in TTI starting to pay off, we would be able to buy them outright and begin the process of getting our own dropship lines up and running again soon. I also was able to bring 2 of the copies of the data core with me to install in the heart of my base on Kent Aries 4. Chapter 41, Getting Back to Work. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Suns December 24, 3009. Y'all did a really good job. I looked at the massive fortress before me. The combat engineers had gone all out and made a fortress complex that could contain an entire 3 regiments of forces. There were layers of walls, tunnels, and underground areas for both repairs and future factory expansion. The TTI people had the engineers prep an entire area for them and had gotten to work on building the factory that was planned to go here. Meanwhile, mithril production had gone up, and we were sitting on a very large surplus of M10A mithril armor. We had taken some things into consideration over the last year, and had been producing M11A mithril for the last 6 months. Enough to entirely refit our forces with the improved armor. The M11A had quite a few benefits over the M10A. Among them was the ability to use MPPCs and had better communications and a slightly longer battery life. It was able to maintain a speed of 17 km per hour instead of the previous 15 and still was able to take limited mech fire. We had also trained up an entire regiment in our way of doing things, and if what Hansa had told me before heading back to New Avalon to redistribute the new gear was correct, we would be doing some raids into Combine space soon. Either way, it was good to be back. January 1st, 3010. I had decided to welcome the new year by having another simulation contest. This time, we were going to be having it televised, recorded and broadcast. This was going to be one of the ways we generated interest in moving to Kent Aries 4 again. This time I didn't last as long. I was in the running for 2 hours before being killed by a simulated alicorn, one again led by Kerensky, nailing my warmer with a headshot before I could get away in time. It had actually surprised me that Natasha Kerensky had decided to stay here with us. She had not only stayed with us, but she had, after resistance in the beginning, thrown herself into the cross-training like a woman possessed. She was learning everything she could, and I was worried that she would take it back to the clans if we pushed her way. 1 week later. Lance Sergeant Kerensky. I stood up and greeted her as she came into my office. I see that you've settled in quite well. Yes, actually. She smiled openly. I wasn't quite sure about how the marksmen did things at first, but now I am completely sold on the idea. That's really great to hear. I said honestly. We love it when people become part of the family. Is there something specific you wanted to talk about, Colonel? She asked, because I have a tank platoon to get trained up. Yes, actually. I said. The Wolf's Dragoons left for some sort of supply run about a year ago and I was wondering why you didn't go with them? You could have requested leave at any time. Honestly. She said with a sad smile. I feel like I belong here more than with them. I may have spent my whole life with them, but this is where I truly feel like I belong. There's something about the marksman that is just different from every other unit I have ever interacted with or been a part of. She then paused to take a breath. Whatever that difference is, it makes me feel like I am just Natasha, not a name attached to Alexander Kerensky. Well, I gave a soft smile. You know what that is called? She shook her head. It's called being a part of the family. You, Natasha Kerensky, are important and have value because you are you. I stated outright how I felt about each of the marksmen in my employ. Every single person in this unit is valuable not just because they fill a role here, but because they have intrinsic value because of who they are. Natasha just soaked in my words like a sponge. A strange look in her eyes. Colonel. She said as she stood up. I want a match, mech on mech. Sure, I chuckled. I'll pencil you in for next Saturday. I showed her the calendar on my desk and how it now said duel with Kerensky for the next weekend. Go take care of your tankers, Kerensky. We'll be deployed sooner rather than later. With that, she turned around and left my office. And left me shaking my head. That was odd, and the last thing that I expected out of the ice-cold woman I had met almost 2 years ago. Oh well, I shrugged to myself. Something for future Mark to worry about. And I got back to my paperwork. Davian Palace, New Avalon, Federated Suns December 24, 3009. You found how many regiments in the cache he was talking about? Ian asked incredulously, pointing at the sheet of paper detailing the exact numbers of their raid. 2 whole brigades worth, Ian, along with a data core containing pretty much everything lost in the succession wars. Hansa stated. We need to give him more than he has asked for, Ian, Hansa said. This alone will mean that we can push back both the Capellans and the Combine. Not to even mention the core. I know, Hansa. Ian shoved his chair back violently. Give me some space to think. We're going to need to create a new march position soon. Ian decided. We need to get this equipment distributed, and hit the Capellans now while they're reeling from the losses of New Aragon. Hansa, I'm promoting you to Field Marshal of the 3rd Davian Guards effective immediately. He then pointed at Tikhanov on the map of the inner sphere on his wall before sinking into his chair and thinking deeply. Hansa, what would you need to take Tikhanov? He asked, extremely serious. Because I need to buy time to get the 6 regiments of gear in the right place. Hansa thought about it for a good 5 minutes before replying. Give me the third and enough of the cash to bring us back up to full strength. I want the heavy guards, the 6th Sirtis Fusiliers, and the marksmen along with 2 regiments of the Eridani Light Horse. Give me that, an operational command, and I'm confident that we can take the planet. I want the infantry outfitted with mithril though. Hansa smiled darkly. I have ideas for what to do there. Done, I'll have the contract on its way to Hull by the end of the day. Ian got an extremely serious look in his eye. I'm gonna need to talk to Calderon sooner. If I can organize a hit on the Capellans from them at the same time as you hit Tikhanov, we can stymie reinforcements until the planet is ours. Ian got up and began to pace again. Hansa, I'm going to make him a bloody duke. But are you sure you can pull off Tikhanov? There was silence as Hansa went over his plans again. Yes Ian, I'm certain that we can pull this off. Hansa, you have 6 months. 6 months to get everything together and move on to Tikhanov. Ian said. I'll get right on that. Hansa replied, and walked quickly to the exit of the office. He had work to do. Chapter 42, The difficult we do immediately, the impossible takes a little longer. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, January 14, 3010. Why? Shepard asked. I just raised an eyebrow. Why what? Why do you have a farm in the middle of the base? He asked, clearly struggling not to throttle me for my latest bout of sanity. Well, I for one happen to enjoy farm fresh eggs and meat. I shrugged. And it's not like there's a whole lot of options on that front around us. I gestured at the rusting cities and factories in the distance. But starting your own farm instead of hiring someone? He questioned. Jack, I was raised on a farm back on Terra before I left to do freelance work on computers. I said. This is nothing new to me, and in fact is really relaxing when you get down to it. He followed me to my coop where I was collecting the morning group of eggs. Don't you have that match against Kerensky later today? Shepard asked. Shouldn't you be getting ready for that? Yeah, I shrugged. But that's not until this afternoon. I was planning to do a barbecue afterwards. With Kerensky? Jack asked for clarification. No, I said. I'm doing a get-together with the senior staff and NCOs. And why am I just finding out about this now? Jack asked. You know I don't turn down those baby back ribs that you make. Well, I kept trying to invite you over the last few weeks, but you were avoiding me after dumping that tray of paperwork into my office and then blocking the door. I gave him a slight glare at the last bit. I would have done the paperwork without being locked in there, you know. Yeah, you're not looking for payback, are you? He asked as he followed me into my house. If I were, you would never know. I said while putting my fresh eggs away into my refrigerator. Payback always comes when least expected. In the afternoon, mech training area. Are you sure you want to do this and that? I asked Natasha Kerensky. I mean, we haven't had time to upgrade your Marauder yet. I am confident in my skills as a mech pilot. Kerensky said, giving me a death glare. Let's see if yours are up to the task. All right then. I said, raising my hands and backing off. Your funeral. I muttered underneath my breath. We both climbed into our mechs, and triple-checked to make sure that everything was set to training mode. After I had powered everything up, and saved everything, I moved my warmer out of the bay. All right, I will be your referee for this match. Shepard broadcast from his shiny Cyclops. I will be running all of the simulated munitions through my computer in order to ensure a fair match. I moved my warmer to the opposite side of the training field, making sure that my mech was tied into Shepard's systems. I actually moved a little bit further out. Kerensky's Marauder might be a decent heavy mech, and it might outmiss me by a solid 5 tons, but I had more armor, better weapons, and I was a good deal faster. I mean, we hadn't exactly published my warmer specs anywhere, and I was going to use that to my advantage. Natasha Kerensky was angry. She thought she would have the advantage in armor and range, but she had been sniped at with PPCs from well beyond the range hers were effective at. And, to make matters worse, the colonel was moving far faster than any heavy mech of its weight outside of the clans should. He just kept dodging in and out of range. He would hammer her with PPCs, almost literally skate his mech around, and then duck back out of range. Fucking Lastek bullshit. The words that no clanner had ever said before and would never say again left her lips as she pushed her Marauder forward at flank speed. She pushed into her range bracket and cackled to herself as she nailed his right arm RPC, reducing it to slag and stalling him for a second as he tried to figure out how she had closed the distance on him. After wearing each other out at maximum range, Natasha had had enough. She pushed forward and tried to engage Colonel Hull's warmer in melee, only to find that that was where he truly excelled. After several minutes of dueling at close range, they were both moving to end the fight when Shepard called in on the comms. "Stop the exercise!" Came over the open comms channel. "We have a priority message from New Avalon for the Colonel." "All right, moving to the messenger now," I said, shifting my brain out of combat mode and kicking it back into logical thinking mode. At the barbecue a couple of hours later. "So, what was so important that our duel had to be interrupted?" Kerensky asked as she loaded up a plate with 2 bacon cheeseburgers and a lot of fries from the grill and fryer in front of me. "It's not classified, and we're going to be announcing it to the group later anyway." I shrugged as I flipped a burger and moved a sausage over to the table next to me. "Hansa and Ian Davian have a job for us," I said, "and we have 3 months to get ready for it." "What kind of job, Colonel?" Packer asked as he helped himself to a couple of sausages and a small stack of ribs. "Ian wants Tikhanov," I said, and closed the grill to let the next set of ribs cook properly. "Could you say that again?" Major Packer cleaned out his ear with a pinky. "I think I just heard you say that the first prince wants Tikhanov taken." "You heard right," I said, absently checking the time left on the ribs. "It can be done, and we have the best chance of it now versus any other time." "And why would that time be now?" Lieutenant Colonel Peterson asked me. He had an inkling of an idea but wasn't 100% sure. "Mithril will be more devastating now than it will be later on," I said. "If Ian and Hansa buy all of the suits we have to spare and get people trained in them quickly enough, we can use it to overwhelm and surprise the regiments of infantry on Tikhanov." I stopped talking in order to open the grill and take off a rack of ribs. "On top of that, after what we did to the 2nd MAC, MIIO and DM, I have some reports that there may be less forces there at this time." "I see what you mean about the right time," Peterson said, chewing thoughtfully on a hot dog. "But we're gonna be in for one hell of a fight." "Well, we're the marksmen," Shepard said with a cocky grin on his face. "The difficult we do immediately." He trailed off, repeating a saying that the R&D team had come up with and spread throughout the team. "The impossible just takes a bit longer." May 25, 3010. We were at the jump point with 2 combined armed regiments. Our fleet of dropships was being led by the Colossus we had found, and despite it being less deck, we were going to need it if we wanted to carry everything we had with us. Our mithril-clad infantry had been spread throughout the fleet, and we had 4 companies loaded onto our Sting-class dropship/gunships. In less than a month, we would be heading to Tikhanov come what may. Chapter 43, A Hope in Hell. Castleton, Federated Sons, June 10, 3010. On board Hansa Davian's dropship for planning before moving on to Tikhanov. "I'm sorry, can you repeat that?" Hansa Davian asked me. "I believe you said you were looking into dropping infantry from orbit." "Yes, I got to test one out before we left." I grinned widely. "We're going to start training specifically for them soon and make it into a volunteer-only unit." "What would you even call infantry dropped from orbit?" Field Marshal Felsner of the Davian Heavy Guards asked. "Well, I'm leaning towards orbital drop shock troopers myself. But the R&D team is still knocking around names," I shrugged. "The technology has existed for centuries, and with mithril, we can make it a survivable and effective means of delivering infantry to places that need reinforcements or softening up." "I thought that's what your new Drost refits were for," Hansa asked, the Davians having purchased a license for it after we had put it out there. "No, that's for regular infantry dropping and support. I mean, they're still there to help, but we're not dropping them from orbit in a Sting." I paused. "Well, not yet anyway." After the standard introductions and some wool gathering was done, Hansa began to brief us on his plans. It turns out, the rest of the Big Mac was on Tikhanov while rebuilding after the losses we had handed them, along with elements of the Ariana Grenadiers, the 1st Chesterton Voltigas, and the 2nd Ariana Fusiliers, along with the 80 regiments of infantry that were almost always there. "You sure that you're up for being the bait?" Hansa asked me after the rest of the various co's had left. "I've got other plans that we can fall back on if we need to." "We can do this," I told him. "We'll pin down the Big Mac long enough for you guys to take out everyone else." I smiled mysteriously. "Like we said at Tybalt." "What did you say at Tybalt Hole?" Hansa asked. "The only way to eat a Big Mac is one bite at a time," I replied. "And this time, I brought Lastek." Tikhanov Commonality, Capellan Confederation, June 18, 3010. "Are we sure that this plan of Davian's will work?" Lieutenant Colonel Shepard, the CO of Marksman's 1st Regiment, asked over the comms system. "I mean, the Big Mac can't be that angry at us, can they?" "Shepard, do I need to play that audio message again?" I asked, as we burned into the atmosphere of the planet below. "Yes, actually, hearing the man literally spitting mad was quite funny," Shepard replied. "Well, we're going down after the 2nd wave. How's your XO doing?" I asked. We had expanded pretty rapidly and a lot of our vets had been promoted to officer and senior NCO positions. She's handling it pretty well, Shepard said. I'm just glad that it helped her shape up a bit. Yeah, McKay has come quite a long way. I responded. By the way, Colonel. Major Packer said. Aren't you going to respond to Archibald Makaran's message? Respond? I asked. I'll respond after we're on the ground, we're playing distraction, remember. Hansa had sent us first, to begin drawing the defenders of Takhanov out, and he had requested that our Sting-class dropships with their battalion of Mithril Pa infantry aboard be with him in the second wave. Wardog and Strider Squadron and all of their trainees had proven their worth on the way in. With the Lastek birds, and having extra firepower, the Outworlds Alliance aces had proven just why they were some of the deadliest pilots in the inner sphere. They had shattered virtually every single fighter and dropship sent at us, with minimal casualties on our side. Marksman Drop Zone Takhanov Commonality, Capellan Confederation. This is Colonel Hull of the Marksman Mercenary Company. I broadcast on all open frequencies available to me in my warmer. Captain Dunham was going to be in the mobile HQ with me coordinating between both regiments. I heard the Big Mac was on planet and decided I wanted another bite. I paused for effect. But I heard that Archibald Makaran was too much of a coward to come face the marksman after what we did before. I chuckled audibly into the mic. I mean, he couldn't even work up the nerve to hunt us down afterwards. I cut the channel off. I knew that he was going to take the bait, and if the Mac was going to draw in anyone else, then Hansa's plan would go off really well. Alright people. I broadcast on the marksman's encrypted channel. We've just made the Mac angrier than they've ever been. Expect extremely aggressive behavior and for them to almost exclusively target whatever formation I'm in. I'm going to be broadcasting through all of this so as to focus their attention on me. Follow your co's lead, they know what to do. June 20th, 3010. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. I said to myself as I fired one of my ERPCs at the headhunter lance chasing after me. That's the third lance today. I kept dodging fire, and stringing the enemy lance along until they were in position. There were 9 sharp hypersonic cracks as the lance chasing after me were met by 9 hypersonic projectiles, shredding armor and causing the lance of heavy mechs that had been chasing me to lose armor, legs, and in one's case to just drop and bury itself into the ground due to it missing a cockpit. The heavy lance tried to turn around and run, but were savaged by PPC fire from the 2 supporting Manticores and the Marauder that were coordinating with the 3 Alicorns. I had borrowed the fire team from our 1st regiment after dealing with the first lance of heavy mechs that had been assigned to headhunt me. I had really pissed the Big Mac off, because they had thrown themselves at us heedless of our Lastek advantage and were paying for it in the sheer numbers game. Mithril also was a great equalizer and had been helping to put some of the enemy's own metal into our fight. Over the past 2 days, we had been funneling the enemy into kill zones generated by their near-suicidal focus on me. The various mechs and gear we had grabbed from the SLDF depots had made a tremendous difference. Now we just needed Hansa and the rest of the Takhanov invasion force to complete their objectives. Stopping next to the Marauder, I waved my ERPC in thanks to the leader of the fire team before heading over to the mobile HQ again. June 23, 3010. Shepard, I need you to push in the rear right now. I ordered from my warmer, coordinating long-range fire from the fire team I was currently borrowing. We've got a short company of assault mechs pushing our shit in. We managed to drop 4 of the 12 assaults and wound most of the others before I had the irreplaceable tanks fall back while I drew fire. Crouching, I dodged an AC-20 shot that would have flat out killed me if it had connected to the cockpit that they were aiming at. Colonel Makaran, is that you? I asked the Atlas that was currently trying to cave my cockpit in. Cuz if it is you, then you need to hit the sims more. Your aim is trash. I slid out of range of a score of SRMs and kept maneuvering out of range of his AC-20. You know who it is, Hull. He roared in a rage at me. It's time for some payback. His command lance kept moving forward, leaving me very little room to dodge fire. Thankfully, I was still much faster than the average warmer and I now showed that as I moved away at flank speed away from the fire team. I didn't want them to pay for my strategy and tactics. I managed to get back out of their maximum range and turned around to start firing at the 2 lances chasing me. Crippling one of the mechs, and coring another with a golden BB. I had reduced them to a lance and a half before they closed in on me again. You might get me, Makaran, I said. But you and the rest of your unit won't live past the week. I taunted as I turned around and unleashed an alpha strike on his Atlas. Shredding tons of armor and bringing up my heat to a level that was starting to become uncomfortable. Shepard. I broadcast again, weaving out of the way of missiles and lasers. Where the hell are you? We're trying to break through now, Colonel. I heard autocannon fire in the background. They left a battalion behind to stall us. Well, if you don't get here in time, I said as I removed a charger's foot from existence with a PPC bolt. Have Rook get onto my noteputer. My last will and testament is in there. My mech staggered as one of the AC-20s from the Atlas finally connected. Almost making me lose my footing. I was down a lot of armor, and one more of those AC-20s would probably core my mech. I kept running, ducking behind a small hill, using it to absorb some of the fire before popping out of cover and trying to arc a PPC bolt into the cockpit of another mech. I failed, but that mech did duck back for a while and it let me move further out of range of the mech killers that were hunting me. I knew that there was a canyon wall I was going to run into if I didn't stop soon, and that I would have to make my final stand. "Why are you running, Hull?" Makaran roared. "You not man enough to face me?" "Man enough?" I asked. "Bitch please, you came at me with 2 lances of assault mechs and I only see you here with 1 lance." I stopped my mech and turned around to face them. "My dead wife was more of a man than you are." I chuckled to myself. "She sure as hell was a better shot than you at the very least. If I was going to die, then my last stand was going to be a story told for all of the ages." Chapter 44, I heard there was a damsel. If I was going to die, then my last stand was going to be a story told for all of the ages. Then, an orbital deployment pod crashed into Makaran's Atlas, and a thunderbolt casually walked out of the wreckage, headshotting the mech next to it. I heard there was a damsel in distress. You could hear Hans's shit-eating grin over the comms channel. After he had broadcast that, another 3 mechs fell from orbit in formation around him and the fire team I had co-opted came in behind and finished off the enemy mechs left standing. "Screw you, Hansa," I retorted. "I had them on the ropes." "Sure you did, Hull." Hansa walked his thunderbolt past my and used the hand to pat the shoulder of my mech. "Sure you did. How's the rest of the fight going?" I asked. If Hansa was deploying on us, that meant we had drawn in a lot more forces than expected. "Can you afford to come bail us out? We already crushed the Grenadiers and most of the Fusiliers, while the ELH is working on the 1st Chesterton." Hansa told me, "The 3rd Davian are acting as floating forces for rapid deployment. You need to get back to your dropships and rearmor." Hansa said. "I can see the sun through parts of your skeleton." Yeah, I said. "I didn't see you playing bait out there." "That's because you make such good bait, my friend." Hansa chuckled. "I mean, I've heard stories of a certain Canopian job from some of your command staff." "Damn it, Shepard," I muttered, "it's always your fault." "Hansa," I got serious for a second. "You got this area for now." "Yeah, Hull, you did good." Hansa said, "Go get some rest while your mech is reskinned. I'll coordinate from here." July 15, 3010. How bad were the losses? I asked Shepard now that we were able to have a meeting for the first time in weeks. "Well, the infantry has taken the least amount of damage. Any infantry that see one of the 2 stings basically throw down their arms and surrender at first sight now. But we're going to be spending a lot of time in the repair base." He gestured to one of our tanks being repaired behind him. "Proper combined arms tactics limited our personnel losses by a lot, but we're going through our spare parts a little faster than expected." "Well, they did throw more people at us than was initially planned for," I remarked. On a side note, I heard Hans's plan to use the stings to capture earthworks went well. "Yet, Captain Mathis isn't going to let us hear the end of it for years," Shepard replied. "He's not going to be doing a whole lot of bragging from what I understand," I said with a serious note in my voice. "We're going to be paying a lot of therapy bills over the next while." They shredded the regular infantry like they weren't even there. "I heard the same thing from the Davian Heavy Guards Infantry CO," Shepard said. "We're going to have to make sure to get some more therapists then. Mental health is important in our profession." Hansa said that the 1st Chesterton were on the ropes a couple of days ago, "but I have the feeling we're going to be here for a while." I said. 6 months later. "I really do think that might be the last of them," Hansa said as we watched what we thought was the last Tikhanov militia unit on the planet throw their weapons down and power down their light vehicles from the mobile HQ. "Don't jinx it, Hansa," I said. "You're going to be spending years checking for masked spies and all sorts of assorted messes." "Yeah, I know," Hansa replied. "I got a communique from Ian. I'm going to be the military governor here until things settle down." "Congratulations," I said/asked. "I know it's more work, but you're probably the best choice for it." "I know this," Hansa told me. "But if I'm not there to watch Ian, who knows what kind of trouble he'll get into. I'll try to keep an eye on him, and be ready to bail him out if he gets himself into trouble," I said. "And, I'm leaving extra mithril here. I have a feeling that you might need it for pacification if things get really bad." "I'm not going to slaughter these people, Hull." Hansa looked me in the eye. "Hansa, they're literally impervious to small arms fire. I don't expect you to slaughter them, I expect them to be the best damn riot patrol ever made." "Oh, right, forgot who I was talking to for a minute," Hansa said. "Your contract is up in a few months, so I'll bend your ear for some ideas, and hopefully, we're able to stop for a bit and repair and rearm." "Sounds like a decent idea to me," I said. "Now, it'll take some time, but I've got some ideas about the thug line." 2 months later. Just so you know, I fully expect to be made godfather of any of your children after that rescue. Hansa joked as we exchanged goodbyes. I didn't need your help. I retorted with a smile. But thanks for it anyway. We had rehashed the argument of whether I had needed the help or not multiple times by now. I'll let Ian know that you're doing well here, I said. And I'll do my best to keep him out of trouble. You better. Hansa replied. Yvonne must be pulling her hair out, and she's gonna need some help. Takhanov Jump Point, March 25, 3011. I was tired. It had been a long campaign, and I just wanted to collapse and then go work on my farm for a bit when we got back to Kent Aries. I was still daydreaming about rest when I got to my quarters and opened the door. Sorry, wrong room. I went to close the door and was yanked inside. After that, I wasn't daydreaming much anymore. Historical Interlude 3000 to 3011. Introduction. While there are many things that we could say about the inner sphere in the time between 3000 and 3015, many of them would tie back to one unit. While this is not a summarization of their unit's history during this time, one might say that we take a closer look at the marksmen than most histories because they were a large part of how the inner sphere looks today. The time period of the early 31st century was one of the typical raids and exchange of forces that plagued the Third Succession War, and nothing was different until the appearance of one Mark Hull. While his claims of time travel were never truly confirmed, it was clear that he knew of at least one if not multiple Star League-era caches of technology. It is interesting to note that instead of staying in the Federated Suns when he initially formed his unit, he went to the Taurian Concordat, proving himself invaluable in anti-piracy actions and getting salvage rights instead of pay. This set the tone for most of the marksman's career in the periphery. After gaining the lost prototype dropship Argo, he arranged for it to be refitted into a R&D and medical dropship. Something that generated much interest at the time, but didn't prove itself until years later. There is little known about the Interstellar Expeditions contract that they took after their anti-piracy missions, but it is confirmed that their 2 nearly extinct Leviathan jump ships were salvaged from the IE mission. 1. From there, they grew their unit from a company to almost a battalion, using funds procured by the selling of the jump ships that they captured and sold to the Taurian Concordat in their first anti-piracy missions. 2. After they had grown, they engaged in the recapture of stolen goods from the Marian hegemony, leading to the magistracy giving them both the rights and licenses to advanced medical technology, equipment, and personnel. 3. It is not known what the marksman did for the Concordat, it is only known that he arrived, met with Protector Zarantha Calderon, got authorization to bring his unit to Taurus, and spent several weeks in meetings with both her and several TTI industrial heads. After that, the marksmen were simply another mercenary battalion in the employ of the Federated Suns, 4, with nothing to truly distinguish them from any other company until the raid on Tybalt. This raid is what truly set the marksmen apart from the typical mercenary company. After seizing the world with little to no casualties, they also managed to defeat and destroy the 2nd Makaran's armored cavalry. 5, which had been reinforced with elements of both the 1st and 3rd regiments of the same unit. While some might argue that this was the debut of what is now considered the standard power armor, 6, its relative obscurity at this time limited the public's exposure to the mithril power armor, and so it didn't become a common sight on the battlefield until years later. With the destruction of the 2nd Mac, the marksmen had cemented a reputation for punching far above their weight class, and for using unconventional tactics to do so. It is to be noted, that the battle ROMs of the duel between Major Barton and Colonel Hull are still used in textbooks today for reference. 7. There was little action from the marksmen for the next several-year period. They accepted limited garrison contracts, and began a massive recruitment and training spree. It was uncertain as to why they were recruiting so many forces, because at this time, the marksmen had barely 2 battalions to their name. Then, after almost a year of not being seen in public, Hull returned with a large amount of SLDF-era weapons, gear, and combat vehicles and mechs. When he had come back from raiding whatever cache he had known the location of, the marksman unit as a whole moved to Kent Aries 4. The unit then grew from 2 battalions, to a force of reckoning with 2 combined arms regiments to their unit's banner in a period of 2 years. Then Hull visited the Davian Palace complex for Christmas, gifting the Davian family and Hansa in particular a Lastek variant of the Thunderbolt. After that, there is conflicting information on whether Hansa, Hull, and the 3rd Davian Guards were actually gone or not. What is known is that over a period of the next 2 to 3 years, the Davians began work to rebuild the Avalon Hussars, and began to rotate units off of the front lines to be given fresh war material. It should be interesting to note, that during the beginning of this process, Ian Davian and his brother put together an ambitious plan to take Takhanov. It is said that Ian wanted to be on the front lines for this, but that Ivan Davian forced him to remain behind and to assist with the rebuilding of the Avalon Hussars. 8. It was during the invasion and taking of Takhanov, that the mithril-powered armor, light, truly made its debut onto the battlefield. The marksmen, having had years of development into powered armor, had sold licenses of slightly outdated units to the Davians, and with the relative inexpensiveness of the armor, and the increase in effectiveness, it proved why it would later become the golden standard of the inner sphere. There was quite a force defending Tikhanov. With the remaining forces of the long-since non-existent Makaran's armoured cavalry regiments stationed there while they were being rebuilt after the losses that they had taken on Tybalt as well as quite a few other elements. And from what notes we have, it seems that Hansa's plan for taking the world involved baiting the remaining Mac units into attacking the marksman regiments that had made landfall. It was here, once again, that the marksmen made a reputation for punching above their weight class, with nearly 3 regiments of mech forces from Makaran's armoured cavalry along with them drawing in support elements from the Tikhanov militia. The marksmen did well in both maneuvering and unexpected tactics, allowing them to use the Lastek that they had at their disposal to oftentimes level the playing field even faced with superior numbers. While this diversion was taking place, the remainder of Hansa's forces were shattering the remaining forces on Tikhanov, using the marksman's new Drost variant which they called the Sting to great effect against infantry. It was this dropship in conjunction with the mithril armor that was critical to the success of the Tikhanov invasion. 9. The battle ROMs that were examined of Colonel Hull's fight with Archibald Makaran noted that the man was extremely comfortable fighting superior numbers and weight without pause. It is unknown if Hull had a death wish or not at this time, and Hansa's entry into the battlefield is still considered the textbook entry and definition of orbital dropping, and the source of what became known as the dynamic entry. Interstellar Expedition later revealed that they helped assist in the salvage and recovery of the 2 Leviathan jump ships. It is to be noted that the marksmen faced serious criticism from other merc units for selling their captured jump ships to the Concordat at this time. As it turns out, they were the only mercenary unit to have asked for access to the advanced technology, and this allowed the proliferation of advanced Star League era medical technology to spread faster than was previously noted. The Federated Sons would remain the main employer of the marksmen for years to come. They still employ several regiments of them for various reasons. The forces of the 2nd Makaran's armoured cavalry typically only held 3 battalions, but when they reinforced the world of Tybalt, they had 2 extra battalions lent to them from the 1st and 3rd regiments. The mithril was seen as a Davian development being tested by the marksmen at this time. This was later proven false. Mostly used as a reference in the terms of what not to do. Many academies, while holding Hull as one of the primary mech pilots in the inner sphere at this time, along with the likes of Natasha Kerensky, Morgan Kell, and Yorinaga Kurita, do not advise that you use his tactics. According to quotes from several of his own people, he was almost always using fucking Lastek bullshit to gain any advantage necessary. In Ivan Davian's now published journal, it was revealed that Ivan had to physically force Ian to stay on New Avalon instead of running off to join Hansa and Hull in their conquest of Tikhanov. To this day any Capellan infantry formation that has lineage dating back to the Tikhanov invasion that hears the words "Sting incoming" will drop their arms and surrender. Chapter 45, Heart to Heart. April 20th, en route to Kent Aries system. Tell me why I need to start working on this now. I asked Shepard and the assembled staff. Because if you don't then we're going to let Kerensky know where you've been hiding. Shepard grinned at me. Fine, I responded. Give me the list that I know Dunham has prepared, and we'll start going through and getting staff together for both the planet and sharpshooter manufacturing. Thank you, Peterson said. We don't want you working yourself into an early grave like you were doing after the Lancers. I'm going to be asking for y'all you help me sort out this noble bureaucracy stuff. I shrugged. I've never been a noble before. We'll help you out. Shepard said. Now I believe I have a bet to win. Shepard nodded at Mathis, and they both grabbed onto an arm. This is mutiny, I say. Mutiny. I yelled. Packer, help me out, please. I made sure to look as pitiful as possible. Sorry Colonel, no can do. Packer said, turning his back on me. I'm getting a cut of the proceeds after all. Peterson. I asked. Sorry boss. I promised Hansa I'd help Shepard with this plan. Mutiny. Shepard chuckled. We're just making sure our CO is well taken care of. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons April 27, 3011. It was nice being home again. I smelled the fresh air, and looked around at the farm I had left. The chickens and pigs had been taken care of by Peterson's wife Francesca while I was gone. And the farm air was pleasant to me. I made to walk inside, reaching for my keys, but something seemed off to me, and I began to back away from my house, moving to the pistol I always had on me. I didn't draw it yet, I didn't know what was wrong, but I could feel something off. My chickens were unusually quiet as well. As if they knew that there was a predator nearby. Finally drawing my pistol, I went for my comms device to call in backup when my house exploded. Fuck. I said as I pulled myself to my feet. I looked down, seeing a shard of metal embedded in my left arm right below the artery. Quickly, I grabbed the tourniquet from my med pouch and went through the process of threading the velcro through the belt-style clip and yanking towards myself as hard as I could. Damn it. I grit out as the wound throbbed worse while I turned the windlass until my arm began to go numb. Locking it into the notch, I latched the velcro down. Running my hands over the rest of my body to do a status check, I noted that I had blood draining from my ears. Probably because my eardrums had burst. There were other minor injuries, but the worst one was my arm. Well, that and the broken wrist on my right hand. Keeping my weapon in my hand, I began to analyze my environment. If someone had bombed me, it stood to reason that they would have someone stationed to finish the job. With that in mind, I dropped down, making sure to get low and behind cover. If someone wanted me dead, they'd have to try a lot harder than that. I couldn't hear anything, so if someone was trying to be sneaky, they'd probably succeed. Once I had reached reasonable concealment at the very least, I began to try and figure some things out. Not being able to hear more than muffled sounds was making me angry for once. And the fact that I wasn't able to hear if backup was coming or not was a really bad thing, especially if it were more than just me under attack. With me not being able to hear, I knew that I would need to stay down until someone came to bail me out. I grabbed one of the smaller sheets of metal that had made up a part of my house without thinking about my broken wrist. Grunting at the pain, I dragged it over to my brick wall, and leaned it over as a makeshift shelter, which I then climbed in to finish treating my wounds. Grabbing my med bag and ripping it off of my hip, I opened it up. I started with the shears and cut my shirt off. I had been wearing body armor for years and so had 3 layers on. When the shirt was off, I grabbed the cleaning pads, and began to go over the biggest cuts and scrapes first. Making sure that everything was cleaned out before doing anything further. My tourniquet hurt, but it was making sure that I wasn't bleeding out, and so I left it. The shard of metal that was in my arm had gone entirely through the meaty part of my muscle just below my artery, and there was still a good 6 inches sticking out. It took a little while before someone had managed to get to me. It may have been 5 minutes, it may have been 3 hours. I wouldn't have been able to tell. My perception of time was skewed right now. When I saw a suit of mithril lifting up the sheet of metal I had used as cover, I pointed my sidearm at it. Not caring that it might be one of my people. It wasn't like I could hear them identify themselves after all. After about a minute of them trying to communicate with me, the mithril operator pulled her helmet off. Kerensky had shown up to rescue me. I can't hear anything. I repeated. Making sure that I was understood. I need a medic. I then took stock of my left arm, right wrist, and the rest of my body. Correction. I need surgery. Natasha visibly sagged, and another mithril operator hit the ground next to her. Taking of their helmet and revealing Shepard. He can't hear you, Shepard. Kerensky told him. I'm pretty sure the explosion damaged his eardrums. Shepard looked and saw the dried blood in and below my ears. Get him to the med station. Shepard said. I've still got fires to put out. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I knew that I was about to lose consciousness. I could feel my body and brain trying to withdraw for rest, and I refused in favor of staying awake. I knew that I might have a concussion as well because of how hard I had been thrown, and so even though my body was screaming at me to rest, I ignored it. I needed to be awake so that I could stay alive. Kerensky put her helmet back on, and used the mithril's strength and speed to take me as quickly as she could to the nearest medical facility that we had set up. When she reached the door, it slid open quickly and let her bring me in and hand me off to the doctors and nurses at the ready. She kept a careful eye out though, if someone had been able to set up bombs in the colonel's house, who knew what else might be in place. Agro, Kent Ares 4 Orbit April 29, 3011. Did anyone get the name of the dropship that ran me over? I asked, pleased to be able to hear again even if I was in a lot of pain. I believe the word you are looking for is bomb. Natasha Kerensky said from the corner. Yeah, I kind of figured that. I gestured to the cast on my wrist and the slightly fixed cuts and scrapes all over me. What with the massive hole in my arm and everything? You're lucky you wear body armor everywhere. The head doctor told me. And I'm surprised that you carry a med bag with you. The tourniquet was a touch that we hadn't thought to have in our own field kits. Fortune, God, and Murphy all favor the prepared. I replied. And I knew something was going to happen soon. We've caused too much damage to the Capellans for them to let us go without any responses. I tried to shrug and then winced. Need me to prescribe some painkillers, Colonel? The doctor asked. No. I shook my head and moved to get up. What was the damage caused? I looked at my self-proclaimed bodyguard. Kerensky, do you know how bad it was? Shepard sent me an update an hour ago. She responded. Mask sent some infiltrators in with the private contractors we had building the houses and dorms. They smuggled in some Inferno gel and shoulder-mounted SRMs. She shrugged. They screwed up though. None of them went for the stashes of gel and stuff until after your house exploded. By that time, most of us were already in Mithril and made short work of them. How much did we lose, Kerensky? I asked. I figured being blunt would get a direct answer. We lost a good bit of the factory that TTI was working on. Thankfully none of the employees were there. She trailed off. Peterson's wife died in the explosion, along with McKay and Commodore Fry's husband. Fuck. I said. I'm going to have to hold everyone back from starting a personal vendetta against the Capellans after this. I muttered. Kerensky, help me get up. We've got some red tape to cut through. I can't let you do that, Mark. She told me, moving to stand in front of the door. Doc said you couldn't get up until she cleared you of the concussion and they just operated on your eardrums. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Shepard and the rest of the team have got this and we sent a courier in the messenger for assistance in setting up a bureaucracy. I get it. I leaned back. I just hate feeling useless. I confided in Natasha. I know up here in my head that I'm not useless right now, but it always takes a while to internalize that kind of knowledge. Sure does. Natasha looked at me seriously. It took the entire first year of being here to even begin to understand any of this. She gestured to the ship, and I understood she meant the marksmen in general. Where I am from, no one is important unless they are a warrior. And you aren't even relevant then until you've earned a last name, a blood name. She stopped and smiled sadly. There is no family there, no love, only the cold hard forceful application of survival of the fittest. And you don't even realize it when you're in there that it's so cold and devoid of love. You're just happy that you survived. And glad that it proved you were the fittest. She inhaled. But with that comes arrogance. For you to not just prove that you are a great warrior, but to prove that you are among the only ones to have earned a name. And then, you are only known by that name. All of your achievements. Natasha started to get loud and her face flushed with anger. They don't even matter besides what was contributed to the name, which is never your own. She visibly took breaths to calm herself down. What is the point of life? She asked. If it is never truly your own. Chapter 46, Questions, and their answers. What is the point of life? She asked. If it is never truly your own. You know, that is a question I've wondered myself. I said. When I first showed up, I felt out of place, like this wasn't a place where I belonged. Like I didn't have a purpose. So, I threw myself into tasks that ensured my survival, making sure to push those kinds of thoughts away because it wasn't essential for that moment, and whatever was in front of me needed my sole attention. Natasha nodded at that. Then, I finally reached a place where I knew where I was. But there was a problem. I had survived, but I had left everything I ever thought I knew about myself behind. It was almost like I had become someone unrecognizable from the me that I once knew. I breathed deeply for a second. While I looked similar on the outside, what was inside and who I was had become entirely different. I looked Natasha in the eye. My life didn't feel like my own anymore. I was someone else trying to live out this lie that I felt like I was. I paused. My wife is gone, my children are long gone. I can't even find records of them and so it's like they never even existed. It wasn't until I was facing down Archibald that it truly clicked for me. I said. My life wasn't me just faking it, it wasn't about what Hansa, or Ian wanted. It was about my choices. The ones I made for me, and the legacy I was choosing to leave behind. I am Colonel Mark Hull of the Marksmen. I took a ragtag bunch of mostly wounded veterans and turned them into one of the premier fighting forces in the inner sphere. I accomplished all of this, because my life is my own. Because I choose where I lay my life down, and where I lay my burdens. I am ultimately responsible for only my choices. And that is liberating. I paused, I had been talking for a while and needed some water before I finished. You Natasha, have a choice before you. I said earnestly. You can choose to be free, or a slave. I paused. It's easy to be a slave. You're not responsible for what you do, and your master takes care of everything, including what you're supposed to think, along with what you say and do. I smiled wide. Freedom is hard. It takes dedication to remain free. It involves waking up every morning and choosing to take responsibility for what you do, whether wrong or right. And it also involves choice. Because you have to always choose to be free, versus being bound as a slave. I stopped for a second. Natasha, I may never know what your point is in life. Only you get to decide what your life is. I felt the pain start to kick in again and the beginning of losing consciousness and fighting it I got in one last phrase. But whatever you choose, I'll have your back. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons May 20th, 3011. You know, Ian Davian said as he walked into my hospital room. The triumphant return is supposed to have fireworks, not explosions. If you weren't my liege lord right now, and I weren't virtually strapped down to this bed, I'd kick you. I replied to the troll that had graced me with his presence. With what feet? He gestured to the redhead who had fallen asleep and ended up with her head on my legs. Hush you. I said to the first prince. Why are you here? I asked. I thought you were trapped on New Avalon. Yvonne let me go as long as I promised to only visit you. Ian said smugly. Lucky me. I muttered underneath my breath. So, what world are we allowed to take from the Confederation? I asked bluntly, knowing that my troops were out for blood. We can't afford an offensive right now. Ian shook his head. While I'd love to be able to point you at a target and say go, I just can't. He sighed. You did too much in too little time, and it takes time to consolidate the gains. My people aren't going to be very happy with that. I told Ian point blank. We lost some of our dependents, Ian. I felt myself get angry. If we were the ELH, you'd have already let us raise the Confederation to the ground. But you're not the Eridani light horse. Ian pointed out. I can't spare anyone to help you. If you hit the Capellans, you are on your own mark. Ian, if I don't hit them somewhere, I'm going to lose the unit. They'll mutiny and go on their own. I sighed. And they'd be right in doing so. Don't give orders that you know will not be followed. I said. They need closure, Ian, so just point us at a world you want raided and we'll do it for you. I don't have one for you to raid, Mark. Ian said. But I won't stand in your way if you do go hit them. All right then. I pulled out a stack of papers that I had Shepard prepare earlier when I heard Ian was coming to check up on me. I need people, Ian. I said as I passed the papers to him. I need people who can manage industry and companies. I said as I pointed to the profits sharpshooter manufacturing was generating. I also need people who know how to administer a ducal estate. I said, giving Ian a small glare at this. I wasn't a noble before this, and now I have to figure all of this out. I lowered my voice a little bit as the woman stirred. I'll pay you back, but I've got planning to do now. Sure, planning. Ian grinned really wide at Natasha, who was slowly waking up. Is that what they call it these days? He laughed as I threw a wadded up sheet of paper at him. Hey Nat. I asked, making sure she had really woken up. Can you go grab Peterson and Shepard for me? Sure. She stretched, emphasizing certain assets and smirking at my blush. I can go grab them for you. Okay people. I said as authoritatively as I could from my hospital bed. I have a plan. I think it's a pretty damn good plan. I looked at Peterson. And I'm sure that we can get at least some small revenge along the way. Remember the Lothar's Fusiliers? I asked, looking around to make sure. Well, we're taking them off of the map. I stated. Shepard, your regiment is staying here. We're not leaving our dependents alone again. I looked everyone in the eye. We're going to Epsilon Eridani, where the last 2 battalions of the regiment are. I looked at Peterson. I know it's not Xian or Liao, but it's what we can realistically accomplish. I'll make it enough. Thomas said with a dark look in his eyes. Chapter 47, Slice of Life. Epsilon Eridani, Capellan Confederation, July 4, 3011. Peterson was a professional, he knew what his job was, and he always strived to do better. That's why he was the CO of the 2nd Regiment and loved by all of his men. But this time, he was out for blood. They had 3 main objectives to accomplish. The first one was to wipe out the Fusiliers. The second was to secure the Brutus factory and relocate as much of it as possible. The third objective was something that Dunham and his hand-picked group would be taking care of. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons, June 10, 3011. Signed and done. I said as I handed the last piece of paper to my new secretary. Thanks for all of the help, Mary. Ian had really gone to town on getting extra people here to help me set up a bureaucracy in the last couple of weeks. Dunham's XO had submitted the list of people that Dunham had made a short list of to hire as well, and so now I had the beginnings of a larger planetary government, and sharpshooter manufacturing now had some talented and ambitious people behind the investments, and helping to get factories up and running. Mary. I said before she left my new office. Can you make a note for us to buy more Sting-class dropships for the militia? I asked. Absolutely. She jotted it down in the little notepad she carried. Anything else I can assist with? Get me a meeting set for tomorrow with Colonel Shepard and the militia commander. I paused in thought. I think his name was James Ernest. Yes sir, I'll get right now that. Mary responded and left to go man her desk. I'm still weirded out by this. I thought out loud. Well, at least it helps me with the paperwork load for the day. It wasn't even 2:30 in the afternoon local time. I might as well see how everything else is going. I said, and made to walk out the door to my car when I was ambushed. And where do you think you are going? Natasha Kerensky asked me. You still owe me for getting you out of the doc's office early. I was planning on going to check on the new complexes being built. I said. You can come with, you know. Or, you could take a break like you always make the rest of us do. She suggested. I have some ideas on that. Okay. I questioned. Natasha's idea of rest was much different from mine. What did you have in mind? I was thinking about a visit to the shooting range. She suggested. For all of your focus on cross-training, I've never seen you do any sort of infantry movements. Oh, I haven't been to the range outside of Qualls in a while. I thought out loud. That actually sounds great. With plans having been made, we hopped in my car and made our way to the closest range. So, what's the occasion? I asked Kerensky. She had been strangely clingy since the explosion and surgery. Just wanted a break. She replied. And I asked because apparently everyone else is busy and I kinda wanted to talk. She muttered that last part so I couldn't hear it properly. What was that last part? I asked, as we pulled up to the range. Nothing, get us a long-range bay, she said. I want to see if you chose Markman because you are one, or if it was because it sounded like an interesting name. Alright. I shrugged. I hope you're practiced up. We entered the range shop/check-in area, and I grabbed a hunting rifle, one meant for hunting deer or something similar. While the .308 Winchester didn't exist anymore, this was the closest thing I had found in the ballistics profiles. I paid the rental fee and bought some ammunition for both my handgun that was on my right hip and the rifle I had just rented. When Natasha saw that I had chosen a civilian rifle, she just scoffed and paid for the fees and ammo of her weapon of choice. Why a civilian rifle? She asked, still a little cocky that she would beat me in a long-distance shootout. You don't even have the enhanced optics. This is the closest to what I grew up with. I shrugged. And besides, it's the person behind the weapon that matters. Not the weapon. We walked over to the bay and got the targets set up. We were going to individually sight our rifles in before we tried to outshoot the other person. After we had gotten set up, we started with the closer ranges, such as 50 to 100 meters, before branching out to reach the far targets. When we got to the further ranges, Natasha was surprised to see me bring a small notebook out filled with rough calculations. While there wasn't wind in the bay, she did see me check for wind and do quick math to make sure I had everything lined up before I took the shot. Unfortunately for the two of us, the range didn't have any targets that went out past 1,200 meters and so we were left with a tie. I know something we can do as a tiebreaker, I said with a cocky grin. And what might that be? She cocked an eyebrow at me. Tell me. I asked. Have you heard of a sport called paintball? Epsilon Eridani, Capellan Confederation, July 11, 3011. The ODST pods for infantry deployment onto the battlefield was a huge success. They had broken the militia and eradicated the AA with barely a company of mithril-clad infantry. And then, the combined arms forces did the opposite of what the Fusiliers expected them to. At first at least. They sent probing forces similar to the ones the AFFS and most Merc units did. Drawing lances out of cover and seeming to engage before the Sting dropships moved in and provided fire support while widening the gap in the line with more infantry. The Fusiliers did attempt a fighting retreat back to their dropships. Thinking that they had saved the last battalion, they lifted off. But they were met in space by Wardog Squadron, who had been waiting in space to greet anyone who tried to escape. Given that the Fusiliers no longer had any aerospace cover, they attempted to outrun the aerospace fighters, but they were destroyed in a short amount of time. Once the Marksman's 2nd Regiment was finished with the Fusiliers, they went to the Brutus factory and under their engineers' directions, loaded up the entire thing into multiple dropships with space to spare. The Colossus, Mule, and the Triumph-class dropships were being relegated to cargo carriers for this mission. While all of this was going on, Captain Dunham had taken a team of engineers, the Buccaneers, and a mule along with some extra dropship personnel for an important mission that Hull had sent him on. Bryant, Capellan Confederation, July 27, 3011. This isn't a smash mission, boys and girls. Peterson smiled now that he had gotten a little bit of payback against Mad Max. We are here to take whatever is still intact and can be potentially fixed from both the Grasshopper and von Luckner factories. He paused. Do exactly what the engineers tell you to. If you break something, you will be buying it. That said, when we get back home, drinks are on me. Peterson waited out the cheers. You guys did good. We got some small payback against the leadership of the Capellans by both taking out the Fusiliers, and by denying them an entire factory. He smirked. And that's a damn good feeling to have. Chapter 48, Lifting of the Veil. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Sons, June 11, 3011. Natasha, I've got something to show you. I said. Have you met Lieutenant Jones before? I asked. No, I do not believe we have had the pleasure. She replied, shaking Dunham's Exo's hand. Is there a reason we are both here? Yeah, Nat, you might want to sit down for this. Jones stood on my left side and handed a file folder to her. We've been doing some SIGINT work and found these communiques between a couple of different mask cells. Jones had a separate file on the desk in front of Natasha. On the desk is the list of mask cells we uncovered and what intel we were able to pull from their files. I'm gonna kill that bastard. Natasha roared, standing up in a blaze of fury before realizing where she was. SI. She stood at attention and saluted, requesting permission to leave and go blow things up. Denied, Lieutenant Kerensky. I responded without getting up from my desk. Now sit down and listen. Natasha sat down promptly, but I knew that she was still angry. Natasha, I'm sending them this intel regardless of how our conversation today goes. I said, and watched as she sagged a bit in relief. You can resign your commission, and go to aid them and none of us will blame you. I'll even send spare parts for your Marauder along with you if you want. I shrugged. Or you can take the leave you've saved up and come back, the choice is yours. And regardless of what you choose, we'll have your back. I handed her a copy of the intel report. Choice is yours. Now go hit the mech range. I'll let them know you're coming. June 17, 3011. Thanks for meeting with me, Mr. Watson. I shook the TTI rep's hand. It's good to finally be able to have a face-to-face meeting. Of course, Mr. Hull, it's a pleasure to meet you. He sat down across from me. Now, I just saw the sheet on the Toro production facility. I started. Yes sir, even with the mask paying us a visit, we're still set to open in 3 days. Watson grinned. I'm glad you managed to finish them off for us, Capellan bastards, worse than these Davians. He swore. Well, I'll be with you at the factory on opening day. I said. Is there anything you or your team need? I asked. Just some room for expansion. Watson said. TTI wants to offer you the option to buy out our people's contracts. He shrugged a bit. My contract is open to be bought as well. We all know you are going to be expanding production on Kent Aries, and we're here to make money, so we're available for that if you want. Get a copy of the contracts to Catherine over at Sharpshooter. I nodded at the office building set aside for the manufacturing division of our assets. She'll look them over and give you an answer. I'll do that, thanks. Watson replied. Thank you for inviting me for this meeting, sir. It's a real pleasure to meet with you. The pleasure was all mine, Watson. I stood up to shake his hand once more. Have a pleasant day. That was my last meeting of the day, and I wanted to get out of the office. I got up, threw on my coat, I still wear the marksman uniform for now, and opened my office. When I got to the door of my new house, I paused. And instead of leaving right away, I went and threw on some civilian clothing. Still with concealable body armor and weapons, and when I left, I took the side entrance. I knew that Jones had security people following me, but I just needed some alone time. And so I jogged until I had reached one of the smaller exits to the base and headed for the wood line. I needed some peace and quiet. I had just reached a small stream in the woods when one of my bodyguards reached for his COMM device. Lifting it to his ear, he nodded at whatever he was being told before his body language shifted and he turned to me. Duke Hull, we've got a vehicle on its way. You have a priority transmission waiting for you at the comms center. All right, I sighed, and started jogging back to the base, meeting a military truck along the way. We drove at a rapid speed, and had made it through to the comms center in a very short amount of time. When I reached the COMM center, I was directed to one monitor with a headset and a microphone attached. This is Duke Hull of Kent Aries 4, to whom am I speaking? I asked. This is Archon Katrina Steiner of the Lyran Commonwealth. I'm requesting the use of your medical facilities for my husband Arthur Levon. Echoed through my ears. Archon, you have my permission to bring one small craft plus escorts to and aboard the Argo for medical attention. I told her. I will meet you there as soon as I am able. June 19, 3011. Sorry it took a little bit longer to get here. I told my old subordinate with a small grin. I just don't have the same people to sort paperwork that I used to. Katrina laughed a bit at that. I always wondered what the reaction of some of the members of my fire team were. She said out loud before getting a little solemn. How is he? I asked, indicating Arthur. I hadn't heard anything about either of you being sick. I said. It's cancer of some kind. She halfway sobbed. We found an old Lestek cache and didn't remember to use your protocols until we had already been exposed to radiation. Well, at least you made it here in time. I observed. We should get you checked out too. I waved one of the orderlies down. Can we get a medical check and cancer scan done on Archon Steiner here? The orderly just nodded, and went to file the right paperwork before getting started. It'll all work out, Katrina, you'll see. June 25, 3011. How are they doing, Doc? I asked Janet Hale, the head doctor. Well, we managed to operate on Mr. Levon just in time. If he had been even a week later, he would be dead. She replied. And Archon Steiner? I asked. She's pregnant, her second one if I'm correct, and there's several areas that we're pretty sure are benign now, but could turn cancerous and kill her later. Janet answered my question. And she's waiting to see if Arthur is going to live before giving the go-ahead on her own surgery. I said, giving a small wave to the woman on the other side of the glass. No, actually. Janet replied. She gave us the go-ahead to operate and remove any growths we find. Then what's the hold-up? I asked. She's waiting to speak to you before she goes under. Hale said. Okay then, I said and straightened up a bit. I better speak to her. Colonel Mark Hull. Katrina greeted me, using my rank. Can I call you Mark? She asked. Of course. I replied. I was told you needed to speak to me. Yes. The typically strong woman looked a little smaller in the hospital bed in front of me. Thank you. Tears ran down her face. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost Arthur. Lady Steiner. I said. You don't have to worry about that anymore, you were both once a part of the marksmen. I said. And the marksmen are family. She said, remembering her time with us fondly. I'm going to go under for surgery now. She said, can I count on you to keep us safe? She asked. I'll always keep a member of the family safe. I said, I've got you surrounded by people who will make sure that you and Arthur will make it back to the Commonwealth. Okay. She said weakly, I'll leave it in your hands then. I just nodded and then left the room to the doctors. I wanted to make absolutely sure that everything went smoothly from here on out. June 30th, 3011. Move the Argo into the shadow of Kentar's moon. Commodore Fry ordered. I don't want anyone to know we're here until after the Archon and her husband are able to be escorted back to their dropship. 2 days into the recovery period, we had detected a Draconis Combine raiding party inbound towards the planet. It wasn't more than a battalion, but I was pretty sure that Comster and Rom had a hand in leaking info to the Drax. Thankfully, we had Strider Squadron, and a whole host of aerospace assets on standby to meet them before they hit the atmosphere. Chapter 49, Intelligence. Kent Ares 4 Draconis March, Federated Suns July 1st, 3011. I hated having to watch things from the ground and not be able to do anything about it. And to make matters worse, Katrina had left me babysitting Melissa while she was in recovery along with Arthur on the Argo. So I was sitting in the communications bay, listening to the chatter among our pilots as they artfully destroyed the enemy forces. Having a regiment of fighters left at home made defending it a lot easier. No Melissa, don't touch that. I rushed over to prevent her from pushing the broadcast button. Come on Mel, you've got to listen to what Uncle Mark says. Uncle Mark. She reached up to be held and so I picked her up. Up. You're spoiled. I said, as I brought her back to my chair and handed her my keys to play with. Spoiled rotten I say. I began tickling her sides to peals of laughter. I was only able to halfway listen to the battle in the void, but I knew that not being able to keep an eye on Melissa would end up with me dead. Finally, after about an hour trying to, I managed to tire Melissa out enough that she fell asleep while I was holding her. Last of the enemy has been destroyed. I heard as I held Melissa, send in recovery vehicles ASAP. I decided that a situation report could wait until the next day. I yawned, sat down in a comfortable chair while holding Mel, and nodded off. July 3rd, 3011. Rook, you managed to rip anything off of the dropship computers? I asked our main computer specialist. He had been adopted into our intel department years ago. While holding Mel who was fast asleep on my shoulder. Yeah actually. Rook said. I've got some interesting stuff for you to go over later. He glanced at one part. Say, have you ever heard of a system called Versailles? He asked me. No, I've never heard of it. I said, lulling Mel back to sleep as she began to stir. Maybe it appears on some older maps or something. I suggested, genuinely having never heard of the system. Well, I don't think these people were Drax, Colonel. Rook said seriously. Their dropships were too new, and the computers weren't full of junk like most dropships are. His face paled as he looked at one of the things that he had just seen in the data that he had pulled from their systems. Colonel, take a look at this. Fuck. I said, whoever this was, they really wanted to send a message didn't they? I'll say sir. Rook finally regained his composure. The Davians would have unleashed hell like it was the first succession war all over again. Thanks for all of your help Rook. I'll send a line or message to Ian or Hansa and see what I can dig up with Jones. I said, for now, go get some rest Rook, you look like you could use some rest. July 4th, 3011. Katrina, I'm not your babysitter. I said as I tried, and failed, to pass Melissa back over to her mother. The toddler I was holding refused to let go. Saying Uncle Mark, and grabbing my beard in order to direct me back to the room we had set aside for her to play in. Ow, Mel stop. I said, slowly untangling the hands from my beard. Katrina, get your daughter before she rips my beard out. Katrina, and Arthur, were too busy bent over laughing to assist poor Uncle Mark. At this point, I had been brought low by the toddler and she had spun around to climb on my back as if I were a horse. Uncle Mark. She cheered. Laughing at my misfortune. Finally, I managed to escape from the little terror that Mel was sometimes. But it was only because she had gotten tired. After recovering from her laughter, Katrina picked Melissa up and gave her a kiss on the top of the head. You like playing with Uncle Mark Melissa? She asked, booping Melissa on the nose. Yes, Play on Kamak. She made to reach for me again but was blocked by Arthur swooping in to capture her attention. Da. She reached for the still slightly weak man and he held her tight and kissed her on the cheek. Smiling softly to myself, I slipped away and allowed them a private moment to be a family. July 10, 3011. Mark, seriously anything you need ever, you call Arthur or myself and we'll make it happen. Katrina said as she hugged my neck. Well, there's a couple of things that I actually have for you. I said, and grabbed an envelope I had prepped. You're not allowed to open it until you've made it back to their CAD. I said. And I'll be sending a sharpshooter representative over to their CAD soon. Try and point them in the right direction. I can do that. Katrina laughed. The Kell brothers just started up a merc unit, and Morgan told me to tell you that he said hi before I left. Alright, I'll catch up to Morgan sometime in the future. I said. Katrina, Arthur. I knelt down at eye level for Melissa. Mel, I'll see y'all around sometime. I gave Melissa a big hug, a handshake with Arthur, and Katrina wrapped me into a bear hug and then they left to head back to Lyran space. They would be bringing a couple of my doctors and nurses with them to make sure that they stayed on the path of recovery though. July 11, 3011. McAllister. I said, seemingly calm. Yet. He asked as he walked over. Where is my warmer? I asked. And why is there a marauder in its place? That redhead came by about a month ago. He snapped his fingers together to help him remember. Kerensky, I think her name was. She had authorization from you to take a mech out for the long term. It didn't I specify what mech she could take? I sighed heavily. Well, let's see if there are any surprises waiting for me. I climbed to the cockpit via the gantry. I popped open the hatch to see that there was a sealed letter sitting on the seat of the Marauder. Sitting down in the chair, I opened the letter and began to read it. Sorry for the switch mark, but I knew that I might need some of the Lastek in your mech to help out the Dragoons. Do not worry though. I'm just borrowing it for a little while and you can use my Marauder while waiting for my return. By the way, I left some things in your office for you to find later. I will be back in a year or so, and I hope that we will be able to pick up where we left off. Your battle buddy, Natasha. Fucking Clanners. I muttered to myself with a smile on my face. Always got to be different. McAllister. I yelled. See what Lastek you can swap out in here. This is gonna be my ride for a while. July 31st, 3011. Leave the stack there. I pointed to where I wanted the pile of paperwork lay. Anything super important today, Mary? Check the first envelope, I think it's from Hansa Davian. She said, before dismissing herself back to her desk. Reaching for and opening the letter, I found that it was an invitation to Hansa and Dana Stevenson's wedding in January of 3013. Apparently I was being invited as part of the groom's wedding party and I was to be there as early as possible. I had been keeping tabs on Hansa, and he had earned the nickname the Fox all over again as he pacified and began to convert Tikhanov over to the Davian way of thinking. I was also keeping tabs on the NAIS construction and what was going on with the hiring and recruitment of scientists there. It seems that no matter what the universe, Dr. Bonsai would always be drawn to work for NAIS instead of a company like mine. Natasha had been spotted and we knew that Natasha would give them our intel, and it seems that Ian had consulted with Hansa and gotten the Northwind Highlanders to move back to Northwind permanently, or at least that's what the slow pullouts seemed to indicate anyway. Dropship en route to Wolf's Dragoons. July 25, 3011. And you are? The odd man in front of her in the ship's gym asked. I am Lieutenant Natasha Kerensky of the Marksmen. She said as she sat down on the bench press. If I have to ask you to leave me alone again, it will be accompanied by a broken nose at the minimum. She glared at the man who had been hitting on her. 50 days. Natasha said to herself, it will take around 50 days to get there, let's hope it's enough. Chapter 50, Homecoming. Carver v. Capellan Confederation September 5, 3011. Colonel Wolf. Natasha inclined her head to her once subordinate as she was escorted to his office. I have extremely important intelligence for you. She said, and handed the data in the form of files and the small core with the cominks on it. Kerensky. Jamie Wolf stated, leaving silence to fill the air for a solid minute. We thought you had abandoned the mission given to us by Con Ward. Were we not assigned to gather intelligence on the inner sphere? Natasha asked. How are we to know what the current climate is if we stay in our own unit instead of branching out to investigate? But we have not received a report from you in almost a year and a half, Kerensky, Jamie Wolf said, still not having raised his voice. What was so important to bring you back here that you did not even send a message first? Look at the files, and the data on the disk. Natasha said. Everything you need to know is on there. Major Joshua Wolf, who had been sitting in silence for the time being, finally spoke up. So, have you had any good battles? He asked, eager to fill the silence and change to a different topic. Well, there was the conquest of Takhanov. Natasha started, and then began to tell the story of the marksmen and what they accomplished on Takhanov. He eliminated 3 assault mechs. Joshua asked, more than a little impressed. All coming at him at once. I still have a copy of the battle roam somewhere. Natasha replied with a smirk. It was quite the battle, shame that you were employed by the wrong side. While Natasha and Joshua had been catching up and exchanging stories, Jamie was reading over the files that Natasha had brought to them for review. You are 100% confident in Colonel Hull's intelligence report? Jamie asked. Yes sir, I would stake my life on it. Natasha replied. Then we will be breaking our contract with Liao and moving on to the Free Worlds League. Jamie said. Our families are not bargaining chips to be used to restrain us. You will be remaining with the Dragoons. Jamie stated. We will need you to assist with us breaking out. Place me where you need me. Natasha said. I did bring a mech after all. I need to get the senior officers together. Jamie said and nodded to Joshua, indicating for him to gather the assorted Wolf's Dragoons officers for a meeting. September 6, 3011. We are all in agreement then. Jamie Wolf asked the assembled regimental commanders. Af echoed in the small room. After that, the assembled group of officers dispersed, Natasha's information having helped them to make a decision. Now they just had to carry it out. Thank you Natasha. Joshua Wolf said, I know Jamie would not have said it, but thank you. I will only be here to aid in your escape. Natasha responded. You will not be leaving the Dragoons again, Kerensky. Jamie Wolf said, walking up. We have need of your skills, and Conward was not pleased that you did not accompany us on our last return and report. I think not. She replied. And if you try to force it, I will call for a trial of refusal. So be it. Jamie replied. We will settle this after we have left Capellan space. The Triad, Thurcad City, Thurcad Lyran Commonwealth October 10, 3011. Alright, we got everything settled, put all of the fires out, etc. Katrina said to Arthur while holding Melissa. Now let's see what the good colonel left us in this letter. Opening it, she took the time to read it and then, passed it over for her husband to read. That son of a... Arthur started to say and then stopped when Katrina glared at him. Glancing down at the child she was holding. Son of a motherless goat. He finished. He's sitting back in his office on Kent Aries 4, laughing at us. Probably. Katrina agreed. And now we owe him quite a few favors. She said, I'll have to see if we can poach some of his intel people. They're very good with SIGINT and have quite the number crunching team. She gestured to part of the enclosed documents that had been in the envelope. See the numbers here? She asked. That had to take weeks of work to track down, especially considering the times and sheer amount of kroner being moved. I can see that. Arthur responded. We'll definitely have to help this representative he's sending to Thurcad to make some connections. Some of this could help us dominate the Drax once and for all. Carver v. Capellan Confederation September 10, 3011. I think they were ready for us. Natasha said as they ducked into cover on their way to the mech base. You don't say. Joshua Wolf replied as he fired his carbine at yet another group of Capellan infiltrators. At least we managed to get the dependents out already. Yeah, but we're still here idiot. Natasha replied. And now we're blocked off from the mechs. We'll get there. Joshua replied as he dropped another Capellan with a lucky headshot. Not anytime soon we won't. Natasha muttered. Give me that. Natasha grabbed the carbine out of Joshua's hands and thrust her sidearm into his arms instead. Checking to make sure that the mag had enough in it, she burst out of cover rapidly, and advanced on the infiltrators. Firing short bursts in concentrated areas that at the very least caused them to fall back. Damn Natasha! Joshua said as he covered her back with the sidearm. Where did you learn that? Marksman School of Hard Knocks. She replied. It's an exclusive club. No mech warrior mafia allowed. She had Joshua hand her the rest of the magazines he had, and reloaded her weapon. Everyone learns how to be infantry there. Everyone. After that, they advanced from cover to concealment, and vice versa until they had broken through to the mech bay where Joshua's and Hull's mechs were on standby. Running to the gantries, they climbed up the stairs and ladders in order to get in and power up the mechs. Once Natasha had sat down in the warmer, she once again appreciated the smooth feel and ride that the colonel's personal mech had to it. It was almost as if she was piloting a clan mech once again. Moving through the security procedures, she took the time to appreciate that McAllister had reset the protocols for her before she had left Kent Aries. Where's the rendezvous major? Natasha asked over laser comms to Joshua's Black Knight. Nav point beta is the LZ. He responded. Tying you into the system and uploading it now. The Dragoons' dropships were parked on a field outside of the city, and Natasha's intel had allowed them to quietly pull their dependents off of Carver V and move them to Hephaestus station before the station left. Then, Capellan's special forces struck, trying to prevent the dragoons from leaving in conjunction with the local militia. It had worked on some of them, the dragoons not having expected it this soon. But the majority of them had regrouped around the dropships and were waiting for any stragglers. "This is Major Joshua Wolf, clear a path for me," he said over comms to the dragoons' artillery division. "We've got armor and infantry in the way." Natasha just followed Wolf's lead, not wanting Hull's mech to get too damaged. The artillery hit at the coordinates Joshua had indicated, and the vehicles and infantry pulled back rather than die from the king of the battlefield. Speeding through the city, they moved to the LZ and joined the rest of the dragoons as they left the planet. Kent Ares 4 Draconis March, Federated Suns September 5, 3011. Shepard, Ernest. I greeted the two men in front of me. "We're going to need to talk about Force, the mercenary unit, and how we're going to handle the chain of command from here on out. We just finished setting up the Brutus factory, and repairs on the von Luckner, Grasshopper and the dropship repair and manufacturing lines are moving ahead of schedule thanks to the TTI people that we bought out the contracts of," I said. "With that in mind, we need to establish supply lines, and who gets first rights on war material and everything else." The two senior officers in front of me just nodded. "I'm leaning towards the marksman being a mercenary unit maintained by us. The Kent Ares militia getting first priority for equipment until they are full, and the house unit being temporarily made up of marksmen and eventually expanded upon," I said. "We can decide on force composition later. With that, we got to making plans for the future." Chapter 51, Conversations. Kent Ares 4 Draconis March, Federated Suns September 17, 3011. I need to head to New Avalon. I told the assembled people with me. I need to bring some important intelligence to the First Prince, and I'll be trying to find some more personnel to hire for the factories. "All right." Shepard and Peterson responded. "We'll hold down the fort and keep things on task while you're gone. You'll be a little busy," I said. "We've got 5 to 6 more Sting gunships being shipped here and I want Commodores Jewel and Fry training up more crew. We've got immigrants moving in, but it'll take a while for the population to grow. Mary, my secretary told us. Last census had a little over 6.5 million people on the planet, and immigration is just now starting to pick up again. She showed us the figures. Expect that to pick up when the factories are up and running and we start making more of a profit here. But for now, there's too many bad memories of the massacre for a lot of Davians to move here. Most of our immigrants currently are people from the Concordat who also want to join the marksmen eventually. Stay sharp, people," I reminded them. "Us not quite verifying identities is what led to the bombing in the first place." "Dunham, I take it you're triple-checking backgrounds again?" I asked. "Yes sir, MIIO even attached a liaison for us to coordinate with," he responded. "I'm taking the messenger, and Lieutenant Rook with me," I said. "I need him to show how he pulled the information off of the dropships that tried to hit us." The assembled people just nodded at that. "The Argo is to continue supporting the factory repairs for now. I want and need those Grasshoppers and von Luckners in service soon. The AFFS has already indicated they'll buy half of our production when they're back in service. They tried for buying all of the production, but I'm reserving half for the Kent Ares guards and the militia." "What about the Toro production?" Shepard asked. "That goes entirely to us for now," I said. "They're a great deal better armored and armed than even some medium mechs. They'll end up working with close combat fire teams as fire support elements for now." Talitha, Free Worlds League October 10, 3011. Bargained well and done. Natasha and the Dragoons had finished bidding for her trial of refusal. She would be going alone against both Joshua and Jamie Wolf in their personal battle mechs in her borrowed warmer from Hull. So, she went to the mech bay, making sure to go over the warmer herself so that she could make sure everything was running the way it was supposed to after the escape from Carver V. While she was checking on the electronics, Joshua Wolf knocked on the entrance to the cockpit. "Mind if I talk while you work?" he asked. "No, just keep it a little low," Natasha responded as she did a systems check. "I am trying to work here after all. It's strange to see you do this," Joshua observed. "Has 4 years really changed you in such a short amount of time?" "It's..." Natasha paused her work to consider how to word her next sentence. "An entirely different environment from any I have ever been in." She continued to the next system on her list. "I wouldn't even know how to describe it to you barring you experiencing it yourself." "Okay, try anyway." Joshua shrugged. "Johnny, the elemental that joined up when I did," Natasha started, "has gotten married. He goes by the name of Johnny Lawrence now, and he's married." She smiled at the thought of him. "He has 2 children, and he and his wife operate a martial arts dojo when he isn't on deployment off-world." "What does that have to do with explaining the environment?" Joshua asked. everything. Natasha replied. Would the Wolf's Dragoons, or the clans have allowed him to open the martial arts dojo? Would they have allowed him to be who he has chosen to be? She moved on to the next system. Or would they have battered him down for not only being a free birth, but also for deciding that he doesn't want to be an elemental anymore? She sighed. He's a part of the cooking and cleaning areas of the marksman, and he's damn good at it too. I do not get it. Joshua Wolf replied. Maybe I will never get it, but we will establish what happens tomorrow in the trial of refusal. Have a good night, Natasha. October 11, 3011. Natasha sat in Hull's warmer, triple-checking everything, and unknowingly echoing what Hull did every time he climbed in, checked to make sure that the straps weren't frayed. She wasn't nervous about the trial of refusal ahead of her, but she knew that unless she was very good, skilled, and hopefully lucky as well, that the Wolf brothers would be a hard fight to win. Moving to the ERPC's maximum range, she marveled at having an extremely fast heavy mech with ER weapons again. She was going to have to take out Jaime's archer first, before Joshua got in close and tried using his laser array on the up-armored warmer. After the signal to start the trial had been sent, Natasha immediately saw that Joshua had advanced, hoping to close with her in time to use his large lasers to take her down before he overheated. They had chosen a desert to conduct the trial in. Not wanting him to get closer, Natasha backed up, squeezing the triggers for her PPCs and aiming for the right knee actuator. She knew that if he got in range with his lasers that she would take some pretty heavy damage. Thanks to the freezers Hull had crammed in, she could continue to fire the PPCs all day long. It wouldn't be taxing on her heat systems unless she started firing Alpha on top of Alpha Strike. Continuing to stay out of range of his lasers, Natasha kept worrying at Joshua's mech while keeping an eye out for Jaime's archer. Being hit by a series of LRMs wouldn't be in her best interests. Where did she get this warmer? Joshua cummed his brother. It is fast, and Natasha is hammering me from outside of my range. No clue, Jaime responded. Keep her busy, I am swinging around in an attempt to flank now. Fucking bullshit. Joshua said as another bracket of PPC stripped another ton off of his Black Knight. She has to be running Lastek in that thing in order for her to keep doing this. Jaime, Joshua said. I'm about to have to punch out. I don't have any armor covering my torso. Just a little longer, Joshua. Jaime said. I'm acquiring a lock on her now. But it was too late. Natasha had hit Joshua's gyro, and it had experienced critical failure. So when Joshua's mech toppled over, it buried itself into the sand. Jaime, I just took out Joshua. Natasha taunted. Where are you it? Jaime appeared on her sensors on top of a dune behind her, sitting right at his maximum range. I am right here. And a flurry of missiles were launched at her warmer. Spinning in place, she kicked up her speed to the full 86 km per hour, moving out of the way of the majority of LRMs and allowing the rest to spread out instead of concentrating the damage. Seeing that she was still in ERPC range, she fired at Jaime's archer. Moving to close in as rapidly as she could. Natasha moved in close enough that Jaime's LRMs couldn't arm, allowing them to somewhat harmlessly crumple against her armor as she moved in and lashed out with medium lasers and SRMs. Jaime just moved in closer, lashing out with his fists in an attempt to hit her in a melee, but she dodged around him, nearly skating on the sand and worrying at his rear armor. Jaime's medium lasers scored some hits, and caused one of her freezers to fail, causing a little bit of heat to emanate from her feet, but Natasha kept hitting Jaime with everything that Hull's warmer had to offer. Sliding in and out of fire, and raking armor off with lasers, SRMs, and her ERPCs. Finally, she scored a hit on his fusion engine, causing it to go into automatic shutdown and allowing her to claim the victory. October 12, 3011. I am so dead. Natasha looked at Hull's warmer. He's going to kill me. She had basically destroyed the Myanmar muscles due to the desert and the missiles and lasers from Jaime's archer. It would need a complete rebuild before it could be put back into combat. Kerensky, Jaime, and Joshua appeared, taking in the sight of the blackened and partially destroyed warmer. It was a good fight. Joshua said, and Jaime nodded. We will honor the results of the trial, and will notify Conward that you are no longer a part of the mission. Thank you. Natasha inclined her head to the two Wolf brothers. I hope that your next contract is favorable. And she turned and walked into the dropship that she was renting the bay out of. See you around, boys. New Avalon, Federated Sons, October 29, 3011. Do you have an appointment with Prince Ian? The secretary I was on the phone with asked. Because he's booked until July of 3012. She chimed in. No, I need to speak to him anyway. I had been trying to explain to this woman for 30 minutes that I was the Duke of Kentaries and needed to speak to Ian immediately. Ma'am, if you do not let me at least talk to him, I'm going to come to the Avalon Palace complex, and I'll speak to him that way, whether I have an appointment or not. I was still talking when a sharp click sound hit my ear. She hung up on me. I said more than a little upset. Rook, Mathis, find us a vehicle. We're going to the palace complex. Chapter 52, Trolls. Davian Palace, New Avalon, Federated Suns, October 30th, 3011. You should have heard your voice. Ian laughed harder. She hung up on me. He mocked. I just stood there, not finding the fact that my time had been wasted on a joke funny. And, you just kept trying to convince her. Ian doubled over again. Maybe I can just let him die. I thought in my head with a mental shrug. Surely Hansa will do a better job anyway. I had pointedly tuned Ian out at his point. No. I thought to myself, shaking my head in the process. Hansa would be just as bad, only he'd take time to set up his trolling moments, better the obvious troll than the smug younger one. Hello. Ian waved his hand in front of my face, finally getting my attention. No one's ever been able to tune me out like that before. I had practice. I shrugged, giving Ian my attention now. When you grow up the oldest of 14 and then get married with 2 kids. I trailed off. You learn to tune the crazy out. Ian finished for me. Damn it. I had an entire series of jokes for this and they're all ruined now. He shrugged. Oh well. Now what was so important that you had to rush over here? Can we move this to a briefing room? I asked. And you might want Yvonne and some of your advisors for this one. Yeah, I'll call for a meeting. Ian called his secretary in and had her gather the people on his advisory council. You have 30 minutes to get together whatever you need for this. Ian looked at me. When you've got what you need, have one of the servants guide you to the main briefing room. October 30th, 3011. On June 30th, 3011 we encountered what appeared to be a Draconis Combine raiding party battalion-sized in strength. I said, using the Trivi-ID screen to show pictures of the 4 dropships that had jumped into the system. Seeing as we had superior aerospace assets in the form of one of the new Sting gunships along with a near regiment of aerospace fighters, we met them halfway between the jump point and the planet of Kent Ares. I flipped to the next slide. We destroyed them with minimal losses among our forces. But this isn't what we're here to talk about. I gestured for Rook to take the lead. It's what we pulled from the dropship's computers that was important. I'm the chief computer tech of the Marksman, and due to us being issued mithril for recovery operations I was pulled in to examine the dropship's computers and see if we could recover any intelligence. Rook paused for a deep breath. We found 2 things of particular interest. The first thing we found was nukes laced with extreme amounts of cobalt. Rook took a cue from me and waited for the angry shouting and reactions to die down. I gave them a couple of minutes to have their little moment before meeting Yvonne Davian's eyes. She was the only one calm in the room besides Rook and myself. She raised an eyebrow inquiringly, and I just nodded in response. A sharp whistle then echoed throughout the room and Yvonne lowered her hand down from her mouth. Children, the adults are trying to have a conversation. She said now that quiet had entered the room. Lieutenant Rook, if you could please continue. Of course ma'am. Rook struggled, not knowing whether to salute or not before just deciding to finish the briefing. It was the second thing that was more important. These were not Draconis combined dropships. He stated. They were too new, and had none of the signs of combine ownership in the past. What do you mean by too new? One of the advisors asked. Well, there's a certain amount of clutter that builds up over time in computers. Different errors that have been logged, small glitches that never get fixed, all sorts of things. Rook tried to explain. But there was no clutter on these dropships. And whoever was in charge of security screwed up, they left us with coordinates of where they had come from. Rook nodded to me and passed the baton over. We fired the nukes into the Sunday. I started. We don't need something to go wrong on Kent Ares after the massacre. People nodded in agreement. And we did some digging on the star coordinates, and couldn't find anything. We know that it's close to Marcasson, and that every piece of equipment that they used had been manufactured in the last year or so after analysis from our Aztecs and engineers. I paused for breath. Have any of you heard of a system called Versailles? Well, neither has anybody in my company or on the planet. I shrugged, so we're here to do some digging, and maybe see if we can get some payback for trying to nuke us into oblivion. The room erupted into questions and slight chaos. An hour later. Well, that was quite the shitstorm you stirred up in there. Ian said as he entered the sitting room. Mathis, Rook, and I were resting in. Mark, follow me. He gestured for me to stand up and follow him. I followed him back to his office where a map of the inner sphere from before the succession wars started. I found it. Ian stated as he pointed to a system called Versailles. It's right here, I don't know how we lost it, or who deleted it, but Versailles was a part of my nation. He grinned at me. Thanks for dropping an adventure onto my lap. And then he took off at a slight jog. I maintained pace with him until he had reached a side office. Hey Yvonne. I'm taking my buddy Mark here and the heavy guards to go do some exploring. Be back soon. I just facepalmed and started to try and appear invisible when Yvonne poked her head out and saw me. You, she pointed at me. My office, now. Knowing there was no escape, I hung my head and walked into her office. Want a cookie? Yvonne waved a chocolate chip cookie at me. I made them fresh last night. Ooh. My eyes got wide. I haven't had homemade cookies in years. I will absolutely have one. I accepted her peace offering with a slight tear in my eye. I thought you were going to chew me out for a second there. I said, with a slight chuckle. No point. Yvonne shrugged. I'm surprised I managed to get Ian to sit still for as long as I did. She offered another cookie with a glass of milk. Thanks for that, by the way. I managed to make him do his job for the first time in years because he couldn't push anything off to me when it came to the distribution of the Helm cash. You're welcome. I responded. These are really good, I'll trade you for the recipe. What kind of trade? Yvonne had a gleam in her eyes. Well, I just so happen to have a recipe for white chocolate chip caramel cookies. I replied. Done. Yvonne grabbed a sheet of paper and tore it in half for us to both write our recipes on. Now, was there anything else you needed, ma'am? I asked, now that our business transaction was concluded. Make sure Ian comes back alive. She looked at me with slightly sad eyes. I know that he's going to throw himself at trouble, but you seem to have a decent head on your shoulders. I do. I asked, knowing I had a tendency to draw fire for my troops in order to win battles. You don't rush into combat unless it's made its way to your area. She said, I've seen the battle ROMs, and read the reports. You stay in the HQ until someone gets too close, and then you engage. She sighed. Ian wants to be on the front the entire time, and damn the consequences. I'll do my best to bring him home, ma'am. I said seriously. I can't make any promises though. That's all I can ask for. She said, when you get back, I'll have tested that recipe out though. I'll sample them when I return. I replied, and shook her hand. Thanks for not chewing me out. It was intel that we needed. She shrugged. I don't shoot the messenger. November 4th, 3011. Boy, am I glad that I grabbed my backup warmer. I said to Mathis. Rook was on his way back to Kent Aries and would hopefully be bringing some reinforcements if this went the way I thought it would. Nat's Marauder was still being worked on when we left. Me too. Mathis replied. I'm glad I managed to talk them into letting me borrow the prototype. He gestured to the armor being loaded into the bay via forklift. The Mark 15B Mithril is a bit slower, a lot heavier, and will last for a long time out in the field. Don't blow it up. I told him seriously. We need the testing data from it. I'll try my best, Colonel. Mathis shrugged. But no promises. We were being loaded into one of the Davian Heavy Guard's dropships and would be taking off soon. You remember your orders? I asked Mathis. We can't afford to screw this up. I remember, Colonel, I've got your back. He replied. You still got that letter Yvonne gave you? He asked me. It's going in the chest pouch of my mithril. I said. If Ian does anything stupidly heroic, I may need to use it. Then we are as prepared as we can be. We walked into the dropship and got ready for takeoff. Chapter 53, High of 70, with the chance of raining mithril. Versailles, Comster Hidden World, December 14th, 3011. I expected more. Ian said as we traveled from the jump point headed in towards the planet. Ian, this world is probably recorded as a dead world. I said. If anyone came through here for a recharge, anyone down there would want to remain hidden. You can't really do that with a lot of active defenses in place. I guess you're right. Ian shrugged. I just wanted a good fight. Ian, I said. You are a mech pilot, not an aerospace fighter jockey. I shook my head. What were you going to do? Hop in your Atlas and shoot AC-20S out of the mech bay. Ian just shrugged in response. I don't know what I was going to do, okay? He said. I just want to do something. Well, you'll get your chance soon enough. I said. Just be a little more patient. December 18th, 3011. Alright, we're dropping from an extremely high altitude, people. Mathis relayed to the company of Heavy Guards infantry he had been attached to. Our target is the HPG station down there. He paused. Try for capture if at all possible. We don't know who this world belongs to, but we need as much intel as possible. He nodded to the captain who was in charge of this company to take it from there. After the standard pep talk and brief reminders that every commander went through, they watched the bay doors open, and waited for the light to turn green. When it flashed green, all of the mithril-clad infantry jumped out of the doors in rapid succession. Their helmets HUD giving them the altitude and how far they had left to go before using jump jets to slow their fall. When the proper altitude was reached, the flare of small jump jets shone through the night as the company slowed their fall and finally hit the ground. No one in the HPG station was ready for them, and Mathis, in his heavier armor, moved to deploy tear gas as fast as he could. The enclosed mithril suits helped tremendously with that, and it incapacitated a large group of the guards around, which allowed a squad to go around and subdue the downed men and women while the rest of the heavy guards moved deeper into the HPG facility. Every time they came into a room, they entered with flashbangs first, and moved to subdue any enemies they came across. When they finally reached the main office, they took what appeared to be a precenter by complete surprise and had him bound and gagged just in case of any voice-automated systems. "This is a Comster robe." Mathis commanded silently to the company's captain. "We may want to tread carefully here." "Comster." The captain replied. "I'm starting to see some robes over here too." The captain finished whatever his current task was. "We'll have to get to the bottom of this." December 19, 3011. "Ian, I don't think this is what we expected," I said as we dropped into the field next to the one city on the surface that appeared livable. "Yeah, I'm not sure what I expected anymore," Ian replied. "Thanks for the advice on dropping the mithril in the night. They took the HPG and the HQ without any casualties on our end. It looks like a lot of civilians here, Ian. I'm really glad me and the field marshal were able to persuade you to rein in the revenge a bit," I stated. "What?" Ian asked. "You expected me to go out guns blazing?" "No, I just thought you'd want to drop in your atlas and kick the gate in," I replied. "The fact that we took their main base and captured what appears to be a lot of senior officers is a big deal. Now, I just have to make sure that these people understand that they're still Federated Sun citizens," Ian responded. "Should be easy enough. I want to meet with that self-style precenter though." December 25, 3011. Merry Christmas. Ian ended the small speech he had given to the people we were trying to make sure responded well to our current occupation. He then moved to shake some hands of people in the crowd when I got a really bad feeling. The same feeling I had before that bomb went off in my house. Running towards Ian, I tackled him just in time to feel a truck hit me in the back of my body armor. And then, after I tackled him out of the way of the sniper, a bomb went off in the closest car, sending shrapnel mine and Ian's way. After Mithril infantry had deployed to the situation, both rescuing the civilians that had been hit, and ensuring a safe perimeter, I got off of Ian and rolled him over to check for injuries. "Fuck!" I let out. "You stupid idiot!" I grabbed my medkit and tore his coat and shirt off with my bare hands. "Check the front, then the back," I said to myself as I inspected for any holes in the front of his chest. Finding none, I signaled for the combat medic to help me lift him onto the stretcher, where both the medic and myself began to examine and treat what wounds we could. "We need a medevac ASAP," I told the mithril-clad medic before leaving here to do her job while I went to do damage control on the civilians that had been caught in the blast radius. "Anyone need medical attention?" I waved my IFAK in the air. "I can provide aid." One mother held up her hand and moved to reveal a young girl with blood running down her arm. "All right, clear me some space," I told the crowd and went to help. "Set her down right here," I told the woman, indicating the cleared space in front of me. "I know it's not a hospital, but what I do here can get her there and help them do their job better." I made sure the mother gave me permission before starting to render aid. I checked for injuries, and found a ricochet from one of the sniper rounds had hit the little girl's leg. Grabbing my tourniquet, I applied it to the girl, making sure to reassure both her and her mother that it would stop the bleeding even if it hurt. When I had finished with the girl and had wrapped her in an emergency blanket to help stave off shock, another person had stopped for medical aid and I got to work. 30 minutes later. "How's the first prince?" I asked Mathis, who had now been assigned to bodyguard him instead of me. "He should be fine, but he'll need treatment aboard the Argo, and at least 6 months of therapy before he'll walk or pilot a mech again," Mathis replied from his spot by Ian's door. "I'll catch back up once I get some rest," I said. "I apparently make a great way to show that we're not here to hurt you." "Well, not many people will jump into a crowd of potential enemies to save lives," Mathis pointed out. "And the field marshal was impressed at how fast the people turned bombers in after your little show out there." "Well, I have medical training, and these people are brainwashed civilians. Most of them just want to live their lives, so I couldn't turn my back on them," I responded before making my way to the door. "Now I've got to go sleep for about 15 minutes, and then pray that Rook did his job." January 15, 3012. Now I know what Hansa was going through after I left him on Tikhanov. I muttered to myself, having had to effectively do a military governor's job. Thankfully, it had gotten both easier and harder after the bombings. Easier in the sense that most civilians were refusing to be associated with people who were willing to hurt their own in order to kill one person. But the rest of them were harboring a vicious grudge. I had taken to wearing slightly thicker body armor than what I usually wore, and had been visiting the mech factories daily in order to make sure that there wasn't any sabotage. The heavy guards were guarding the factories and all manufacturing centers with extreme skill. But that didn't mean someone wouldn't slip through the cracks and try to do something crazy and slash or stupid. To completely turn this planet into a Davian loyalist planet though. That would take the work of years, if not decades. And I had my own planet to get up and running again. I did not envy whoever had to run this place after I was gone. I had gone into the HPG's systems and pulled out massive amounts of data on what the plans Comster had running currently were, and we now knew due to interrogation that the local Prekenter had run far ahead of any ROM plans by sending his garrison forces to nuke Kent Ares. So, we had proof that Comster was hiding things and doing things that went against their public mandate, but we had no way of using that proof without it being blasted to pieces by the Comster propaganda machine and slash or us getting interdicted. While apparently NAI's first goal was to figure out the mobile HPG that we had taken from the Helm cache, it would take a few years in order to figure it out. Hilton Head Island, Terra December 19, 3011. What do you mean Tazan went dark? Primus Julian Diabolo asked, a little irritated at having been woken up. Sir, we have received none of the scheduled messages from the world. The young adept replied. Well, get one of our jump ships out to check on them. Diabolo replied. We've had issues with multiple stations like this before for various reasons. But Primus, the adept interrupted. There was no scheduled maintenance or anything else that might have made the planet go dark. Then we'll send one of the Dantes, Diabolo responded. We have no way of knowing what has happened unless the HPG starts responding again, and it's better safe than sorry. Versailles, Toyama City. January 16, 3012. How bad is it, Mark? If the Argo were here, we'd have you out of bed in a couple of days, Ian. You'd still be in a wheelchair for a few months though. Better a wheelchair than a casket. Any change on the prisoners? No. A couple have managed to commit suicide despite protocols. The local Prekenter might have been acting on his own, but they're fanatics. I sighed deeply. When I first started up the marksman, I had to execute an infiltrator. His last words before I spaced him were, Blake will see you dead. These are people who are totally and utterly convinced of their own righteousness and have no qualms about the body count. You're right about that. How long do we have? Rook and I did a deep dive. There's records of regular check-ins, and we've already missed a few. Odds are pretty good that the phone company is going to send some kind of service technician here sooner or later. I figure we've got maybe 2 months before they show up. Something happening to a world like this is going to get the attention of someone important. What do you think they'll send? I can't imagine Comstar having a proper military arm. The guy in charge here, on his own, was capable of sending forces that would have turned Kent Ares into a radioactive wasteland and blaming the Combine for it. Someone on Terra? I'm worried that a Texas-class battleship might show up, and it certainly won't be singing show tunes. Chapter 54, A Series of Unusual Events. Taurus, Taurian Concordat August 25, 3005. Once again, I would like to try and meet the people that brought us home. Adrian Brutus, the leader of the group of scientists and their families that had been recovered from a failed colony said. It is unfortunate that they left so quickly. Well, they did seem to be moving on to a contract with the Federated Suns. Zarantha shrugged. Pity that, we could have used them here but they did help us out tremendously. Oh, I agree. Adrian replied. It's quite interesting to see so many Taurians willing to fight and potentially die for a Davian's sake. Well, Hull seems to inspire an almost radical sort of loyalty to himself. Zarantha shrugged. Why, if I were 30 years younger, I might have left my role to Thomas and gone with him myself. Is he that attractive? Adrian asked curiously. Because I found him to be merely average at best. It wasn't his physical appearance that was attractive. Not that he was bad looking. She said, it was the sense of purpose he carries within himself. As if he is sure or certain that every action he takes is his own. Now, back to the Toro factory and what was in both it and the feeders. Zarantha got Adrian back on track. Well, we had a computer core with all of our latest technology in case we needed to manufacture anything. Adrian started and began to discuss technological improvements to Zarantha. January 3, 3006. You're telling me you have some people who worked on warship repair and theory? Thomas Calderon asked. Why yes. Adrian Brutus responded, more than a little confused. When we said we were the top scientists in every field we were not joking, good sir. He seemed a little offended. Would you mind if I borrowed some of your scientists to work on something? Thomas asked with a mischievous gleam in his eye. We have something that they might want to supervise the work on. You're in charge here, just make sure they're fairly compensated for it. Adrian responded. And you have to convince them of it. That won't be a problem. Thomas said. Hyades Nebula Taurian Concordat, April 19, 3007. Check on those power couplings. Sage asked her partner in crime Ariadne. Yeah, I'll let you know when I get there. She left to go run some tests. The Vandenberg was a hot mess of a warship. Sage and Ariadne had agreed. But they could get it working again provided they had the funds and the materials they had said. They were a year into the repairs, and had finally gotten the power systems working again. Which was the biggest step in the right direction they could make at the moment. If they got the power flowing to every area of the ship again, they could begin to diagnose and fix the real problems that lay underneath. Power coupling checks out. Ariadne yelled, hit it. And so Sage flipped the power to the main reactor on. Watching as everything flickered for a moment. And then stayed on. We did it. They cheered, happy to have finally made some visible progress. Now we can really get started. Taurus, Taurian Concord at April 23, 3007. Colonel Hull sent you to negotiate some licenses with myself and TTI. Zaranthy asked the young officer in front of her. Yes ma'am. Dunham replied, he gave me authorization to negotiate in his and the company's name. Well, what is the first thing he wanted you to discuss? She asked, deeply curious as to what Hull might be offering. Well, our R&D team has come up with something pretty unique, and we figured you'd want the first licenses to produce it. Dunham responded as he slid a piece of paper across the table. It's M10A mithril powered armor. He started and repeated word for word the spiel that Peterson had made him memorize. Ma'am, we're also going to be trying to license them with the FedSons, but we wanted you to have first pick. After several moments of studying the datasheet in front of her, she nodded. I think we will be purchasing the license from you, it should prove useful in a lot of different areas. Yes ma'am, Dunham said. The Colonel already had a contract drawn up if you'd like to take a look at it. Zarantha took a long look at the contract, making sure to go over the fine print. Looks pretty good. She then set it to the side. That can't be the only reason you were sent here. It wasn't ma'am, I'm here to get our Drosts refit to a new classification drawn up by the crews themselves. He offered. Colonel Hull had me take a look at the Drost license, so we could purchase it before making modifications and putting it into production when we eventually set up a yard. Do you happen to have a copy of the redesign on you by any chance? Calderon asked. Because if it matches with the mithril you just offered me I may be looking to purchase this as well. How many AC/20s? She exclaimed, spitting out her water. You're building a flying death machine. Her eyes gleamed with a true gun nut's delight. Where do I sign? Right here. Dunham hadn't expected that sort of reaction. But had the contract drawn up by the Marksman legal team available anyway. August 12, 3007. I'll have to apologize to Colonel Hull next time I see him. Thomas told his mother. I was extremely offensive and it was uncalled for. It's entirely up to you whether you apologize or not. Zaranthy offered. But if he keeps offering these kinds of advancements to us and the Davians, we may just have to start making inroads into more trade between us. They were looking at trials for the first new suits of mithril-powered armor. I don't trust the Davians. Thomas offered, but, I will acknowledge that there has been no aggression since the succession wars began aside from the standard retaliatory raids. November 16, 3007. Man, these powered armor suits make working on this much easier. Sage offered. I mean, we're able to move and lift heavier things in order to get real work done without being bothered by the help. Sage, Ariadne said as she continued holding up the console that Sage was working on. Stop talking, you're moving around when you do and making it harder to hold onto this. Oh, right. Sage got back on task and helped Ariadne set it down when they were done. But still, imagine what we could have gotten done back then if we had access to these. I get it, Sage, Ariadne sighed. The mithril suits are awesome. Can we get back to work? Carthage, Taurian Concord at December 13, 3007. Man, these Drost refits are awesome. One of the local militia said. I heard we're getting at least 2 per world as soon as they get the refits done. I heard the same thing. The other one responded. When do you think we'll get to use it? This week. Their CO walked in. We have word a couple of pirate dropships are inbound, and you get to field test the design. So they loaded up into the Sting-class gunships, and made their way to meet the pirates. Yeehaw! The pilot said as they flew around the pirates' unions. This thing's awesome. They poured fire into the dropships and watched as they stalled out or exploded. We're going to need more of these. The pilot said to his co-pilot. A lot more. Taurus, Taurian Concord at January 10, 3010. Ian Davian offered us a temporary pullback of forces on the border, with a clause for keeping the border demilitarized. Zarantha told her son. Are we taking it? Thomas asked. I can't imagine why they would be doing that. A third of the Big Mac was taken out by the Marksmen a couple of years ago. The Capellans lost a great deal of forces and have moved forces away from us to their border with the Fedis. She told her son. I'm sending you and some of our forces to take some worlds from the Capellan Confederation. Zarantha told her son. I've heard rumors of some abandoned factories on Victoria, and we need more manufacturing and industrial capacity anyway. We're going to be taking everything from here to Victoria, and we'll accept this temporary peace with the Davians for now. Thomas asked. Yes, son. Zarantha sighed. Can you accept that? I'll accept it for the good of the Concordat. Thomas told his mother. I don't promise to like it. Hyades Nebula, Taurian Concordat November 17, 3010. Yay! Sage cheered. It's moving again. The Vandenberg's thrusters had been fixed to their full capacity once more and the ship was moving on its own power. Next thing, the jump core. They had put off the jump core until they got the rest of the main systems up and running. Sage, you can't be hyperactive when we work on this one, if we screw up who knows what might happen. I got it, Ariadne. Sage replied, finally seeming to slow down. You don't have to babysit me all of the time. Yes, I do. Ariadne rolled her eyes at her sister. Mom put me in charge, remember? Sage just pouted as they walked to the KF drive. Toro/Mithril plant, Taurus, Taurian Concordat December 10, 3010. Production is through the roof. And we finally managed to work the kinks out of the first assembly line. The TTI manager, Davis Jackson told Zarantha. How do the modernized Toros compare to other light mechs designed for similar roles? Zarantha asked. Well, nothing really compares in its own weight class. With modern space savings, we managed to streamline the design and cram a medium laser for help with close quarters defense. Davis replied. We got reports from the first models in combat on the Capellan front that the upgrades are beautiful. And that when used with other Toros, they can bring down much larger mechs when they work together. You sent the TTI team to build a Toro factory on Kent Ares 4. She asked. I thought you never planned on branching out. We didn't originally, but with all of the extra money we're raking in from Mithril, Sting, and Toro production, we figured that it was time to break into some foreign markets. He told Zarantha the thought process behind the company's decision. Hyades Nebula, Taurian Concordat December 30, 3011. Are we finally ready for the KF drive test? Sage asked Ariadne. Yes, I think that was the last bit of the fine-tuning needed. Ariadne replied, and wiped her hands on her mithril. Let's go tell the captain that it's time to test it. We'll jump to Taurus orbit and see where the Protector wants us to move from there, assuming this works. They made their way to the bridge, and told the captain to prepare the crew to jump. And after the warning and jump sirens had gone off, they proceeded to jump to Taurus. They winked out of the nebula, and appeared at Taurus orbit, just as planned. Taurus, this is the TCS Vandenberg. We will now be returning to duty. The captain of the now somewhat space-worthy warship broadcast to the communications center down on Taurus. One of the Concordat's lost naval vessels had returned home. Chapter 55, Time Crunch. Hilton Head Island, Terra January 15, 3012. The Taurians have a warship? Primus Diabolo asked incredulously. I thought the Tripits affair was supposed to prevent that. It was, sir. The adept responded, wilting slightly from bringing bad news again. This one seems to be an old corvette from the reunification war. Well, delay the Narbonne for a couple of weeks. The Primus said. I want to see if the Taurians make any sudden moves. Sir, it's a Vincent-class corvette. The adept tried to argue. It won't be able to do much against a Dante Primus. But who knows if the Taurians have more of them hidden up their sleeves. Diabolo replied. Tauzen started their regular updates anyway. He waved his hand. We can afford to stall for a little bit longer. Toyama City, Versailles, currently Federated Sons, January 17, 3012. Ian, we're loading you up with some of my people, and they'll get you to the facilities on the Argo. We were headed out to the field being used as a launch area for the massive amount of material being transported off-world right now. Mark, am I seeing things? Ian asked me, looking at the nose art on one of the Kent Ares Guard Sting gunships. Because that looks like Katrina Steiner in a bikini. I just face-palmed. Katrina's old fire team had way too much fun. It's your imagination. I told Ian, as I wheeled him into the bay of the gunship. We'll see you in a couple of months. It'll take that long to ship all of the material here off-world. Mark, I need you alive to help me out with all of this. Ian said from his bed. You're not allowed to sacrifice your life here. I won't. I told him. Peterson's people are good at the looting thing, we're going to take everything that we can that's not nailed down, and set up ways to destroy the rest of the military manufacturing here when we leave. I'm holding you to that. Ian said. If you don't make it out, I'm not sure I could stop your people from storming Terra. No promises. I shrugged, but I'll see what I can do. I closed the hatch and the Sting took off, carrying the first prince away to safety. All right, I rolled up my sleeves. Time to get to work. I went to the mech works facility and began to designate some of Peter's and Adamina Rogers' engineers as heads of dismantling certain factories and split the varied mithril-clad infantry between them to coordinate and make everything go smoother and as fast as humanly possible. I want any and all Listec factories prioritized over everything else. I told Major Packer. Make sure Adamina supervises ERPC and Gauss rifle factories first. We're on it, sir. Packer replied, anything else we should prioritize? Any lines of extinct mechs, and grab all of the freezers that they have stashed. We want everything that might be useful stripped and gone before February 15th at the earliest. I'll make it happen, Colonel. Packer got to work. We have a lot of things to do and not a lot of time to do it in Field Marshal. I told the Heavy Guards commander who was walking with me. Sorry if I overrode you on anything. No, you were right about the delegation and prioritization of Listec. He agreed with me. Now, it doesn't feel right to leave the civilians here to be potentially killed by Comster for this. I'm not leaving them here to be killed, Field Marshal. I said. My people are setting up prefabs that are hopefully out of range of any orbital bombardment, and we're offering to use the stings to bring them there if they choose to move. We're leaving the choice up to them. Well, that's a weight off of my chest. The older man grunted a bit. We're going to be extremely busy, aren't we? Don't expect a lot of rest outside of our rotations until we lift off from the planet. I told him. I did make sure that all of our evidence and data made it out with First Prince Davian though. Good, that in itself might be worth this entire expedition. Even if we don't make it off-world. He said. You included the prisoners in with the evidence. Mathis is guarding them for me. I nodded in response. Good man, that one. The Field Marshal responded. Any chance I can poach him? No, sir, I don't think you can afford his fees. I smirked a bit. But you're willing to try when we make it back. We'll just have to wait and see what happens then. February 15th, 3012. All right, Field Marshal, that should be all or almost all of the Listec out of here. I said as I escorted him to one of the last dropships lifting off. I'll stay behind and try and evac the rest of the population for a week before I leave. You sure, Hull? The Field Marshal said. I don't mind staying behind a bit longer. I'm one of the last ones here that can keep the HPG sending its updates. I said sadly in response. I'm not going to be able to leave until close to the last second. See you around, Hull. Field Marshal Felsner saluted me. It's been a true pleasure serving with you again. He walked onto the dropship's loading bay and I waited for his dropship to lift off. We'll see, we'll see. I muttered to myself, heading back for the city. I had one dropship left, and the King Henry V was going to wait at one of the pirate points for myself and the Troy. March 1st, 3012. Sir, we need to leave. A message from the King Henry just came in that a warship is here. One of the Kent Ares Guard infantrymen ran up to me. All right, let's go. We both started sprinting for the Troy. Knowing that even a few moments could be the difference between making it to the King Henry and not making it at all. We were the last ones to board the Buccaneer-class Aerodyne, and just as soon as we were strapped in, the pilot lifted off. Even with early warning, it was going to take us 2 days to reach the pirate point, and if the warship were lucky, they might intercept us on the way there. March 2nd, 3012. It's going to be close, isn't it? I asked the pilot. Yes, sir. It'll come down to who can maintain thrust without passing out first, I'm afraid. The pilot responded. And they might handle the stress better. He grit out. We had been flying at 1.5 gravities for 24 hours now, trying to beat the warship. March 3rd, 3012. The entire crew of the dropship let out a sigh of relief as we slowed down to dock with the King Henry. Glad to be done with the heavy gravity. When we had firmly attached to the jump ship, the warning klaxon sounded, and just as we jumped, a naval autocannon tore through the Troy. When we appeared into the Marcasson system, we were met with plenty of rescue dropships waiting for us. I had been strapped in inside of one of the cargo bays when the naval autocannon ripped through the Troy. Thankfully, it had stopped short of the jump ship, but some of the flying shrapnel had gone straight through my mithril. Fuck! I screamed. My left eye burning. I'm losing oxygen. I said. We need to get to a pressurized area now. I had to be manipulated through doors and entryways until we reached the airlock to the King Henry. It seemed to take forever to cycle the airlock doors, and I could feel the hissing from my penetrated suit. When we had cycled in, one of the guard grabbed my helmet. Sir, this is going to hurt. He said. It's going to hurt really badly. He undid the clasps under my helmet. If we don't get to this, sir, you may bleed out. Do it. I said. Clenching my jaw as hard as humanly possible. They gripped my helmet, and ripped it off quickly along with the shrapnel that had penetrated. It felt like fire had been poured into my eye socket and my brain couldn't handle it. I doubled over and threw up, then allowed them to work on making sure that I wouldn't bleed out from the eye wound and the now massive gash that ran through my eyebrow. Unfortunately, this wasn't my first injury to that eye, and using my slight experience with the injury I made sure that there was something to hold all of the vomit that would be coming shortly. Whoever is senior is in command right now, I said, feeling extremely tired and sick. I'm not going to be much use. And I threw up again. Chapter 56, The Unexpected. Marcus-on, Federated Suns March 21, 3012. Leave the eye patch on, don't let any moisture anywhere near your eye for 2 weeks until your next checkup, don't pick up anything that weighs more than 5 kilos, and do no strenuous activity. I finished the line from the doctor. Anything I forgot? I asked myself. Oh, right. Your depth perception will be off and it will take time for your brain to adapt, so be careful around any sort of traffic. I smiled to myself. I think that was everything. The doctor just glared at me. Take these pills to lower your eye pressure over time, he said. You just got finished with surgery a day ago and we want to make sure that there's no permanent brain damage. Doc, I started. My eye is gone, and until I manage to get back to my advanced medical facilities I'm not going to be doing anything dumb. I shrugged. I wonder if finding doorknobs will be as hard as it was the first time. The doctor face-palmed. Just leave, I'll give your bodyguard the prescription and you can do as you will. He walked away. Bloody mercs with a noble title. They never listen. After the King Henry had jumped in with the wreckage of the Troy still attached, I had been rushed as fast and safely as possible to the nearest hospital, where I was operated on and they removed my eye before an infection or anything else could set in. I just wanted to be able to get back to either Kent Aries or New Avalon, because I knew that Ian would want to report on what happened. And, I had a bunch of dog tags, and flags to deliver to families. Over half of the Troy's crew had died when the naval autocannon round had blasted through. While Mithril had helped many of them survive, it didn't do all that much to stop as massive a round as what went through us. New Avalon, Federated Suns, May 16, 3012. That was very fine work. Yvonne told me as I sat across the desk from her. I'm sorry about some of your people, but with what we managed to pull off of Versailles, we may be able to finish collapsing the Capellan Confederation inside of this decade. Thank you. I replied. I'm going to ask for first refusal rights on some of the factories, but for now, I'm going to go try and get this fixed up. I gestured towards the eye patch over my left eye. I'm pretty sure you can have whatever you damn well please after the miracle you just pulled off. Yvonne told me point blank. You want the first production runs of something and we'll get it for you, you want extra people vetted to help you with your own factories, done. She laughed. Hull, you're from before the Succession Wars era. You just don't quite understand what you just gift-wrapped and handed us on a silver platter. No ma'am, I don't think I ever will. I shrugged. It was such a different time, it's still hard to wrap my head around it sometimes. Well, we're going to be charging you with setting up the lines on various planets over the next several years or so. Yvonne told me. The reward for doing good work is more work. I sighed. Any preferences on where to set them up? We're going to want them on heavily defended worlds for the most part. Yvonne told me. And the exterminator line is going to Callan Industries. I want one of the extra freezer lines and ERP-C lines for Kent Aries. I told her, my people have some ideas on how to improve the standard grasshopper. Done, Yvonne replied. These lines are going to be allowed to be incorporated into the Sharpshooter Industries envelope as well. She told me. I'm going to be talking to the Taurians. I told Yvonne. I've already purchased a Snowden and got a license to manufacture at least 2 more. Already anticipated that when the Calderans notified us that a Snowden was moving from Taurus to Kent Aries a couple of months ago. She replied. You're not getting out of this. She said, now, any other excuses? No, I'll start splitting up some of my teams with new hires so that we can train up more people to run the factories and begin working on getting them set up for now. I replied. I'll have the Sharpshooter legal team draw up some contracts, and I will personally make sure that the lines are placed on planets that are already under heavy guard. That's all I had on the board for this meeting then. Yvonne smiled at me now that the business was finished being discussed. My grandkids love the cookie recipe by the way. I'm glad to hear it. I replied. Any chance I can try and leave before Bonsai or Felsner try and poach some of my people again? Sure, just make sure that you slip out the side entrance. Yvonne laughed. But Bonsai will probably track you down anyway. She snickered. He's seriously determined to steal some of your people. Well, if he wanted them he should have found them first. I said as I left the room. They're my bunch of mad scientists and no one else's. I walked away to peals of laughter echoing from Yvonne's office. And from there, I left the Davian Palace complex and headed for the ports. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March Federated Suns, June 8, 3012. Hey McAllister. Natasha called out in the mech repair bay. I brought it back. Yes, stupid idiot, McAllister said. You damn near destroyed the mech. It'll need a full rebuild now. Sorry, Mac. Natasha apologized. Any idea where the colonel is? He left a while ago. He was still inspecting the warmer. I dunno when he'll be back. Got it, I'll go check with Shepard then. She said, and left the mech to the angry chief's deck. Shepard, she knocked on the door to Shepard's office. Come in. Shepard replied, working on a stack of paperwork. Nat. He greeted her. How was your leave? Could have been better, Nat shrugged in response. Any idea where Hull is? Sorry, Lieutenant, he's been off planet since the middle of October. Shepard signed another document. You'll just have to wait until he gets back if you want to talk to him. All right then. Natasha shrugged in response. How goes the Kent Ares Guard formation? Well, it's taking us a bit to sort through those who want to stick to the marksmen, and those who want to be a part of the Kent Ares Guard. Shepard replied. We're essentially spilling everything evenly between us, the militia, and the marksmen for now, with me operating as the XO and general commander for the Kent Ares Guard, and Peterson taking over the marksmen for now. Sounds complicated. Natasha sympathized. You have no idea. Shepard responded. I need to get back to it for now, I'll see you around, Lieutenant. Have a good day, sir. Natasha saluted and then left. She had some time to kill before Hull would be back on planet, and so she decided to throw herself into helping train the next group of Kent Ares Guards. Kent Ares 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns, August 12, 3012. It's good to be home. I said as I stood on the ground of my new home world again, and then I began to greet the people that had been taking care of things while I was gone. Mary, you got everything scheduled meeting-wise? I asked my secretary. Yes, sir. She replied. The first meeting is set for tomorrow, and everything is to follow throughout the rest of the week. Thanks for all of your help, Mary. I said. I'm just going to take today and relax before diving into the depths of getting more work done. I left my office, and walked to my house. Making sure to greet and nod to people in order to let them know that I was back. When I reached my small mansion, I unlocked the door and walked in. Looking around, I checked my house over really quickly, stripped down to a pair of gym shorts, and crawled into my own bed for the first time in almost a year. August 13, 3012. Watson, I've got good news and bad news for you. I told the sharpshooter manager. What's the bad news? He asked. The bad news is that we're expanding massively as a company. I said. And what's the good news? He raised an eyebrow. You're getting a promotion. I told him. You'll be staying here to train people on recovering, repairing, and setting up factory lines. I told him. We've got a lot of things moving around, and when the Snowden we purchased gets here in October, we'll have access to raw materials to start upgrading production. I told the man. Consider it done, sir. Watson said. It'll take time to get them trained up though. I know, Watson, I'm splitting up your main team into various training groups so as to have a larger pool of trainees. I said. That should work. He replied. It'll still take some time to get them work ready. You have 8 months to have 5 teams trained up. I told him. I can't promise much more time than that. Hours later. Was that the last meeting? I asked Mary. Well, that was the last scheduled meeting for the day. She said, Dr. Hale did send a message saying that you should meet her shortly for her to examine your eye. I'll meet with her aboard the Argo tomorrow. I said. Anything else on the agenda? Hull, Natasha walked into the room. Nice scar you have there. Yeah, turns out a naval autocannon to the face can't keep me down. I chuckled. It would have cost most people an arm and a leg get done what I did. I paused, it only cost me an eye. That was pretty dark there, Hull. Natasha told me flatly. Are you okay? Yeah, Nat, I'm fine, just really tired. I replied with a heavy sigh. How'd everything go with the Dragoons? I asked. It went pretty well. She replied. The intel you gave me helped save a lot of lives. Good thing I sent it with you then. I shrugged tiredly in response. Nat, I'm tired, can we do this dance another day? Because I'm done with this weird flirting thing we've been doing, just get to the point already. I got up and began to leave my office. And just where do you think you're going? Natasha asked me, standing up and pinning me against the wall. You are mine, Mark Hull, and I'm not letting you go. Chapter 57, Moving Forward. Aboard the Agro, Kent Ares, Federated Suns, August 14, 3012. What did you do to yourself while you were gone? Dr. Hale asked me. You have some small fractures that were never treated in your back, you're missing an eye, and I see some recently torn muscle tissue. I have no idea where the fractures came from. I told Dr. Hale the truth, trying to avoid some uncomfortable answers. And it's not like Mithril was designed with naval autocannon in mind. Well, seeing as we started on your eye back in June, it'll be finished in 2 weeks and we can go in and do surgery to restore your vision. Dr. Hale sighed. Frankly Hull, you need some anti-stress treatments. You've been driving yourself non-stop for too long. She wrote down some notes. I'm going to recommend that you keep doing whatever it was that lowered your overall blood pressure and other signs of stress recently. I did my best to keep a straight face. We'll get you under for surgery in 2 weeks to fix the fractures in your eye. Is that everything, doctor? I asked. I need to be in top shape come January. You'll be fighting fit by November if you actually follow the guidelines we give you. Hale said. You have subordinates, delegate more and do less work yourself. She gave me a slight glare. When was the last time you went to the gym? Never mind, start hitting the gym again, your overall physical condition needs to get back to its peak. She gave me a list of vitamins I needed to start taking. Mark, you're not in your 20s anymore. She finally said, you're nearly 40 and you need to start thinking about settling down and starting a family. Even with longevity treatments you won't live forever after all. I'm working on it, doctor, I'm working on it. I stood up to leave. Is there anything else I need to be wary of? No excess amounts of alcohol, no drugs that aren't prescribed. She sighed, if you actually had some of those vices your overall stress level might be lower. Whatever workout or thing you did this week to release stress, you need to be careful, there were a lot of small muscle tears and we can't fix those. She said, now get out of here, I've got other patients to see. August 28, 3012. The surgery went well. Dr. Hale told the assembled senior staff and officials. Now, I know that he's been delegating a lot more than he used to, but I need someone to step up and keep him from doing anything more strenuous than lifting a pencil for the next 3 weeks. I'll take care of it. Natasha volunteered. I'm currently on his bodyguard detail anyway. September 8, 3012. I'm not helpless Nat. I told my lover. I can walk to the mech bay by myself. Nope, I've been assigned to your bodyguard detail by Colonel Shepard. Nat smirked at me. I told you I was never letting you go. Most people don't take it so literally. I said, entering the mech bay. Lieutenant. My voice hardened. What the hell did you do to my warmer? I used it in a trial of refusal against the Wolf brothers. Natasha said in a tone that was low enough I couldn't make out what she said. What was that, Lieutenant? I asked. I used it in a duel against the Wolf brothers, sir. Well, make sure you don't do things like that with my mech too often. I told her, I mean, you've got a marauder of your own. Yes, sir. She replied, still at attention reflexively, and I continued walking deeper into the bay. Mac. I yelled. Can you have someone bring Natasha's marauder up to the front for me? The big burly Irishman wrapped me up in a bear hug. It's great to see ye again. He set me down and patted me on the back. I'll ha so many bring it Ray up. He called for tone of the Aztec assistants to have Nat's marauder brought up. The giant of a man patted me on the back again and zoned in on his next project. How can you understand him? Nat asked me. His accent is so thick. Natasha, he was one of my first hires, and I've been working with him for almost 10 years now. I scolded. If I couldn't understand him anymore I would have a serious problem. Then, before she could chime in, her marauder walked up and stopped. An Aztec assistant popped open the hatch and climbed down the ladder, seemingly in a hurry to get back to whatever job he was doing before. What did you do to my mech? I'm sorry, Lieutenant, I think I misheard you. I said. What did you do to my mech, sir? Echoed in the mech bay. Well, seeing as both of my highly customized royal warmers are damaged nearly beyond repair. I needed something to use as my ride. What do you mean both of them? She asked. And then turned around to see what I was pointing to behind her. Oh. Her mouth hung open for a second. The warmer I had set up as my backup and brought with me to Versailles/Tauzen was intact apart from the naval autocannon shell lodged into the cockpit. How are you alive? She asked, after she had recovered her composure. By not being in my mech. I shrugged. The piece of shrapnel that took out my eye was from the cockpit. And you are not angry? She asked. Of course I'm angry. I let some of the rage that was seething beneath the surface bubble to the top. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. I let the anger subside again. Now, go take a look at your marauder. What is that? She asked after several seconds of inspecting and muttering to herself. It's not an Ultra AC/5, and there's no way it's a LBX-10. She stopped walking. Is that AL LB5? She asked incredulously. Yep, Mac's personal prototype. I patted the leg of the marauder. You can take it out for a test drive when you're off duty later. November 10, 3012. We need to get up. I poked Natasha in the side, only for her to groan and roll over. We have to load up on the messenger and go to New Avalon for Hansa's wedding. Sleep. She groaned and stole the blankets. Nope, the alarm went off and it's time to go. I got up and ripped the blankets off of the bed. Get up, Nat, I know you hate waking up, but if you don't get up now I'm going to have to take drastic measures. Fine, she sat up. I'm up, I'm up. She eased herself out of the bed and got dressed. We packed everything last night, right? She asked. I got everything I needed done, and I think you just threw some clothes in my rucksack. I told her as I dressed in my uniform. I am only coming as your +1. She said, and I can get a dress made and fitted easier on New Avalon. Point, I'm pretty sure the Davians have a whole team dedicated to that sort of thing anyway. I said, and we began to walk out of the house. I heard that Archon Steiner is invited, so we'll see how everything goes. We continued discussing the wedding until we had made it onto the messenger. We did get Hansa a wedding present, right? Nat asked me as we boarded the dropship. Of course I did, I'm not an idiot. I replied. I've got plenty of things to offer currently. November 24th, 3012. Full contact sparring with Natasha Kerensky sucked, even with safety equipment on. She was vicious, and wicked strong. The only thing I was ever able to leverage against her was my weight and height advantages. Grappling was typically where I was best, but she knew all of my tricks by now and squirreled out every time I tried something new. Tap Natasha, I finally had her locked into an arm bar. I don't want to break your arm. After several seconds of me testing her pain levels, she finally tapped. That is what? Dead even 20 to 20. She asked me as she bounced back onto her feet after I let go. Sounds about right. I muttered. I still have the wins in mech combat and Sims though. Well, let me try again in the Sims. She responded. I'll get you this next time as long as you're not cheating with that stupid Lestek bullshit. Nat, I beat you last time in an urban mech. I told her while laughing. And you were in an Atlas. Shut up and meet me back on the mat. She slugged me in the shoulder. I'm gonna drag my score up somehow. She wagged her eyebrows at the double entendre. I don't share. I told her as I got back on the mat. You know that. Yep, and there's no way I am letting you out of my sight again after the Versailles incident. She responded. Now let's fight. Chapter 58, What Happens on Bachelor Night. Avalon City, New Avalon, Federated Suns. December 25th, 3012. So, got any thoughts on the bachelor party? I asked Ian now that we were doing the private Davian Christmas party. Honestly, I'm delegating it to you. Ian told me with a straight face. No Ian, seriously I need to know what to prep for. I responded. Yeah, I'm delegating it to you. Ian shrugged. You spent the better part of 2 years with him after all, I'm sure you'll come up with something. You better be glad I brought a union with me. I told the troll in front of me. How's the fixed spine treating you? Well, your people do really good work. Ian said in response. I'll have to negotiate with the Canopians to get some of their people to come work for NAIS. It's more than likely worth whatever you end up having to trade for them. I told him. Having the Helm Core will help with the tech, but having people who know how to both build and use it properly is worth its weight in germanium. I agree, and I'll have some of my people reach out to the magistracy soon. Ian told me. I'm heading for bed. I stretched, having finished my sweet tea. I've got a lot of planning to do. Don't let Natasha wear you out too much. Ian called out as I walked away. January 12th, 3013. Alright, we're doing a simulated warfare drop from orbit. I told the assembled groomsmen. We all have paintball guns and cut down mithril suits to make sure we survive the drop. Seeing as there are 7 of us, if you include Hansa and Arthur, we'll split up into teams of 3 with myself as referee. Hansa has the first pick, Ian has second. I made sure they could hear me. Any questions? The assembled group just shook their heads. Good, Hansa, you get first pick. Arden, Hansa said with a smirk, and the team picking went from there. Hansa had Ran Felsner and Arden Sortak, and Ian had Arthur and Ben Bonsai. Teams are locked in? I asked, and they all gave their affirmatives. Get your weapons. I handed all 6 of them identical paintball guns and helped them do safety checks on the 2 pods we would be using. Instead of the ODST pods from Halo, we had ended up with a design that deployed entire fire teams that had the same size as the mech drop pods. Now, I'm the ref, if I call you out and RTB you RTB or you're out. I gave them a brief discussion of the rules and climbed into the pod I would be taking down with a grin. This was going to be fun. 1 hour later. No Arthur, don't leave me. Ian cradled the paint-splattered consort. I can't win this fight without you. Everyone was struggling to contain our laughter as the drama played out. Yes, you can carry on and win, tell Katrina I did my best. And Arthur died in Ian's arms. I will have my vengeance, brother. Ian roared when I doubled over in laughter, not able to contain it anymore. I can hear you laughing at my misfortune even now. Arthur couldn't contain his laughter anymore and his frame vibrated from the laughter. Then, Hans's trio surrounded Ian, their paintball guns pointed at his head when Banzai literally swooped in from above on his jump jets and splattered them all with paint. Hans's team eliminated Ian has the victory. I announced over the Universal COMM channel. I have to tell you, Mark, I didn't think this would be as fun as it has turned out to be. Hansa told me and the rest of the groomsmen plus one nodded. Well, we can do some team swaps and some other things, but we've got this field rented out for the rest of the day. I told them. And then, I've got a small hole in the wall that Mathis told me about rented out for the evening when we're done here. Well then, let's get back to it. Hansa said, I've got a score to beat. From there, the rest of the day was a back and forth of wins and losses between the two brothers and various drama plays, such as the time we had a battle royale style and Ian and Hansa teamed up to kill the rest of the group before turning on each other. It's over, Ian, I have the high ground. Hansa yelled from the top of the hill he was standing on. You underestimate my power, Hansa Davian. Ian yelled back. Don't try it. Hansa told Ian before Ian used his jump jets to try and assault Hansa's position. You were the chosen one. Hansa told his brother. You were supposed to destroy the rest of them, not join them. You were my brother Ian, I loved you. Hansa walked away with his final victory of the day as night started to fall. That was fun. What do you have planned next, Mark? Hansa asked with a small grin on his face. Just some good old-fashioned relaxation. I said, we could probably all use the break. That evening. This is a nice place. Ran observed. I'll have to bring the wife here sometime. We were seated at the bar of a small steakhouse with an attached 2-lane bowling alley and some pool tables. I'll have the 20-ounce sirloin, medium rare with the side of mashed potatoes. I told the one waiter, and the rest of the group gave their orders. Pool or bowling? I asked the assembled group. We can start with bowling and finish with pool. Hansa said, easing himself into the surprisingly comfortable chairs by the bowling lanes. So, you and Natasha Kerensky yet? He started with the obvious question. I know you paid off some of my people to set me up after Tikhanov. I gave him a slight glare. I forgive you for this. I said magnanimously as I reclined in my chair as if it was a throne. But you must reaffirm your loyalty to the throne. I have just the thing. Hansa grinned as he slipped behind the bar and quickly prepared a drink before setting a single shot glass in front of me. It was blue, possibly glowing, but that might have been a trick of the light. Hansa, is this going to kill me? It's a cool shot. I know you're not much of a drinker and this has more kick than the one beer you limit yourself to. Peppermint schnapps and blue curacao. Mostly. He chimed in with that insufferable grin still there. It's the mostly that concerns me. The rest of the guys had surrounded me and begun to softly chant, drink, 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 drink. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? I said before manning up and downing the concoction in one gulp. I considered for a second. This drink, I like it. Another. I slammed down the shot glass upside down to Arthur gaping at me. Hansa Davian, you are a miracle worker. Arthur said out loud. I never saw him have more than one drink when we were a part of the marksmen. Never. This servant hears and obeys, Excellency. Hansa gave a mocking bow and went back behind the bar again, bringing out something very red instead. A true liege lord should be able to drink fire, yes. He played up the ham. Well, this is said to be concentrated from a pure fireball, and should cleanse your palate after the cool shot. He slid the shot glass over to me. Bottoms up. I downed it to the cheers of the rest of the group, and we took turns bringing out shots for everyone to drink. I believe you had the 20-ounce sirloin. The waiter set his tray down on a small serving table and began to pass out our food. Yes, thank you. The room grew silent as we each dug into our food. We had been playing all day, and we were starting to slow down a little bit. After we had eaten our food, we made our way to the bowling lanes and proved just how bad we were at the sport. Man, I'm glad that I learned how to bowl. Arthur said as he landed another spare. I'm proving Lyran's superiority even in Davian space. Screw you, Arthur, Ian said as he took a sip of his beer. I bet you can't beat us at pool. What's the wager? Arthur asked, rolling his palms together. I'll put £100 down that I win. I'll take that bet, Rand Felsner replied, and pulled out his own wallet to add to the pot. Anyone else want in on the action? The two of them asked. I'm in, Banzai said as he dug his own wallet out and threw £100 down. Soon everyone had joined except for me. Not joining, Mark? Arthur asked, curious. I'm not good at pool anymore. I told them, shrugging. I enjoy the game, but since my first eye injury, I've not been able to see the angles properly anymore. So, I'll play, but I won't join the betting pool tonight. I said, grabbing a pool stick and some chalk. Let's do this. This was mostly written before the wedding chapter, so probably didn't actually happen. But you can't deny the power of small weaponized adorable. Avalon City, New Avalon, Federated Sons. January 12, 3013. A quiet knock at the door interrupted the conversation as one of Katrina's nursemaids came in with a sleepy toddler in tow. Forgive me, my lady. Her sister woke her and she wanted her father to tell her a story. That's all right, Rose, I'll take her. Katrina gathered up her daughter. Melissa, your father and your Uncle Mark are still out and probably hustling Prince Ian, his brother Hansa and his friends out of every pound they have right now. Melissa nodded and curtsied as much as she could while sitting in her mother's lap. Guten Abend. She then turned to Natasha. Are you going to get married too, Tant Tasha? She said with perfect seriousness, as only a 2-year-old princess could. What? You're going to marry Uncle Mark, right? That means you're my Tant Tasha. Natasha just sat there stunned, her face going through a host of emotions no trueborn would have ever shown. She thought about Johnny, who'd become truly happy with his new life with the marksman, before laying her hands on her stomach. She got up and kneeled in front of Melissa. If you had asked me that yesterday, I would have said no. But that was before I saw the doctor this morning. Tears started welling in her eyes. Before I found out I was pregnant with your cousin. So yes, Melissa, I want to be your Tant Tasha. Yay! Melissa jumped out and hugged her with all the passion and innocence that only a child could give. Chapter 59, Reception. Avalon City, New Avalon, Federated Sons January 20, 3013. The wedding had been a grand affair, lots of exposition by the Pope, and an extremely large crowd of people. And I had a terrible time just standing there. I had felt exposed, and I had been forbidden from wearing my normal concealed armor and sidearm. I had managed to sneak a knife into a holster around my left thigh though, and that thought had brought me some comfort. Thankfully, the reception was a much smaller affair, and was in the much better guarded Davian Palace. While there were obviously plenty of various nobles and other required guests, there wasn't the sheer amount of people that had filled the cathedral and I was able to relax slightly. You good Mark? Hansa asked. I was seated within easy conversation range and the entire wedding party had seen me tense up earlier. Yeah, I breathed out. I'm still working through the aftermath of the Versailles mess. I took a sip of the glass set in front of me. I'm pretty sure I won't ever be a fan of big crowds like this ever again. Well Mark, thank you for sticking it out. Hansa nodded in understanding. It took a while for things to settle down on Tikhanov as well. The conversation moved on to lighter things from there, and when it came time to do the best man speech, Ian nodded for me to move on and do my part. Sometimes, I wonder if Hansa should have been the firstborn. Ian started, he's the more responsible one, and just about the only thing I possibly do better than him is piloting a battle mech. He's a serious man, driven and capable, and I'm extremely glad to call him brother. And sometimes, it's fun to watch him cut loose and have some fun for a change. He signaled me to start the massive Trivi-ID projector. This is what we got up to at the bachelor party put on by our very close friend the Duke of Kent Ares, Mark Hull. I pushed play, and a highlight reel of the most hilarious moments of both Ian and Hansa played throughout the room to great roars of laughter at the first prince and his brother cutting loose and having some fun. No one laughed harder than Hansa and Ian's sister Marie though. She actually had to steal a couple of handkerchiefs to wipe her eyes after laughing so hard that she was crying. After the Trivi-ID had ended, and the laughter had died down, Ian took the microphone in hand once more and finished his speech. Dana, I'm glad to call you my sister, and I hope and pray that both you and Hansa give me plenty of nieces and nephews to spoil. After Ian's speech, Dana's maid of honor stood up and gave her speech and then the floor was open to the traditional dances. Given that Hansa and Ian's father had passed away many years previously, Yvonne took the place of Hansa's mother for the traditional dance between mother and son. A couple of hours later, Hansa and Dana were making their way to the armored hover limo while dodging the massive amounts of petals that they were being showered with. After they had been loaded up and sent on their way to their honeymoon, Ian walked up to me with a grave expression on his face. How ready are the Kent Ares guards? He asked me. They're a full combined arms regiment at the moment with some extra firepower. I responded, we've mostly finished ironing out the kinks with logistics and the militia. I added, why? Is there something wrong? Mallory's world just got hit by 3 battle mech regiments and 10 supporting regiments. He confided in me. I'm pulling the heavy guards, and some supporting elements and I'm probably going to need your help as well. He paused. The 17th Avalon Hussars and 4th Davian Guards are already on planet, but they're going to need help to throw off the Kuritans. I'll send Nat to kick Shepard's butt into gear. I told Ian, they'll be on their way to back us up as soon as they can load up. You're not going? He asked me. No, I do need your help with something really quick though. I moved through the talking heads to try and find Katrina, Arthur, and Natasha. This was going to need to be done quickly after the information I had gotten from Natasha this week. Sorry, I squeezed through a small crowd to get Katrina's and Arthur's attention. Luckily, I didn't need to capture their attention because Melissa had seen me first. Uncle Mark. She said with joy in her bright blue eyes. Up. Up. She held up her arms for me to grab her. All right Mel, I'll hold you for a little bit, but I've got to talk to your mom and dad for a minute. Okay. I told the toddler trying to grab a hold of my beard. Caught, Arthur, I nodded at the two of them smiling at my interaction with Melissa. I need the two of you to find Nat for me and bring her to that side room really quick. I indicated which room. I suspect she's telling bad stories about Takano right now. I put Melissa on my shoulders to her squeals of delight as I weaved my way through the crowd to grab Ian once more. I need you to head over to that room over there. I pointed at the same side room I had indicated to the Archon and her consort earlier. Melissa, you and I have a super important secret mission. What is it, Uncle Mark? She asked. We need to get to Uncle Mark's bag really fast. I told the toddler currently holding onto my hair. So we're about to run, are you ready? Yes, Uncle Mark. She got as serious as a 2-year-old could ever be before bursting out into laughter as I took off at a decent pace to the room I had put mine and Nat's go bags into. All right Mel, help me look for a small black box. I told the toddler as I set her down. It's really important. I set one of the smaller bags aside for her to look through. Is this it? Mel said after a few seconds of me frantically searching through my larger rucksack. Yes. I told her. Great job Mel. And I scooped her up in my arms and rushed off to the room I had set aside earlier. I burst through the door, and set Melissa down on the floor in front of my surprised group of friends before turning to Nat. Natasha Kerensky? I asked, going down on one knee, only to realize that Melissa still had the ring box. Will you marry me? I gestured for Melissa to hand me the box, but she just replicated what I did by going down on one knee and opening the box like I should have to laughter from my assembled friends. Close enough Mel. I ruffled the small princess hair. Close enough. I think I will Mark, I think I will. Nat responded. Why the sudden rush though? Ian is taking me to help back him up against a Drac incursion. I told my lover. And I need you to go get Shepard and have him reinforce us. I shrugged, I figured this was as good a chance as any to do this. You better stay alive Mark. Nat told me with a sigh. You are not allowed to die. I'll see what I can do Nat. I met her eyes for a minute before giving the gorgeous redhead a chaste kiss on the lips. I'll see what I can do. January 27th, 3013. I will not ask you to stay safe. Natasha told me. Just hold out until I get there with reinforcements. We'll hold. I told the woman in my arms. We'll hold. Comster Interlude 3010. So you're telling me that this is an independent development? Senior Adept Douglas Franklin asked the acolyte who was inspecting the latest oddity to arise out of the periphery. Yes sir, while it's possible that they found some maintenance logs for a Nighthawk somewhere in a cache and used them on some of the development, I can tell you that this is a unique invention. Acolyte Janet Williams said. What really interests me is the power supply. While we managed to divert this shipment of mithril along with some fudged paperwork, we don't have the notes on how to refuel or reuse the power source. Well, we managed to divert 25 of them, so do whatever you need to in order to figure it out. Adept Franklin told Acolyte Williams. Rom wants us to figure out a way to compare and beat these things soon. Well, so far the power on the first suit we captured is still working despite all of the tests and trials we put it through. She responded. I'll get some of our better engineers focused on the power source though. How did it hold up in the durability tests? Adept Franklin asked. It was one of the reports he hadn't had time to look at yet. How about I just show you? She said and led him to a decent-sized firing range with a suit of blackened mithril hanging up in front of the targets. This is after we had some of the comm guards shooting at it with small arms fire all day. She indicated the blackened suit. Damn. Adept Franklin said. That's gotta be scary to face in a melee. Sir, it took 2 small laser hits in order for us to break through and start damaging what was underneath. She told him flatly. This stuff is decently light in weight, can be manufactured on a world with any decent industrial capacity, and is probably going to change the inner sphere as we know it. But, we can't replicate the power supply. The adept asked. Sir, we can examine it and try to reverse engineer it all we want to, without the correct makeup of the fuel cell or whatever it is, we're just going to end up with some crazy versions of it. Williams responded. We can make our own versions of the mithril suit all day long. Until we can make our own version of the fuel cell, we're going to end up floundering just like the rest of the successor states will. I'll pass the information on up the chain. He told her. Any ideas on how to potentially improve the suits? Franklin asked. Nothing that whoever came up with this isn't probably already moving towards. She shrugged. Probably trying to boost the fuel cell's output and drop some of the speed in order to get some more armor and the ability to mount small anti-mech and vehicle weaponry such as a small laser or a MPPC. Because they boost strength already, they probably can carry a whole host of SRMs, don't they? The adept asked. I'm not an expert in tactics, but I don't see why they wouldn't mule a lot of extra reloads as well. The acolyte responded. One of our comguards is waiting with a review on the suit for you in your office, sir. Sergeant Adept Luttrell. Senior Adept Franklin shook the comguard member's hand. What do you think of the captured samples? Adept Franklin, the enlisted man started. I would like to know when we are acquiring some suits like this of our own. Because I've never seen anything like this. He got a little amped up and dove into a raving review of the powered armor. Now, Adept Luttrell, tell me how you would defeat them as regular infantry. Franklin told the other man. You wouldn't. Luttrell stated flatly. It's going to be immune to most of your standard small arms. An anti-material rifle will be effective, but only if you manage to hit one of the joints. He paused for breath. Frankly, Senior Adept, you would just retreat and hope that you had some armored vehicle support. He finished. Thank you, Sergeant Adept, I'll have an acolyte see you out. And Franklin began to file some reports. He would need to be sending this up the chain. Primus, Prekenter Rom is still working on engineering a civil war in the Free Worlds League. One of the adepts working in the main ROM center told Primus Julian Diabolo. What were the latest reports on that from him anyway? Diabolo asked. Well, Primus, it seems that Janos Mark's brother, while seemingly ambitious and desiring more power, was hesitant to side with Maximilian Liao due to the serious losses they have taken over the last several years. The adept said. It would seem that Duncan Merrick, Janos' nephew, was more susceptible to being pushed to engineer a civil war, and so he is working on ingratiating himself that way. Well then, Diabolo responded. I'll have to keep an eye on the situation then. He turned to walk out, but then Diabolo remembered something he had intended to ask about and did an about-face. Yes, one last question, how goes the infiltration of the marksman mercenary group? He inquired. I know that Colonel Hull has been on our radar for a while as a minor interest while he was about in the periphery due to his origins, but their recent actions have raised my interest. I like the inroads that the Taurian Concordat and the Federated Sons are making towards closer alliances, and I think we could push them to collapse the Capellans together if we engineer it properly. With the Merricks having a civil war, the Capellans on the verge of collapse, all we will need is to push the Lyrans and combine into a conflict, and we could start seeing the collapse of the successor states. The adept just nodded, eager to get back to work. Right then, I've got some more meetings to get to, thank you, adept. Diabolo nodded at the younger man and walked out of the room that most of the ROM operations took place in. He scares me sometimes. One of the other adepts said to the one that the Primus had been talking to. All of the Prekenters are that way. He responded. All of them. Capellan Interlude, 3011, Romano's Story Part 1. Is that an intelligence brief for Father? Romano Liao asked the Maskarovka agent headed into the celestial throne room. Yes, Duchess. The agent bowed and offered the report to her before scurrying away. Father, I bring a Maskarovka report to you. She knelt before the celestial throne before rising to hand the report to him. Maximilian Liao's face darkened the further he got into the report, and when he had reached the end of it, his face turned a bright visible shade of red with anger. Daughter! He roared, I have only one daughter. He stood and drew his sword, at first intending to kill Romano before a better idea came into his head. Sitting down on his throne once more, he had the guards seize Romano and hold her before him. Like your brother before you, I consider you a disgrace upon my lineage and upon the Confederation as a whole. He drew in a deep breath. You are stripped of your titles, I hereby disown you, I have only one living heir, and you are banished, never to again return to the land of your birth. I do not see you, I do not hear you, I turn my face away from you in despair, your voice is as dust in the wind. Max gestured to the guards to carry her out, her legs having ceased to function after what he had said. Father, Candace Liao said after a few tense silent moments. What has happened? We have lost, the Confederation will cease to exist within a couple of generations. Max was strangely introspective and in his right mind for once. She who has no name has sent the mask to attempt to kidnap the dependents of the Wolf's Dragoons in order to force them to serve us. I believe she must have not learned her lesson from history. Max Liao said. We have now become barren. He muttered. No mercenary unit will work with us once the Dragoons publish what has happened. And with Tikhanov denied to us, we are unable to recover our lost forces at a reasonable pace. At least the Merricks are in a civil war. Candace tried to inject some hope and life into her father once more. Yes, I believe that is the sole reason that we are still a nation, and that will only last for a time. Max observed. Come daughter, let us discuss the future of the Confederation, and what you will make of it. How dare he do this to me? Romano Liao raged in the small room she was in. I will make him pay. She had managed to secure some funds that only she had access to and boarded a dropship headed for Merrick Space. I'll return, and you will rue the day that you did this. I will destroy your beloved daughter Candace, and watch your confederation burn. A truce, Free Worlds League sometime 3011. Sir, we have a Romano Liao here on A truce here to speak with you. The current head of SAFE told Janos Merrick. We're holding her in a cell until we can confirm that it's actually her. Well, let me know when you've confirmed whether it's actually the spawn of Mad Max or not. Janos Merrick said sternly, turning to his brother Anton. We need to bring Duncan and his rebels to heel. I agree completely. Anton replied. I may desire your position, brother, but I believe that either you or I should have it. Not one of these younger upstarts. Well, if it turns out that it is Romano, I think we should discuss turning her over to the Andurians and seeing what happens. Janos said blazely. We're not in a position to make use of any information that she could offer us anyway. True, Anton turned to look at a map of the Free Worlds League. How are the Wolf's Dragoons settling in? They're doing decently after what Maximilian tried on them. Janos replied. I'm trying to figure out where to use them currently. Could use them on Duncan. Anton offered. Or, alternatively, loan them to the Andurians and let them loose on the Liaos. They didn't have any clauses against it in their contract after all. We'll have to see how it goes over the next couple of months. Janos responded. Let's continue figuring out how to put Duncan back in his place. Romano Liao was quietly sobbing in her cell. She was finally coming to realize that she would never have the life she had once had, and that the only value she provided to anyone right now was whatever intelligence she could provide to one of the enemies of the Capellan Confederation. I should have gone to the Davians. She muttered to herself. At least I'd be comfortable there. She rubbed her arms, and wrapped herself in the slim blanket that they had given her. Trying to stay warm in the cold cell. You're free to go. Her cell door swung open. Turns out you're not worth the hassle to the Merricks right now. The safeguard told her. We're giving you enough funds to get off planet and start going somewhere else. They walked her out of the holding facility, handed her her belongings back, and let her loose once again. I'm going to the Federates. Romano said to herself. At least they'll do something with my information. Chapter 60, To Change Fate. In orbit around Mallory's world, March 4, 3013. Mark, I need you to serve as Ian's bodyguard for this campaign. Field Marshal Felsner told me. I know you've got your own forces coming as reinforcements, but until they get here, I'm going to need you to make sure that Ian doesn't do anything stupidly heroic. Understood. I told Felsner. I've got something to use as backup if some of the forces don't listen to me. Ivan still hasn't revoked that. He asked me, being one of the few people let in on what Ivan Davian had given me before we had left for Versailles. Nope, I think she's counting on me using it if I need to. I told him with a shrug. See you on the ground. I used the gantry to climb into the Bobby B. And now we wait. March 5, 3013. At least he's staying in the HQ. I said to myself as I stood guard in my warmer while Felsner and Ian coordinated with the other units on the planet. The 4th Guards had been getting hammered by the 2nd Sword of Light, and the Hussars were barely holding back the supporting elements. When we had shown up with the Heavy Guards, the tides had turned, at least slightly. The Heavy Guards had taken the front lines over for the 4th Davian, allowing them to pull back for some rest and repair in order to rotate the forces back through. I hadn't seen anyone so far, and while this bothered me a bit, I knew my job and wasn't going to grumble about being left out of the fighting for now. Colonel Hull, I got a message from the people in the HQ. We need some input, come down here. I've got a tactical computer here. I told them. I'm not leaving my mech when there's a chance of breakthrough by the soul at any time. I made my mech shrug its shoulders. Send it to my Tocump and I'll advise from here. There was some debate before I received a handshake protocol for my Tocump and it showed a close to real-time map of the current battlefields. You should pull back the forces on grid G6 and move H9 forward, allow some infantry to dig in around that area, and you'll be able to deny the enemy armor access to that point unless they dig out enough arty to kill the entire area, including their precious mechs. I told them. Now, I need to get back to bodyguard duty. March 10, 3013. Ian, the plan is working. If we're going to collapse on them, we need to do it now. I told them while watching the tactical readouts generated by my computer. Copy that, Colonel, the center is close to falling back and needs some temporary reinforcements, you're the only one free to assist. Ian told me. The 2nd Battalion of the Soul is pushing hard, and we need something to stall them while the hammer drops. Understood. I told them in response. Marksman actual moving to assist. I moved my warmer up to just under its maximum flank speed, setting my cruise at a solid 72 km/h and readying myself for combat once more. Estimated 10 mics out. I told HQ, can they hold that long? They'll hold. HQ responded, just get there ASAP to assist. Copy. I responded, and kept moving towards the battlefield. After about 5 minutes of moving, my sensors started picking up limited chatter from the second soul and the fourth Davian that were a part of the trap. This is Marksman, where do you need me? I asked the commander on the field. Marksman, we need you to move to NAV Point Gamma and assist the lances there. We don't have anyone heavier than 45 tons over there, and they're close to breaking. Moving to NAV Point Gamma. I replied and shifted my speed a touch higher. Cresting a hill, I saw a double lance of light mech led by a heavy. The Davians were doing their best, but the 2 Blackjacks and 2 Vindicators were being ripped to shreds over time by the lighter mechs. Hammer Lance, this is Marksman, stand by for assistance. I told the lance of mediums before reaching out with my ERP-cease and taking the leg clean off of a locust. Marksman, we see you on sensors. The lance commander responded. Thanks for the assist. I kept moving into closer range, stripping armor and weapons off of the lighter mechs from long range with my PPCs and causing them to slowly back away and let the heavy mech take the lead. This is Chuai Nakamura, I challenge you to single combat. A message from the Kuritan Dragon came through on an open channel. This is Colonel Hull, I accept your challenge. I said, and moved closer, watching as the lighter battle mechs turned to face me. Making sure to move at regular warmer speed, I got into ERP-C range, and gently squeezed the triggers in my hands. The PPC struck on either side of his cockpit, and I saw the slight panic in the way that the dragon moved at first. But this was a second sort of light mech warrior, and they weren't cowards. Pushing his dragon up to its maximum speed, he decided to try and outmaneuver me. That didn't work though, and I rotated and kept peppering him with PPCs, signaling to the medium lance to start attacking the light mechs now that I had the heavy distracted. The Blackjacks and Vindicators had moved back to long range, and were now starting to hammer the lighter mechs with coordinated strikes. Working on destroying the Sword of Light piecemeal before they could use their speed to close the range advantage and start worrying them again. The dragon pilot was good. He kept moving out of the way of my PPCs and was trying to close to melee range. When he got close, I used my medium lasers and SRMs to weaken his armor further. When he backed away out of close range, I turned and sniped at one of the light mechs, coinciding with an AC strike from one of the Blackjacks and causing it to go critical. I am your opponent Chuai, I said. If you are able to take me. I finally hit his shoulder with another PPC, and his AC/5 ceased working. When he turned to close to medium laser range, I focused fire and crippled his mech, sending it crashing to the ground as something failed. Turning to engage the lighter mechs, I noted that what had been 2 lances of mechs was now 1, and that both Hammer Lance and the Sword of Light Lance were damaged, some of them limping and others missing weapons and armor. Thankfully, there weren't many light mechs that could stand up to 2 ERP-C strikes, much less a full alpha from a Royal Warmer, and myself combined with Hammer Lance made short work of the light mechs. Hammer Lance, we need to hold until given relief here. I told them. Stick to the plan. Copy that, Marksman, the Lance leader responded. Not sure how long we'll be able to hold out if something else tries to break through though. That's what I'm here for. I told them. Leave any heavier elements to me. March 11th, 3013. Fall back, Hammer Lance, I'll cover the rear. I told the medium lance as we began to fall back. The bait was working a bit too well. There's a lot of metal headed our way. The second Sword of Light was out for payback after we had destroyed 2 of their lances. And we had been engaged in a running battle ever since then. HQ, this is Marksman, we've got a lot of enemy mechs chasing us. I twisted and squeezed off a PPC bolt at a light mech. Please advise. Marksman, Ian's voice came over the comms channel. I need you and Hammer Lance to turn and face them. We've got the heavy guards moving for a flank and we need you to be the anvil. HQ, be advised, we're at armor state red overall, and are near bingo on ammunition. I told him. I'm not sure what kind of anvil you want, but we're not going to be much of one. HQ copies, Marksman, just stick to the plan. He responded. Turning to engage HQ, I said. You heard the man, Hammer Lance, let em have it. We all fired our long-range weapons at faster targets, trying to weaken the forces chasing us. This is Hammer Lead, bingo on ammo, down to lasers. The leader of Hammer Lance told me and the rest of the lance. This is Hammer 2, LRM ammo and PPC is gone, down to short-range weapons only. The rest of the lance began to let us know when their long-range capability was gone. Eventually, there was only myself and a lone Vindicator with long-range weapons left. And so we engaged the enemy at range, while the others moved to support if the enemy reached close range. You have fought well for a Davian. Came an accented voice through over my comm systems. Yet now you stand alone, surrounded. Yet, you can't possibly get away now. I told whomever I was talking to. I am Taisei Yorinaga Kurita, he told me, and you could tell he was about to go on about honor or some other such nonsense. Taisei Kurita, an atlas strolled out of the trees, coring a light mech with a gauze rifle. You and your battalion are all that remain of the second Sword of Light. If you retreat now, you may retain your honor, knowing you have done all that you could. The atlas stopped for a minute, seeing as no one was firing on each other at this moment. You insult me, Davian. Yorinaga told him, as the heavy guards emerged from the trees, surrounding the you do me dishonor by thinking I would retreat. I challenge you, first Prince Davian, mech to mech. I refuse your challenge, Kurita. Ian responded. I have you surrounded, and I find you lacking. You will surrender, or face destruction. So be it. Yorinaga responded, so be it. With the words being said, the heavy guards concentrated fire, shredding almost all of the lighter machines, leaving the heavier mechs to be dealt with. Meanwhile, I had a personally assigned mission. I was targeting Yorinaga specifically, intending to remove this blight of a person from the inner sphere for all time. Closing into the range at which his PPCs no longer worked, I engaged him in melee combat and launched a full alpha strike at his legs. I was going to annihilate this bastard with superior firepower and stomp on his cockpit. Chapter 61, Butterflies. Mallory's World, March 30th, 3013. Mark, why did you stomp on the Taisei's cockpit after you slid his feet out from underneath him? Ian asked me curiously. I'm not upset by any means, but it felt a little unnecessary. Ian, it was a PPC to the face, or a boot. I shrugged. Kuritans aren't worth the waste of electricity, so I chose the boot. The Kent Ares Guard finish off the supporting elements yet? He asked me. I know they did an orbital drop onto their holdouts. Shepard hasn't gotten to a place where he can give me an update yet. I told him, but I suspect that they'll have everything tied off come April. I paused for a minute. You know what, Ian? I said, I'm proud of you. I thought that you were going to try and duel Yorinaga in one-on-one combat at first, instead of just taking the second soul entirely off of the map. Mark, Ian started. You, Yvonne, and Hansa have hammered it into my head enough that I know better than to do that. I'll still come to the front lines and do what I did today when we are invaded, but I'm not exposing myself like I did on Versailles again. Being paralyzed scare you a bit? I asked. Mark, I was almost crippled because I wanted to have an adventure. Ian confided in me, Hansa was almost left a kingdom to rule because of my stupidity. April 3rd, 3013. Shepard, I greeted as I walked into the mobile HQ. How goes finishing off the rest of the Kuritans? I asked. Well, they're trying to dig in over in that area, and since we captured their dropships they're unable to leave. He shrugged. We've taken some casualties, but mostly injured instead of dead. Right now, I'm sending over terms of surrender and waiting to see what happens. Sounds good, Shepard. I told the colonel. My warhammer is being rearmored after the beating we gave the second soul, and so I'll be managing things from here if you want to move closer to the front. I think I can manage things just fine from here. He shrugged. Even if my Cyclops does have the B2000 computer. You made sure that the messenger was armed, right? I asked. Because they might take it as an insult if they're not. Yes, Mom. Shepard replied. They're in a von Luckner, one of the first off of the line. And we've got Manticores as long-range backups and escorts. All right, I shrugged. I guess we just have to sit and wait for a response. That's what I'm doing now. He said, and leaned back in his chair. So, I do hope you realize that now that we've got the factory lines up and running that we need some aerospace fighter factories as well. I've got Gabriella, the one that we hired for the acquisitions department of Sharpshooter, looking into licenses and trying to buy out some older lines that need to be repaired. I replied. I'm looking at the mothballed Centurion lines. I think there might be something we can do with them, but it's up to acquisitions for now. April 7th, 3013. We cannot accept the terms of surrender. The TSA told us over the open channel. We must fight as honor demands. Damn idiots. Shepard slammed his hand against the HQ's wall. I didn't want to have to slaughter them. None of us wanted to. I said in response. Is the RD in position? I asked him. Yes, we've had them sighted in for the past week. He replied and then turned to the comms specialist. Issue command Gulf Sierra Romeo. Copy, sir, issuing Gulf Sierra Romeo. She said, may God have mercy on their souls. When the command had gone through the chain, all of the artillery batteries began to fire in a practiced pattern. Beginning what we had termed as grid square removal. The destruction of everything in a set square of the grid, and to not cease the bombardment until we had a surrender or no more enemies left in the square. April 10th, 3013. We seized their colors, right? Ian asked when Shepard and I walked into the room set aside for debriefing. Any sort of light regiment being utterly destroyed is something to be celebrated. Yes, sir, their colors were on their dropships, and when we seized all but the one Union that lifted off they still had their colors aboard. Shepard replied. And the new mithril battle armor proved its worth by being able to destroy 2 lances of mechs with MPPCs after digging in. That's good to hear. Ian said with a grin. Despite Mallory's world being invaded and some of the foodstuffs destroyed, I believe we came out ahead. He paused and thought for a second. The 4th will need some time on R&R before being deployed again, but defeating 2 regiments of battle mechs and supporting elements is something that we can claim as a success. Yes sir, Shepard responded. We didn't get here in time to do more than pin down the remnants, but we did manage to finish them off on arrival. Colonel Shepard, you don't give yourself or your people enough credit, the dropships being seized is what allowed us to call this a major victory. Ian shrugged. While I would have been just as happy with a retreat versus a slaughter, I am happy that we have bled the Drax on this one. Something to add to our playbook as it were. I brought up a suggestion. Seeing as the sort of light regiments will almost always prefer to be aggressive instead of retreat, we should try and goad them into chases, make them angry and then destroy them with better arms and strategy. They may all be extremely good mech pilots, but they have the fatal flaw of believing that the battle mech is superior over everything else in combat. I shook my head at that thought. We're going to have to work on working mithril to our advantage before the Combine awakens to the fact that infantry can now stall and remove battle mechs and heavy armor from a fight in a battle. That's something for Hansa, Yvonne, and the DMI people to work on for us. Ian waved his hand. They'll figure out some way to make it work, and probably far better than anything I would have thought up. With that, we dove into the guts and boring parts of debriefing, the discussions what we did in the Battle of Mallory's World, and why we made those decisions. Kent Ares 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns May 1st, 3013. Mark, I look and feel like an atlas right now. Natasha complained to me. This is strange and new and I am not sure I like it. Well Nat, if you feel that way, we only have to have one. I said. But, I would like you to wait to make that decision until this one is born. We were sitting on the couch in the evening just spending time together. Natasha was now around 6 months pregnant, and wasn't handling it very well. Just so you know, I'm going to kick your ass after I give birth. She told me. Now rub my feet, my ankles are killing me. Chapter 62, Full Disclosure. Kent Ares 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns May 9th, 3013. Natasha. I sat down on the couch next to her. There's something I need to show you. I told her, struggling to keep my composure. Leading her to my library/study, I moved to a safe that was hidden underneath my desk and entered a 6-digit code. Withdrawing the items I kept in there, I sat down on the sofa in said study and thought for a second. So, if we're going to truly be partners in every sense of the word, then there's some things that you need to know. She just looked at me strangely, like I was speaking a different language. Natasha, these are my most important possessions in the galaxy aside from you and our child. I started, and handed her my wallet with my IDs dating back to 2015. She just flipped through everything silently, without any major facial expressions and simply waited for me to finish saying what I had to say. After handing her my IDs, I handed her my iPhone and Apple Watch and showed her how to open and navigate through them. I showed her the date that was saved, and everything that I had saved on my phone. Then, I waited for her to speak. Why are you showing me all of this? She finally asked after several tense minutes of silence. What even is all of this? I somehow traveled from the year 2022 to the year 3000. I went from being a regular old security guard to someone who had to learn engineering, math, and science on a whole different level than I had ever even attempted before. I paused for breath. I ended up stranded, in a world that was entirely different from my own. You see, tech like what I just showed you is the norm for people in my world. Battle mechs were a thing of science fiction and all of the neo-feudalism is something that was never considered where I'm from. I expanded on the explanation and even gave a detailed description of what my life had been like. I just breathed for a bit and then continued. All of the things I told you when I was in the hospital bed are true. I said, I was just surviving at first, and now I feel like I'm beginning to thrive. I looked Natasha in the eyes. I know it is a lot to take in, Natasha, but I'm telling you all of this in the hope that you trust me, and what you do with all of this information is up to you. I'll let you think it over. I said. But whatever you decide, whether it is to leave the marksman, to leave me where I stand, whatever it is I will honor it. And I walked out of the study, leaving her with everything that I had left of the past. After I had left the study, I leaned my back against the door and sank to my knees. I had already crossed that threshold that men have to hold back tears, and so I let them flow. Burying my head in my hands, hoping that at the end of all of this I would still have someone to hold and walk beside me in this uncertain universe I had found myself in. After I had released the decade of pent-up emotions, I stood up, dusted myself off, and sat against the wall across from the study door. And then I went to sleep. Natasha just sat, she had no frame of reference to comprehend what she had just been told and shown. She thought she had already known all of the mysteries that Mark Hull had, but it turns out he had one more secret, one that beat all of the others. Everyone who made it to lieutenant in the marksman had been told that Mark Hull was a time traveler, it was common knowledge even. But to know that he not only was a time traveler, but from a universe entirely unknown to her was hard to wrap her mind around. Natasha had no idea how to even process her current emotions. She was a true-born clan wolf mech warrior after all and hadn't known what being free was truly like until she had joined up with the marksman, and the one she usually relied on to help her understand and process emotions was the one who had just dropped this emotional bomb on her. After a while of sitting there and thinking, she realized that she heard something. Standing up, and quietly walking over to the door, she realized that she heard crying. Mark was sitting against the door weeping steadily. Easing herself down against the other side of the door, she rested her head against it and just listened. Natasha still sat against the door long after the crying had ceased. Still trying to get a handle on both the unfamiliar emotions, and the pregnancy hormones raging through her system at the moment. Finally, after what seemed like hours had gone by, she made her decision. Standing up, she opened the door and peered out to find that Mark was asleep against the wall. Leaving the door open, she went back over to the sofa and grabbed the strange communications device that he had shown her and navigated to the pictures of his previous family. He looked so different then, younger, and while he still had the same beard, there wasn't any of the wisdom that twinkled in his eye now or the hardness that showed sometimes when he had to get serious and deal with something that he didn't enjoy. He definitely looked soft, like someone who had only ever read about combat instead of experiencing it. And it was this that had finally helped her make up her mind. While Mark Hull had once been this other man that she could clearly see on the screen, he was now someone different. Someone who had helped her become who she was today and the man that she had fallen in love with and had agreed to marry. It doesn't really matter that he came from somewhere different, she said to herself. It's who he is now and who he will be in the future that matters. With her mind made up, she went to wake up her idiot of a man. Chapter 63, The Wings of Progress. Kent Aries 4, June 7, 3013. Watson. I greeted the man. How are the factory relocations going? Well, sir, he replied, taking strength from the cup of coffee I had Mary bring him. The Highlander, Crockett, and Crab factories are relocated to their respective planets, and they've begun manufacturing. He paused. The champion lines are still giving us a bit of trouble, but we aren't responsible for the exterminator lines, and that's a big help. Thank you for all of the hard work you and your team have been doing. I told him. I'm authorizing a massive bonus regardless of whether the champion factory is finished on time or not. I took a sip of coffee and smiled at him. And make sure y'all get some leave, we're moving into aerospace next. Yes, sir. Watson stood up and shook my hand. The wife will be grateful for the extra funds, that's for sure. Watson left my office and the person scheduled to meet me next walked into my office. Sir, I've got a list of companies that acquisitions would like to start buying some stock of or trying to license some designs out of to begin production locally. Gabriella just dropped a file onto my desk and started talking. While we have expanded and are continuing to do so, we caution against trying to acquire more assets in the Federated Suns until we've finished getting everything set up here. And expanding into the Lyran Commonwealth. I asked. What are the ideas on that? We believe that an expansion into the Commonwealth should be underneath a separate corporate entity. She started. Look into hiring some good executive officers over in Lyran space, give them some cash flow to work with and tell them your goals, they'll be able to work through and with the Commonwealth regs better than we can. So, consolidate what we have here, and devote some excess funding into establishing a Lyran branch of Sharpshooter. I summarized. Thank you for your time, Gabriella, have a good rest of your day. She got up from her chair and left. Mary. I called my secretary. Was that everyone scheduled for before lunch? Yes, sir. She responded. Your next meeting isn't until 2 in the afternoon local time. Thanks, Mary, take a good lunch break and I'll see you back around 2, all right? Of course. She packed up and went to go get lunch. June 15, 3013. So, now that I know everything, what is your plan? Natasha asked me while we were enjoying the evening. You told me about the future that will likely never happen now, but what is your overall plan? She took a bite of the pizza I had made for dinner. I'm trying to swing things into a direction that should be for the better. I told her. By getting manufacturing and research and development back up and running, I'm not only getting the inner sphere ready for when the clans potentially invade, but also for if the jihad ever happens. I took a bite of my own, chewed it and swallowed before continuing. Also, I like being able to help people, and by having Sharpshooter Industries setting up centers of learning and advanced hospitals all over, we're not only helping the big guys like Hansa, Ian, or Katrina, but we're able to assist in the development of some of the backwaters into potential powerhouses of their own. Okay, she said. What is your plan for the 3 warships that you told me you have access to? I'm going to be bringing the Manassas over here to Kent Aries at some point. I told her. I've got enough favors built up with both the Fed sons and the people that rule it that we can swing having at the very least the Manassas covering the manufacturing centers here. I took a sip of water. The Potemkin in Texas. I'm going to be sending one of our Snowdens over to get the raw materials needed put into repairing them. I shrugged. I'm leaning towards gifting the Potemkin and the rest of the unions attached to the Federated Sons until they can get warship manufacture back up and running, and one of the things that I wrote Katrina in that sealed letter I handed her was a mothballed yard closer to her borders that she could snag to get her own production up and running. And the Taurians. She leaned forward, interested in hearing out and offering some advice if she thought it was a bad idea. What is the plan for uplifting them to the level of the rest of the sphere? Well, Peterson is fairly certain that Menk is going to be captured relatively intact, and I know they've been boosting manufacturing to entirely new levels. With the TCS Vandenberg making a reappearance, I suspect they've some sort of warship repairing or manufacture facilities hidden away. And if they don't have them, I'm sure that they'll be pushing to build some. Plan for when the clans invade? She asked, curious to see how I would handle it if the clans invaded. Depends on when they invade. I told her. If they were to invade in the next couple of years or so, I would have no choice but to take advantage of the Batchall system in order to hold them off until we could get things set up with the Suns and Taurians manning front lines while the Steiners focus on getting their manufacturing capacity to peak efficiency in order to get logistics chains up and running. I took a drink. If we managed to hold them off for long enough, I would take the Manassas and the Texas class and move to stop the advance in space, taking advantage of the Sting refits and turning them into escorts for the two warships. And if the invasion is in 20 to 30 years? She asked. By that point, we should have enough years of the Concordat, Commonwealth, and Sons being at the very least nominal allies that they should be able to join forces and probably push back the clans in sheer numbers alone. Not to mention the fact that there will be independent research done by then that could make massive differences. I'm not seeing anything wrong with any of the plans yet. Nat told me after finishing her pizza. But I will take some time to go over them. She shrugged. It is strange, I was never a long-term thinker before Shepard and your drill instructors hammered it into my head. Long-term and short-term. I told her. If you focus too much on one, then the other sneaks up behind you with a shovel and clobbers you. That is a unique way of putting that. She laughed a bit. Come up with that one on your own. She teased. Why yes, I did in fact come up with that analogy. I responded, fake puffing myself up. I spent all of 15 seconds coming up with it. I kept playing it up for the laughs for a bit and then finished my dinner. What do you want to do next? I asked her. It's Tuesday, and I already told them I'm taking the day off tomorrow. Well, I did some time in The Sims with you. She responded with a smirk. I still need to get you back for crushing the skull of my Atlas with an urban mech that time. Look Nat, I raised my hand with my palms open and slowly backed away. You gave me enough time to set up on top of that skyscraper, you and everyone else should know by now that giving me prep time is akin to handing the fight over for me to win. I just suppose we will have to find out. She had a mischievous grin on her face and a twinkle in her eye. So come face me Mark. She stood up and walked to the front door. If you dare. Oh, you are so on. I said as I hurried out the door behind her. Loser has to make dinner next week. Chapter 64, Snippets. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Sons June 20th, 3013. Why did you have me go to the living room? Natasha asked me. Because it has only now come to my attention that no one that I know has seen the best movie ever, of all time. I said excitedly. I'm surprised it even survived until this day and age. What movie is this? Natasha asked me as I ran around the kitchen getting movie snacks together. The Princess Bride. I exclaimed. It's the only movie ever made that appeals to pretty much everyone. I started making some popcorn on the stove. Why does this movie appeal to so many? She raised an eyebrow. Because it has true love, revenge, duels, wit, there's just so much packed into the movie that you can't unravel it all at once. I made sure butter and salt were set aside in the proper amounts for the popcorn. Go wait in the living room, I'll bring all of the snacks out in a minute. An hour and 40 minutes later. Well, I bounced a little excitedly. What did you think? That was an... Natasha paused, thinking about the right words to say. Entertaining piece of fiction. I particularly enjoyed the sections where Wesley faced all of the enemies and beat them at their own challenges. She smirked at the end there, knowing she was pushing some of my buttons. Well, at least you liked it. I said, with a smile on my face. That's all I can ask for now. August 10th, 3013. Okay Natasha, the doctor told her. Your body knows how to do this, and we are just here to help everything go smoothly. He had me standing by the bedside. We're going to just give minor updates and encourage the process along. After 3 hours of labor, and many fractured bones in my hand, we had a newborn on our hands. Here Nat, I handed our newborn to her. Here's our son. She took him into her arms with a look of awe and wonder on her face. Amazed at the small human being in her arms. He needs a name. She said with no small sense of urgency in her voice. Mark, he needs to have a name right now. How does David Alexander sound? I asked. David Alexander, she hummed to herself while staring at the baby boy in front of her. I very much like that. Kent Aries 4, November 10, 3013. So, you and Natasha are finally tying the knot, hey? I was surrounded by a group of my closest friends. Yeah, I guess we finally are. I said with a smile on my face. You're gonna be the next one, Jack. I told my longtime XO. I mean, you and Lam have been together for how long now? Long enough. Jack Shepherd grunted. Well, Ian and Hansa are supposed to be here sometime this week. I changed the subject for Jack. And I'm pretty sure that Arthur and Melissa are going to be coming sometime the week after that. No Archon this time? Jack asked. She wants to be here, but she's at a critical point in the restructuring of the LCAF. I responded. She tried to poach Peterson from the Concordat, but they were already halfway to Menk by the time that she broached the contract. Peterson would have taken the Concordat contract anyway. Jack replied. He is dead set on removing the Capellan Confederation from existence as a nation-state. He'll probably get his wish in less than a decade. I told the group around me. Dunham here has been hearing some likely rumors that the Andurians are going to be carving some chunks out of the Capcom, and that Pavel Rijic might break off into his own state. And with Candace being the only remaining Liao heir. Jack finished. Max only has a few options if he wants to keep any sort of power for his family. Kent Aries 4, November 21, 3013. Uncle Mark. Melissa moved as fast as her little legs could carry me. Where is Tant Tasha? She asked as I picked her up. She's with little David at our house right now. I told the 3-year-old. Do you want to meet David? Arthur just casually strolled up and shook my hand. I always enjoy seeing her like this. He told me. She's always asking after you and Nat, you know. I know, Arthur. I try to respond to her letters as soon as I get them. I said with a sad shake of my head. It's hard enough managing a planet like I'm doing, I can't imagine what Katrina must go through on a daily basis. Well, it helps that she did get some training for the job from Alessandro before we deposed him. He offered. I don't think you had anyone to teach you about the ins and outs of the nobility and politics. No, Ian and Hansa did give me some pretty good advisors though. I shrugged, casually throwing Mel over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes to her laughter. Hey Arthur, side question. Have you seen Melissa anywhere? I asked with the 3-year-old slung over my shoulder. She's about this tall. I held my hand down by my thighs. And has blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm right here, Uncle Mark. She laughed from behind my shoulder. Behind you? Behind me? I asked and spun around. I don't see you, Melissa, are you sure you're behind me? After a couple of minutes of playing, I set the 3-year-old down and we made our way to my, small, mansion where the guests would be staying. He's so small. Melissa whispered to Natasha as she held the currently asleep 2-month-old. You were that small once upon a time too. I said from the doorway I was leaning on. We all start out that little, and then as we get older, we start to get bigger. I made my way over to the bed and knelt down to eye level with both my lover and the 3-year-old. It's the job of mommies, daddies, and uncles and aunties to make sure you learn and one day grow up to be as big as we are. I ruffled her blonde head full of hair. Now, David and Tant Tasha need their rest, okay? Okay. She responded, handing the small baby to Nat and leaving the room. I'll go play with Andrew for a little bit. Sorry for that. I sat down next to Natasha. I can take him for a bit if you need to get some rest. I offered. I feel like that is all that I do, she said. Rest, I am not even on bed rest anymore and yet I still feel so tired. I'll take care of David for a little bit. I picked up our 2-month-old. You go to sleep and I'll get some food set up for you when you wake up. November 28, 3013. You may kiss the bride. I leaned over and gave Natasha a kiss on the lips, intending it to be chaste, but she grabbed the back of my head and pulled me in for a far deeper and breathtaking kiss. Hoo! The crowd cheered and clapped, for a while before stopping. After the ceremony was over, we dispersed to go to a small reception where some of our closest friends and family would gather. I am glad that you found someone. Joshua Wolf said to Natasha as he looked at the small child held in her hands. And I think I am closer to understanding what you were trying to tell me before. Good. Natasha smiled. Would you like to hold him? Joshua Wolf just got this look of fear and worry in his eyes and he backed away slowly. No thank you, I will go enjoy something from the dessert table now. The Wolf brothers. I snarked in Nat's ear. Unafraid of death, terrified of tiny humans. Only Joshua is that way, I believe. She laughed. Jamie has children, remember? I suppose you're right. I shrugged while chuckling. Now, I think we should finish making our rounds. We started talking to all of the people at the reception. Laughing with Hansa and Dana, who was now pregnant, and picking on Ian for still being single before moving on. Melissa, you look so cute in your little flower girl dress. I told her. Thank you for doing such a good job. I knelt down and gave her a big hug. Kent Aries 4, November 31st, 3013. Go back to sleep Nat. I told my wife. I'll get David back to sleep. I got up and walked over to his crib, picking him up and sitting down in the rocking chair next to it. SHHH, SHHHH. I rubbed his back softly while checking his diaper to make sure it didn't need to be changed. It's okay, little man. It's okay. After around 30 minutes, he had gone back to sleep, and so I put him back down in his crib and crawled back into bed. Chapter 65, Triumphant Return. Unknown location, May 5th, 3014. So this is where you parked it? Natasha asked me as we took the messenger over to the hidden repair and supply depot. This is where the Manassas and the Age of Discovery are located, yes. I answered. The Snowden I had Rook bring over here has been feeding resources to the repair part of the facility in order to get the Age of Discovery repaired again. It'll take us about a day or so to get to the facility proper. I told Natasha. Meet you on the mat. Natasha asked me. Yeah, I'll bring David in his chair so he can watch. I replied and grabbed our son. He might as well get used to watching us spar early. They really did automate a lot of this ship. Natasha observed the internals of the Manassas. I would say it seems like an SDS drone, but I have not seen one of them before. Well, I've seen a disassembled drone, there's actually one in one of the cargo bays on this station. I told her. I think they took some inspiration from the Caspers, but didn't want it to be left to the AI on its own. I mean, it still takes at the very least a bridge crew to make this thing run properly. And yet you did it on your own? She questioned. That seems like an unlikely tale. I actually forced a lot of systems to reroute their programs to the navigation console. I told her. After I got here, I did end up putting everything back where it is supposed to be. I take it you took careful notes? Natasha asked while the bridge crew we had gotten together began to familiarize themselves with the Manassas controls. Yes, I did. I said in response. I didn't want to screw up something and get myself killed. Sir, we're ready to take her out. Commodore Fry told me. Awaiting your command. Open the bay doors, Commodore. I told her. We're taking this old girl home. May 15th, 3014. Looking over the reports Bruce handed you. Natasha asked me as she walked into my office, little David babbling at us. Yeah, looks like the Age of Discovery will need another 5 months before she's completely fixed. I responded. Jewel and Bruce think that they might be able to accelerate it up to 3 if they assist the automated repairs with some of their own, but they caution against it because while they're good with jump ship and drop ship repair, they only know how to monitor the warships for now. And the bridge crew for the Manassas? Nat asked me. No one knows how to pilot a warship currently. I know that, but we were able to program some simulators and get it set up so that they could at least get close to the experience. I replied. It's not perfect, but Fry picked some good trustworthy people to train up, and I know that they'll do just fine. Kent Aries 4, Federated Sons May 14th, 3014. So, you're stepping down when Hull gets back? Packer asked Shepard. Yeah, I got authorization from Hull, and First Prince Davian to start our own military academy. Shepard replied. And with Peterson taking over for the mercenary side of things. There needs to be someone taking over the Kent Aries Guard. Packer finished. I'll accept the position, but I just have one question. What? Shepard replied. Why training? Packer asked. I mean, most of us don't like that part of the job. I actually really enjoy the teaching aspect. Shepard said with a small smile. It makes me happy to see visible improvement over both the short term and the long. Alright then, I take it you'll be starting to get me used to the Kent Aries Guard paperwork and such for the transition. Packer asked. Yep, starting next week we'll be working on beginning the transition process and making things fluid in the transfer of command. Shepard said. They're going to be breaking ground on the new facility in the next month and the rough estimate is a year to get everything set up for the academy. What are we going to call it? Packer asked, curious to see what Shepard and Hull had come up with. Marksman School of Hard Knocks. Shepard said with a serious look on his face. You're kidding, right? Packer asked. Nope. Shepard grinned. It's so ridiculous that no one will take us seriously. Until we stomp them flat into the ground, that is. I've played poker with you too many times for that to work on me, Shepard. Packer replied with a similar grin. Something simpler, I take it. We're sticking with Marksman Military Academy, Shepard shrugged. It's simple, and not something that sounds pretentious. We're keeping the School of Hard Knocks bit as our catchphrase though. That I can roll with. Parker grinned. On another note, any news from Peterson? Menk was taken by the Concordat last month. Shepard replied. We're sending some sharpshooter people over to help get the industries at Menk and Victoria up and running at peak efficiency again. Calderon still chomping at the bit to take more Capellan worlds? Packer asked. Not as far as we can tell. Shepard said in response. Seems like they're doing what we and the Fedsons are doing. Consolidating and rebuilding for one final push. I have heard that the Andurians are carving out a few chunks of the Capcan themselves though. I'm less worried about the Capellans and more focused on the Combine currently. Packer said. I'm worried that by assisting in taking out the Second Soul that there will be some sort of reprisal aimed at us. Nothing has shown up lately via our intel people. Shepard shrugged. But we're keeping watch anyway. We have a lot of aerospace assets and Stings as our first line of defense. And then what Hull is bringing will be there in case of an emergency. Point. Packer said. Very good point. The Triad, their CAD, Lyran Commonwealth June 30th, 3014. So, I take it Loki has a final report on the shopping list Hull sent us 3 years ago. Katrina asked Simon Johnson. Yes ma'am, our techs and engineers have estimated another year or so until the dry dock is relocated to a favorable system. He glanced down at his sheet of paper. And we managed to find a decent amount of Lestec data in the facility, along with an HPG facility and a battalion of mechs. The dropship repair facility is already in the process of being relocated. And the rest of the list? Katrina raised her eyebrow. The underwater factory complex was located and while in need of some repairs, some of the Defiance people who we brought with us estimate that within 2 years it will be back up to full production. And the investigation into the Odessa system? She asked. We managed to embed a few very good agents in with the local Comster facility. Simon responded with a slight grin. I believe that we will be able to locate and begin to bring them into the Commonwealth given time. And the last 2 items? Katrina asked. We managed to point Sharpshooter Industries in the right direction insofar as buying out the Henderson jump ship facility. They rehired all of the old crew back, and started making repairs as soon as they got the people in. And we still have not located the Colossus mentioned, but we're confident in finding it soon. Thanks for the briefing, Simon. Katrina dismissed him as Melissa ran in to give her a hug. Mel. She picked up her daughter. How was Uncle Mark and Aunt Natasha's wedding? It was so much fun. Melissa squealed. Little David is very cute. Melissa and Katrina talked about the wedding and some of the fun things that happened for a bit. Mom. Melissa asked after a minute of being silent. When am I getting another little brother or sister? You want more of them? Katrina asked, faking sarcasm. I thought Elena was enough siblings for you. No. Melissa squirmed as Katrina began to tickle her. I want more of them, I need a little brother. She kept giggling as she said that. Well, Katrina looked up at her husband and gave him the look. I'll just have to see about talking your father into it now, won't I? Torian Concordat, July 4th, 3014. Are you sure about retiring, Mom? Thomas asked his mother. I'm sure. Zarantha replied. I'm taking a vacation to Canopus for a little bit and then I'm going exploring. With your father having passed away and most of my grandchildren grown, I want to go see what the rest of the galaxy is like. Okay, Mom. Thomas hugged his mother. I'll make sure we stick to the plan you and I worked out. You do that, son. She replied. I'll make the announcement tonight, and leave sometime next week. Thomas and Zarantha just held on to the hug for a little bit longer. And when Edward and the rest of Thomas's family showed up they joined in. Draconis Combine Interlude 3014. Luthien, sometime in January. Coordinator, we have no way of recovering the colors of the second Sword of Light. One of Takeshi Kurita's aides told his liege lord. I know this. Takeshi responded. I do not wish to reform them at this time. He paused in thought. I need some time alone to consider what our response to this will be. Takeshi considered a map of the Davian/Kuritan border in front of himself, humming in thought. Bring me Taisho Pomerkanti and Warlord Diran. Takeshi eventually called a servant in to bring him the 2 of them as soon as was reasonable. February. Taisho, I need you to bring the 5th Sword of Light, and coordinate with Taisho Kingsley and bring the Davian dogs on Northwind to heal. Takeshi told the 2 military commanders before him. We have intelligence that the Northwind Highlanders are back on their home world. Takeshi drew in a breath. Show them the might of the dragon and wipe them from the planet. What support will we have? Kingsley asked. There will not only be the Highlanders there, and Coordinator, while the 5th Sword of Light and the 18th Diran regulars are elite units, we will still be outnumbered. Worry not. Takeshi told him. I will send supporting elements with you in order to deprive the Davians of yet another elite group. Diran, late March. We must decide how we are to conduct this campaign. Kingsley told the other 2 Taisho with him. We will face 3 regiments of the Highlanders for certain, and it is not certain what other forces will be present on the world. We shall crush them through our prowess. Taisho Kanti replied. None can stand against the Sword of Light. The Davians will not care about who faces them in combat, and neither will the Highlanders. Taisho Eastmoreland replied. We must prepare as well as we can, for this offensive must succeed. She sighed. With the 2nd Sword of Light destroyed on Mallory's world, along with the supporting elements, we are going to be stretched thin. This will be our only chance at both vengeance and to hold off any potential Davian invaders. Agreed. Kingsley said. So we must find a way to dictate this battle with as few losses as possible. Kingsley sighed. The coordinator has issued a command of force preservation over destruction. If we are in danger of being overrun, we must withdraw rather than face what happened to the 2nd Sword of Light. Northwind, late May. Colonel Sen. A junior officer ran up to him hurriedly. We just had an invasion force appear at the jump ointment. Colonel Sen just sat there for a moment processing and then calmly asked for the junior officer to assemble the rest of the regimental commanders of the Northwind Highlanders. We have what looks like a minimum of 10 regiments inbound. Colonel Sen briefed the assembled officers. The dropships have combine markings, and this is clearly not a mere raiding force. They must know that we are the only forces on Northwind until the Davians can bring about reinforcements. One of the other officers brought up. We believe this is retaliation for the destruction of the 2nd Soul and the supporting elements they brought with them last year. Sen continued. We have asked for assistance from the Davians, but it will take at least a month or 2 before they can bring anything to assist. Colonel Sen sighed. We are going to be on our own aside from the local militia for a while. Wolf's Dragoons Interlude 3014. How was the wedding? Jamie Wolf asked his brother. It is strange to think about Kerensky ever settling down. It was short. Joshua replied. While I did not understand why she stayed with the marksman at first, I think I am beginning to grasp it. Indeed. Jamie replied, stroking his beard. I find myself feeling more at home in the inner sphere than I did back in the clans. Been spending too much time with Snord? Joshua asked. Do not let him get into your head like that. He is. Jamie paused. Useful, he offers a good perspective of how the enemy might think. Jamie sighed. I am promoting him to captain, and giving him the command of our misfits. Are you sure that is a good idea? Joshua asked his brother. Our bunch of criminals and misfits are not for the faint of heart. He is the only one who I believe can handle them and potentially transform them into a proper fighting force. Jamie responded. Now, we need to discuss the reveal of the elemental in a few months. We need to put them into action sooner rather than later. Joshua told his brother. At the rate that the marksmen are developing new armor types under the umbrella of Mithril, I fear they may soon be obsolete. Why is that? Jamie asked curiously. I would have thought that the elemental would remain superior for some time. It is, in certain areas. Joshua offered. The elementals are going to perform better against enemy mechs and armor, whereas the mithril is more easily produced en masse and can be scaled up and down for whatever task you need. Joshua sighed. It's a much more versatile powered armor than the elemental, and anyone with a minimum amount of training can use it. That does not bode well. Jamie responded to his brother's spiel. We will have to see about adapting the elemental in some way. Or, Joshua offered. Purchase some mithril if the marksman will sell it to us, and see if there are any improvements we can gain for either the elemental or the mithril suits. Joshua thought out loud. There are advantages to both powered armors. If we wish to maintain an edge, we should try and see what can be gained from having both in the field at the same time. That is a good point. Jamie told his brother. And you said that it can be scaled down? What did you mean by that? I saw some of their combat vehicle crews wearing a smaller version of it, and the man that Blake sent with me was able to obtain some of their data. Joshua said. They managed to improve survival rates by nearly 75% by implementing them across all of their forces. We're going to need to return for reinforcements. Jamie told his brother. Hesperus 2 was disastrous for us. I know. Joshua replied. Most of Alpha and Beta regiments are gone, along with half of Zeta. We will have to collect better intelligence and maps for the next raid that we conduct. Jamie said. There would have been far fewer losses if we had known that most of the planet was a jungle and that many teams had gone missing exploring it in the past. Shall we collect Kerensky and bring her with us this time? Joshua asked. Conward will be asking after her location and I am not certain he will be satisfied with a response this time. I am sure that we can convince her that it will be necessary. Jamie said. We are not enemies after all, and it could even help her remain where she is, provided she has a good justification for it. Who should we send? Joshua asked. While I would go to convince her, I feel that you should go and persuade her to return temporarily with us. Joshua sighed. It is you who has a family and will be better able to understand her after all. And, you should be able to get Mackenzie treated at Kent Aries. They do have the medical facilities and personnel. Jamie thought out loud. It is decided then. You're leaving? The Dragoon's Merrick liaison asked. You're still under contract though. We're going to replenish our forces. Jamie told him flat out. We will be leaving Cranston Snord and his irregulars here to support whatever you need. I'll let the Captain General know. The liaison said. But he doesn't particularly like that group of troublemakers. It does not matter whether he likes them or not, Joshua Wolf responded. They are the only full-strength unit we have available currently. Chapter 66, Departure. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns December 10, 3014. Colonel Wolf, I greeted the man as he walked into my office. What can I do for you? I am in need of your services. He said as he sat down. I need to speak to Kerensky, and I would like to bargain for the use of some of your medical experts and facilities for my son Mackenzie. All right then. I replied. Natasha is probably going to walk in on the meeting in a few minutes anyway, and if you need to speak to her you can find her yourself. I shrugged. Heaven knows I'm not controlling that woman. And as for the medical facilities? The man asked. What would it cost? Honestly. I said, whatever it is that the specialists on the Argo want to charge you. I gave a small shake of my head. I'm not going to hold your son hostage or anything like that, I don't really have any need to do that. You are certain? Wolf asked curiously. You could extract a favor or anything else within reason and you will not. Nope. I replied, popping the P sound. If I ever happen to need the Wolf's Dragoon services, I will purchase them myself. I shrugged. I've got my marksman for mercenary needs anyway. When I finished that sentence, Natasha came in the door with a wailing David. He will not stop crying. She said, handing him to me. Work whatever wizardry you normally use. Then she noticed Jamie Wolf sitting across the desk from me. Colonel Wolf. Natasha greeted him. I was not expecting a visit from the Dragoons anytime soon. We have need of resupply. Jamie Wolf replied. And I think you need to be there this time. He carefully didn't mention the clans. It could be important to your remaining in the inner sphere without issue. Give me a day to think about it. She told Wolf. I assume you will not be departing within the day. No, we will be here for a week. Wolf replied. I am attempting to see if there is any way we can negotiate purchase of some of these mithril-powered armor suits while I am here. While I am not currently open to selling to mercenaries that I may fight one day. I shrugged. Maybe there are some things we can negotiate over. I offered. While I personally don't like the Marauder 2 that you and Blackwell have developed together. My techs wanted to take a look at it and see what they might be able to do with the chassis. We shall have to see what we agree to in negotiations. Wolf agreed. Later that day. I think you need to go, Natasha. I told my wife. Given what you've told me about Conward, and what I know from my past, this could be absolutely critical. I pulled her in for a hug. You going with Wolf this time could mean the difference between the clans invading in the next couple of years, and the clans invading after our preparations. I confided. That being said, I'm not going to force you to go, and if you do go I will just ask you to be cautious. Let me sleep on it. Nat replied. I will need some time to come to a decision on the matter. December 13th, 3014. Say goodbye to Mama. I told David. She's going to be on a long trip. Bye Mama, David said his first stumbling words. Natasha pointedly didn't cry, but she did hold David and just looked at him for a while before handing him to me and giving me a searing kiss and boarding one of the dropships that Wolf had brought with him. I on the other hand was one step away from full-fledged tears. Only the fact that Wolf was still standing there prevented me from crying. I wasn't one to show weakness in front of a potential enemy unless it gave me an advantage after all. December 14th, 3014. Time to catch up on the news. I said to myself. We still didn't have an HPG on planet officially, and so I had to get news via jump ships as they came by for trading. What the fuck? I said as I browsed through the equivalent of the Federated Sun's big newspaper. I rubbed my eyes and then asked Mary if this was indeed the latest edition. And bring me a beer please. I think I might need it for this. Of all the things to butterfly, I never expected this. I said as I took a sip from my beer with my door closed and the white noise generators on. I don't even know whether to be scared, or excited at the changes that have happened. I finished off my beer. And continued reading the documentation of what was being called Romano's story. Of all of the people to have a bout of sanity. I chuckled to myself as I read different parts of her story. I'll have to send her company some mithril. If she can do that with regular infantry, I can't wait to see what she comes up with when she has mobility and more options. January 1st, 3015. Shepard, how goes the academy construction? I asked the man as he sat in front of me. I liked your recommendations for new senior staff, and will be approving most of them. Construction is moving at a decent rate. Shepard said, our people having experience with the base has helped speed some areas of it up. He shrugged, and it was either Packer or Page, and Page is sticking with the marksman as Peterson's XO, so Packer had seniority for this. I would have thought Mathis would be up for promotion, but he requested a transfer to my physical bodyguard unit. I said with a nod at my doorway where the massive man was dressed in mithril and alert for any possible threats. He likes the bodyguard work, remember? Shepard said with a smirk. He'll probably start a family tradition of being whole family bodyguards too. I forgot that was a thing. My facepalm echoed throughout the room. He probably sees me as the last remnant of the Terran hegemony or something, doesn't he? Something like that, yes. Shepard replied. You forget his family is from town, and that they have a lineage dating back to some of the last known SLDF members. He shrugged. The ELH had to medically discharge him, and he couldn't afford the bills. So you taking him in and helping his family out. You have a loyal infantryman and bodyguard for life. Chapter 67, Urban Development. February 1st, 3015. Alright, let's look over some of these plans. I said to the architect that Hansa and Ian had recommended to me. I really need something that's not super glamorous, but rather is functional and is easily defended. I have this. He rolled out a set of plans, and grabbed a pencil. If you don't want something super ornate, I can get rid of the fanny pieces here, here, and here. He drew circles around parts of it. Unfortunately, as a noble you are not going to be able to go minimalist. I actually have an idea about that. I said, and withdrew some stuff that I had drawn up myself. Now, I'm not an architect, but I do have practical building experience and that lent itself to some of this. I pointed out the various materials, and what I was thinking. I know it's not a usual thing, but I think it would fit the aesthetic that I tend to work with. Yes, and if we added walls here and sheathed them in the same outer material, then it would end up looking both minimalist and wealthy at the same time. He grew excited. In fact, if we get the right craftsman, then people will be able to tell that you had this done very professionally. So it can be done? I asked. With some minor modifications. The man said. Give me 3 months to get in contact with some experts, and I'm going to need some of the people that you have working on the academy for some consulting work. He inhaled. But honestly, this is brilliant. You said you drew this up yourself. Yeah, I used to watch my dad do it, and it's mostly plotting. I also used to do general contracting, and measurements and materials are something I know a little bit about. I shrugged, it's nothing to brag about, but I think that you could potentially make something really great out of this. February 15th, 3015. This is an interesting mansion you've cooked up. Shepard said as he helped me break ground on the new mansion complex just outside of Davisbury, the capital city of Kent Ares 4. There was a small mountain range just outside of the city limits, and I was helping out with some of the beginning stages of construction as a little bit of a vacation. I know, I just felt inspired by a couple of things I read in a book a long time ago. I replied with a small smirk, remembering exactly which book I remembered it from. I think it will come out well. I began to use the excavator as instructed to by the foreman on site, David sitting in my lap giggling away as we began the construction of our new home. You having fun there? I asked the toddler, laughing with him as he did what all boys do when they have massive power tools at their grasp. Careful, don't pull that one too hard. I cautioned him. And together, we continued to work until he fell asleep. At which point, I got out of the excavator, and went to the prefab we were living in until we were done with the living quarters. February 20th, 3015. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I asked Packer, I didn't catch it the first time. We're setting aside a company specifically for your protection. He said, while Mathis is a good at the close bodyguard detail, and decent at platoon or smaller sized formations, you're going to need something quite a bit heavier in order to cover you. And I have a tendency to throw myself at the poor bastards that are trying to kill my people. I agreed. Making it harder to keep me alive in the middle of combat. Exactly, I'm having a mixed company of mechs and combat vehicles moved here to both protect you, and to escort you into combat. Packer said. And, I distinctly remember writing a scene where I had Mendoza taking over the company of ducal guards, but I can't find it anywhere. I take it they will be a separate command from the Kent Ares Guard. I asked him. Because if they're going to be an independent force, then we'll need a separate chain of command for them. Get the paperwork together, and I'll sign it. I told the newly promoted CO of the 1st Kent Ares Guards. I'm still working out the kinks in the militia currently. March 1st, 3015. Mary, I said. Can you come confirm these numbers for me please? Sure thing. The woman said, and she maneuvered to take a look at the numbers I was talking about. Yes sir, those are the most accurate recent numbers. That's a pretty large population boom. I said. How many of them are from local families having babies, and how many are from immigration? It's currently about a 50-50th split. She replied. Part of our population boom is youngsters looking for a place to settle down with a good chance of gainful employment. And because we are restoring the cities over time, the price of land and of living quarters is steadily decreasing. I finished for her. And with the land grant system that I put in place for those who serve in the Kent Aries Guard or the militia, people are going to surge here in order to receive their own plots of land. That is true, Mary agreed. And considering that sharpshooter manufacturing is the largest employer in the system and is constantly hiring not only people in the Kent Aries system, but is also engaged in hiring for plants and factories in other areas, you have a series of booms. Your next step will need to be deciding on a system of government. She said. I have some recommendations for you, but I will leave it up to you. I'm leaving the planetary government alone. I said. I'll handle military and diplomatic matters with Duke Sandoval, or the Davians, but I'm not touching local politics with a 100-meter pole. It's not my place to weigh in on that. I stated. They can decide how they want to be governed on their own, as long as there is good representation. March 15, 3015. Mr. Hull, Mary said with a knock on my office door. You have someone here to see you. Hey. I questioned, having been spending my lunch hour with David, trying to teach him to say some more words. Well, send whoever it is in will you? Yes sir. Mary said, he'll be right up. Duke Sandoval. I stood up to greet him but was told to sit down. What brings you here sir? I wanted to meet my new nobleman. He replied, a small smile on his grizzled face. I apologize for coming unannounced, but I find that people respond more accurately when surprised. It's perfectly fine. I said, I was actually taking my lunch break with my son here. I helped little David wave at Duke Sandoval. Well, you seem to be doing good work here on Kent Aries, Sandoval said with some approval. It's about time we started recovering from some of the monstrosities the Drax visited upon us. He paused. I'll set up a regular meeting with your secretary for some time later this week, and I'll leave you to your son. He smiled sadly. Enjoy them at this age, they only get older from here on out. I will sir. I shook his hand as he made to leave. I'll have Mary clear up some time. I told him, I think there's someone I can bump further down the list tomorrow. No. Sandoval shook his head. I know how hard it is to manage your time as a nobleman, much less a businessman and a mercenary company owner. I'll see you at whatever time your lovely secretary puts me down for. Have a good day Hull. You too sir. I said with a dip of my head as he walked out my office door. Well, that was unexpected. I muttered to myself after the door had shut. I knew he was on the planet, I just didn't know he was headed to meet with me so soon. I picked up my comms device and called Dunham. Hey, you might want to put some more people on VIP duty, or replace them, Duke Sandoval just walked into my office without so much as a by your leave. Yeah, I know it was harmless this time, but we can't get lax even with people that we trust. Mask and the ISF are really good at their jobs, and if we slip up people will die. I finished the conversation with Dunham, happy that he would be dealing with the lax intel people. Chapter 68, Meetings. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns March 17, 3015. Duke Sandoval. I shook the hand of my immediate superior insofar as nobility went. Now that we are able to have a proper meeting. I sat down and he did as well. What is it you came here to discuss? I wanted to meet the new noble who has yet to show his face in my court. Sandoval got straight to the point. You've been gallivanting all across the galaxy, and interacting with the Davians, and yet I have never even seen your face aside from some trivids. He crossed his arms. Why is that? Because I forgot that there was a court to appear at. I replied bluntly and honestly. Until a couple of years ago, I was managing the executive decisions for the nobility, Sharpshooter Inc., and both the Marksman and Kent Aries Guard. I sighed, I didn't even have a proper bureaucracy until last year. And now you see the fruits of that. I gestured to the much smaller stack of papers on my desk. I don't have nearly as much to do paperwork-wise, and I can delegate to people that I can trust to do their jobs. I had intended to drop by Robinson in a few months, but you preempted me by a good bit. Duke Sandoval just sat there for a while, taking in the perfectly valid reasons that I had to avoid the politics for the past few years. While I understand that you are a new noble, one of the very few that made such a massive jump in recent history, I do think that you should have at the very least made the attempt. He waved off any response that I was about to make. With that being said, I am grateful that you have managed to help in destroying some of the forces that face us in the Draconis March. He grinned. Now that the serious stuff is over, I want to hear about the first princes and your battle against the second soul firsthand. March 31st, 3015. SHHH. I rubbed David's back as he cried out for Natasha. It's okay, Daddy's here. I said, trying to lull him back to sleep to no avail. I know you miss Mama, I do too. I kept speaking softly and rocking him until he went back to sleep. After I had gotten David to fall back asleep, I looked at the clock. Ugh. So much for going back to sleep. I muttered under my breath. Might as well be productive. I went and did some sim training and hit the gym before getting an early start on the paperwork for the day. Morning, Mary. I greeted my secretary as she walked in for the day. Ready to get started? Hey. She just rubbed her eyes, still half asleep. Yeah, I guess I'm ready. Sorry. I apologized, handing her a cup of coffee. David woke me up and I've been going ever since. She just glared at me. I forgot that you are a morning person. Mary reached for a pen and threw it at me. Leave me in peace, you inhuman monster. Fine. I surrendered, raising my hands and moving to my office. I already got most of the paperwork done, so expect a light work day. April 19th, 3015. Alright, I'm here for training day. I clapped my hands together as I greeted and joined some of the new militia recruits. Let's get started. I was filling in as an additional instructor and to take a break. So I led the militia through some exercises that would have made the pre-dimension hopping me throw up and quit halfway through. Come on. My current drill instructor partner yelled at them. I've seen children move faster than that. The dip pointed at David, who was in a carrier on my back. See, there goes one right now. I ran faster. A few hours later. Shovel the food in your mouth, chew and swallow. I screamed at the recruits in the chow hall. My son is eating faster than you. I fed David another spoonful of mashed potatoes. Clean up your plates. I yelled, hurry up. Charlie platoon. I screamed as I left the chow hall, fall in. Recruit Maxwell, your platoon leader for the day. Aye, sir. She yelled. I can't hear you, Recruit Maxwell. I said and held up my hand to my ear. Aye, sir. She let out a bellow. That's what I like to hear. I said with a frown on my face. Get up here, Maxwell, and show them how it's done. April 20th, 3015. You better not be thinking about stealing some of my recruits. The Kent Aries militia commander, Colonel James Ernest, said to me. I appreciate you spending some time here and designating funds over to us for acquisitions, but I don't want any poaching. I just want one. I told him. I think she has great potential as a battlefield commander. Then she can put in a transfer request when she's done with her training in her 4 years. Ernest said, not budging an inch. We all get the same training anyway, Hull. He looked me in the eye. You'll just have to wait and see what becomes of her here. That's fine with me. I said. I wasn't trying to poach anyway. I shrugged. If she has the potential for battlefield command, she can apply those same skills elsewhere, and we need those types of skills everywhere on Kent Aries, not just in the military commands. Thanks for not poaching. Ernest's shoulders sagged a bit. It's hard enough to get people to join the militia as is with the massive paychecks coming in from sharpshooter and the marksman. I'll set aside more funding for competitive rates, but a militia unit isn't supposed to be full-time anyway, Ernest. I reminded him. You're going to get some people who only join for the little bit of extra money they get every month, but you're also getting a lot of weekend warriors here. I know. Ernest sighed. It's just such a different experience compared to serving in the Hussars like I used to. Well, it takes time. I reminded him, just don't expect perfection to take place overnight. I smiled. I mean, you already give them a longer boot camp than any other militia in the Suns anyway. And we give them additional specialist training as well. Ernest said. Thanks for making sure we got the mithril priority. By the way, we managed to gear everyone up already with some spares set aside in case of emergency. Not a problem, I'm sorry they're the old hand-me-downs from the marksman, but the older generation will still function pretty well, it's just not quite as comfortable and up to date as the newer suits we've been producing lately. I replied with a shrug. It's the way of the world. Ernest said. Frontline units get the fancy new gear, and the militia get the slightly outdated stuff. He shrugged. I assume you're going to move some of the new gear our way anyway though. You suspect right, I told him. I'm approving the transfer of some of the Grasshoppers, von Luckners, and Brutus fresh from the plants to you. May 5th, 3015. Gabriella, what's the data on the current lines we hold? I asked the man for some hard numbers. Well sir, the 2 Grasshopper lines are running at peak efficiency and producing 6 mechs a month combined, the Brutus is producing 8 vehicles a month, and our 2 von Luckner lines are matching it in production. The freezer factory is churning them out as fast as we can get the endo steel used in their production, and we've got 200 Mithril 11A suits rolling off of the lines every month. The Toro factory is outproducing all of the other mech factories due to simplicity, and even when we uptech it with freezers and ERP-Cs, it's still manufacturing around 15 mechs per month. Gabriella grabbed another folder. As far as the assets we have in other systems, the last reports I have are on the layover and Marcusson systems. And what are they reporting? I asked. I had a burning need to know just how much material we were producing currently. 3 Stings and 3 Mule-class dropships are rolling off of the lines at layover every month, along with 3 Vengeance a year. The R&D areas have been reactivated, and so has a Union CV line. Our people are working on an upteshed escort variant of the Sting and report that they should have something in a couple of years. She paused and reviewed her report. The Highlander factory is producing 4 mechs a month currently, and I don't have any up-to-date information on the other areas Sharpshooter is into right now. Thanks for that. I gave Gabriella a nod. Get some sleep and try and get me some of those reports if at all possible. Yes, sir. She said as she gathered her files and left, leaving me to consider everything in peace. Comster Interlude, 3015. What is the status on Operation Monarch? Primus Diabolo asked the current Prekenteram, Visser Christopher. We have infiltrated some people into what was previously Salvatore Incorporated, now owned by Sharpshooter Incorporated. Christopher reported. Their output is above average, and any sabotage we attempt is quickly fixed and noted. Our agents are waiting for an opportune time to gut the Vengeance lines. While we would attempt to remove the new Sting-class Drost from production, they would simply spool up another line in its place. It is an easily manufactured dropship, and could be manufactured even on a periphery world. There is nothing truly unique in its tooling. Understandable. Diabolo said. Now, the rest of the operation. We are 100% certain that the Davians are onto us. Christopher started. After extensive debriefings of the few higher-ups we managed to acquire from Tauzen, we realized that they had been there and stripped a number of mech lines as well as some data from the HPG station. He shrugged. At this point, we have no idea if they have shared any of this information, or if they are waiting for us to make a move before exposing us. Christopher paused for a minute, taking several gulps of his now lukewarm tea before starting up again. We have lost almost all of our agents in the TMI and MIIO. He said. We are still able to read their mail, of course, but back in 3006 the Taurians started a massive house cleaning of their intelligence apparatus. They removed, fired, or shifted most of their personnel to other areas with a new focus on the TMI being accurate and able to provide verifiable intelligence. We have not been able to get any new agents in, and neither have MASC, MIIO, or any of the other agencies. We are all in the dark as far as the Concordat is concerned. That is why we didn't know about their warship until it arrived in orbit around Taurus. Christopher got up and collected his thoughts, beginning to pace a bit. All of this began with that damned mercenary unit. He said. The marksmen and their leader, this Mark Hull person who is a supposed time traveler, has managed to destabilize a massive amount of our plans. He ranted a bit before sitting back down. I apologize, that was uncalled for. Where was I? Yes, well, we have got some people infiltrated into the lower ranks of the Marksmen and the Kent Ares Guard as well as Sharpshooter Inc., but whoever their intel people are, they are very good, and they have managed to avoid placing any of our people in high-up positions where they might have access to any data that might prove useful to us. We have managed to get some people inside of the Grasshopper and von Luckner lines that they are using to manufacture those designs, and are attempting to sabotage them. We shall have to see if they are successful or not. Our lack of an HPG on Kent Ares 4 is both a blessing and a curse as far as this kind of work goes. I see. Primus Diabolo said. How goes the effort to assist the Combine and the Capellan Confederation? The Confederation is not going to be able to be saved at this point. Prekenteram pointed out. It is in its death throes and we should just try and salvage what we can from the corpse. He said bluntly. The Merrics are in the midst of the civil war that I inflamed, and should be fighting for a period of several more years. And to be blunt, Prekenter Tauzen was an idiot of the highest measure. We would have lost much more than gained if he had managed to succeed at dropping those nukes on Kent Ares 4. He said as a side note. While it may have been useful in the short term, the damage done to the Capcan meant that there wouldn't be any interference on their end, and the Davians would have been able to focus on the Draconis Combine and at the very least make them bleed for a good long while. Our efforts to ensure that the Draconis Combine are able to resupply are proceeding fairly smoothly. We haven't been providing them with Listec, but we did leak the locations of several old factory lines and are letting them do with it as they may. Christopher said. We also have made several experts available for hire in order for them to get those factories up and running as soon as possible. And any plans to stall the Lyran Commonwealth? Diabolo folded his hands into the sleeves of his robes. I have not heard anything in that vein yet. The lick is good. Christopher started, very good, so we are not as privy to as many secrets as we might hope as far as they are concerned. We have seen some movements, but nothing aside from Katrina's reforms. And while we at first attempted to widen the gap between her and Frederick Steiner, that seems to have backfired, seeing as he is now firmly cemented with her in restoring parts of the Commonwealth military with the unveiling of the rebuilding of the 4th Royal Guards with him at the helm. We have had luck in assisting the Free Sky movement, and Duke Lestrade, though he had been radically opposed to the Archon, and doesn't care for much from power. We are currently trying to assist him in his bid for the control of Sky, and will be attempting to install him as regent or something similar in order to potentially break it away and cause more chaos between the Lyran Commonwealth and the Draconis combine. Why had we not done any of this sooner? Tiapolo asked. I assume we have had this capability for a while. Unfortunately, good agents take time to train and get in the right place at the right time for infiltration, and one wrong step or move could spell disaster, and that is a place that we have never wanted to be in previously. Christopher shrugged. If not for the discovery of the Tauzen system, I doubt we would be moving as fast as we are currently. But with the danger of discovery slightly less because the Davians already know, we are pushing a little harder and faster. Omega Division, Hilton Head Island. I fucking hate this place. The head researcher assigned to the mithril-powered armor screamed. Why can't we fucking figure this power source out? We have had it for 5 years. Sir. One of the junior scientists timidly raised their hands. What? He raged. That was a rhetorical question. He screamed, I don't want a fucking answer, I want this thing to work. The researcher just lowered her hand and slunk as low as she could to try and avoid the wrath. At a bar outside the Hilton Head complex. I'm quitting. Miranda told her friend. This was fun 5 years ago when I was recruited to study this new battery pack idea thing, but the head is a perv and a raging psycho. Where do you plan on going? Her friend asked. It's not like they'll let you leave the planet. Why not? She asked, with a shrug. It's not like I know anything classified, every single nation in the inner sphere has a mithril suit somewhere being dismantled, the problem is no one can figure out the stupid power source aside from the people who made it. Well, good luck to you then. Her friend raised her beer in a toast. May the odds be ever in your favor. Chapter 69, Nice. Robinson, Draconis March, Federated Sons, September 13, 3015. What do you think, David? I asked my son as I got dressed in a simplified marksman/Kent Ares guard uniform, properly tailored to suit the environment I was about to find myself in. Do I look good? I gave my son a thumbs up and got one in return, along with a fist bump. See, I don't need to look too good, gotta keep the women away after all. Mathis was chuckling in the background. Hey! I said, pointing at my bodyguard and friend. No comments from the peanut gallery. But, it's funny. Mathis said, still laughing. It's not the clothes that keep women away from you. He was doubled over at this point. It's that you wouldn't notice unless they dragged you to a bedroom and tied you up. I'm better about it now. I said while crossing my arms. I am married after all. Yeah, no. He said as he finally contained his laughter. You're just not on the market anymore and so don't have to notice anything. Just shut up and help me wrangle a 2-year-old. I told him, grabbing David, who was in a miniature version of my uniform. We need to get going. Later that day. Mathis, I told my bodyguard through the small mic attached to my collar. I need an exfil plan, if another woman comes and tries to pick up my son I will shoot somebody. Sorry sir, but you haven't been able to meet the Sandivals yet. Mathis told me. If you manage to get in and have a small discussion with him and some other important nobles, we will be able to exfil. Grabbing David and slinging him onto my hip, I politely slipped through the crowd. After gently making my way through, I managed to find the area I needed to be in. Duke Sandoval. I shook his hand. A pleasure to meet you again. Duke Hull. He responded. A pleasure to finally have your presence grace the court here on Robinson. Have you met my children? I am afraid I have not had the chance to meet any of them as of yet. I responded. I'm pleased to meet you. His 4 children all introduced themselves to me going from oldest to youngest. Colonel Hull. James Sandoval got my attention after being introduced to me. Would you care to have a discussion on combined arms tactics? I have just graduated from the academy and while my father has had very good advice, there is always something new to be learned. Of course. I responded. What area of combined arms tactics do you want to discuss? I personally favor asymmetrical warfare and overwhelming firepower whenever possible. I said. The new Sting class makes for an incredible cap gunship and is able to support infantry and vehicles in a way that current aerospace does not. I saw the Sting. Duke Sandoval weighed in. We are currently on the purchase list from the layover facility. There are a lot of people on the purchase list. I replied. We are rolling them out and getting more lines set up as fast as we can vet and hire people. I think the overall goal was to have a minimum of 3 per world, with as many as 6 or more for critical infrastructure worlds. Yes, James agreed. I think that stopping an invasion force before it arrives is something that could become critical, but why would you waste something so valuable as a close support craft? Because a dropship can be replaced. I told the two of them. There is no Lustek involved in their construction, and the licenses that we sold to the Taurian Concordat and the Lyran Commonwealth will help curb or end piracy as we know it. Is that your overall goal? Duke Sandoval asked. To end piracy? No, my goal is to have secured a permanent place for my family, and to make the inner sphere a better place. I said, shifting the now sleeping David to my other arm. And I would like peace, but I know that peace is something that is hard to come by. September 15, 3015. We are finally leaving. I said with no small amount of cheer. Done with the politics, and back to the things I actually understand. And where there is less of a security risk to yourself and David. Mathis weighed in. The armored car is here. We had purchased a small convoy that we used, with an armored hover limo as a decoy and the armored sedan as the actual vehicle that we used to get to our destination. We were on our way to the spaceport, where the messenger and some of the Sting gunships we had brought as escorts waited for us when the hover limo exploded in inferno gel and explosions. Stay down. Mathis told the two of us as he moved the sedan out of the way and accelerated towards the spaceport. I'm pretty sure we just got hit by some sort of cell trying to kill the both of you. I just drew my sidearm, and put David down on the floorboard. Anything bigger than my pistol? I asked Mathis, who simply pushed a button on the front dash of the car. Thanks. I said as I grabbed the rifle that was stored behind the rear seat. Let me know if I need to provide supporting fire. We're 2 mics out from the spaceport, and the messenger and her escorts are prepped to lift off as soon as we are aboard. Mathis reported to me. It seems that whoever it was took the bait for now. Stay cautious though. I told him. We've pissed off enough people that it could be ROM, ISF, or Mask trying to kill us. Or it could be all three. Mathis shrugged. At this point it doesn't matter who is trying to kill you, only that they don't succeed. Comster Interlude 3012 to 3013. What do you mean that there was a jump ship that survived? Primus Tiapolo asked the captain of the Narbonne. What is happening in the system? Primus, we were hard pressed to even get in range at all. The captain replied. The lone drop ship that was present in the system managed to attach itself to an invader-class jump ship, and as we fired as they jumped. Well, thank you for your report, Captain. I'll have Rom look into covering up what happened, and will await any further reports from Tozan. Hilton Head Island, Terra. You are certain that it was first Prince Ian Davian? Christopher asked one of the 2 remaining adepts that had made it off of Tozan. Yes, Prekenter. The adept confirmed. That is the remaining ROM units on world, even attempted an assassination, only to be foiled at the last minute. Was there any information taken? Christopher asked. Anything that would show our hand? Yes sir, they managed to capture Prekenter Tozan, and quite a few of the senior HPG staff. The adept said. We attempted to neutralize them, but aside from the select few that managed to commit suicide, we were unsuccessful. The adept took a sip of the water in front of him. And after the bombing, the civilians were no longer cooperative. What do you mean they were not cooperative? Christopher asked. They have been servants of Blake for generations now. The head adept, the poor bloody fool, said it so the explosives would damage the surroundings as well in his zeal to kill the first prince, and in doing so harmed many of our own while on the planet. The adept sighed. And the video clips of Prince Davian's left hand risking his own life to not only save the prince, but to help some of our own civilians did us no favors. So they won the propaganda war? Christopher asked, taking careful notes. We are trying to figure out how Tozan was discovered, what the Davians and their allies might know, and what we can do to prevent these things in the future. He explained. Prekenter, we were screwed over by Prekenter Tozan. The adept said bluntly. He commanded the local ROM units to use Draconis combined codes and colors despite knowing that they were outnumbered, trusting in the fact that we had Lustek to cement a victory. He planned on nuking Kent Ares and blaming the Combine for it, not only killing the new factories that are being brought up there, but also making the Davians enraged so as to turn their focus onto the Combine instead of finishing off the Confederation. The adept shrugged. I guess someone forgot to wipe their Navi computer or something because here we are. Interesting. Prekenter Rom said in response. We had to give up Tozan. He confided in the adept. And the Narbonne and all of our agents set traps and rigged things so that when the Davians return they do not find any factories there. We just did not have time for the full bombardment or anything else lest the Davians jump more units in system and broadcast the footage to the entirety of the inner sphere. Please tell me that there are plans in place to kill the prince's left hand. The adept said. That bastard was at the forefront of the efforts to find us and root us out, it was only that he ran out of time that saved us. The adept trembled with barely restrained rage. Who is the prince's left hand? Christopher asked for clarification. I think I know who you mean, but I want to make sure. Duke Mark Hull. The adept said. I didn't know who he was until I got back to Terra, but he is most definitely an enemy of Comster. I will have ROM cells on the lookout for opportunities to slay him. Christopher assured the raging adept. Later that week. What is the verdict? Primus Diabolo asked. We are going to have to tread carefully. Christopher stated. While it appears that the story about space debris has worked in the mainstream channels, we know for certain that the Davians are onto us. He sighed. They managed to take Prekenter Tazan alive and several of the senior HPG staff. I would take bets on the interrogations that they are undergoing. We will begin setting in plans to either assassinate several leaders in Davian and Lyran space or to trigger a war between the Concordat and the Fed Sons. There will need to be backup plans as well. Diabolo said. Now that the Merrics are fighting each other, we should see if we can split up any of the other stellar nations in similar ways. Chapter 70, Wrath. Robinson, Draconis March, Federated Sons, September 15, 3015. Messenger Mathis spoke into his comms device. We are one mic out, stand by. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he had to swerve in order to avoid a man-portable SRM someone had fired at our vehicle. Hull, I need them pinned down in order to make sure we get there. He told me, opening the sunroof for me to stand up in. The rifle kicked against my shoulder as I fired in short controlled bursts, hitting and stopping two of the people throwing SRMs our way. I had to reload after the third one was struck and then got back up again. Then, I felt something thump into my left shoulder and I spun around, seeing that there was a second group. We peeled past them, and I just held down the trigger, heedless of what might come my way. And then we were free. The messenger was moving down the runway with one of its loading ramps down, and we shot into the bay as it took off in an almost vertical landing. You good, David? I asked the toddler. He was crying and still covering his ears on the floorboard. Mathis, you clean. I'm good. Mathis said, but my partner isn't. The ducal guardsman who had been in the passenger seat had been nicked by a piece of shrapnel that had penetrated the passenger floor, hitting his femoral artery and causing him to bleed out. I'm putting us in mithril for the rest of eternity. He stated. And I'm pretty sure the first prince will sign off on it. Agreed. I replied, running a quick status check on myself. I'm hit in the shoulder. I told him, clean entry and exit, I think it missed the important bits. I'll grab David. Mathis said. We'll follow you to the infirmary. Davian Palace Complex, New Avalon, October 27, 3015. Mark. Ian greeted as he walked in the room. Where's your better half? The half of me most likely to invade Terra is currently visiting family in unknown space. I said in a cold rage. And the half of me least likely to invade Terra is sitting here in front of you, and if you don't convince it very quickly, Terra will soon be owned by the Marksmen and the Kent Ares Guard. What are you talking about? Hansa asked. Comster's ROM division. I tossed two separate file folders onto the table in between us. CO opted and created orders for two previously unknown sleeper cells to target and assassinate myself. I stood up in a cold fury. If it were just me, I could almost accept it. I stated, unpleasant, but it comes with the enemies I have made. But they did not just target myself. I raged. They targeted my son, and so unless you and Ian have some extremely valid reasons why I shouldn't, I'm drafting the orders and carrying them out by December. The two cells, I continued, were each from different nations. One was an ISF cell, and one for a mask cell. I sighed. If I had been on any dropship other than the messenger we wouldn't have the intel at all. As it is, we didn't manage to decrypt the message until after we had left Robinson. Hansa and Ian stood there, and their positions were reversed for once. With Hansa now seething with rage just like I was, whereas Ian was silently contemplating everything. We don't have the HPGs yet. Ian finally said. We haven't managed to spread out enough of the mobile HPGs we've been manufacturing enough to cover the areas that Comster is in. He sighed. The very minute that I have confirmation that we've gotten at least half of the coverage Comster does, I will join you myself. He sighed. I understand that you are angry, and you have every right to be, but until we are in the position to do this properly I'm going to have to ask you to stand by. While I am confident that you could not only take Terra, but hold it. If we were to be interdicted we would lose everything we have gained over the last decade in a single sweep of the table. I will allow it. I said, I'm still going to formulate some invasion plans, and if they try anything else, I'm taking the Manassas and taking the system for myself, and I'm certain I could convince the Concordat to help me out. Hansa, you have to calm down. Ian tried to talk to his still angry brother. I know that it angers you, but we have to think of the long term. Ian, I'm going to need a combat posting soon. Hansa said through gritted teeth. I have to do something. I can give you a guards division and send you to take Ares. Ian said. I'm just not certain you want to do that with Dana about to give birth. I will wait. Hansa said, but if something akin to this happens again, I will be joining Mark in any invasion he sets up. And Dana will gladly join me. I know, Ian replied. And with the Taurians at his back I think he could do it. He shrugged. I just can't have us commit to that offensive yet. If we did and the interdict still happened, we would be torn apart by the Combine as soon as they knew that we weren't able to communicate. And while Katrina and the Commonwealth would try to assist, they're still in the middle of restructuring their entire military. I get it, Ian. Hansa said sadly. I still have this burning need to do something though. You're a Davian, Ian said. If you did anything less than father would be rolling over in his grave right now. Ian, I'm going to go love on Dana for a while. Hansa stood up. You should probably find something for Mark to do before he goes and storms the local Comster station. Chapter 71, Preparations. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns January 3, 3016. The Manassas and Age of Discovery are hidden in the shadow of one of the moons in the system. Shepard reported to me. Jewel sent Rook with the Snowden over to start repairs to the Texas-class battleship. Peterson is a month or so out. Packer told me. We have the second marksman up to a combined arms force that should be able to handle a force its equal at the very least. Our warship crews are still green. I said, but I think Comsters will be green as well, and with the automated systems on the Manassas we should have a slight advantage. Jewel is returning with some of the Sting refits we commissioned and will be present by February. We move in March. I told them, we're going to make a statement to Comster by taking their naval bases out of commission. Page's Marines are chomping at the bit, Shepard reported. We gave them the upgraded Mithril 15B suits, and they are ready for any boarding actions we need them to try. Good, I said. I want as much of the infrastructures and ships taken intact as possible. Based on the thrust ratios we calculated for that warship that attacked you in the Versailles system, we are going to be at a disadvantage in regards to speed. Commodore Fry spoke up. The sensor data that the King Henry V reported was able to give us a calculated glimpse of what it might be armed with, and we think we might have the edge in firepower, but if we aren't accurate then it will be a very close battle. We'll have all of our Stings loaded for bear and ready to attempt boarding, and Wardog and Strider squadrons are prepping for anti-warship runs. I said. They're going to be coordinating in space and we need to be absolutely ready to make fast decisions. I'm leaving overall tactics and planning to the people most likely to know what will happen. I said. Lieutenant Colonel Page, you're in charge of the marine forces that we have, and Commodore Fry, you're in command of both the dropships and warships. I want an operational plan in 3 days for both systems. We're hitting them hard, and we're hitting them fast. Are Ian and Hansa briefed on this? Shepard asked me before I had the chance to dismiss everyone. I'll send a courier with a message when we leave. I told him. I left hints that we would be retaliating, and there's a reason that I'm using the marksman instead of the Kent Aries Guard. Ross 248, March 14, 3016. Have the Age of Discovery detach her escorts. Commodore Fry ordered, and have the messenger engage in broad-spectrum jamming. We don't want them to signal to any reinforcements that we are here. Ma'am. The sensor officer said. We're detecting 1 warship, and 2 yardships. Send Paige and her marines to board the yardships, and have Hull's Colossus move down to the space station. Yes ma'am, the communications officer replied. Sending orders. That frigate is coming in fast, Commodore. The sensor officer said. Have our drones target the rear. Fry replied, and have Blaze coordinate with the strikers. We're not sure how well our modifications will work. We're in range ma'am. The gunnery officer told her. Fire as you see fit. She told him. The Manassas shuddered around them as they took naval autocannon fire on some of their armor. Then, the Manassas answered with their own NACs, their superior concentration of firepower and better targeting systems allowing them to put rounds on the enemy warship, causing armor to shatter and slash or be melted off as naval lasers began to join in. This is Blaze, the aerospace commander of the marksmen said. Wardog and Strider, we are going to need to be extremely careful on this one. The enemy warship seems to have extremely good anti-fighter systems as was proven by the drones we sent out first. Roger that lead. Chopper said. I don't see any escort fighters for it though. We have nothing on our scopes. Blaze replied. Edge, I'm assigning your squadron to escort the boarding craft to the yardships, everyone else, pair up with a Sting. Let's make them bleed. Copy that lead. Came back. Moving to escort positions now. Marines. Colonel Page said over her dropship's command line. This is what we've been training for, while the Navy gets to use their big guns for the first time outside of training, we get to go and do what we do best. Loot then burn. The Marines responded. Damn straight. Page said. Run checks on your Atmo SEALs, if anything manages to wreck that you'll be sole. The Sting dropship they were on maneuvered to avoid the fire that was directed at them. We're coming in fast, prep to drop and use jets to finish reaching the yardship. The pilot told the Marines on board. You heard the man. Page yelled as the bay doors opened. Get onto the ship and find an airlock, if you can't then we'll make rescue efforts as soon as we are able. The company of Marines dropped out of the bay, using jump jets to navigate to the hull of the yard ship. Ma'am, I've got an escape pod here. One of her Marines said over their laser comms. Copy, drop a NAV point on it so that way we can have the others navigate here. Page told him as she navigated over there. Set breaching charges. She told him. This should be a good entry point. She assisted in getting the shaped charges ready. Rook, I want you close by, we need to get into the computer systems and to be able to turn this ship against them. Yes ma'am. Lieutenant Rook replied. Hanging on your 6. While there were other computer specialists in the Marksman and Kent Ares Guard, none were as capable as Rook and so she had requested him to be with her unit. Breaching. The Marine called, detonating the charges. Holes clear, moving in. They moved into the now defunct escape pod and slapped a temporary seal over the hole they had made. Opening door. Rook called as he used the pod's controls to open the hatch in front of them. We're in, let's do this. Chapter 71 continued, Combat. Ross 248 March 14, 3016. Commodore. The communications officer said. The enemy ship has gone dark, and we're seeing less fire thrown our way. We may have just hit their bridge. Ma'am, armor is at 75% and holding, the gunnery officer said. We're reloading several of the forward NACs right now. Have Blaze escort some Marines over there for boarding actions, if we can take it and get it moving via a secondary bridge, we might be able to come out of this with even more than we thought. Fire Team 1, take this corridor, and try to limit damage as much as possible. Page directed one of the 3 fire teams with her. Fire Team 2, take the corridor opposite them, I'll be taking Fire Team 3 along with Rook and trying to take the bridge. She inhaled. Remember people, we want as many of them alive as possible, many of them will be unarmed and we need to be able to actually use the ship after we're done. Am I understood? Yes ma'am. They said over the comms, before they dispersed to their own areas. Everyone had the same orders, and vacuum-rated packs with flex cuffs stuffed inside for anyone they subdued without killing. Rook, Fire Team 3, Page nodded. With me. And took off at a jog towards the area that the map they had pulled showed the bridge to be. Alright people, this is primarily going to be an infantry OP. I told the assembled marksman unit with me. The vehicles and mechs are going to be guarding the Colossus while the specialists and infantry go and see what we can take with us when we leave. The assembled soldiers of the 2nd Marksman began to unload from the Colossus, making sure that we were covered. I myself was in Mithril, the only difference between mine and the others was that mine had extra communications gear. Sergeant Laval, I hope that Rook has taught you well. I told the tech fire team with me. Because we're splitting up. I'm taking a fire team and hitting the local HPG, I need the rest of you to go strip records from every computer you find. I want to know what warships are here, and what is reparable or able to be moved out of the system. Yes sir. Laval responded. We're on it. And we dispersed. I moved to the area that the Manassas records indicated the HPG would be with a platoon of mithril-clad infantry right on my heels. Records show we've got quite a bit of ground to cover in order to reach the station. I told Mathis and the others with me. Expect some sort of resistance. Copy that. Mathis said and began to take point. Moving up. You have a go. Archon's favor Blaze told the Sting dropship they were escorting to the enemy warship. We're not seeing any fire currently headed our way, and the dropship collars appear to be intact. Copy that Wardog lead. The Archon's favor replied. We're docking now, keep an eye out for us. Cover the hatch. The Marine Sergeant told a member of his fire team. We're about to override it and head in. Copy that sir. The mithril-clad Marines stacked up on the hatch. Flashbang out. The second man called out after cracking open the hatch. Moving. The point man entered the room, checking his corners the entire time. Clear. Was sent various times along the comm systems. Atmosphere is still intact, we'll have to clear out the ship room by room though. The fire team moved through, managing to get decently far before some armed men showed up to try and repel them. Well, normally I'd be getting into cover. One of the Marines observed. But I don't think they have anything with the firepower to breach our suits on board. And the 2 of them took point in finishing off the armed ones before cuffing the rest of them. Rook, please tell me you got the data. Page asked the tech specialist. Because I think that this captain and crew might be a little difficult to interrogate later. Said bound and gagged bridge crew were glaring at her. I managed to pull everything they had on the computer banks. Rook replied. They hadn't even managed to get started on wiping anything before we burst in, I just hope that everyone else is doing as well as us. Well, I've heard nothing but good reports on the company that managed to land here. She said, we think there's a relatively small crew here and that'll make it easier to get this ship back to Kent Ares. Then we better start moving soon. Rook replied. Remember the last time we messed with one of Comster's hidden systems? Yeah, Page shrugged. But we have warships of our own this time. Unless implied otherwise, any infantry are speaking on close comms between their own fire teams. No one outside of the armor can hear them unless they turn the external speakers on. I'm into the system. I told Mathis. They had barely started a system wipe before we got here. I was typing slick codes into the system and transferring data to a data core to go over later. Good. Mathis said as he kept a lookout. Everything seems to be going well so far, but we are going to have to replace 4 Sting gunships if what I am hearing is accurate. We can replace the dropships. I said as I kept typing. It's the personnel I'm worried about. I sighed. Thankfully, Commodore Fry designated several Stings to not carry more than a skeleton crew so we could do recovery as necessary. Commodore Fry. The communications officer reported. The Marines are reporting that one of the yard ships is ours. The enemy warship has been seized, although we did get a lucky shot and destroy the bridge. The secondary bridge is able to be utilized to get the ship moving. The second yard ship? She asked. What is the status on it? Nothing to report yet, they're the ones whose gunnery crews managed to tag one of the boarding ships. What's the status of these warships? One of the infantrymen asked Sergeant Lovell. Are we able to move them? Most of their KF drives are intact, it's the fusion drives that are the problem. Lovell reported. There are a few ships that can move under their own power, it's the others that might be a problem. How many are able to move under their own power? The ship specialists asked. We'll start with those, and see about getting the rest out. The Black Lion class. Lovell pointed out that particular warship. The Volga class over there, and the 2 Lola IIIs he designated each of them. Sarge. Another technician ran up to Lovell. I found out there's a series of tugs here. Well, all but the 2 Vincents have intact and working KF drives. Lovell said. If we manage to tow them to the jump point we should be able to have them jump to the systems that we want them to. I'll have someone work this up to command. The infantry officer said. We'll start getting the tugs up and running though, even if we have to force some of these people to do it at gunpoint. Commodore, Page is reporting total control, they're moving the yard ship to the jump point and leaving the system. Good to hear. Commodore Fry responded. Do we have updates from anyone else? The enemy warship is ours, but the Marines on board are helping to put out fires and other issues before they move to take the ship out of the system. And the recovery crews? Fry asked. Have we managed to get our people out of the void yet? We've recovered 90% of them. The comms officer reported, and one of the people we have on the station has an ambitious plan that will need some dropship crews. What is it? She asked. Seeing as Hull is currently stripping the HPG's data, they are requesting permission to use the Elephant-class tugs that are present on the station to tow any and all of the jump-capable ships to the jump point and get them out of the system that way. They're even saying that we should attach the tugs to the collars before jumping so that we can move them easier. Give them approval, and use the crews that are still alive from the Stings that we lost. Split them up to fill the roles if we have to, but I want as many warships removed as possible. Chapter 72, Audacity. Ross 248 March 14, 3016. Why is that second yard ship not moving yet? Commodore Fry asked. We've got the ships that can move out of the space station already moving to the jump point. Ma'am, the comms officer replied. Marines are reporting that they are locked out of the ship's systems, they can move the ship, but they're going to have to do it directly from engineering until we can bully past the lockout. Well, have them start moving then, we've got to start getting out of this system. Commodore said in response. Have the mobile ships jump to the rendezvous point A system, we'll have the ones that can't move jump to point B and start getting out of this system before any enemies jump into the system. Understood ma'am, the comms officer responded, relaying the message now. Alright people, we're going to need to maintain a careful lookout. She told her bridge crew. We need to make absolutely sure that there isn't anything else here that might try and take a bite out of us. Mathis, am I hearing the comms properly? I asked. I was a little distracted pulling the last of the data. Yes sir, we've found 5 Elephant-class dropships attached to the station. Mathis said. They're stripping as many people as they can from the Stings in order to crew them, and using the ones that had their gunships shot out from underneath them as primary crews. Makes sense. I replied before turning my high-end comms gear on. This is Marksman Actual, I need the stats on those tugs ASAP. I told anyone who was listening. I may have a plan. Rook, is the jump calculated? Page asked the tech specialist. Because we're ready to leave this godforsaken system. Yes ma'am. He responded. Everything checks out and we are able to move to plan A. He paused. Our Sting escorts are attaching to the collars now, we are ready to leave as soon as they are on board. Jump us out as soon as we have confirmation that they are attached. Paige told him and the Marines around her. And when we are at the rendezvous point, I want the company to move the POWs to the Stings for holding. She sat down in the captain's chair. I don't want any escapees here. Black Lion is moving to the jump point along with the other 3 with intact drives. Sergeant Laval reported to the officer in charge. The Stings are docking now with the recovered crews for the Elephants. Good, we're going to need to move quickly if we want to pull this off. The officer responded. The rest of the escorts and aerospace fighters are docking with the Age of Discovery and heading to the rendezvous point in order to provide some extra firepower there. Hull wants us to prioritize the cruisers and destroyers. Laval said. If we can get those up and running later, we'll have the makings of a decent-sized fleet. This is Marksman Actual. Came over their comms systems. I need the stats on those tugs ASAP, I may have a plan. Safe thrust is 2.5 gs, and maximum is 4, reinforced bow and has lots of internal cargo space. Laval read off the computer screen in front of him. What's the plan, sir? We're going to send the station into the gap between the systems after we've gotten the warships we can out of here. You could almost hear the grin in his voice. If we can get all 5 of the Elephants to coordinate, we can shift the station and get its orbit to shift to the gaps in between systems, allowing us to come and take what we need at our leisure. That'll take time, sir, we've still got to get the warships out of here. The officer reported. We've only gotten the mobile ones out of here so far. I know it'll take time, Captain, I'm not worried about it. Their CO inhaled audibly. If the worst comes, we'll just scuttle everything and leave. Copy on implausible plan number 75. Commodore Fry weighed in. We'll cover you, and I'll have some people start crunching numbers on where to launch it for ease of access. Get this hunk of junk moving. The Marine Sergeant told the boarding crew on board the previously enemy warship, now theirs. We have been ordered to move to rendezvous point B. Copy that, Sarge. The Marine in charge of navigation responded. But you have to remember this is the secondary CIC, and we're unfamiliar with these systems. Give me 15 minutes, and we'll be mobile. Sarge. A separate member of the fire team called out. We've gotten all of the POWs locked up on the Archon's favor. That's good news. The sergeant replied. Most of these people weren't any problem, but station some guards just in case. Ross 248 March 22, 3016. That's the last one that we can manage. Laval reported to Hull. We've gotten all of them except for the Vincents, the Congress, and that Aegis out and jumped to rendezvous point B. Good, have the Manassas on standby to grab the rest of the Elephants after we're done. Hull replied. 2 of the tugs had left with the warships that had jumped out. Let's go. The infantry boarded the Colossus and got ready to leave the system while the 3 tugs all synchronized their drives and began to push the space station out of its stellar orbit and onto a path that would have it be in the gap between systems in half a year. Docking and moving to the jump point. The last tug docked with the Manassas, they jumped out headed for rendezvous point A. Comster/House Lords Interlude 3016. Davian Palace, New Avalon. You have a message for me? Ian asked Colonel Peterson, the CO of the 1st Marksman RCT. Yes, sir. Peterson replied, I was told to hand-deliver this pad to you personally. Peterson inhaled. Hull recommends you wait to open it until Hansa is in the same room as you. Peterson then waited until he was dismissed before leaving. Ian picked up his phone to call directly to his brother's room and waited for him to answer. Yeah, Hull sent us a message. No, I haven't opened it yet, he wanted you here before I read/saw it. While Ian waited for this brother to arrive, he settled down and did some paperwork. They were still rebuilding some of the units with hardware from the Helm cache and some things needed to be signed off on and reviewed. You ready to watch this? Ian asked as he waved the small disc in his hand at his brother. Because he was just here a little while ago, what trouble has he gotten into that required a specialized courier? Let's find out. Hansa took the data disk and put it into a TriVid viewer. Hello, is this thing on? A VID of Hull appeared. We good? He nodded at the camera. Okay, so I decided to do a raid on a Comster facility using a warship that I had hidden from you. Hull said flat out. We've got actionable intelligence, and are going to hopefully be pulling several intact warships that need minor repairs out of Comstar's hands and into ours. There are 2 facilities, and I'll be hitting one of them. Upon my return, I'm going to be repairing them and sending a good portion of them over to New Avalon. I hope to be back by June, wish me luck. That son of a bitch. Hansa said as he stood up. I'm gonna kill him. Why? Ian asked. Because he didn't take me with him, Hansa said. The Triad, Thurcad. Melissa, I'm going to need you to calm down a bit. Katrina told her daughter. David won't be here for another couple of weeks. But he's the same age as Elsa. Melissa squealed, we're going to be the best of friends. She laughed a little maniacally. Katrina just facepalmed at her daughter's dramatic behavior before picking up her third child to rock him to sleep. Archon, Simon Johnson entered the room. Is this a bad time? No, just let me get some things done here and I'll join you in a bit. We've finally pinned Duncan down to one planet. Anton Merrick observed to his brother Janosch. We're just going to have to finish off 2 regiments of radical elite forces. I am aware of this. Janosch glared at his brother. We shouldn't have let it get this far in the first place. The Steiners are probing us, and the Andurians are carving chunks off of the Capellan Confederation while we are here fighting each other. We're going to have to do this quickly if we want to bring the Andurians to heel. Anton said. We've already taken too long to whittle their forces down to this state. I'm moving my personal forces to Procyon in order to assist in taking out Duncan. Janosch said. Remind them to be mindful of the forest. Anton said. There's an extreme risk of a forest fire if Duncan's forces decide to do so. That's a chance we'll have to take. Janosch said. If the war goes on for much longer we may split into separate nation-states once again. Xian, Capellan Confederation. Why is she not dead yet? Maximilian Liao screamed at the current head of Mask. I told you I wanted her head delivered to me. Max drew his sword and decapitated him. That's the third one this week. Candace muttered to herself below her breath. Maybe I shouldn't have set Romano up. Father. Kang Kate announced. I request the ability to move to St. Ives, and begin to recover some of our forces. No. Max looked at her with madness in his eyes. You will remain here, I have need of you, seeing as these incompetents cannot accomplish a task as simple as killing she who has no name. Luthien. Director Indrahar, Takeshi Kurita greeted. Walk with me my old friend, we have much to discuss. Of course Coordinator. Indrahar replied. As the dragon commands. Why is it that I find the ISF revealing itself to the Davians in a wasted assassination attempt? There was a sharp edge to the Coordinator's voice. When the dragon has ordered no such thing to be done. Coordinator, any assassination attempts were not authorized by myself or any of my immediate subordinates. Indrahar promised. I believe that others have obtained some of the command codes that we use to activate cells such as the ones on Robinson. Then they are traitors. Takeshi said with finality. Find them, and bring them to me. I wish to see them dead at my feet. Hilton Head Island, Terra. Sir, there's nothing here. The captain of the CSV Bordeaux reported to Primus Diabolo. There's some debris, but there's no station, and none of our warships are here. Primus. One of the adepts nearby said. Are you there? Diabolo grabbed his chest in agony, his face scrunching up as he struggled to gasp for breath and lost his footing, falling to the floor. Primus. The adept said once more before turning to another adept as she began CPR. Get a med team in here, I think the Primus is suffering from cardiac arrest. The entire team of people in the room scrambled to find something that they could do to help, with one of the other CPR-certified acolytes rotating out with the adept. Come on. I've still got a pulse and breathing, but I'm not sure how much longer he has. The adept yelled. The med team arrived a couple of minutes later. Loading the Primus up on a stretcher and taking him away to get medical treatment. I regret to inform the first circuit of this. Prekentaram, Vassar Christopher started their meeting. But Primus Diabolo suffered from a heart attack yesterday and we did not manage to get him to the hospital in time to save him. He sighed deeply. I would like to ask that we have a short period of mourning in order to announce his death to the inner sphere before electing a new Primus. Chapter 73, Evaluations. Kent Aries, Draconis March, Federated Suns May 11, 3016. How long will it take to get the ships up and running? I asked Captain Jewel, our main repair expert. If we dedicate multiple work crews, we should be able to rearm the Black Lion battlecruiser and the Lola IIs in a couple of weeks. The Volga will take a bit longer because it still has a small amount of armor damage and is missing some weapons. She said. And getting the Manassas and Narbonne up and repaired? I asked. I want them up and running ASAP just in case we face some retaliation. 8 days on the Manassas if we focus multiple work crews on it. She responded. It would be faster if we had the second yard ship up and running, but its computer systems are still locked down. She sighed. The Narbonne will need a minimum of 3 weeks before we can get everything repaired on it. Then we can start on the other vessels. Okay then, I want the Manassas and Narbonne fixed up, and then we can focus on the battlecruiser and destroyers. I told her. I'm promoting you, and placing you in command of the functional yardship. I'm going to be giving the battlecruiser and the transport to the Davians, so as soon as we can, I'm going to need them able to move and shoot. JUNE 14th, 3016. Colonel Wolf. I greeted the man in front of me. Where is my wife? She is currently helping Archon to prevent an invasion. He told me bluntly. I was given orders to help prepare the inner sphere for said invasion. He reached into the hard case he had beside him and pulled out a data core. This contains all of the information you need to begin advanced technology development. I need you to begin distributing it to anyone you are nominally allied with. He then turned to leave. Hold up a minute. I stopped him. You don't get to just drop a bomb on me and then leave for your current contract. I stood up and got in the slightly taller man's face. You said you were supposed to help prepare the inner sphere for an invasion and just dropped this on my lap. I blocked the doorway. I will not be doing your job for you, so sit down, shut up, and let me explain exactly what is going to happen. He started to protest, but didn't manage to get a word out. You are going to give me actionable intelligence, and you're going to actually explain what might happen. Not only to myself, but to both Ian Davian and Katrina Steiner. I may even have Thomas Calderon or his mother drop by for a visit. While Thomas may not like me, he'll damn sure listen to me after all that we've done for his nation. I sighed. You are a military genius as far as short-term conflicts are concerned, I told Jamie Wolf. But when it comes to long-term strategy and planning you fail to understand the consequences. Fine, I shall listen to what you have to say. Jamie Wolf said with a hint of a growl. But insult me like that again, and you will face me on the battlefield. Fine. I threw my hands up. I'll take you here and now if it'll help you get it through to your thick head. I stalked out of the room while grabbing my COMM device. Mac, I need my backup warmer. I'm pretty sure that Nat stole mine again. Several hours later. I do not think this was a good idea. Joshua Wolf confided in his brother. His critiques, while uncalled for, were at least honest. This is the second time he has insulted me. Jamie growled. I will not allow him to command me unless he has proven that he is my better in combat. Jamie closed the hatch to his Archer Arc 2W, and powered it up. Beginning the journey to the designated combat area by a lake 50 kilometers away from any potential residences. He was followed by Joshua in his Black Knight, and Shepard in his Cyclops. Shepard and Joshua were to be seconds, spectators, and judges for this trial of combat. Duke Hull. Joshua said over an open COMM channel. Are you prepared? I'm ready to rumble. I responded, my warmer bouncing back and forth as if it were a boxer. This wasn't the warmer I typically used, and so my speed was the same as Jaime's Archer. This was the WHM-7A that we had pulled from the Confederate-class dropship Last of Us. Natasha having borrowed the Bobby B from me again when she had left to go on her little side quest. Colonel Wolf. Shepard said, are you ready? Let us be done with this farce. Wolf said with a sneer in his voice. I am ready. I immediately moved to avoid the LRMs he had fired at me, knowing that he had the firepower advantage at range. I moved closer. Because I had ERP-Cs, I would be able to tank his two medium lasers and SRMs for as long as I needed to. I had the advantage close in. On top of that, I was angry, angrier than I had been in a long time. And I wanted to brawl, so I got close in, and dodged the fist that Jamie threw my way while firing my lasers and SRMs at his Archer. I lashed out with kicks, and even forced my PPCs in close to use as melee weapons. At this point, this wasn't a mech duel, it was a straight-up brawl between two angry men and giant robots. Should we do something? Joshua laser-cummed Shepard. I feel like this is something we should be intervening in. Just let them duke it out. Shepard made his Cyclops shrug. They'll either not be able to stand each other, or be best friends at the end of this. Chapter 74, Mix Things Up. Kent Ares 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns, June 15, 3016. Good fight. I told Jamie Wolf. Can we establish the plan now? Yes, I have taken some of what you said into consideration. Jamie inclined his head. You are correct in some aspects, and I shall rectify that by helping you out. Helping me out how? I asked curiously. I'm pretty sure that I've got what I need to start getting production started minus needing more people. While your warships are well hidden from most eyes in the inner sphere, it is hard to conceal them from those who have had to do the same. There was a smile on his face and a gleam in his eye. I have 5 warships of the Wolf's Dragoons that are out in the periphery that I will be taking out of mothballs. If you will help me meet with the various heads of state that you are known to, I will lend my people to help train crews for you. I think I can agree to that deal as long as you actually have experienced crews. I said with a nod of my head. But I'm also going to need some of your engineers and scientists to help mine make sense of some of this data core that you gave us. Only if you allow us to be bumped up in the queue to purchase some of your Sting gunships. He negotiated. My aerospace people can't stop raving about them after looking at the specs. Bargained well and done. I extended my hand and we shook on it. I'll have my people draw up a contract later. Hey! I said as he turned to leave my office. Why did you leave all of these civilians with me? Because they have nowhere else to go. He stated. Soon enough they would have been no better than slaves. He raised an eyebrow. This was the first place I could think of that not only had the capacity to take them in, but to treat them with the respect and honor that they have earned. Wolf, I said. I don't much like your long-term planning abilities, but I have the utmost respect for your combat abilities. May we never meet on the battlefield. Agreed. He said. You do not fight fair after all. If you're fighting fair you are losing. I shrugged in response. Now give me a rough estimate on when my wife will be back and go back to Merrick Space. You are still under contract after all. Mountain Research Facility Bravo, Kent Aries 4 June 21, 3016. Duke Hull. Adamina Rogers greeted me. A pleasure to see you again. I'm here for a status update. I said. I know we made multiple copies of the core that the Wolf's Dragoons gave us, and I want an estimate on how long it will take to implement some of the upgrades. The Endosteel factory will take 2 months to modify to the specs listed in the core. She responded. The new alloy is a different mixture compared to the one that is listed in our copy of the Helm core. And starting to incorporate some of the upgrades to the rest of our factories. I asked. I was going to see if we could enhance the Grasshoppers and von Luckners we are producing. Well, the upgraded freezers we can start manufacturing as soon as the Endosteel factory is up and running. The main difference between the freezers listed in this new data and the Helm core is the use of the upgraded Endosteel. This allows it to be smaller than the freezers we make currently. That'll free up space to add in some extra lasers. I said. I want the Grasshopper to be the light mech hunter of the inner sphere. It'll take a while to comb through the rest of it and see what we can easily modify to these new standards. She replied. We're going to focus on the Endosteel and freezers and work out from there. Give me a rough estimate please. I told her. I need to start getting some sharpshooter plans in place. 2 to 3 months on the Endosteel and freezers. She said after reviewing her notes. The Endosteel facility is barely keeping up with our freezer production, and the upgrades should help. She sighed. There's just so much data here to go over. I think it'll take us at least a year before we have gone through and found what can be easily modified, or what we'll have to build from scratch. Thank you Adamina. I said. I'll look forward to good news from you. June 30, 3016. Thank you for all of your hard work. I said to the crews that had finished the ducal estate. I'll make sure that you all get bonuses for doing such good work. Thankfully, I had picked out the furnishings to go in, and they had done that as part of the building process. So I didn't have to move anything aside from the personal belongings that Natasha and I had collected over the years. And with David spending time with Aunt Katrina and Uncle Arthur, I could get some of the personal work done without having to tote the 3-year-old around with me. The Triad, Thurcad July 4, 3016. Aunt Cot. David said. I want to play. He opened his hand towards the toys that Elsa and Melissa were playing with. Okay David. She said, you can go play with them, but be gentle. David. Melissa gave the younger boy a hug. You want to play with the mechs? She held up an Atlas figure in her hand. I'm this one. Little David looked at all of the assorted figurines and action figures and finally picked up a lone infantryman. This one, it looks like Dada. Okay. Melissa agreed and their whirlwind of a game started. Like father like son I guess. Katrina looked over at her husband. What are the odds he ends up the best combined arms commander of the century? I'm not taking that bet. Her husband smiled. I know a sucker's bet when I see one. I've got a meeting with Josnan. Katrina glanced down at her watch. Keep an eye on them. Of course. Arthur leaned in for a kiss before going to keep a closer eye on the 3 children having the time of their lives. Archon. Simon Johnson said as Katrina entered her office. I have the update you requested. Good, I've been trying to get Lestrade for years, do we finally have something to nail him to the wall with? She asked. Yes ma'am, we finally have video, audio, and written evidence of collusion between the Draconis Combine and Duke Lestrade. Johnson said. That is good news. She replied. We'll need to wait to release the information and try him for treason until he steps out of line, then we'll get him for good so I can finally get the reforms in Sky pushed through. And I have the latest report from the other thing we discussed. He leaned in and grabbed a folder out of his briefcase before handing it to the Archon. We'll be ready to move on them in 6 months. She asked for confirmation. Because I want the traitors killed. Her voice hardened. They betrayed their sworn oath, and I'm going to end them for it. Kent Aries 4, July 31, 3016. Mark. Hansa greeted me as he stepped off of the dropship that he and Dana had been aboard with their son. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Davian to you. He handed me his year-old firstborn with Dana smiling on. He looks healthy. I told them with a smile. Have you seen my new home yet? No, and after we take a look at the new ducal estate, I have some choice words for you. He said. You went on an adventure without me, and I cannot abide by that. Chapter 75, Challenging. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Sons August 10, 3016. Where is David? Dana asked me. I was hoping to introduce Jonathan to him. I sent him to spend some time with the Steiners. I told her and Hansa. I figured it would be better if he weren't here in case of any retaliation from Comster. Speaking of which. Hansa looked me in the eye. You haven't shown me the spoils of your raid against Comster. That's because I was waiting until we were finished with some minor details before sharing some of them with you and Ian. I said with a smirk. But I suppose it wouldn't ruin it to show you now. I got up, and we headed towards the spaceport. Later that day. I notice you have more civilians present than you had before. Hansa said as we waited to arrive in the place we had hidden the warships. I don't recall the immigration numbers being so high. That's because they weren't. I told him bluntly. Colonel Wolf arrived with 100,000 refugees from where they came from a couple of months ago, and entrusted me with their care. I shrugged. They're productive, and are seemingly happy to not be under threat. I'm working on naturalizing them, but it's going to be a work in progress. I stroked my beard. I have to schedule a meeting between Ian, Thomas Calderon, and Katrina sooner rather than later. I confided in Hansa. I'll need your help to facilitate it. I believe it could be important. Still keeping your secrets, Mark? Hansa asked with a slightly sad look on his face. I'd have thought that you trusted me and Ian by now. I do trust you though. I said bluntly. It's not my secret to share though, and I keep my word, always. Yes, I know that you keep your word. Hansa said. And that is one of the things that Ian and I like about you. He stated. You don't try and play the political games, you just get to work and you say what you mean. He shrugged. But sometimes it's damned irritating to have someone who won't tell you things. Hey now, I responded, I was giving you plausible deniability in case Comster had any reasons to suspect you. Fair point. Hansa agreed, but I don't think that will be a problem for much longer if the reports I've seen from Allard are correct. What do you mean? I inquired with a raised eyebrow. What reports? I forgot you were out of the loop due to not having an HPG. Hansa sighed. This room is secure. Hansa. I said, this is the slick dropship messenger. I don't let people on it unless they've proven their loyalty beyond doubt. Alright then. Hansa stopped to collect his thoughts. Chatter from all of the intelligence groups across the sphere indicates that Comster is undergoing some sort of internal division. He shrugged. But that seems to just be the surface. MIIO assets inside of various Comster stations are reporting that Terra isn't communicating with the individual HPGs anymore and that it's sheer momentum that is holding Comster together at this point. Wait. I said after he elaborated further. You're saying that there is a multi-faction civil war happening within Comster's ranks. That is what appears to be happening, yes. Hansa agreed. So we are moving rapidly to have some troops in position to seize HPGs if a civil war becomes public knowledge. Seriously? I asked. What happened while I was gone on that raid? The Primus, Diapolo died of a heart attack. Hansa responded. And it seems like there is a massive disagreement on who should be in charge, and that is causing the internal divisions we are seeing now. I said in response. Something to map out later. I guess we're coming up on the spoils of war now. Damn. Hansa said, I didn't realize that Comster might be hiding this amount of hardware away. Are those 2 yard ships? He asked us slightly incredulously. Yes Hansa, it's 2 yard ships. I responded. Only one is operational though, our tech people are still working at unbricking the computer systems. How many of these are operational? Hansa asked, looking at the amount of ships we had stolen from Comster. This could change the face of the inner sphere. There are 3 that are crewed and fully operational right at this time. I said. The Manassas, I indicated the modified Aegis cruiser. The Age of Discovery, I highlighted the Potemkin, and the Comster-built Narbonne. I said. The Narbonne is being crewed by our Marines until we train up a second crew for it. I paused and grabbed the list that I had of the ships that should be able to move. The battlecruiser, the transport, and 2 of the destroyers were in the final stages of being made ready by Comster when we stole them. They need a small amount of time, and to be rearmed and they will be ready to go. And the rest of them? Hansa asked. How long until they are ready to be activated and used? 2 years minimum work for many of them. I said. Some of them will take longer than others. Comster thought that they had more time than they did. Luckily, we stole all of the parts that were needed for the repairs and so we don't have to manufacture them in-house. Any chance we can borrow the second yard ship when it's up and running? Hansa asked me. We've got some warships in mothballs that could use the help restoring them. He paused. Assuming you have the data to build the parts that will be needed. We pulled every piece of data that they had on their station and one of the yard ships. I told him. Considering the station was a Terran hegemony repair depot and station, I think we can find what we need. We may need to get NAIS on some of it though. I said. My people are kind of focused on manufacturing and ground-based stuff aside from the select group that are working on the warships we stole. I'll bring Ian in on this and we can work something out. Hansa told me. Now, you said something about giving us some of these vessels. Yeah, I replied. I'm sending you back to New Avalon or somewhere hidden with the battlecruiser, the transport, and a destroyer. Why? He asked me. You have the opportunity here to carve out your own kingdom if you wished. That's way too much work. I laughed. I'm already swamped with paperwork and other things as is. I said. And, the battlecruiser is harder to maintain than the other ones I have for now, so I'm going to need you to take it with you so I can ease some of the financial burdens off of Sharpshooter. I shrugged. While we're still in the black, we already have a couple of money sinks for right now until we can get some of them up and running, short-term losses for long-term profits. I understand. Hansa said. You're trying to foist some of your work onto me. He held a serious face for a bit and then started laughing, the serious atmosphere now broken. You're becoming just like Ian. I thought I could trust you but instead you've betrayed me. Boo-hoo. I responded with a laugh. I'm giving you a small squadron of warships and all you can do is complain. Looks like someone doesn't really want to go on adventures with me. No, you're taking me on the next adventure or raid. Hansa told me bluntly. You run into trouble and profit everywhere you go, it's about time that I get to go do something fun instead of Ian. Fine, I'll let you know when we go on our next expedition. I told him. But it's not all fun and games, I end up doing a lot of work to get everything ready before and settled afterwards. Chapter 76, A Hop Skip, and a Jump. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns, December 20th, 3016. Daddy. My son David ran up to me, excited to see me after having been gone for nearly 8 months. David. I scooped him up and wrapped him in my arms, gently squeezing him in a hug. This moment was promptly ruined by a nearly 7-year-old Melissa Steiner running up with an Uncle Mark. And trying to get scooped up as well. You're both so big. I said in an exaggerated voice. Why, soon you won't love your dear old dad or Uncle Mark anymore. You are old. Melissa agreed, to the amusement of Katrina Steiner who was trying to stifle laughter. I'm only 2 years older than your mother. I'll have you know. I said with fake anger. Yeah, but she doesn't have grey hairs. Melissa pointed out the silver starting to poke through in parts of my hair and beard. Neither does Dad. I have grey hair because I earned it. I told her bluntly. If you had as much to worry about as I did early on you would have grey hair too. I fake pouted, turning to my son and throwing him up into the air to his squeals of delight. I take it you're spending Christmas here? I asked Katrina, while distracting Mel. Yes. Katrina finally got out after she had finished howling with laughter. We're using this as a getaway until February, then I've got some operations to oversee that I'd like to consult you on. Well, I'm going to have to bring David with me. I told Katrina. I don't like leaving him to his own devices, and I need to start him on some of the schooling that Natasha and I had planned. That is fine, Katrina agreed. I need to work something out with Ian anyway. Well, if you're here until February, I need to set up a meeting between you, Thomas Calderon, and Ian Davian. I added as we began the trip to my ducal estate. Jamie Wolf has some extremely important intelligence to share with the three of you. Might as well turn it into a working vacation then. Katrina sighed. And after I convinced Nandi and Frederick to take over for a couple of months too. It'll only take a week or so, I threw in. It's important, but it's not something that you can deal with while on vacation anyway. December 25th, 3016. Merry Christmas. I woke everyone up in the mansion on the intercom system. Today's breakfast, homemade from scratch cinnamon rolls, fresh coffee or hot chocolate, and bacon. You are awesome. Arthur Levon greeted me with a smile, the only other morning person present aside from me. No staff on Christmas? He asked me as he helped the bleary-eyed Melissa, Katrina, and Elsa into their seats around the small table. I give them Christmas off. I agreed. And I don't get to cook nearly as often as I like, and while I haven't been very good about it over the last couple of years, it's an old family tradition of mine to make cinnamon rolls for breakfast on Christmas Day. Really now? Katrina, having had some of the coffee, finally perked up. Why is that? Well, my dad was always a science guy, and when he discovered that baking and cooking was another type of science, he had a year-long period of baking and cooking everything, and during Christmas time was when he finally managed to perfect his cinnamon rolls. And ever since, that's what we have on Christmas morning. Interesting. Katrina said, not quite what I expected, but it makes sense. If you don't want the kids loaded down with sugar. I added, I did make some without icing. It's Christmas, let them have the sugar. Arthur said, gesturing to where David was almost finished with his cinnamon roll, and was trying to drink his hot chocolate without it burning him. Fine. Katrina gave a mock glare at her husband. But you get to feed Adam. She gave the 18-month-old to her husband for him to feed. After having a nice and comfortable breakfast, we finally made our way to the massive Christmas tree in the main lobby. I had couched Broughton over the week for precisely this moment, and we allowed the children to tear open their presents, their laughter and joy filling the air. Why are you sad? Elena Suzanne Steiner, nicknamed Elsa, asked me after a moment. A little bit. I gave a watery smile as I helped the 4-year-old into my lap. Auntie Natasha is gone, and she's missing a lot of David's life right now. I told her, so I'm recording everything so that she can see what he did while she was gone. It's hard to be apart from people you love sometimes. I said with a wan smile. It's okay, Uncle Mark. Elsa gave me a hug, before scampering off to play with some of the toys that had been opened. You ready for your gift? I asked Katrina. I finally got authorization from Ian to do this anyway. You got us a gift? Katrina asked. I already owe you for the list you gave me years ago, don't sink me further into debt now. You'll want this gift. I told her, as I handed her a box. Wow, a data core. She said sardonically before she glanced down and read the label on the core. A data core. Her brain had finally clicked into gear, but she had seemingly frozen, not knowing what to do. I think you broke her. Arthur chuckled. The only time I ever managed that was the day I proposed, and here you've done it twice now. He kept laughing. Next time you'll have to take me with you on an adventure, so I can give her gifts like this. Get in line. I said. Hansa is first on the list, and the list keeps growing with every house lord and important person I meet. January 15, 3017. Duke Hull, a pleasure to see you again. Zarantha Calderon said as she walked into my office. Though you seem to have aged a good deal since our last meeting. And you seem to have aged backwards. I said in reply as I rose and shook her hand. I heard that Thomas was protector now, but I didn't expect you to be dropping by for a visit. Have a seat, make yourself at home. Thank you. She said as I poured her a glass of sweet tea. This is a vacation of sorts, with me being partially an ambassador for Thomas, and partially me being able to travel and enjoy the galaxy in my slightly advanced age. You're what? 67. I asked. That's not advanced age. It is when you are the ruler of a nation. She said tiredly. I can see it on you already, and you have only been doing this for a fraction of the time that most rulers do. I think I understand what you mean. I said, now, seeing as you are already here, it saves me the trouble of having to contact Thomas. Chapter 77, Briefing. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns March 3, 3017. Wolf, I greeted the man as he walked into the briefing room. Is this secure enough for what you're planning? It is. He agreed. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. You're welcome. I told him, now let's get this show on the road. Ian and Hansa walked in first, followed by Katrina and Arthur, and Zarantha Calderon was the last one to walk into the meeting room. Good evening. I greeted the assembled nobles. This is a briefing put together by myself and Colonel Wolf here. I started. It covers 2 main threats to the inner sphere, and potentially to our current way of life. I took a breath. We are going to ask you to hold any questions until the end of this briefing. We'll be here for a while anyway, and we may answer some of your questions as we go. We're going to start with a small history lesson. I said and passed the briefing over to Jamie Wolf. Hour later. My first thought was to simply explain how the clans fought, and how to meet them in regular combat. Jamie Wolf admitted. But Duke Hull here managed to change my mind on this matter after showing me how he would handle the clans and their way of combat. Simply put, all warfare is based on deception. I quoted from memory. So I would lie, and bid forces, only to have the opposing side meet air support, or extra mithril-clad infantry in order to overwhelm the enemy forces. Given that I would give priority orders to make sure that they couldn't communicate, information would hopefully not leak out. I got going. And once it did leak out, I would conduct asymmetrical warfare, and run circles around them, having strength against weak forces, and weak forces supported by heavy artillery at every stage. I shrugged. If you want a world so badly that you are willing to lose most of the forces you bring with you, then you are welcome to have it. I smirked. Until I come back with reinforcements, that is. Give me your opinion on the individual skill level that they possess. Hansa said after some thought. On an individual level, they beat us in skill aside from the most elite of our forces. I stated coldly. That is both a good thing for them, and they're failing. How is that a failing? Ian asked for the entire group. It's a failing because aside from a certain respective few, they do not have the same teamwork ethics that we have tried to build. I said, their entire culture is built upon survival of the fittest and every man for himself. This doesn't contribute to their overall success on the long term. I shrugged. In fact, based on what Wolf here has told me, aside from a respective few cons, most only see short term, and don't typically think into the future as we do. Combined arms is going to need to be a focus. Hansa broke into the conversation. Mark, what would it take to boost your tank production? I need more lines, and I would have to take one line offline in order to duplicate it. I went over to my noteputer to consult some notes. 2 to 3 years to duplicate the combat vehicle lines that I possess, assuming no other problems show up. Katrina, Hansa turned to her. What of the alicorn lines that are on New Earth? What would it take to get them back in production? I need Gauss rifles. She stated. I have had Defiance and some other companies working on it, but we haven't had total success yet. She turned to Ian and Hansa. Unless you've come into a Gauss rifle production factory, we're not going to be able to manufacture alicorns. We may be able to assist you in that. Zarantha finally spoke up, having been silent for a little while. My son and a fantastic team of researchers and engineers have been able to resurrect the Toro light mech, one of our Vincent warships, and have begun to repair our jump shipyards. She took a deep breath. Given the magnitude of the threat, I'm certain that while Thomas may be upset with me, he will understand. We managed to uncover a research facility on Victoria after seizing it from the Capellan Confederation, and while most of the research was dedicated to stealth technology on battle mechs, there was also a functional Gauss rifle factory in mothballs present. She sighed. Thomas had the marksman relocate the factory to one of our primary manufacturing worlds, and it has been producing ever since. What do you need in return for the Gauss rifles? Ian asked Zarantha point blank. While the Fedsons have our own manufacture, all of them are already promised to various entities. I shall have to talk to the various industries. She said, and turned to me. What do you have to offer to this meeting and seeming alliance we are forming? Well, I bring my own fleet of warships to the table. I gave the list of warships that we were in the middle of repairing to the assembled people. And I'm going to be mounting another raid on Comster in order to take out the rest of their Black Navy capacity. That reminds me. Ian said. We have hard evidence that there is a civil war going on in Comster. He brought out a pad and passed it to us to examine. They aren't letting it affect their current operations because they've limited it to Terra so far, but it appears that it's starting to leak into various areas. He showed us a MIIO report on the FWLM. They are clearly taking sides in this conflict, and we have evidence of stations waiting days before sending their transmissions and things like that. I'm going to be hitting a world and system that has been reporting to Comster for a long time. Katrina said as she turned to me. Would you be willing to lend me some of your assets to assist? She sighed. We don't have dedicated Marines trained anymore, and it is something that I'm going to have to incorporate into the LCAF once again. Of course, I replied. Just let me coordinate and we can hit our objectives around the same time frame. March 5, 3017. Thank you for your input into the meeting, Zarantha. I said. It's been a pleasure having you here. The pleasure was all mine. She replied with a smile. This is still less work than managing the Concordat, and I'm glad to have passed the torch on to Thomas. She grinned, and I can't wait to see the look on his face when I give yet another gift to him from you. She laughed. His frustration with you is extremely funny to watch from a parenting angle. He views you as both an asset, and as a threat. That's what I am though. I said confused. I could potentially be a great threat. You're not a threat, honey. She patted my arm. You try to do the right thing, and that means that you won't ever be a threat to those who are doing the right thing. She grinned. That's what makes you so appealing to the nobles that you have met. You're honest and try to do what's right, something of a rarity in the galaxy we live in today. Chapter 78, Raid. August 15, 3017. Remind me to send Hull a thank you note. Katrina told Colonel Page. You've done a lot in a short amount of time. We're Marines, ma'am. Page puffed her chest up a bit. We don't do things by half. She grinned. We're better than infantry, we're shipboard literal combat specialists. We could have been Black Navy sailors, but we chose violence instead. Well, regardless of your job description, I'm glad to have you. Katrina said. You split your troops up to support this operation in Hull's, correct? Yes, ma'am. We have 2 battalions of Marines at our disposal, one of them is with Hull, and I'm with the rest here. We move in as soon as we get the go signal from our people on the inside. Nandi Steiner spoke up. Katrina will be staying behind while I supervise the operation. Nandi Steiner met Colonel Page's eyes. I need to know if you can follow my instruction and cooperate with the rest of our forces. You can count on us. Page said firmly. We are very good at our jobs. August 16, 3017. We have a go, people. Nandi broadcasted to her forces, and the forces that had been hidden in the debris around the Odessa 4 facility finally moved to take the shipyard. The Archon wants a lot of prisoners for interrogation. Marksman copies. Page replied as her Sting dropship dropped her and her company off. We're here and beginning our approach. Liudan 68 to 28 August 15, 3017. Commodore. The sensor officer called out to Commodore Fry. We have two of the same class of ship we faced at Ross 248 present, but they're shooting at each other. Ma'am, the communications officer spoke up. We're being hailed. Let them speak. Fry commanded. I want to hear what they have to say. This is Acting Captain Rogers of the CSV Bordeaux. If you help us out, we can work out whether to be enemies later. We didn't sign up to commit atrocities across the inner sphere. I had to enact some desperate measures to say the least. This is the Manassas, we hear you, indicate which vessel is the enemy, and we'll be happy to assist. Commodore Fry responded. We can sort out whether to kill you or not later. We're receiving a data burst with IFF embedded. The comms officer said. Relaying IFF across the board now. Listen up. I said to Hansa Davian and the Marines with me. We're aiming for the 2 yard ships below. It seems that we stumbled into Comster's very own civil war, and now we get to step in. So watch your targets, if someone surrenders then disarm them and cuff them, we want data and intact machines. I took a breath before continuing. Mathis and Rook will be leading the assault on the station, you know what to do. Sir, Sergeant Lovell spoke up. I've split up the tech specialists between companies so everyone has several, they've got the mapping data loaded as well, so they'll be your guides. You heard the sergeant, follow your tech specialists. They're on point for this OP, I said. Yes sir. They responded. And now the hard part began, waiting to get close enough to jump to the yard ship. I thought waiting in the rear of the front lines for information was bad. Hansa observed to me via laser comms. Waiting to be dropped off at an objective is worse. You get used to it after a while. I responded, I forgot you got promoted quickly enough to skip a lot of the stuff that sucks as a frontliner. That, and I always had something to do. Hansa said. I'm not used to just being along for the ride. Well, in a couple of minutes you won't be worried about that. I said as I stood up and grabbed onto the handle above the Bombay Get Ready Marines. Commodore, the enemy vessel labeled the CSV Montpellier is drifting, and the Bordeaux is damaged. Make sure to divert a couple of the boarding parties their way. Fry said. We may be able to salvage it. Ma'am, Captain Rogers wants to speak to you. The comms officer said. All right, I'll speak to him. Fry responded. Manassas, Captain Rogers started. We've taken some heavy damage, we're powering down weapons and slaving control over to you. Copy that Captain Rogers, prepare to receive Marines to enforce this. Fry responded. We'll accept just about anything as long as you're not shooting at us right now. Captain Rogers said. Nice to meet some fellow professionals. Page said to the members of the 6th Hesperus Guards. Good to see some other Marines out here. The fellow colonel responded. Thanks for the powered armor, it's nice to have some advantages here out in space for once. They're pretty nice to have. Page agreed. Certainly makes my job easier when my people can survive mistakes to learn from them. The 2 groups of Marines continued down the corridor, clearing out any opposition and ensuring that no one did any damage to the shipyards. How goes the capture of the 2 yard ships? Page asked. I'm worried they may try and scuttle them. We captured one of them, but they seemingly bricked the system's controls, it's stuck drifting in space until we can get them fixed. The other colonel shrugged, the second one self-destructed as soon as we got near it. We may have some things that will help with the bricked yard ship, Page responded, but we should probably finish our current job first. You're right. He agreed, and tossed a flashbang into the next room. First. He entered the room with Page hot on his heels. This is terrifying, Hansa said as we used the jump jets on our mithril to navigate to a lifeboat. One bad move and we're gone. That's why we attached the tethers to the ship. I responded. We're here. We breached the lifeboat and got into the yard ship. This wasn't in my reports. I said as we stepped over bodies littering the corridor. I'm afraid this could be really bad. Chapter 78, Continued Dead Space. Liudan 68 to 28 August 15, 3017. Mark, I don't like the look of this. Hansa said as we advanced through the yard ship, seeing only scattered corpses and blood streaks along the walls and floors. Hansa, I don't either, but the lights are still on, and we're much better armed and armored than these poor bastards were. No sooner had the words left my mouth than the lights turned off, the emergency lighting casting odd shadows and causing a haunting effect. Night vision on people, and guns at the ready, I told the various fire teams with me. I want everyone's head on a swivel, this isn't anything like what's happening anywhere else. I had advanced comm systems loaded into my custom mithril suit, allowing me to at least monitor the situation. Colonel. One of the Marines who had been with me since the inception of the marksman called out. This body looks strange. Hey, you're right. I replied, this one seems to have been torn apart instead of ripped apart by weapons fire. I raised my rifle. Get ready people, This body was fresh, so we're getting closer to whatever it was that is killing these people. We finally reached the door to the bridge, and it had been sealed shut. Laval, open it up. I ordered, even though I knew it was probably a bad idea. Everyone else, get ready, whatever it is that's killing these people is stuck on the bridge. Ready, boss? Laval asked. We clear. I asked to head nods and affirmatives. Open it. I uttered with finality, ready to shoot whatever came through the door. What it was a man. A crazed man with open wounds, an open cybernetics chain throughout his body. You could see through his facial expression that he was in pain, but he was still fighting through. Kill me please. He said. They put this stuff in me, made me do terrible things. He said while his body readied itself to try and kill us. Looking down the iron sights of my rifle, I pulled my trigger once, drilling the center of his head, and causing his body to drop lifeless and stiff against the ground. Give me your thermite. I told our explosives expert. I want this body burned now. The Marine just nodded, unspooling his cords of thermite and helping me layer the body with them. As soon as we finished, the corpse tried to move and get up, but we triggered the explosives, melting the cybernetics and flesh off of the body, and causing the skeleton to fuse in several places. This is why Comster needs to be destroyed. I looked at Hans's faceplate. Because they believe it is their right to play God and do things like that to people. I sighed, let's take the bridge. I don't think there's anyone left on this yardship to oppose us. Sir, computer systems are entirely intact, and my teams are reporting that they didn't even manage to start wiping the computers, probably due to that clusterfuck we walked into. Laval reported. We'll have the yardship up and moving in 15. Everybody okay? Acting Captain Rogers asked. I know we just took a beating after all. I'm good. The gunnery officer responded, followed by the rest of the bridge crew. I hope those Marines bring some extra medical supplies though. The communications officer said. We've got more wounded crewmates than the infirmary is able to handle. They'll be docking in 15. Rogers responded. I'll greet them and explain our medical needs to them. He sighed heavily. It's not like we'd be able to put up much of a fight right now anyway. Commodore, the comms officer said. Duke Hull is reporting that the yardship they hit has been taken intact, no casualties. The second yardship is reporting minor casualties, and a partial lockout of the computer system similar to what happened in the Ross 248 system, only not as comprehensive. And the space station? Fry asked, I want the status on that. Mathis is reporting minimal losses, and that the station will take another couple of hours to clear out the last holdouts. Good, when we have our Marines on board the CSV Bordeaux, have them treat the enemy wounded, we're not savages after all. Yes ma'am, relaying the message. Odessa, Lyran Commonwealth, August 16, 3017. Those fucking savages. Paige swore. They're lucky we managed to intercept the fucking thing. I get it. Major Jenkins agreed. Even when we were out for blood against the Capellans, we never tried to take it out on a civilian population, much less what these bastards decided to do. Blaze is going to crucify Comster against a wall. Paige said with finality. Chopper was his best friend, and he died to a dirty fucking nuke. Ma'am. We have multiple nuclear missile launches detected, they're targeting the Lyran dropships. Fuck. Colonel Felicia Page swore again. Wait, why are our dropships leaving? They're intercepting the nukes ma'am. Jenkins said. With everyone we have being in Mithril, we stand the greater chance of survival. We're going to lose a lot of people, Jenkins. She replied. And those crews aren't easily replaceable. This is the Sting-class gunship Archon's favor. Echoed through the open comms channels. Tell our old fire team member Katrina that we'll. A white flash shone as bright as the local sun for a split second before disappearing to reveal that they had managed to intercept all of the nukes headed for the other dropships, at the expense of the lone gunship. Damn it. Jenkins swore. Those guys were with us from the beginning, I served with them against the pirates while we were stationed in the Concordat. I know Jenkins. Page patted his armor-clad shoulder. I know. I hate these kinds of ops. Jenkins muttered underneath his breath. Even when you succeed, you feel like you lost something important in return. Yet, Page agreed, sometimes these ops make you feel like losing hope. Comster Historical Interlude 3010-3020. Introduction. This section of the textbook only refers to the Comster historical period of 3010 to 3020. For information on the historical periods of 3000 to 3010 and 3020 to 3030 you should look at sections 13 and 15. It should be interesting to note, that Comster in this period was not truly neutral as they are today. In fact, you could consider them a developing and hidden superpower until 3012 when their secrecy was broken by a lone precentor's mistake. The first 2 years of this time period was of particular note because of the current Prekenteram, Vassar Christopher planting the seeds and assisting in beginning the tension that would later explode into the Merrick Civil War. 1. Comster had encountered no problems of any note at this point until the Precenter of the then hidden world of Versailles, II, known as Tazan to Comster, launched an attack on the world of Kent Ares IV, intending to pin the blame on the Draconis Combine. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the sheer amount of defenses that were in place in the Kent Ares system, and the attacking force's lack of information security allowed this hidden world to be discovered. Now, it should be noted that the Comguards were mostly a security force at this time, with only Terra, and some other locations mentioned later, being guarded by more than a token force. This meant that the Comguards that they did have were not quite up to a comparable training level of the rest of the Inner Sphere. After the failed attack on Kent Ares IV, the Federated Suns retaliated with a precision raid against the hidden world, stripping away many Lestec factories and facilities from the world, and beginning to try and reintegrate the population with the Federated Suns. Unfortunately, Comster had sent the warship Narbonne, later known as the Defender, to investigate the lack of contact with said world. The Federated Suns forces had all evacuated by this point aside from the personal dropship and guard of Duke Hull of Kent Ares IV, who managed to escape with a minor amount of casualties. Comster disavowed any knowledge of warships in this time period, which was effective for a time until their ROM intelligence department made a critical mistake in allowing their communications to be intercepted in late 3015. ROM had used stolen codes to activate sleeper cells of both the ISF and MASC that had been previously unknown to the Davians. This move, while if it had been successful may have postponed several of the issues that occurred later, ended up costing Comster a large portion of their Black Navy fleet when Duke Hull retaliated. By late 3016, Comster had suffered a major loss in the form of Primus Diabolo, and a not insignificant portion of the fleet that they had been preparing. The theft of these warships later allowed the Fed Suns to begin reverse engineering compact KF drives, and begin development of their own warship. The Comster Civil War, as it is known to many historians, doesn't have a specific date on it, but most assume that it began in 3016 when instead of electing a new Primus, accusations of Precenter Rom poisoning the Primus and other insults were thrown, leading the more radical elements of Comster to begin persecuting and trying to eliminate what are now called moderates, along with have been termed as the businessmen. Comster began to split in two major directions at this point, the radical elements who desired to subjugate the entirety of the inner sphere, with the moderates and businessmen as the opposition to that. While the moderates and radicals were fighting, sometimes literally, the businessmen were the ones ensuring that Comster remained functional as an interstellar entity, continuing the services that Comster was known for and essentially remaining neutral, though moderate-leaning, in the Civil War. The Comster Civil War didn't truly end until 3019, when the last known elements of the radicals were eliminated, with Precenter Thomas Merrick of the Comster Exploration Corps being elected Primus. Thomas Merrick immediately set about fixing many of the issues with Comster, and created a new position and council to hold oversight over the First Circuit. This council's first chair was the protege of Thomas Merrick, Mendel Waterley. He had taken note of her technical skills and political prowess early on, and had supported her rapid rise through Comster's ranks. This odd power duo created a truly neutral entity for trade and communications, with many HPGs in periphery worlds and places like the outback of the Federated Suns and the Outworlds Alliance having schools and hospitals attached. With the funds that had been devoted to the Hidden Worlds, 3, being devoted to other areas that promoted education and health, Comster exploded with new recruits, and while they never truly lost their slight religious bent, they had transformed the culture of Comster in such a way that by 3025, Comster's certifications and graduates were compared to the likes of NAIS and SLC. 4. Unfortunately for Thomas Merrick, his home nation never recovered from the Merrick Civil War, with the Andurians splitting off to form their own independent state, and many others following suit. Nearly the entirety of the border between the Free Worlds League and the Lyran Commonwealth had voluntarily joined the Commonwealth by 3025, and the Merricks held a fraction of the worlds they once possessed. Thomas Merrick never returned to the Free Worlds League, instead dying of old age many years after retiring as Primus, passing his title on to his protege Waterley, and she led Comster to even greater heights. The Merrick Civil War ended up taking place a couple of years later, and ended up with the dissolution of the Free Worlds League. It was later revealed in 3050 when it was declassified by the Kent Ares Guard that there were supposedly 5 hidden worlds based on different aspects of war production. Referenced previously, the hidden worlds had been where a massive amount of money was spent, and the ability to shift those funds allowed Comster to begin the increase of education levels in the inner sphere and the periphery. Sharpshooter Learning Center, founded in 3018 by Drive Adamina Rogers. Known as the premier engineering and materials science school in the inner sphere, only rivaled by NAIS R&D team. Chapter 79, Dismantle/Repair. Leuton 68-28 August 25, 3017. Captain Rogers. I greeted the Comster officer. I need you to explain to me in your own words what is going on in Comster's ranks. I handed him a glass of water. If I like your answer, I might just repair the Bordeaux and send you on your way back to Terra. Rogers just sat there for a minute collecting his thoughts. There's something of an ideological disagreement between several factions in our ranks. He finally replied. Ideological differences rarely lead to trying to kill the entirety of the other side. I commented, unless one side is like the Spanish Inquisition. That's shockingly fitting. Rogers said. To be completely honest with you, there's a radical faction who are trying to ensure that Comster has total domination of the inner sphere. He met my eyes. But you already knew that, didn't you? I suspected. I said after a moment. And with the data we pulled from this system, I have confirmation. I paused for a minute. If I return you to Terra, I expect you won't be supporting the radical faction. No sir, he shook his head. Not after they tried to kill us like that, I'll be supporting the moderates through and through. Rogers sighed. I expect it will take time to clear out the radical elements though. That's fine. I responded. Just so long as they stop trying to make war on me and my family. I can't promise anything. Rogers said after a moment of silence. But I'll do what I can. Get the Bordeaux to the yard ship. I told him, we'll get your ship fixed up and rearmed and sent back onto Terra. And the rest of this system? He asked me. This system, I replied, belongs to the marksman now. August 27, 3017. The populace giving us any issues? I asked Mathis. I don't want anybody doing anything stupid. No sir, they seem to have settled down. He responded. They don't seem to much care as long as their standard of living isn't impacted. We'll have to maintain a presence in the system anyway. I replied. The amount of material here is amazing. Yes sir. Rook replied. I compiled a report of all of the orbital factories. He glanced down at his noteputer. We've got some massive endosteel and freezer factories in orbit, along with some other Lestec in production. Such as? I asked. We had to destroy a fair few of them due to the amount of radicals on board. The remaining factories produce Gauss rifles and ERP-6 along with large lasers. He replied. Those in the freezer and endosteel foundries/factories were the ones that we prioritized, everything else is either in need of repairs, or we had to destroy. Laval. I turned to the NCO at the table. What ships are able to be repaired in short order? There's not much left of the Montpellier. He started. We might be able to salvage the KF drive and some of the capital weapons emplacements to move to the Kent Ares system, but it's pretty well shredded. Glancing down, he consulted his list. They apparently were in the finishing stages of refitting the Cameron class here into a command ship. It just needs ammunition, a crew, and it's ready to go. He sighed. It seems they focused on the Cameron, and the Potemkin, and Vincent CLAISS ships here. Because all of the Lola IIIs here are in need of full repairs and to be brought out of mothballs. He glanced down at his notes again. While those three are in the late stages, the others are going to need a couple of years of yard work to be brought back online. Well, considering we're going to be using this system as a base, I think we can spare the people to get them working again. I said. While y'all were looking into everything else, I went on a search for the slick ships that may have been mothballed here. I grinned. And? Hansa asked, finally speaking up. What did you find? There are 5 Pueblo-class dropships here along with 3 Bug-Eye warships. I got a little excited. There are also several mothballed Nightwings and 3 to 4 tracker warships. And that means what exactly? Hansa asked me. It means that we have options for surveillance that we didn't have before. I told him, we can use these vessels to help us keep tabs on the Draconis Combine, or any other nation that we might be up against. I shrugged. By the way, do you mind delivering the Vincent class to the Taurians? No, why have me deliver it though? Hansa asked bluntly. I'm a Davian. Exactly, just make sure to get a picture of Thomas's face when you're giving him the keys to the warship, okay? I grinned. I love messing with him. I worry that one day you're going to piss off the wrong person. Hansa told me. And no one will be there to back you up. I never go anywhere alone anymore. I shrugged in response, still grinning. So I've got backup everywhere I go. Odessa, Lyran Commonwealth, August 25, 3017. I'm giving them the Commonwealth Medal of Honor. Archon Katrina Steiner told Colonel Felicia Page and her XO Major Jenkins. They earned it. I know they did. Page responded sadly. I just wish they didn't have to earn it at all. I'm having the nobles on Odessa tried for treason. Katrina told the 2 officers. I know it's not much consolation, but it's what I have to offer for now. Thank you, ma'am. Jenkins and Page replied in unison. We're going to have their funeral on Kent Ares if you want to join us. I can't. Katrina gave a sad smile. I spent too long away at the beginning of this year already. We'll record it for you. Page responded. I know they were your old marksman fire team. You do that. Katrina replied. If they have any family, I'll be matching whatever the marksmen provide for deaths in service. We appreciate it, ma'am. Page replied. But we take care of our own. Chapter 80, Results. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March, Federated Suns, September 28, 3017. This was always the part that I hated. The burial of people who were friends, those who had been with me for over a decade at this point. In this case, there were no bodies to be buried. The nuke they had intercepted had destroyed their dropship, and vaporized the people on board. We had a closed casket funeral, and while this gunship crew didn't have much biological family, they did have a massive non-biological family. Every single member of the Kent Aries Guard and marksmen who weren't on duty had turned up for the funeral. And the plot of land we had set aside for the tombs of our fallen brothers and sisters was filled to the brim. Hundreds of us, all in uniform and ready to give one last salute to the ones who had sacrificed their all. There was an eerie calm as we lowered the first of the empty caskets down into its hole. The silence filled the air, and yet, it wasn't an oppressive silence, it was calm, almost accepting. Then the silence was broken as the assembled fire teams began their 21-gun salute. We had cloned old WW2 rifles specifically for this detail, so that we could maintain the tradition in the best way possible. We did this for every single crew member of the Sting gunship Archon's favor. And then again for those who had given their lives in the taking of both Leeuwarden and Odessa. We wanted the families of our people to know just how valued they were. And then the marksmen would be paying the families the same base salary that our men and women had during life. While we couldn't replace the people, we could honor them and their families to the best of our ability and means to do so. September 29, 3017. Mr. Soto, I greeted the father of the pilot of the Archon's favor. The Archon awarded the Commonwealth Medal of Honor with a diamond cluster to each of the members of the gunship. I handed him the assorted awards. I gave a heavy sigh. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, Mr. Soto. The older man just stood there gripping the awards and flags silently, and some tears dripped from his eyes. Setting them to the side, he shook my hand firmly and looked me in the eye. Thank you, he said after a moment. She was worried that she would never be able to fly again. He wept slightly. But you gave her that chance again, thank you. I just wish she were here to thank me herself. I told the man. I'm glad to have served as her commanding officer. After he had dried his tears and said goodbye, it was time to move on to the next family. I hated this part of the job, and I didn't do it for everyone under my command, but those who had been with me from the onset of the marksmen. Those people had earned me personally doing this. You good sir? Mathis asked me as he opened the door to the armored SUV I was using. Yeah, I said after a minute. I just forget how hard this part is. I think we all do. Mathis replied after a minute or so. We get so caught up in the current mission and what is happening in front of us that we forget the hard things, the endless waiting, the things that make our way of life difficult. He sighed. But then there's the good things that come afterwards too. He smiled, like the joy of a successful mission, or celebrating the lives that we were able to save or make better. Is that what makes you keep going? I asked the slightly younger man. No sir. He grinned. What keeps me going is the fun of keeping you out of trouble. He chuckled a bit. You forget sir, I love my job, and I'll keep doing it until I am no longer physically capable of it. September 30, 3017. The fireplace in the main living room of the mansion crackled as I held David in a rocking chair. It was night time, and we had finally finished with all of the funerals and personal condolences. David was asleep on my chest, and I was content. The only thing missing from this moment was Natasha. And I was certain that she'd be coming home soon. Sometimes I forget that I'm not from around here. I told David as I moved to put him in his bed. Because it feels like I've been here my whole life half the time. I smiled softly, stroking his back as he shifted around on his bed before settling down and snoring softly. Moving to the office adjacent to the living room, I opened my lockbox and withdrew my iPhone. I had long since backed up all of the data I had saved on there years ago, but I hadn't given the device to anyone for reverse engineering or anything like that yet. But considering that we were on a potential time crunch involving the clans, I decided that now was probably the correct time to hand the device over to my R&D department. The Triad, their CAD, September 25, 3017. What was the damage, Nandi? Katrina asked her sister once they had settled down in her office. One of the Comster-built yardships is going to need to be repaired before it's put into service. She started. The actual orbital facility and yards were captured relatively intact minus some attempted sabotage. Nandi consulted her notes. They weren't working on any full warships or squadrons in the yard currently aside from repairing 2 new Grange yardships that were in different stages of repairs. She paused. One of them had modifications being made to it, seemingly some sort of mass accelerator or something. She scoffed. We're going to be getting those yardhips repaired and back into working condition. Good. Katrina said in response. We're going to be working our fleets out of mothballs now that we've got a few yards we can use to maintain them. Katrina. Nandi said after a minute. I personally owe the marksmen a debt, if that gunship hadn't intercepted the nukes, I would be dead, along with the entirety of the 9th Hesperus Guards. I made an offer. Katrina said sadly. I did work with them for a little while after all. She sighed. But Paige refused, saying we take care of our own. I'm going to be paying the families of the gunship crew a visit regardless. Nandi told her sister. You can call it a vacation or whatever you want, but I need to thank them on a personal level. Take Melissa and Elsa with you. Katrina said. They love visiting Uncle Mark after all. Chapter 81, Leaks. Jump Ointment, Summer, November 1st, 3017. Ma'am, a Draconis Combine force just jumped into the system. The dropship captain told Nandi Steiner. It's not enough forces to take and hold Summer, but there's enough here to give us some problems. I thought we had 2 Sting gunships for escort. Nandi asked. We were trying to keep this a secret, hence why we only hired a battalion of the Kellhounds for an escort. What seems to be the problem? Morgan Kell asked as he walked onto the bridge with his brother Patrick. We just had a Draconis Combine force jump into the system, and they seem to be specifically set up to hunt us. Nandi stated, looking at the forces that were detaching from their jump ship and beginning to head towards them. How many aerospace fighters do we have available? Not enough to deal with that, Morgan said. Those Sting gunships you and Katrina swear by better be able to do their job extremely well or we won't make it out of here. That's a vengeance, and it's being escorted by an Achilles. We'll start a hard burn towards Summer. The captain said if our escorts can cover us long enough, we may be able to get within the Summer defense envelope. I wouldn't count on that. Nandi told him. But we don't seem to have any other option at the moment. I'll deploy my aerospace assets to cover our approach. Morgan said, I'll take Patrick and get the girls ready for a hard burn. This will not be fun. Nandi said. This is Escort 1, we see you on our scopes Kellhound squadrons. The pilot of the lead Sting escort said over his communications systems. I hope you're as good as your reputation says you are. We hope so too. The squadron leader replied. I hope those gunships deliver on their promises. They have so far. The lead Sting responded. Let's go hunt some dragon, I've had a hankering for burnt chicken anyway. Copy that, initiating combat interception. The mass of aerospace fighters began to get into their formations, intent on taking out the prize now headed for the planet below. The Sting gunships and 12 aerospace fighters standing in the way of 40 aerospace fighters deployed by the Combine and an Achilles dropship coming in with them. Escort 2, I need you to try and eliminate the Achilles. Went through the second escort's systems. That's the only thing with enough thrust to overtake our VIPs. Copy that, focusing on the Achilles. The first Sting lashed out with PPCs, LRMs, and large lasers as soon as it entered range, shattering and melting armor, along with outright destroying many of the lighter forces against them, before spinning around and kicking in full thrust in order to keep up with the force of fighters. Even the heavier Slayer aerospace fighters were not capable of surviving the sheer amount of weapons fire that could be poured into a single target. Eventually, after a quarter of the Combine's numbers had been whittled down, they stopped trying to catch up to the VIPs and focused on the Sting that was harrying them, ignoring the Kellhound's fighters in order to bring down the assault dropship that was matching the heaviest firepower they could bring to bear. While the first Sting was making a mess of the aerospace fighters that the Combine had brought with them, the second one was focusing heavily on the Achilles. While the lighter dropship had a better thrust profile over the long term, in the short term they had to contend with a heavier armed and armored dropship that had a lot of guns to use against them. Captain! The Dai yelled. This is not a Drost that we are up against. The Achilles shuddered around them. It has way too many weapons for that. Rotate, and come about to heading 130, hold course for 5 seconds, and then begin a reverse burn, let's get our nose pointed at them. The Combine captain calmly said instead of replying to his worried XO. We shall have to see if they can handle most of our forward firepower. Summer, Lyran Commonwealth, November 4th, 3017. Nandi, they can't leave the system, so they're going to try and complete their mission anyway. Morgan told her. Our forces dropped them down to 10 aerospace fighters, and both of their dropships were destroyed or extremely damaged in the fighting. I know. Nandi replied. And I just sent an priority HPG to Katrina. Why? Morgan asked. I thought we weren't supposed to use HPGs on this OP. We weren't, but this is justified. Nandi responded. If what I suspect is true, then we will have to deal with it before we will be able to leave this system. Kent Aries 4 Draconis March, Federated Suns November 8, 3017. Duke Hull, Mary said from her reception desk. You have a priority call from Intelligence Chief Dunham. Patch it through Mary. I told her. Thank you. Mark, you're going to want to come to the messenger ASAP. He told me over the encrypted phone line. We just got an HPG from New Avalon that you need to see. I'm on my way now. I told him and hung up the phone, telling Mathis to have someone bring the SUV around. 15 minutes later. What's going on? I asked Dunham as he brought me to the mobile HPG in the messenger. It's better to see for yourself. I walked in, and Dunham started the message. Mark, I hate to have to ask another favor of you, but Nandi needs your help. Katrina's message said. I need some of your help. I'm not currently able to divert any forces to subdue Lestrade, and the Kell brothers are currently trapped with Nandi. She visibly sighed. I was only able to get this to you in a timely manner because of the work that the Davians have put into their own HPG network. She stated. Melissa and Elsa are safe, several Lick agents were able to get them hidden away before they were discovered, but when Nandi, Morgan and Patrick tried to arrest Duke Aldo Lestrade, he turned completely traitor and declared that his system was now seceding from the Lyran Commonwealth. I have Loki and the Lick on site, but we haven't gotten any information out of Summer in days, and you're one of the only people I trust to pull this kind of thing off. I don't have much longer to record, but I need you to launch an invasion on Summer, and save my sister and my children. Before the worst comes to pass. Chapter 82, Reputation. Kent Aries System, November 9, 3017. Alright people, looks like it's time to unveil our fleet. I told the assembled personnel with me. Peterson, your first marksman RCT is going to be heading this up. We've been itching for some action. He responded with a smile. I assume that some of our less mobile assets will be coming on the Age of Discovery, sir. You assume right. I told him. We've got LF batteries on the Manassas and Defender, but we only have the capacity for 6 dropships on the first 2, so you'll be about a month behind us. We're going to be cutting it kinda close on this one, boss. Shepard told me after looking at the star charts. While you've got the timing down fairly well, you may have to hot charge the KF drives in order to get there in the time frame you want to. I know that, but if we want to get there in 3 weeks, it's going to have to be done. I told the assembled officers. We're only taking volunteers on the Manassas and Defender. I said, and we'll have our fingers crossed the entire trip. New Roads 3, November 15, 3017. Why are you coming with us? I asked Zarantha Calderon. I figured you'd be enjoying the fine beaches on Kent Aries. I can't let you have all of the fun now, can I? She asked me with a slight smile on her face before getting a bit serious. I'm here to represent the Calderon family, and the Taurian Concordat as a whole. What kind of image does it present if I'm not willing to provide aid to this budding alliance of ours? It doesn't present a good image. I agreed. But that doesn't mean that you have to expose yourself to risk in this manner. I'll be enclosed in an 80-ton assault mech, that, I might add, you had upteshed and armored. She responded. I mean, I could say the same about you, you drive the lightest mech of any of your officers. That's because I try to stay out of my mech until I absolutely have to get in it. I responded. My place is in the mobile HQ, directing strategy and logistics. But it doesn't seem to last very long. She responded. I've seen some of your battle ROMs and after-action reviews. She smirked. You're perfectly fine in the mobile HQ until someone tries to kill some of your men and then you're right out into the field. I opened my mouth to respond, and then closed it again, humming in thought as I considered that statement, trying to figure out if there were any flaws in her logic. You may be right about that. I told her. I never intend on leaving the HQ, but I always end up moving closer to the front than is strictly necessary. November 25, 3017. We've got about a week until we're in the summer system. I told the people with me. I need operational plans by tomorrow. Colonel Patterson, I addressed the officers. You have overall tactical command, the marksmen are yours after all. What will you be doing, sir? He asked me. I know you typically like to be in command. Peterson, I scoffed. I could care less about being in command, as long as whoever's in charge isn't an idiot. And to answer your question, I'll be taking the Ducal Guard in as an independent company, I'm going to be the hammer, and you get to play anvil. Poor bastards. Mathers said with a chuckle. They won't know what hit them. What about the 17th Sky Rangers? Peterson piped up, won't they be a problem? The Archon committed them in a raid against the Combine a couple of months ago. I told them. Lestrade couldn't refuse at that point because there wasn't any public evidence of him colluding with the Draconis Combine and the ISF. They're firmly against the Combine, so we'll be left with whatever house troops and militia that he managed to scrounge up. Are you sure we'll need the rest of the RCT on the Age of Discovery? Peterson asked. I don't think whatever he has will be enough to fight off what we have with us, much less the full strength of the marksmen. Overconfidence gets people killed. I cautioned. And we don't quite know if the Dracs are committing more forces than they already have to this fight. So go in heavy, and hope that we don't have to use all of it. Peterson nodded, we'll have to remember to avoid civilian casualties much more here, we don't know how much Lestrade has told them, or if he's going to try and turn them all into insurgents if this bid for succession doesn't work. November 25, 3017. Sorry Katrina. Simon Johnson said as he burst into her office. I just received word that an assassination attempt on Duke Gruthar Lestrade almost succeeded. He and his wife managed to escape with minor injuries, but their daughter Marga Arid is in critical condition. I want confirmation as soon as Duke Hull's forces arrive in the summer system. Katrina ordered after processing what Simon Johnson had said. If we can establish contact, I want to try and get him to bring the Argo to Skye, so that we can have the Duchy of Skye owe us a favor for getting their daughter the proper medical attention. Yes ma'am. Johnson replied. I still haven't gotten any information from the Lick and Loki cells on Summer. I don't know if they're holding out for us to move forces, or if Lestrade and the ISF cells he was working with managed to subvert some of them. Doesn't really matter at the moment, Katrina replied. We're in the midst of the waiting game now, and this is always the hardest part. December 1st, 3017. Here we go, people. I said as the dropships detached from the Manassas. We're being escorted by the Defender and a couple of Stings, so we should be clear of any aerospace assets. But just in case, we've got Wardog Squadron along with 12 more fighters flying escorts. It'll take us 2 days to get to the planet. From there, it's our job to curb stomp some traitors. You heard the man. Mendoza echoed. While our illustrious Duke over here is thinking grand strategy and punching assholes in the dick, it's our job to make sure that he stays alive long enough to do that. The reinforced company of the Ducal Guard just chuckled in response. This means, that if the Duke tries to talk you into letting him do something stupid, that you let Lieutenant Mathis know immediately. Mendoza said seriously. Our Duke has a problem, and Mathis is the solution. He will tie or tape the Duke down if necessary to prevent him from trying to fight yet another Atlas with his Warhammer. But sir, one of the Ducal Guard spoke up. What if what he's telling us to do involves rescuing the Steiners and Kell brothers? Special circumstances will apply in some scenarios, but for the most part, you let Mathis know and handle anything stupidly heroic. Mendoza said. Am I understood? Yes sir. Came the response. That's good to hear, make sure you get some ruck time, we've got a 2-day burn before we see action. Chapter 83, Hostage Negotiations. Summer, December 1st, 3017. What do you mean 2 warships just entered the system? Colonel Fell asked the officer on duty. Exactly that sir, and they detached 2 overlords, 2 of those Drost refits we've seen, and 2. Honestly sir, I have no idea what the last 2 dropships are, only that they're the biggest military dropships I've ever seen. That's 2 Colossus. A tech walking by said. They haven't been seen since the fall of the Star League and the Terran hegemony. Fuck me. Colonel Fell said. Nope, we are not doing this today. He turned and looked at the officer on duty. Lieutenant, I'm going back to bed, do not try and wake me up for the next 12 hours because I will more than likely be in a drunken stupor. Requesting permission to join you sir. The poor lieutenant asked. I think we might all need a stiff one. Granted. Fell replied, in fact, call the senior staff together, I'll buy the drinks tonight. Summer, December 6th, 3017. But you can't surrender. Aldo Lestrade yelled furiously at Colonel Fell, the CO of the militia on Summer over the communications channel. I haven't given you any orders to surrender. Duke Lestrade, Colonel Fell replied calmly. I'm not sure what world you are living in, but it doesn't matter if I have an extra 2 to 3 regiments of battle mechs on the planet to just drum up, we're up against an elite-rated mercenary unit who is using motherfucking warships as support. So, I'm countermanding your orders, and giving the men and women of the militia the chance to save their own lives. If you want to die over this, that's entirely up to you. Fell cut the comms channel off. At least I have the hostages. Aldo muttered to himself. But I've only got a couple of lances here to defend the estate. He turned and looked at the screen on his desk. I'll use them to bargain with. I'm sure this mercenary dog that Katrina hired won't be willing to sacrifice his paycheck on the chance that I'll kill them. Get me a communications channel to the mercenaries, Lestrade told some of the members of his staff. I need to start some negotiations. Summer, December 5th, 3017. This is Colonel Patterson of the 1st Marksman RCT, we do not wish to make war on the people of Summer. Peterson broadcast on all open channels. We have been hired by Archon Katrina Steiner to rescue several hostages that Aldo Lestrade has taken. Patterson sighed, if any member of the militia chooses to surrender, we will not be taking your combat vehicles or mechs as salvage, we have no need of your equipment, and have no quarrel with you. Think they'll bite? Mathis leaned forward in his seat. I'll put down 50 pounds that they surrender outright, and do it against orders. Hull said with that smug grin he always had on his face when he knew he was right. That's a sucker's bet. Patterson said as he chuckled. I'll counter bet you, 50 pounds that Duke Lestrade tries to negotiate his way out. 50 bulls that hull here has someone do a daring rescue and pulls off something no one else thought of. Calderon weighed in. I'll take that action, Mathis said, and they shook on it. Anyone else want in? I'll bite. Patterson and Mendoza both chipped in. Hull, you get to play bookie this time. Yeah. He waved it off. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. December 7th, 3017. I told you it was a sucker's bet. Patterson said as we watched the summer militia broadcast a full and total surrender. Now, do you want me to respond to the idiot or do you want to take over? You're doing fine. I replied, I'm going to be heading to an lick branch that Katrina gave me intel on to try and get Melissa and Elsa in our care. I looked Peterson in the eye. You do good work, and I trust you to see this through. I'll make sure we get Nandi and the Kell brothers home safe. Peterson said strongly as he shook my hand. You make sure those little girls are safe. That's the plan. I told him with a smile and a wave. That's the plan. December 10th, 3017. This is the safe house I have the location of. I told Mathis as we pulled up in a motorcade escorted by some combat vehicles. I'll go and give the codes, and we'll hopefully be out of here soon. I got out of the armored SUV, and walked up to the house. I knocked on the door and then waited for a good minute or two. Bravo 6 Delta 9 or 5 Alpha. I told him, and the man on the other side of the door waited a second, either consulting his memory or trying to get clarification. You're free to come in. He finally said in an extremely thick Scottish accent. They're pleasant little girls, but a bit of a handful. Yeah, they can be a little bit of a handful. I agreed as we walked into the living room where the two Steiner children were sitting. What? No greetings for your Uncle Mark. Uncle Mark. They both said as they ran to me with tears in their eyes. It was so scary, and we were scared. It's okay to be scared. I told the two little girls. It's what you do when you're scared that matters. I picked them up and went to the entrance. You did a good job, and I'll tell Katrina what brave little girls you were. Even though we were scared. Melissa asked. Especially because you were scared. I called Mathis and a fire team in to cover the girls as we loaded up into the SUV. As soon as we were loaded up, man-portable SRMs began to fire on our motorcade. ISF. I asked Mathis, who was in the driver's seat as per usual. ISF. He agreed. They were probably watching us the whole time waiting for something like this. Melissa, Elsa, you're going to want to cover your ears. I told the two girls as I drew out a rifle to use beside the top-mounted .50. Why Uncle Mark? Elsa asked. 2 reasons. I told her as our tires squealed while we drove away from the enemy. 1. It's going to be really loud in here. I stood up in the secondary firing position to throw some fire at the enemies that were chasing us. And the second reason? Melissa asked. Uncle Mark is about to say some very nasty words, and he would appreciate it if you didn't hear them or tell Katrina about them. Same time. Lestrade, I'm going to tell you once again, I'm not at liberty to negotiate your noble rights or not. Peterson said for what felt like the 50th time, before cutting his mic off and turning to his XO. What's the status on possible retrieval? We've got the sensors blind now, we're just waiting for night to fall, sir. Peterson's XO replied. Getting people in position takes time, and we just need you to buy us another 8 hours or so of it. You hate me, don't you? Peterson buried his head in his hands. I hate this kind of thing, no wonder Hull wanted to go play at being a super spy. I think you might prefer to be here. The XO replied. We're getting communications from Hull's group that they have the VIPs, but they are under attack by what they believe is an ISF cell that was waiting for them. I'll stick with negotiations. Peterson said and went back to turning his microphone on. Duke Lestrade, sir, I'm going to tell you what we are able to do once again. 5 hours later. Mother of God, if I have to hear that man speak again in the next hour, I might just drop into his mansion from orbit and shoot him myself. Peterson ranted before looking at his XO. Please, for the love of all things good, tell me that our people are in position. They're in position, just give the word and we'll get the jailbreak started. Tell them we have a go. Peterson smiled. I want the casualties kept to a minimum though, I may hate the man, but I want the Duke alive to see trial. Jailbreak is a go. Came over the Powered Armor Company's encrypted communications channels. Good to hear it. The CO of the platoon responded. I want fire teams Shadow and Dagger to take point, our snipers are already covering us as is, now let's do this cleanly. Copy that, sir. The mottled black and grey painted suits had specialized bulges and other additions in order to break up their form even more than usual with camouflage. They weren't visible on most scanners, and the Mark I eyeball was a little more easily fooled when you had people that were really good at their jobs. We're in. Shadow Fire Team reported. Running a sweep of the cells now. Dagger here, readying a breach and clear of the Duke's personal rooms. A distant pop was heard as a flashbang went off in Lestrade's chambers, followed by a fire team of PA infantry as they subdued the man responsible for this mess. Peterson wants him gagged. The lieutenant ordered. Says he's sick of hearing the man's voice. Dagger copies, making good on the kidnapping now. Shadow, what's the status of the VIPs? The lieutenant asked. We can't see anything from our thermals from here. Trouble twins are recovered, apparently Icewoman is held in a different area of the estate. Shadow reported. Trouble twins know the general layout, and will be helping direct us there. Copy. The lieutenant said. Keep your eyes peeled for Drac infiltrators, they may try and get one last strike in. Yes sir, we're keeping our eyes on a swivel. December 12, 3017. Nandi, a pleasure to meet you. I shook the younger woman's hand. Katrina has told me much about you. She's told me quite a bit about you as well. Nandi replied. I just wish it were under better circumstances. Circumstances will be whatever they are, I shrugged. It's vastly more important to have made the acquaintance or friend in the first place. I'll let you use the fancy words. She said as she took a sip of coffee. I know that you have questions, so ask them. I don't have a lot of questions. I told her, just one really. I took my own sip of coffee. What happened? I'm going to assume that you already know the details of the battle in space. She said as I nodded. Well, by the time we managed to reach Summer as a refuge from said forces it had been made obvious to me that Lestrade was playing his games. She clenched her fist, still visibly angry. I made contact with a local lick cell and they gave me intel that showed that Lestrade had leaked the travel plans to the ISF and to the Combine. She took an angry sharp breath. I was angry, hell, I'm still angry, and so I charged forward, despite protests by both of the Kell brothers to arrest the asshole who tried to have my nieces killed. She visibly took some calming breaths. I didn't succeed. In hindsight, I should have just taken the Kell brothers' battle mechs and marched through his estate. She shrugged. But I didn't do that, and now here we are, with mercenary troops having to invade and subjugate one of our own planets because we can't afford to shuffle our troops around right now. Well, we did make good time on our way here. I said with a smirk. And thank God for that. Nandi muttered. I don't want to know what Lestrade would have done if you had taken longer. Chapter 84, Restoration. Kent Ares 4, Draconis March Federated Sons, August 9, 3018. Alright David, seeing as it's your 5th birthday tomorrow, I'm going to need you to get up a little early. I told my soon-to-be 5-year-old. What are we going to be doing Dad? David asked me. I don't like waking up early. I know that you don't like waking up early. I responded while ruffling his hair. Your mom doesn't much care for it either, but if you want me to take you on the trip that you've been asking for. I trailed off. You're taking me hiking. The 5-year-old cheered. Are we going to set up a hunting stand too? Now hold up a second. I raised my hands in a stopping motion. We're going to go hiking in the mountains like you've been asking, and if I stress the if, we see a decent spot for a hunting blind, I may mark the location down to set up a blind later. But Dad. He whined. You never take me hunting with you. Fine, I sighed. When you turn 6 I will take you hunting. I raised my hand to stop him from speaking again. But you have to do extremely well in your schooling before I will let you even think about it. But why? He asked me. Melissa is already learning how to shoot and do things like that. Melissa Steiner, I repeated. Is also 7 years old. I reminded him. And she's not my child on top of that. I miss Mom. David finally said what was bothering him. I barely remember what she looks like without the pictures. I know, son. I knelt down and drew him in for a hug as he burst into tears into my shoulder. It's okay to miss her, I do too. I picked his head up off of my shoulder to make sure he could see my eyes. But you don't seem like you miss her. David continued to cry into my shoulder. You're always busy or with me. Because that's how I cope with missing her. I explained to him. Do you know what the word cope means? He said, shaking his head. It means that's how I handle Nat being gone, I bury myself into work and playing with you. I smiled at my son. It doesn't mean I miss her any less, it just means that I'm grown up enough to handle it better than you. There's snot on your shirt. David said after he was finished crying. There is. I asked with a wide-eyed expression on my face. Who could have possibly put it there? I tickled him a little bit now that the sad moment was over with. Now, let's get you tucked in. I scooped him up to peals of laughter and carried him over to his bedroom. I helped David get dressed in his night clothes and made sure I read him a story before getting ready to leave. Dad, I'm scared. He told me before I left the room. What are you scared of, son? I knelt down beside his bed. I'm scared of the dark. He told me in a whisper. Why are you scared of the dark? I asked him. Because I can't see in the dark, and there might be monsters out there. He finally said after a pause. There's no monsters out there, I chuckled. How? He asked me, his question cut short by an intense yawn. Because Mathis and I already killed all of the monsters. I told him. And the few that are left live very far away. How far away? He asked. Far enough away that you'll be a grown-up before it's your turn to fight the monsters. I kissed him on the forehead. Now get some sleep, we've got a big day tomorrow. August 10th, 3018. David, I gently shook my sons awake. It's time to get up and dressed. If we're going to hike into the mountains we've got to drive there first. It took him a good 5 minutes to be fully roused from his slumber and into the set of hiking clothes we had picked out the night before. We've got everything packed and ready to go. I said in between bites of a waffle. If there's anything else you want me to bring, speak up now or it'll get left behind. But we could send someone back for it. David said in response. Nope, this is a hiking trip the old-fashioned way, we're tackling a mountain that we haven't fully surveyed yet. I told him with a grin. We get to be explorers. He asked excitedly. Yes, David. I ruffled his head full of red hair. We get to be explorers. After we had finished our big breakfast, and packed up our hiking kits. David's only had our small picnic supplies. We loaded them up into the SUV we were taking to the mountains. Mathis would be shadowing us a decent ways out with a guard detail, but for the most part it was just going to me and my son enjoying the wilderness. We could find buried treasure. David said as I loaded him into his car seat. Anything's possible. I agreed with a shrug. But we'll just have to see. 3 hours later. David, we're here. I woke up the 5-year-old. You ready to get started? Yes. He cheered as he unbuckled his 5-point harness and helped me unload our packs. Let me try to pick yours up, Dad. He said as I went to get my hiking kit out of the SUV. Okay. I laughed. If you're sure you can handle it. I picked it up by the top handle and lowered it into his arms, careful to control the weight so he wouldn't get all of it until he was ready. I'm super strong, Dad. He did a small muscle flex after he showed me that he could hold the pack in place. You sure are. I agreed as I slung the pack onto my back and clipped the straps across my chest and hips to distribute the weight. After thinking about it for a second, I reached into the SUV and grabbed a handgun and carbine to bring with us. Why are you bringing those, Dad? David asked me. Because it's better to have them and not need them, than to need them and not have them. I told him the nugget of wisdom. These may not be able to stop a massive predator, but they'll make them think twice, and that could save our lives should we stumble onto a bear or something else. I loaded up some extra magazines into the hiking pack. Okay. David agreed. Just happy to be going on a trip with his dad. Come here. I pulled David over to me and made sure everything was strapped in properly and distributed evenly. Let me know if it gets too heavy, okay son? I'm super strong, Dad, it won't be too heavy for me. David puffed his chest out. One day I'll be stronger than you. I'm counting on it. I ruffled his hair and we set off on our adventure. Chapter 85, Hide and Seek. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March Federated Sons, August 10th, 3018. Can we play hide and seek? David asked his father after they had finished cleaning up the leftover food and trash from their lunch up in the mountains. Sure. His dad said, filling him with joy. I want to hide first. David announced, you have to count to 120 before you can come find me. All right, David's dad chuckled, I'll be over here counting. David giggled to himself before running off into the trees. He was going to find the best hiding space ever. He followed a small trail that he made out through the woods, following it as it spun and wound further up the mountain. After a couple of minutes of following the trail, David stopped to catch his breath. Looking around, he saw the trail continuing to curve upwards, and forgetting that he was supposed to be playing with his dad, he decided to go exploring the rest of the small game trail he had found. 118, 119, 120. I counted out loud just in case David was listening. Ready or not, here I come. I started with a nearby search, and made sure that there wasn't anywhere that he could easily disappear. David, I called. I'm going to find you. I wandered out of the clearing we had eaten lunch in, grabbing my carbine and slinging it around my back as a security measure. I eased my way around, following the small boot prints until they vanished into a small game trail that I couldn't go through. Damn it. I sighed quietly. I'm going to have to go around. I grabbed a notebook out of one of the pockets on my pants and jotted down a quick note of the current landmarks I could see, and the general distance away from the clearing I was. Grabbing my satcom, I dialed Mathis and waited for him to pick up. Everything all right, sir? Mathis asked. Yeah, just have the drones keep a closer eye on me. David and I are playing hide and seek, and may be gone for longer than projected. Copy that, sir, Mathis responded. I'll have a couple more drones out and covering the mountain in 15 minutes or so. Good to hear. I replied. I'm moving on up the mountain now, I'll drop you a line if we need help. Hanging up, I clipped the satcom to my hip and began the trek up and around the general area that the trail had led to. David was having the time of his life. He was climbing a tree to get a better view of the trail up ahead, and he saw a whole castle up ahead. Shimmying down the tree as fast as he could, he took off in the direction of the castle he saw up ahead. Running through the trees, he gasped when he reached a slight opening in the canopy and the buildings he saw up ahead. This is awesome! He yelled as he ran to the buildings, ready to go exploring. I told Dad we would be explorers. He reached a really big fence, and decided to look for a way through it, finding a small hole in part of the concrete barrier and squeezing through it. It really is a castle. He muttered to himself as he saw the outside walls and the inner buildings. He tried to find a way into the building in front of him, but it was sealed shut. And so were the rest of the buildings. How do you get into a castle? David muttered to himself as he drove his little brain hard for ideas. They climb into the tower, he said as an idea struck. But I don't have Rapunzel with me. He wandered around before seeing what he could do. There was a set of stairs on the outside of most of the taller buildings, and while he couldn't reach them, he could move things to it in order to climb up them. Pushing a really heavy trash can, he finally was able to reach the stairs. And pulling himself up, he finally took some deep breaths. I'm super strong. He reminded himself before combing up the stairs to the top of the building. I was maintaining a jogging pace as I finally found a way into the thick trees and brush that had blocked my way previously. And, now that I had clearance and could see some footprints and where David had probably been, I could pick up my pace. David! I called as I ran through the trees, where are you? I stopped to make sure this was the direction he had headed in. David! I kept up my calling, just in case he hadn't heard me the first couple of times. While I did have a GPS tracker on him, I didn't want to use it yet, and was going to be trying to find him the old-fashioned way. I yelled in pain as my foot fell into a hole that was about 30 centimeters deep. I immediately sat down, being careful to not put any undue pressure on the leg in case I had broken it instead of simply spraining or straining it. All right, Mark, I muttered to myself. Ease the leg out, and then diagnose. I pried my leg out of the hole, and winced as pain spiked through my left leg. Well, it's not an open fracture. I muttered to myself, but that doesn't mean all that much. I checked to see if there was any swelling happening. I'm going to have to call Mathis. I said to myself. I'm not in my 20s anymore, and this kind of thing sucks. I grabbed the medical pack attached to my waist and used parts of it to make a makeshift splint. I'm going to have to keep looking for David though. I said to myself. Mathis won't even know where to begin the search. Yes. David gave a small fist pump as the door in the roof opened on the first try. Nobody ever locks the doors on the roof. He cheered to himself and then frowned. Except for Dad, that is, he always locks all of the doors. Grabbing the small flashlight that his dad had given him to put on his own belt, David turned it on and shone it into the stairwell. This is so cool. David began to make his way down. I wonder what kind of princess lived in this castle. He continued down the stairs while talking to himself. I bet she was like Melissa. He nodded. Yep, she was really pretty, sometimes mean, and a really good friend. He walked over to the nearest hallway. There's so many doors. He stated. Where would I put treasure in my castle though? David thought to himself. The bottom of the castle day, he did what he saw his dad do all of the time and smacked his palm into his face. That's the safest place to keep your treasure. Instead of continuing to explore this floor, he went to the stairwell and began making his way to the basement. I don't think this is a treasure room. David said when he reached the basement. This is just a room full of computers. He huffed. This isn't a castle at all. He got upset, and whined a bit. Dad. His brain finally remembered what he had forgotten. I need to go find Dad, I forgot we were playing hide and go seek. With that said, he rushed back up the stairs, and heard and saw a VTOL coming in for a landing in the clearing that he and Dad had eaten lunch in. Running down the outside stairs. Why were they made out of metal anyway? He squeezed back through the hole in the wall that he had found and ran back through the trail, only stopping when he saw his dad sitting down and doing something to his leg. Dad. David ran up and gave his dad a big bear hug. I found a castle but there wasn't a princess and I don't think it was really a castle at all and David. His dad's voice cut through the noise of his brain. You can tell me about your adventure later, right now I need you to go back to the clearing and bring Mathis to me, okay? I can do it, Dad. David saluted with a smile on his face. I'm super strong. And he was off to the races once again. I thought you were the one who was supposed to stumble into lost factories and stuff. Mathis laughed as he grabbed the other end of the stretcher I was on. Not little David. He gestured with his head to the redhead fast asleep on Dad's chest. What can I say? I shrugged as much as I was able to. Adventure and fun runs in the family. I'll have Adamina send some of her new students up to catalog the find. Mathis said. You're probably going to be on bed rest again. It's probably just a strain or sprain. I told him, a break typically has a more painful throb to it, this is more of a pervasive ache. Well, don't self-diagnose yourself too early, because I know a doctor that will enjoy messing with you if you're wrong. Hale can cuss me out herself later. I scoffed. She's the one who trained me in more than just basic emergency first aid after all. This was fun, Dad. David erupted for a moment before he snuggled into my chest even more. Let's do it again next year. Chapter 86, Reports. Kent Aries 4, Draconis March Federated Sons, August 11, 3018. What's the verdict, Doc? I asked Janet Hale. Did I break anything? No, you just sprained it, but you're going to need to keep everything to a minimum for the next couple of weeks. She sighed, I'm going to prescribe you an anti-inflammatory because I know you'll at least take those. I don't take pain meds, Doc. I responded casually. I don't like 'em, they make my brain a little fuzzy and weird sometimes. I know how, she sighed. Take the anti-inflammatories, and try and stay off of the foot for as long as possible. I'll wear a brace and use crutches if I need to. I replied. But I told David we would go help the engineers catalog the base we found in the mountains. Just be careful, Dr. Hale sighed. No more injuries this year. No promises, Doc, I smiled. But I'll do my best. After finishing up with Dr. Hale, I made my way back to the place where David was working on basic reading and writing with a couple of other kids his age. Hey guys. I limped into the room. Sorry to interrupt, but I'll be borrowing David for the rest of the day. That's perfectly fine. The teacher said with a smile. He was telling us all about the castle that he found yesterday and is really excited to go back and see it. Well, we marked the GPS coordinates, and we'll be heading back there today. I ruffled David's hair as he clung to my leg. Hopefully with less injuries this time. We get to go see the castle. David cheered as we loaded up into a VTOL. Yes, David, I replied as we began the lift-off procedures. And Mathis had some people clear out enough of the trees that we can land a lot closer to the compound this time. So you can see it too? David asked me excitedly. Yes, David, I replied with a smile on my face. I'm going to be seeing the castle with you this time. We spent the hour-long trip just enjoying the view, seeing the mountains and the river flowing down it. David was in awe of the sun coming down over the mountain, and the various colors of the trees. Seeing as we were entering the beginning of the mild fall season, you had a mix of red, yellow, and green leaves that flowed over the sides of the mountain. It looked like one of the Renaissance painters had gone through and done a masterwork on it. The mountain had been gorgeous when we were hiking on it the previous day, but from this view it was an entirely different perspective. It's so pretty. David said through the headset attached to his head. Can we take a picture of the castle and the mountain around it to show to Mom when she gets back? Sure, son, I told him. I'm sure there's a camera somewhere that we can use to do that after we go explore the compound that you found. Okay, Dad. David responded, ready to go exploring the compound. We got closer to the compound that David had found, and began to drop lower into the clearing that a group of combat engineers had cleared out in the last few hours. It turns out, explosives make one hell of a stump removal tool. That does look a bit like a castle. I told David. I understand why you thought that. I observed the walled compound. There was a mech-sized wall surrounding the compound, and a thick metal gate guarding the entrance. Now let's see what's inside. I told him and we began the slow journey into the compound. That's the building I went inside of. David pointed to the tallest building in the area. The door on the roof was unlocked. Well, David. I knelt down so I could be eye level with him. Dr. Rogers sent some people over ahead of us to get some lights up and running. They didn't explore everything without us, did they? David asked with a slightly panicked look on his face. No, son. I chuckled. They just got the old lights here up and running again and made sure the doors were all unlocked. I stood back up. But they left us to do the fun part. So we get to go exploring? He asked with hope in his eyes. We get to go exploring. I agreed with a grin. Shall we? I opened the first door, and away we went. This is boring. David said and kicked at the dust on the floor. Why isn't there any treasure? Because, son, not everything has to have treasure in it. I chuckled and then came to a stop. This building was basically a hangar with bays sized for mech repairs, and in the back was a massive elevator. But there might be something down there. Dr. Rogers. I used my COMM divide. Can we get some people in the mech hangar? It looks like we may have found something. And so, David and I took a break to eat a snack and let him take a nap while Dr. Rogers went through and got the elevator up and running again. How's the leg, boss? Mathis asked me while David slept on my lap. Been better. I shrugged. At least it's not broken this time. Kid doing all right? He asked, sitting down next to me. He thought it would be a lot more fun than this. I chuckled. Tell me Rook pulled something from the leftover computers in this place. Rook pulled everything and borrowed some of Dunham's analysts to go over it. Mathis shrugged. But it seems like everything points to this being the outpost the McKinnon's raiders used during the First Succession War. Seems to fit. We knew they used a mountain to base off of, and maybe there's something interesting they left behind. I agreed. Maybe there's something at the bottom of that elevator shaft. Mathis said, but there's nothing else here aside from an abandoned base. I may have it renovated and used as a fallback point or a ducal retreat. I said. But Dr. Rogers has been pushing me to start a school or academy akin to NAIS. I shrugged. This looks like a decent starting point for that. Whatever you say, boss. He shrugged. I'll let the engineers stick to that. I'm just here to watch your back and shoot who you tell me to. Duke Hull piped in over my COMM device. We've gotten the elevator powered back up, and we figured you'd want to do the honors. This is way better than treasure. David exclaimed as we looked at the lands of mechs that were stored here. I have to agree with you there. I said as I noted the mech types. They look like they took some combat damage before being stashed here. We walked around the massive machines. I'm sure we can talk McAllister into getting them back up and running again. Hull, Rook said as he came down the elevator behind us. I just went over the reports, and it looks like the raiders left behind a lands of mechs that they didn't have the pilots or resources to repair. I could have figured that out from looking at them. I pointed out the machines in front of us. But, there may be some records we can pull and give to the current iteration of the raiders. They may want the machines back, sir. Rook said bluntly. They could argue they have the right to them. I'll give them first priority on the grasshoppers and a lance of toros if I have to. I looked at the lance. I'm going to have R&D going over them until we can produce them ourselves. That is a fair point, sir. He agreed as I helped David crawl onto the massive foot of the lone assault mech. If we can build lines to make some more of them, they may take the new ones over this group here. Chapter 87, Education. Kent Aries 4, August 25, 3018. Dr. Rogers. I met my lead engineer's eyes. We cleared the compound in the mountains and had it evaluated by the architects. I paused. And? Rogers asked. Am I allowed to establish the learning center? Yes, I smiled at her. We're going to reinforce the walls, and the Argo will still be a source of some zero-G labs and classified experiments, but we'll be allowing y'all to begin getting everything established there in the next couple of weeks. I take it, we're allowed to expand it. She asked me. Because it's not quite big enough to hold a whole college as is. I'll assign some people to help expand the underground and above-ground facilities. I agreed. The facilities will take a couple of weeks to be restored as is, and you can move in and start ordering the things necessary to get it established. We were meaning to ask you about that. Rogers threw in, meaning her colleagues on the planet and the Argo. Would you mind if we partnered with Sharpshooter in order to start expanding? She held up a hand before I could answer. We know that you're working on setting up schools and hospitals in the periphery and the outback, and we want to help contribute to the science, engineering, and math curriculums with the hope of the really good ones potentially being offered a job. What would you call the learning center then? I asked her. After all, I thought most people who established a school wanted it named after themselves. We'd go with Simple Hull. She smirked. You should know by now that we prefer that. I'm thinking of the Sharpshooter Learning Center. You would teach more than just engineering and materials science, right? I asked for clarification. Yes, she nodded in response. We would have degrees in everything that we can hire people for, but with a more of a focus on materials science and engineering studies. She shrugged. We have plenty of history scholars in the inner sphere. What we lack is people who understand the first principles of what the Star League manufactured and accomplished, and that is what we are going to be trying to teach. August 30th, 3018. Dunham, Mathis. I greeted the two of them. Now that we have solid data on how long the Texas will take to finish repairs, I figured it was time to go hit one of the last locations that I have data on. What location? Dunham asked me, seeing as he had most of my slick information. There were always rumors of a massive slick data center on New Dallas. I said with a shrug. I was never able to confirm said rumors, but I figure that if there were anything there we should go and see if we can locate it now. Isn't that all the way over towards Merrick and Steiner space? Mathis brought up, and why tell us before Patterson and Packer? Because you two will be in charge of taking the Age of Discovery and formules to see what can be salvaged from the planet. I said. Colonel Stone is going to be launching a raid on Carver V in order to grab a couple of aerospace lines that were mothballed a long time ago. And it'll be a useful distraction, I take it. Dunham said. Why send Mathis with me though, and why Stone and the second marksman instead of Peterson and the 1st? Because you're the intelligence chief. I replied, but Mathis is my personal hatchet man. I shrugged. He's there to make sure that anyone who tries anything monumentally stupid dies a very quick death. I took a breath. Peterson and the first need a break, and the second need to be bloodied. I sighed. I hate to say it like that, but while they have a solid core of veterans, they're still a mostly green unit, and so I'm going to be using them to conduct the raid in order to get them some more experience. What do we do if we find a bunch of salvage or old mothballed mechs or something? Mathis questioned. Are you sending an engineering team with us? I'll have Dr. Rogers send along a couple of teams with both you and with Mason Stone's second marksman. I nodded. If you find a bunch of old designs and mothballed Mac IIEs or something, then that's what the mules are for, and if you manage to find a set of mothballed Drosts or something, then that's what the extra collars are for. I chuckled a bit. You can never have too many of the Sting refits after all. Amen. Both Dunham and Mathis agreed. Now, I'll make sure you have what data I have on the new Dallas system. I stood up. Let's go check the messenger's logs, shall we? Just one last question. Dunham said. You did tell Peterson he wasn't going on this trip, right? Nope, I'm letting his son do that. I gave a sad smile. He's spent more time deployed than with him, and I've been half raising him in the meantime with Shepard's assistance. Ouch. Mathis gave a small shudder. Hit him straight in the gut next time, it'll hurt less. Needed to be done. I said sadly as we began to walk to the garage attached to the ducal estate. He needs a wake-up call, and his death wish is going to have to take a backseat to his remaining family. September 4th, 3018. Second Marksman, I began to the assembled regiment in front of me. I'm sending you out on your first OP with us. I smiled. I know you've spent a lot of time training, and that some of you have just finished the therapies that made you combat effective again, and I'm proud to claim you as part of one of the premier mercenary units in the inner sphere. I expect you to punch above your weight and to get the job done. I grinned wide. Follow your training, and remember that we want you to all come back alive. Colonel Stone, I turned to the CO of the second marksman. I trust you with this command and expect great things to come out of this. I shook his hand and then saluted the regiment. Godspeed, and good luck. There was a loud click as the assembled troops clicked their heels together and saluted me. Colonel Stone then took the podium and stood at attention. Second marksman, fall out. He commanded, the various battalions and companies repeating the command. You have 1 day to get your affairs in order. Stone told the assembled group. I expect you all on the dropships and ready to lift off at 0930 in the morning. He inhaled. Yes, sir. Echoed throughout the parade ground. You think they're ready, sir? Stone asked me. Because they've been itching for a deployment for the last year or so. They've been ready for a while, I just wanted to make sure they got the extra training. I looked him in the eye. I know you're young, Stone, and that this is your first command, but Shepard says that you are ready, and the senior NCOs are there to help you out. He had risen through the ranks over the last 5 years or so and had proven himself well in the first marksman before Shepard had recommended him for the command track and suggested he be placed in a command role. If you're sure, sir, he still sounded a bit uncertain. I just feel unqualified for this position sometimes. Want to know a secret? I asked, and he nodded his head. Everyone feels unqualified, even when you've been doing it for as long as I have. I half shrugged. Rely on your senior NCOs and veterans, they'll assist you, they know that you're young, but they trust Shepard, Peterson, and myself to make wise decisions with commanders, and for my last piece of advice. I chuckled. Better a good plan executed violently now, than a perfect plan later, I quoted from memory. Don't worry about making the plan perfect, in war it's always better to advance and to do something than to sit and do nothing, inaction gets more people killed than anything else in a commander. Thank you, sir. He said with a questioning look on his face, trying to unpack everything that I just said. You'll get it later. I patted him on the shoulder. It just takes time. September 15th, 3018. Mary, I paged my secretary. Did we ever manage to get a message back from McKinnon's raiders? I asked. Yes, sir, she replied, their CO, Ross McKinnon will be dropping by next month to discuss some things with you. She consulted her notes. There was also a note in the file attached by Hansa, and it's for your eyes only, sir. I'll take a look at it in a minute, I said as I looked over Sharpshooter Inc.'s numbers for the last quarter. Looks like the jump shipyard is back up and running. I observed, and Norse is accepting our offer of funding in exchange for partial ownership. I leafed through some more reports. We're going to need more Sting lines. I said after looking through the list of back orders. We're going to be booked on sales for the next 10 years at this rate.